The little boss is so good. Come on, sister, give you a kiss. After Do Jiao said this, she came over and prepared to give Tang Qing a kiss on the face. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't care about her identity and background, Do Jiao seemed to let go. Being in a family like hers, it was destined that it would be really difficult to make true friends except people of the same level in her life. And her first 20 years had proved how correct this sentence was. Among all her previous friends, those with equal status were better, but those who were not of the same social level changed immediately after learning about her background. Even if she was not flattering, her speech was not as open as usual, and no amount of persuasion was of any use. Fortunately, Tang Qing's performance did not disappoint her. However, if Do Jiao knew that the reason why Tang Qing was not interested in her family background was not because she was noble, but because she felt that her relationship was useless and she could not make money, I don't know what she would think. Tang Qing was startled when he heard Do Jiao's bold words. The style of painting was obviously the rhythm of being teased. Although Do Jiao was fast, but who was Tang Qing? The dignified little boss of Qingyan City. Taken temporarily, his brain was twitched, was even faster, and he dodged away in a flash. Tang Qing stood aside and looked at Do Jiao helplessly. It wasn't that he was embarrassed, but, "We can't let you take advantage." Do Jiao saw that Tang Qing was frightened and hid aside. She looked at her with a look of resentment and laughed. "Ha ha! Come on, let me kiss you. You have nothing to lose. What are you hiding from?" Do Jiao said with a smile. After saying that, seeing Tang Qing looking like he was determined to die, he started to persuade him with good words. "Sister Jiao Jiao, control yourself. You should be careful about your appearance in public." Tang Qing coughed and said, "I don't care. If you don't let me kiss you, I have to kiss you." Do Jiao stepped closer and said arrogantly. Tang Qing's struggle aroused her competitive spirit, and she suddenly became more playful. "Female gangster, I won't let you succeed." Seeing the cunning flash in Do Jiao's eyes, he knew that Do Jiao was joking, and he started to play. "Hey, just obey me." Do Jiao pounced on him. The two female employees with Tianyin and Sun Chao on the side had already turned their attention elsewhere, acting as if I didn't recognize these two people. They were both bosses, and no one dared to interrupt, but it attracted the attention of many residents in the lobby. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing rushed into the elevator. Do Jiao and Sun Chao also hurriedly followed. In the elevator, under Tang Qing's desperate resistance, Do Jiao failed to succeed. Do Jiao was already 20% like this, and Tang Qing was speechless. The two Tianyin employees and Sun Chao were also watching their noses and hearts, silently counting the little lambs, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. When he reached the 8th floor, Tang Qing quickly let go, turned around, and ran out of the elevator, but before he could run a few steps, a figure in front of him made him freeze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. The figure just glanced at Tang Qing warily and entered a room. At this time, Do Jiao chased him from behind. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't run away and didn't really kiss him, she patted his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Brother, your sister, is my kiss so terrible? Why are you running? Hey, little boss, what are you looking at? What's in front of you?" "Ah, it's nothing. I just suddenly realized that I don't know where my room is." Tang Qing came back to his senses and said with a smile. Do Jiao didn't doubt him after hearing this, and said, "Oh, your room is next to mine. Let's go to my room first and tell you about the company." "Yes." Tang Qing agreed. After that, Tang Qing followed Do Jiao to her room. "Well, what a mess. Sister Jiao Jiao, why don't you call a room service? No matter how bad it is, clean it up. Look at the mess you have here." Tang Qing said with a smile. "I don't care. It's good to be messy. Things are easy to find." Do Jiao had no sense of shame at all. She collected the things on the bed and piled them on the chair. She had been used to being restrained by her family since she was a child. When she came out, she was like a wild horse running wild. Tang Qing was speechless. After that, Do Jiao wanted to tell Tang Qing about the content of tomorrow's meeting, but seeing that Tang Qing was not in high spirits, she asked him to go to bed early. After all, It was normal to feel uncomfortable after drinking so much wine. Anyway, Tang Qing could just say a few words and then raise his hands to vote on the board of directors' decision tomorrow. After that, there would be nothing wrong with Tang Qing. After Dou Jiao left, Tang Qing locked the door and lay directly on the bed with his hands on his head, lost in thought. What he saw just now was none other than his second uncle Tang Kai, who had been away from home for many years and had no news from him. In his previous life, next month, his second uncle Tang Kai met with their family for a meal and then left in a hurry. There has been no news since then. Although he and Tang Kai only met once, how could he forget his relatives so easily? That person was definitely his second uncle, with that look in his eyes, that shape of his head, and that scar on his face. He had asked his parents before why his second uncle ran away, where he went, and what he was doing, but Tang's father and Tang's father didn't say anything, or they just said perfunctorily that he went to a faraway place. After Tang's father and Tang's mother died in a car accident, it would be even more impossible for him to know. Why is the second uncle here? Why didn't you go back to see your family as soon as you came back? What does the second uncle do? So mysterious. His mind was filled with questions and no answers. Suddenly, Tang Qing sat up. No, he couldn't think of it here. He had to take the initiative. In his previous life, he felt that his second uncle seemed to be avoiding something. Maybe some enemy? Or something unspeakable? Or did you do something illegal? Tang Qing, who was very imaginative, even thought that his second uncle was a killer or an agent. But who cares? No matter whether his second uncle is a good guy, a bad guy, or a killer agent, he needs to protect him first. He didn't know when his second uncle arrived in the provincial capital in his previous life, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive after he left. But if something happened to his second uncle here, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. After several butterfly effects, he no longer blindly believed in the memories of his previous life. With the decision made, Tang Qing immediately got up and went to the living room of this large suite, moved the table, and made a clear space. The next moment, a black ball appeared in Tang Qing's hand. Although the lights in the room were very bright, the black ball did not reflect any light. All the brilliance seemed to be sucked away. However, he did not think much about it. In later generations, there was a black paint that could basically absorb all the light that shone on it. Things with outlines looked like flat surfaces, which was very magical. This time Tang Qing did not exchange for new robots, but sent out the 2 robots that were already equivalent to his full-time instructors. 5 minutes later, 2 robots wearing camouflage appeared in the living room of the suite. There was no choice. The living area and the teleportation area were not close to each other. There was no teleportation plan before, so 2 people could only rush over urgently. This also made Tang Qing realize a big problem. If people were suddenly needed in an emergency in the future, it was indeed a bit far from the living area to the teleportation area. It seemed that in order to be able to quickly summon helpers in the future, he had to keep some robots in the teleportation area just in case. After coming out, the 2 robots were equipped and left separately. As for the subsequent camouflage, monitoring, tracking, and eavesdropping, analysts made security plans in unified command, so he didn't bother to worry about it. Since he carefully watched the security video in the command room a few days ago, he wants to pay tribute to all the bodyguards who perform secret protection tasks. This is really a tiring and laborious thing. Ability is one aspect, but the key is patience and long-term psychological pressure. Firstly, they have to ensure concealment so that the target and the crowd don't notice anything strange. Secondly, they have to keep an eye on the target in real time, and their bodies have to be ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Fortunately, these robots don't have those messy emotions. Otherwise, no one might be able to do this kind of work with an annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. In the evening, Tang Qing did not go to the training area to practice target. Instead, he watched TV in a room, but he had no idea what was on the TV. Excitement and worry lingered in his heart for a long time. He didn't know whether he should go up and recognize Tang Kai, or whether he should tell his parents about this matter. He would go back tomorrow afternoon. What should he do next? Countless questions were swirling in his mind. P.S. Thank you to Readers 1606 for your monthly votes. Thank you for your support and for your recommendation votes. Tang Qing went to bed very late that night. Firstly, he couldn't sleep, and secondly, he had been paying attention to the news sent back by the robot. After all, the two robots couldn't have been staring at the door of his second uncle's room at the corridor all night. In that case, Tang Qing felt that the robots in the command room should be rebuilt. The robot bodyguard did 3 things in one night. The first thing was to go to the front desk of the hotel and find Tang Kai's accommodation record. As for how to check, Tang Qing didn't know, and he didn't want to know. There was a group of experts directing behind the scenes. As for the previous whereabouts, the second thing the robot did was to query the second uncle's previous accommodation information based on the registered identity information. These are all recorded in the management system of the Public Security Department, but there is no network connection and real-time updates like in later generations, so the missing information is extremely serious. The robots had long used special means to obtain a relatively low-level query account. They accessed it through a computer at a police station in Qingyan City and found some information about Tang Kai. However, the information inside was really lacking. There were only a few entry and exit records. The most recent entry was at the end of last month, when he took a China Southern Airlines flight from Bangkok to the capital airport, and there was no information after that. Well, he shouldn't have high hopes for information management in this era. Sometimes Tang Qing is also very conflicted. Just like now, on the one hand, he hopes that the whole people will be informed, but he is very poor at checking things. But on the other hand, he does not want to become a member of the whole people. He feels that the information age is really a double-edged sword. While it makes life easier, it also makes your whereabouts invisible. That is a good thing for the company that has the information, but it is not good for the people who have the information. Just like the reason why people in many developed countries have not developed the domestic Alipay and WeChat, it is because of habits. It is not that the technology is not up to standard, but because they do not want their food to be bought, what route to take, what to eat for lunch, what appliances to buy, a bottle of drink consumed, etc. to be recorded. They pay great attention to privacy, especially Germany, which prefers to use cash. Credit cards and electronic payments have remained the same for so many years. However, in China, this information is not taken seriously by the public. They think it does not matter and think that their whereabouts and consumption habits are worthless. However, are these things really worthless? These are treasures for many companies. Okay, I'm going too far, so I can't write in depth. The third thing the robot did was to protect the second uncle. A robot opened a room next to the second uncle and listened carefully to the room with a monitoring device similar to listening through a wall. Tang Qing had also tried this thing out of curiosity before. It was worthy of being a military product. He could clearly hear the whispers of the two cousins next door through the wall. Although it was a bit distorted, it was enough to hear clearly. He didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. It's just a pain for the robot, because it has to listen all the time before the audio information can be transmitted back to the command room. Although this device has a quantum communication module connected to the communication server, the communication server has not been released yet, so now the robot's ears can only be used. However, the robot didn't hear any movement all night, only the sound of breathing. It seems that the second uncle slept all night. Early the next morning, Do Jiao's sleep-inducing call came. Tang Qing hurriedly got up and washed up, preparing to call Do Jiao downstairs for breakfast. Dong, dong, dong. After Tang Qing quickly packed up, he knocked on Do Jiao's door. Wait a moment. Do Jiao's voice came from inside. Tang Qing thought it would only take 10 seconds to wait, but it took nearly 5 minutes for Do Jiao to open the door. At this time, she was wearing a cartoon pajamas. Her hair was wet and draped aside, and she was wiping her hair with a towel. Well, Tang Qing forgot that women's time is different from men's. Little boss, why are you so quick? You came just after I made the call. Do Jiao said without any embarrassment. It's not that I'm too fast, it's that you are too slow. If I had known better, I would have slept a little longer. If you look like this, you won't be able to go out for less than 20 minutes. Tang Qing said angrily. I won't wait for my sister for a while. I'm so heartbroken, Do Jiao said with an expression like, I'll cry for you if you dare to say you don't want to. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing hurriedly gave in and said, I'm willing to wait, but hurry up, you see everyone is impatient. If he had been teased so early in the morning, he would have been teased all day long. Of course, Sun Chao and the others were not waiting in the corridor, but the doors were open, obviously ready and waiting for them. I know. Why are you in a hurry? We still have a while to leave the meeting, and we don't need to arrange the venue. Just go to the place and sit down, Do Jiao said matter-of-factly. Tang Qing had nothing to say after hearing this. He didn't think Do Jiao was incompetent. As long as it didn't delay work, there was nothing wrong with being lazy sometimes. He could only say helplessly, Okay, I'll go back and watch TV for a while. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go back. What are you going to do? I want to tell you about today's board of directors process. I didn't finish it last night. Do Jiao stopped Tang Qing, then turned and walked into the room. Okay then. After saying that, Tang Qing also walked in. By the way, little boss, have you sobered up? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Do Jiao asked. Sister Jiao, I'm not drunk. Why should I sober up? Tang Qing said with a smile. I really don't know what your stomach is made of. I thought it was because of slow stamina before I started. But is there something wrong with your body? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Do Jiao said worriedly. Although Tang Qing said so, Do Jiao was still uneasy. She has never seen anyone who drank several bottles of white wine in one meal without any trouble. No matter how good the drinker is, there will be no blushing, no panic, no vomiting, or any drunken reaction. It's really okay. My body is fine. Tang Qing patted his chest and said, It's a joke. If our health is not good, no one in the world will be in good health. Really? You won't be able to hold on, right? Do Jiao asked. No, don't worry. Tang Qing so. Well, that's good. Do Jiao nodded and said. Tang Qing was a billionaire, so he wouldn't make fun of his body, rather with some unimportant people. Next, Do Jiao told Tang Qing what she had not finished last night, but it was not too much. Tang Qing quickly wrote it down. It had been more than 20 minutes since Do Jiao had finished packing, and they came to the first floor of the hotel to have breakfast. Breakfast was naturally free, but there were a few tricks. Tang Qing did not stir up trouble, and ate like crazy with Sun Chao. Do Jiao and the other two female Tianyin employees looked at the two big eaters with smiles, and when they saw that the food was almost finished, they took the initiative to get it for them. After breakfast, it was only a few steps away, so Tang Qing did not take a car, but walked to Mengyun Group with Do Jiao. Looking at the office workers rushing past on the street and the people running for a living, Tang Qing once again recalled the bitterness of his previous life. He couldn't help but sigh once again that it is better to have money. He can arrange his time freely and watch others busy. It is really an evil thought. After walking slowly for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at the headquarters of Mengyun Group. The predecessor of Mengyun Group was a large group company, no matter how you say it. In the early years, it secured a piece of land at a very favorable price and built a 15-story office building. Due to its avant-garde design, it has not become outdated even now, but it is only now that it is a bit outdated in Tang Qing's eyes. At this time, the group's brand has been changed. From a distance, you can see the 4 characters of Mengyun Group and a simple group logo. Tang Qing couldn't guess what it meant. Anyway, the designer was an abstract designer. He could pull out a lot of reasons, such as dreams, goals, prospects, expectations, uninhibitedness, openness, tolerance, etc. with every stroke. He was very talented. P.S. Many people may think that Do Jiao has too many scenes and the relationship with the protagonist is a bit strange. I would like to explain it here. How should I put it? Everyone is used to seeing ambiguous stories with the heroine. The author has also seen too many, and it is boring. So I want to write some pure sister-brother relationships. At this time, the open space in front of Mengyun Group was already filled with various vehicles. The most expensive one was Lu Qian's Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was only launched last year. Tang Qing was actually surprised that Lu Qian could get a car of this level. It's not that he thinks Lu Gan can't afford it, but it's just a car that has just been launched. The world's richest people are eyeing the small output. Lu Qian can actually buy one with his hands and eyes. It always feels very unscientific. Has the production of Rolls-Royce Phantom increased in this generation? Or was Lu Gan using a gray relationship? It can't be secondhand. But how long has it been on the market? Tang Qing couldn't think of it for a while. Dou Jiao saw Tang Qing staring at Lu Qian's car and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao Tang, why don't you also buy a car like Mr. Lu's? It looks so good-looking, so stable, so domineering, and so meaningful." No money. Tang Qing touched her nose and said, "The connotation is string. Love is not your money. Just open your mouth and buy a car. Now your own money is of great use. I don't want to be a slut who thought it was too much in the past. Firstly, I need to save up 500 million yuan of survival funds before seeking development. Secondly, the dispatch center is a bottomless pit of money. It is better to use it to buy cars and outfits when the economy is looser in the future. Then you must buy one when you have money in the future. I will ride in it and drive it," Dou Jiao said with a longing look on her face. She thought Tang Qing was really out of money. After all, this time it was an actual cash payment of 100 million, as well as tens of millions spent on Tianyan headquarters and investment from Shangtang. Nearly 200 million was thrown away, which was 200 million yuan. "If you want to take a seat, just ask Mr. Lu if he can borrow it," Tang Qing said curiously. "Will Dou Jiao still need a car?" "Mr. Lu's is Mr. Lu's, and I just want to drive yours," Dou Jiao said with an expression that showed you were convinced. Tang Qing was speechless. Yes, I was taken advantage of by this female hooligan. Since he didn't know if Tang Qing and the others would come by car, a parking space was reserved at the entrance of the group. When Tang Qing saw it, he could only say, "This is really thoughtful," but he can no longer enjoy this privilege. Although today is Saturday, it is of course impossible for Mengyun Group to have a holiday at this time. All employees work as usual. Since Tang Qing and Dou Jiao came here on time, they did not see many employees coming in or out. But think about it. Today is the first board meeting of the group, and the shareholder bosses are all coming. The bosses can come in a hurry, but if the employees come in a hurry, they still don't want to do it. Except for Lu Qian and Tang Qing, no one in the group dares to step in. If these two big guys don't see you when they arrive, you will be in trouble. Therefore, the entire company went to work half an hour early today and did a thorough cleaning yesterday afternoon. "Good morning, Mr. Dou and Mr. Tang," the greeter at the door said respectfully. For this meeting, two good-looking receptionists dressed in blue phoenix pattern cheongsam greeted us at the door. Dou Jiao came here almost every day, so they naturally knew each other. Although Tang Qing had never met her, her manager had already told her that the smallest and most handsome person in the crowd was Mr. Tang, the company's second largest shareholder. At that time, they thought the manager was flattering her, but now that they saw her, they were a little excited. "Hello," Dou Jiao said with a smile. After saying that, he led Tang Qing in, and Tang Qing also smiled and nodded to say hello. Dou Jiao took Tang Qing to the large conference room on the 14th floor with ease. This conference room was naturally larger than the conference room in Shangtang clothing, but it was not as luxurious. After all, the decoration was done 4 or 5 years ago, and the conference room in Shangtang was directly installed by the decoration company itself. Gongzi stood at the door of the conference room. When he saw Tang Qing and others, he immediately smiled and walked forward. "Brother Gang, good morning," Tang Qing said before Gongzi could say anything. "Mr. Tang, Mr. Dou, good morning. Mr. Lu is already inside, please," Gongzi said with a smile on his face. He used to call Tang Qing Xiao Tang, but after what happened last night, he no longer dared to call him that way. Before, he thought that Tang Qing relied on the people behind him to be on an equal footing with his boss. Tang Qing also heard the change in Gongzi's attitude and smiled bitterly in his heart. He was probably fooled into thinking that Lu Qian had become a powerful figure again. But now he has no awareness that he is a big shot. At this time, Lu Qian had already arrived, sitting in the chairman's seat and communicating with the new president of Mengyun Group next to him. The other directors also took their seats and quietly looked at the information in their hands. And with Lu Qian here, no one dared to talk to each other. Seeing Tang Qing and Dou Jiao entering, Lu Gan quickly stood up to greet them. The other group directors also stood up and paid attention to them. This shocked Tang Qing. He thought that this big group was different, with many rules and clear hierarchies. Tang Qing exchanged a few words with Lu Qian, then took his seats one by one and started the first board meeting of Mengyan Group. Lu Gan serves as the host. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start the first board meeting of Mengyan Group. Everyone introduced it last night, so I won't say much. I will be the host this time, and I won't be so serious. I will just say a few words. First of all, welcome to all the directors of the group. Lu Gan said with a smile. He didn't hold too many meetings like this, and unscripted speeches were not a problem at all, especially since he could tell a lot of the group's data without any delay, which made Tang Qing silently praise him. It's really not easy to become a businessman of this scale. Lu Gan went straight to unscripted speeches about Mengyan Group's various data, future development plans, personnel appointments, and meeting votes without reading any manuscripts. This kind of memory is quite a challenge for ordinary people. Tang Qing notet setoli. This habit is worth learning. He deserves to be the chairman. At this age, he still takes the time to understand deeply and memorize so much information. Regardless of whether he is pretending to be a comparison or not, is worthy of respect. Lu Qian basically spoke throughout the meeting, and Tang Qing also spoke a few words to encourage him. As for the rest of the time, he was a hand raiser, voting on various board resolutions, mainly personnel appointments and the integration of some departments. At the same time, Tang Qing handed over the future right to raise hands to a newly recruited vice president of Tianyin. This position was naturally given to Tang Qing, a shareholder, by Lu Gan. However, although this vice president was also managed by Tianyin, it was in the form of employment within Tianyin. He was not a real employee of Tianyin and did not receive Tianyin's salary. He was essentially different from the deputy financial director. To put it bluntly, one is to actually do practical work, and the other is mainly responsible for supervision. After the meeting, Xiao Tang, when will you return to Qingyan City? Lu Gan asked. I'm going to go back this afternoon. I don't have anything to ask for here. Tang Qing said with a smile. The main reason he came here was to meet with the senior management of the group, and to raise his hand at the same time to give him the right to raise his hand. There won't be any classes tomorrow on Sunday. Why don't you go back tomorrow? Lu Gan said. What? Is there something wrong with Uncle Lu? Tang Qing asked. Haha, there's nothing important. I just have to meet some suppliers of Mengyan Group in the evening. Last night, it was just the deputy managers and above of the group and the general managers and deputy general managers of each branch. I thought that Xiao Tang, you're usually bored in school, so it would be good to meet more people to gain experience. Lu Gan said with a smile. What he said was true. Now he has only one purpose, which is to make good friends with Tang Qing. It would be best to have more personal contact with Tang Qing. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a mess if the memories of the two of them only stay in exchanges. When he reaches his position, in addition to using interest to bind allies, he also needs to use some other thinking, and that is conspiracy. I have no problem, but I have to talk to my family first to see if it's okay. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said. Originally, he planned to accompany Lin Jiaxue over the weekend tomorrow, but after what happened with his second uncle, he really wanted to stay here for a few days to see the situation, but he had to go through his mother's test first. Do you want my help? Lu Gan said. He thought Tang Qing wanted to tell Qin Yugong that he didn't know the news about Tang's father and mother's arrival in Qingyan City. No, the reason I came out was to live my life for others. Did you betray the gang soon after you came out? Tang Qing said with a smile. Haha, that's okay. You can let me know in the afternoon. Liu Gan Laoket. Seeing that Tang Qing was unwilling to say anything, he didn't ask Tang Qing who this other person was. It was definitely not him anyway. No problem. Tang Qing agreed. P.S. Chapter 2 is coming. After Lu Gan and his party left, there were only 6 of them left in the entire large conference room. The extra person was the deputy financial director of Tianyin. He had been assigned to be stationed here permanently, so he rented a house nearby. With double subsidies from Tianyin Consulting and Mengyun Group, he basically spent nothing on food, accommodation, and transportation. After the stores of Shengtang Clothing are fully opened in the future, Tang Qing is also planning to issue a Shengtang shopping card during the holidays and other benefits, so as to save money and keep the wealth from going to outsiders. As a boss, he is very confident in the quality and style of the clothes produced by Shengtang. Naturally, he hopes that his employees will wear their own clothes. Of course, he would not be so stupid as to only issue shopping cards for Shengtang, just as one of the benefits. And now another option has been added, Mengyun Group's discount card. If Li Jiangguo had the ambition in his previous life to make the restaurant bigger and stronger, he could issue cards again, and several companies could issue cards to each other. Tang Qing felt more and more like a black-hearted boss. Since Dou Jiao would not work here in the future, Dou Jiao asked the group not to prepare an office for her. She had always worked here before and thought it was very spacious and had a good view. Little boss, did you just say you wanted to stay one more day? Dou Jiao raised her head and asked with a smile. She naturally overheard the conversation between Lu Qian and Tang Qing just now. Although the question he asked was a bit silly, there had to be a beginning when talking. Well, there will be a supplier's reception in the evening. Mr. Lu asked me to go and meet them, just to increase my experience. I think it's pretty good too. Tang Qing not that. He naturally knows Lu Qian's purpose. Meeting suppliers is fake, but having more contact with him is real. When he reaches Lu Qian's position, he will not do something for no reason. There must be some purpose. Well, it's always a good thing to get to know more people. Since you're not leaving today, why don't my sister take you around in the afternoon? After Dou Jiao finished speaking, she looked at Tang Qing expectantly. Naturally, she was tired of playing in the major scenic spots in the provincial capital and the surrounding scenic spots. Later, she didn't even leave the provincial capital, but Tang Qing had never been there. After finally coming, she also wanted to recommend the places she thought were good to Tang Qing, just like a child's treasure. Aren't you busy? Do you still have time to play with me? Tang Qing asked curiously, looking at the pile of information documents in front of Dou Jiao and the others. What's the point? It will be postponed for a day at worst. Our original job is to review and supervise, and we're not doing any specific things. There is no need to rush, Dou Jiao said with a smile. In front of Tang Qing, she had no sense of being a good, hard-working employee. Well, you'd better work hard. I have something else to do, Tang Qing said with a smile. Although Dou Jiao is right, all the most urgent work basically stops at the deputy director because he needs the fastest feedback. Then there is a group responsible for this matter, that is, those 2 employees and a few people from Qingyan City. Finally, it is Dou Jiao's organization, coordination, requesting instructions, etc., and it does not involve major decisions. Dou Jiao's work is indeed not that urgent. Black-hearted boss, Dou Jiao said disappointedly. She was not a messy person. She just rolled her eyes at Tang Qing with a look of resentment and continued to work hard. Tang Qing didn't dare to answer the call. He did have something to do, which was to think about his second uncle's affairs and wait for news from the robot so that he could respond at any time if something happened. Of course, another thing is to ask for leave from my mother. Tang Qing got up and came to the window and dialed Tang's mother's phone. Tang, are you back? Tang's mother asked first after the call was made. No, Mom, I have something to tell you. I may not be able to come back until tomorrow. That person insists on taking me around, Tang Qing said. Anyway, just throw the blame away. Mother Tang can't contact the non-existent big shot. Well, that's okay. I'll ask the teacher for leave tomorrow, Tang Mu said after hesitating. Since the other party wanted to stay, and it was only for one day, Tang Qing would be a bit disrespectful if he refused. In addition, she still owed that person hundreds of thousands, so Tang's mother couldn't say anything about the so-called shorthandedness. At the same time, she secretly decided to work hard to make money and pay back the money quickly. Now she had 230,000 yuan combined with the hotel's dividends. She only had to wait for 2 months for the hotel dividends to arrive, and she asked Tang Qing to pay them back immediately. She couldn't sleep well when she thought about the money she owed others. Mom, We won't have class tomorrow, Sunday. Tang Qing said again. Ah, that's it. I'm so confused. Those who do business only keep track of numbers, not the day of the week. You'll come back tomorrow afternoon, but you can't stay there too long. Be careful when you go out to play. Do you have enough money there? If not, I'll pay you a little. Don't spend other people's money outside. They have already helped us a lot. The so-called short-handed people. Don't you know when the time comes? We will have enough money in 2 months. Tang's mother warned again. In the previous life, Tang Qing might have been disgusted with this kind of nagging, but in this life it was very pleasant to hear, and only after losing it did he know how to cherish it. Tang Qing did not interrupt and listened to his mother's long list of instructions. He even heard his father's interruption on the phone before his mother stopped. I understand, Mom. I still have money here enough to spend. Don't worry. I won't take advantage of others. Tang Qing said. Well, that's good. You have 2 months to take the college entrance examination. Come back and study hard, okay? Tang's mother said. She never fails to study. Although her son's grades were good enough to get into any university, she couldn't let go as long as he didn't get into it. I know, Mom. Tang Qing responded. After saying a few words, Mrs. Tang hung up the phone. Next, Tang Qing stayed in the conference room with Do Jiao and the others throughout the morning. Do Jiao and 2 Tianyan employees were busy. Tang Qing and Sun Chao were drinking tea on the side. The deputy financial director was also helping out, running back and forth from time to coordinate some things. Of course, Tang Qing didn't forget to inform Lu Qian's family that they agreed to him staying 1 more day, as well as Qin Yugong. Although Tang's mother said she would tell her uncle, the call still had to be made. Naturally, it was Tang Qing's treat at noon, and Do Jiao chose the place. This time Do Jiao did not kill Tang Qing, but just found a larger hot pot restaurant nearby to have a meal. After that, Do Jiao did not go back to the hotel, but went directly to the company, while Tang Qing and Sun Chao returned to the hotel to rest. After giving Sun Chao a short break, Tang Qing entered his suite and locked the door. Combat Dispatch Center, Command Room. As soon as he entered the cylindrical command platform, Tang Qing asked, Tang, what happened to target number 17? Target number 17 was naturally his second Uncle Tang Kai. There were 15 people in the first batch of security plans, and they were numbered in sequence. Target number 16 was Lu Gan, but Lu Gan was not protected, but investigated. Since he was going to have in-depth cooperation in the future, he had to understand Lu Gan's great business clearly and asked Lu Gan directly. He believed that Lu Gan would also tell him, but he couldn't just listen to him. Back to the commander-in-chief, Target. Number 17 checked out of the hotel room this morning and changed to a small hotel, room 307 of the Buyun Hotel on the street behind him. After that, the target went to a restaurant and met 2 people. There is no information about them in the information database. The content of the conversation was ominous. His subordinates have sent a person to follow him. I picked up 2 people, but I haven't found their whereabouts so far, so I can't get their identity information. At the same time, while the target was out for lunch, I sent someone to put eavesdropping equipment in his room and also put a micro-signal transmitter on him, Tang, he said seriously. Well, continue to monitor. If there is any news, let me know by phone. Tang Qing nodded and said, Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. Now there are more and more characters on the scene, and things are getting more and more complicated. Tang Qing is afraid that he will not have enough manpower, so he exchanges for 4 more second-level warriors and 2 analysts, and sends them out to support the 2 robots outside. Now that the second uncle is alone, he is worried. P.S. The last time I mentioned it, many people are probably dissatisfied with the fact that the protagonist always calls him uncle or sister. I can only say that it's my fault. The writing makes you want to skip reading. I have explained this several times in the article. After reading the novel for so many years, the author has become more and more disgusted with the plot of trying to show off status and prestige when you stand up. Respect each other. Have a relationship when you need to. And there's no harm in being sweet. This society is very cruel. But no matter what level you are at, you need to respect some people. Some have a higher status than you. Some have a lower status than you. And some even have no status. But you must give respect. Otherwise, unless you have a great background and a strong family background, the road will really become narrower and narrower. Many readers don't understand why the protagonist, a reborn person, has a psychological age of almost 30 and still likes to call people sister. It doesn't look like an adult at all. Haha. As I said in the article, firstly, the age is there, and secondly, this comparison is boring. The overbearing president is really not fun, and the author is tired of it. The above nonsense is free. If you don't like it, please don't touch it. Tang Qing didn't step out of the room the entire afternoon. He kept waiting for news in the hotel, flipping through the TV stations in boredom, not caring about what was on them. At this moment, he suddenly felt like the analysts in the command room, ready to deal with various emergencies at any time. However, those intelligence analysts would not have any emotions such as worry. They only knew that after encountering a problem, they would follow the established procedures and Tang Yi's command to solve the problem. But Tang Qing has feelings, and Tang Kai is his relative. Worry, curiosity, and entanglement are all mixed together. It really feels like fucked up, but who calls the other person his second uncle? What can he do about this connection rooted in blood? It is difficult not to pay attention to it. No useful information was heard from a bug. His second uncle was the same as him. He had not left the house since returning to the hotel in the afternoon. According to the feedback from the command room, the only sound in the room was the sound of his second uncle smoking and not a single extra word. Tang Qing also became more and more anxious as he waited. He couldn't figure out what his second uncle wanted to do. What does it do? And he doesn't have much time in the provincial capital. Damn it. We can't arrest the second uncle and torture him. Although he is not that crazy yet, he is worried in his heart. It seems that just in case, he has to leave the teleportation node here for ready support. Of course, this kind of support can only send people here, because the system only saves the relative spatial coordinates of the place where he enters the service center. If he appears in the provincial capital again, his saved coordinates will be moved to the provincial capital. Once he comes, he can only take the car back. Rigid system. Damn settings. Tang Qing drew a big circle on the system's head again. So this complicated psychology tortured him all afternoon, until Sun Chao came back from shopping. Sun Chao knew that Tang Qing was also a foodie, so he took this little vacation to buy a lot of snacks and came to Tang Qing's suite to eat together. 6 p.m. Tang Qing and his party went out for a banquet. This time there were only 3 people, Tang Qing, Do Jiao, and Sun Chao. Originally, Do Jiao didn't need to go. After all, last night was equivalent to an internal party of the company, so Do Jiao naturally had to attend. However, this time it was a channel and business banquet, which had nothing to do with her. However, she finally met Tang Qing, and Do Jiao followed like a little follower because she was afraid that he would drink too much. Well, this reason made Tang Qing so touched. This banquet was still held at the same place as yesterday. Thinking about it, it was originally Lu Gan's treat. There was no way to enjoy the benefits of eating out at your own hotel. But there weren't too many people here this time. There were only 2 tables. There's a table of supplier representatives and a table of people they bring. Some of the representatives are the boss himself. Some are sales managers, deputy managers, etc., with various titles. In fact, Lu Qian didn't know these people. It was the first time he met them. But with the former president and current vice president of Mengyun Group leading them, there was no need to worry. After introducing each other, they took their seats one by one. The various suppliers below also looked at Tang Qing in surprise. They more or less understood the inside story of this acquisition and knew that Tang Qing directly spent 100 million in cash. Fortunately for Lu Gan, he is recognized as a rich man, so it is not surprising that he is rich. The key is Tang Qing, who was pushed to the front at such a young age. They all couldn't help but wonder which family's naughty child this was. Adults were so used to it. They were really rich, and being rich meant being powerful. Being able to spend 100 million yuan to build a family for a child would definitely be a towering tree. Therefore, the eyes looking at Tang Qing had the intention to please. This time, the owners of Mengyun Group were replaced by 2 people with powerful eyes and hands. They were a little excited and worried for a while. They were excited because the bigger minion group got bigger, the more money they would make. But they were worried because dealing with such powerful people was not as easy as before. In the past, they could still play tricks and take advantage of them, but from now on, we can only restrain ourselves first and look at the situation. However, Tang Qing did not pay attention to this, but frowned and thought about something, because he actually saw an acquaintance among this group of people, Wei Jun, who he saved last time. At this time, Wei Jun was dealing with the toast from the bosses around him, and his expression was a bit forced to smile. He even saw the old man following Wei Jun at the nearby table. Logically speaking, in such a dark night, even with a low-light scope, he couldn't see the specific appearance of the two people, but Tang Qing remembered the voices. Now the sounds and names are matched. Uncle Lu, what is the origin of Mr. Wei? Tang Qing asked Lu Qian in a low voice. Last time he heard only a few simple conversations between Wei Jun and the bad guy at the steel factory, which did not involve much personal information about Wei Jun. Apart from his name and the number of family members, he knew almost nothing about Wei Jun. I heard that their family used to be the leader of a small foreign armed force. They were engaged in jade, jewelry, gold, medicinal materials, and other businesses. They were very large and had business dealings with almost all the big jewelers in the country. I just heard that they were kicked out recently. Last month, his father he was killed by gangsters, so he now takes the lead. With his long-term business relationship there, he also started a second-tier jade and jewelry business. I also heard that he is planning to open a jewelry company in the near future. Maybe we will still be competitors in the future. Lugan came over and said slowly, "Well, then he's quite miserable," Tang Qing said thoughtfully. It seems that although Wei Jun was saved by him last time, something happened to his father. He just didn't know whether he died in the hands of Wei Jun's younger brother or in the hands of a group of smugglers who were blinded by money. Looking at Wei Jun's current situation, the money was not taken by the gangsters. Otherwise, Wei Jun would not have the money to make a comeback. Isn't it? But even so, people like this are very dangerous. I heard that their family used to have hundreds of people under their command, all of whom had guns. Although something happened to his family now, your uncle and I are also a little afraid of him. Lugan said in a low voice. Haha. Uncle Lu, are you too careful? Now he has started a legitimate business and doesn't have many subordinates. He still has them in China. There is nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that Lu Qian's meaning was unclear, Tang Qing asked very cooperatively. There is no way. Although their family's territory is gone, many of their subordinates are still alive. As long as he is willing, he can find his old subordinates at any time to form a considerable strength. Your uncle and I are not stupid and bold, and I will have concerns when dealing with such people. Lugan added. In front of Tang Qing, he made no secret of his cowardice, and the pretense depended on the target. No matter how rich he was, he would still be afraid of the power of the Wei family before. Well, that's right. Tang Qing nodded and said. When he saw Wei Jun again, Tang Qing didn't intend to have much interaction with him. After all, he wanted people, money, and guns, and Wei Jun had nothing for him to do. The most important thing was that he really didn't want to get involved in Wei Jun's complicated background and experiences, lest he drag himself into the water. Because people with sensitive identities like Wei Jun are the focus of attention in China, and every move is noticed and recorded. If he gets too close to Wei Jun and the other party turns the target on him, he'll be wronged. If he has all kinds of abnormalities during this period, if he wants to check them accurately, even Lugan will probably sell himself out by then. No, this is not an estimate, but it will definitely sell him. After all, who dares to go against the country? To put it bluntly, Wei Jun is a pit, a deep pit that may bury him. Thinking of this, Tang Qing also became a little afraid of Wei Jun, the sweeping star, so throughout the dinner, he was basically polite in toasting and flirting with Wei Jun, keeping a certain distance. Lugan was also surprised by Tang Qing's completely different attitude towards Wei Jun and others. This was not Tang Qing, who was usually modest and cautious and respected everyone. However, the next moment Lugan automatically thought that Tang Qing was still young and was afraid of former lawless elements like Wei Jun, I forgot he was still a child. Lu Qin chuckled secretly in his heart. P.S. Thank you to readers 1738, Xian Li Sang, Bian Binking, Crystal Palace Cause and Effect, Tianqing Xinjun for their monthly votes, as well as the reward from Gungun Hongshan 516 and other friend for their recommendation votes. Thank you for your support. Special thanks to the helmsman for the great reward. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't pay much attention to him, Wei Jun, like Lu Gan, thought that Tang Qing was young and scared after knowing his previous identity and background. Think about it. Although the vast majority of young people like exciting, hot-blooded, and fighting, there are still many people who don't like it, especially if the family can entrust such an important business to a child like Tang Qing. In terms of personality, Tang Qing will definitely not be the second best. Thinking of this, Wei Jun could only smile bitterly to himself. Since his father's death last month, he also understood that he could only rely on himself in the future. No one could protect him from the wind and rain, and no one could tolerate his willfulness. And his unrelated cousin was also found dead with his father. According to the police, his father committed suicide, and the cousin was probably solved by the group of gangsters who thought it was useless and leaked the news. Therefore, the deposit of $50 million was naturally still in his hands. Although he had a huge sum of money, he did not want to sit back and rest in vain. In order not to disappoint his father who was alive in heaven, he decided to revive their Wei family. Therefore, in order to gain a foothold in the country in the future, Nian Weijun actively expanded and deepened his relationships with all aspects of the country. However, the results were minimal. Not only Tang Qing and Lu Gan, many of his former business partners were cautious and did not dare to have deep friendships with him. He naturally understands the concerns of those bosses, because that group of jewelry merchants will have to deal with the force that occupied Wei Jun's family's territory and replace their business in the future. Not to mention that their business may be choked by that force. What worries them most is that the armed force will implicate Wei Junxiu in settling accounts, because judging from his performance, he is really a moody lunatic. In just over a month, he killed hundreds of innocent people under his rule. If the lunatic was unhappy, he would probably count them all in, which would be unjust. Therefore, during this period of time, Wei Jun visited and moved around the country. Although there were many people who were willing to do business with him, no one dared to get too close for fear of getting into trouble. Seeing that Tang Qing looked at Wei Jun with a very unnatural look, Dou Jiao came over and asked in a low voice, "Brother Tang, why are you so unkind to Wei Jun? Have you ever had any issues with him before?" Tang Qing said with a smile, "Not really. I just heard from Mr. Liu that Mr. Wei will open a jewelry company and he will be a competitor with us in the future." He did not dare to tell Dou Jiao about Wei Jun's previous identity, lest Dou Jiao ask questions, and it is not a good thing to have one more person to worry about. "That's it." Dou Jiao nodded thoughtfully, but her face looked like "why don't I believe you?" expression, although she was extremely curious. But seeing that Tang Qing was unwilling to say anything, she didn't ask any more questions. If she asked Lu Qin again in the future, she would naturally not like to see people who Fangzheng Tang Qing didn't want to see. Lu Gan didn't dare to see people Dou Jiao didn't want to see, and many people didn't dare to see people Lu Gan didn't want to see. So Wei Jun pitifully became a lonely man. Looking at Wei Jun's pitiful look, if Tang Qing hadn't known that Wei Jun was a broom star who could harm himself, he would have sympathized with him. But now, come on, you are as far away from me as this giant Buddha, and we can't afford to offend him. After the dinner, Tang Qing and his party returned to the hotel. Before leaving, Lu Gan also said that he would invite Tang Qing's family to his home for dinner at the end of this month. At this point, Lu Gan felt a little embarrassed. He had said he wanted to treat him a year ago, but it was delayed until after the new year. This kind of bad faith is very fatal for a businessman, but there were too many things before and after the year. Tang Qing also expressed his understanding of this. How could Lu Gan be short of the meal money? Not to mention that he was already the boss and had a lot of things to do, not to mention Lu Gan, a person who likes to do things himself. Most of the time, it is not just people who are busy, but also their brains. After washing, Tang Qing stood by the window of the suite, looking at the prosperous lights outside, frowning, naturally thinking about Tang Kai. He will leave tomorrow, but there has been no movement from the second uncle so far, and no useful information has been obtained. It seems that only one transmission node can be left here. The transmission node is originally connected to the transmission area of the dispatch center, so the system can be recycled at any time, anywhere. To put it bluntly, if you need it, you can recycle the black ball of the teleportation node in the provincial capital at any time, which is very convenient, but once it is recovered, you can only send someone to drive it over. Ding ding. A phone rang, interrupting Tang Qing's thoughts. He quickly took out his phone, but when he saw it was not his own phone ringing, well, he forgot for a moment that his phone ringtone has always been this, which coincides with the landline ringtone. He has never changed it. He was laughed at by everyone who heard his ringtone before, but he didn't change it. We are dedicated people. Why should we use the same ringtone as others? As long as we like it. If an ordinary person uses this kind of ringtone, it is called old-fashioned. But if the head of a country or the world's richest man uses this kind of ringtone, it is called nostalgia and personality, and even leads the fashion again. This is the reality. What you use does not matter. What you are is the most important. Tang Qing hurriedly walked to the hotel's landline, picked up the phone, and said, "Hello. Who is this?" "Sir, do you need a girl?" A delicate voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Qing heard the black thread in his head and said helplessly, "Sister Jiao Jiao, that's enough. If you have anything to do, you won't call me, but you will call me on the landline." Yes, the other side is Do Jiao. Although Do Jiao speaks with a pinched voice, who is Tang Qing? Her voice can change, but her habits and original voice are not easy to change. Do Jiao is not a voice actress, so it is not difficult to hear it. Okay. The above is what Tang Qing pretended to compare. The real situation was that he saw that the phone number on the landline was called from Do Jiao. "How do you know?" Do Jiao said in surprise. "I will naturally remember Sister Jiao Jiao's voice in my heart and dare not forget it." Tang Qing complimented, without saying anything disappointing like, "Your phone number betrayed you." My phone ran out of battery just while playing music. The little boss is so nice that he actually listened to my voice," Do Jiao said with a smile, but before she finished speaking, she immediately realized that although she was not using her phone, she was holding the hotel's landline. Tang Qing was not blind, so he must have been able to see the number. "Little boss, if you dare to play tricks on me, tell me, did you read the phone number?" Do Jiao said arrogantly. "No way. Everything my little brother said is true. If there are lies, come and scratch me. But it's so late, and you just say something is wrong." Tang Qing said, refusing to admit it. Although she knew that Tang Qing was coaxing her, Do Jiao was not stupid enough to find out the truth and said, "It's nothing. I just forgot to ask, will you leave in the morning or afternoon tomorrow? Is there any difference?" Tang Qing asked. "Yes, if you leave in the morning, I will go to the group office. If you leave in the afternoon, I will take another half day off to accompany you." Do Jiao said, "You are looking for an excuse to miss work again." Tang Qing said, helplessly, "How could it be possible? You are the boss. If you don't pay the absenteeism due to your absence, this is also a kind of job." Do Jiao said with a smile, "Okay, you win. I'll be back in the afternoon, and I'm going to buy something in the morning." Tang Qing said truthfully. When Do Jiao heard about shopping, she immediately said excitedly, "What do you want to buy?" "I haven't gone shopping for a long time. I finally came to the provincial capital to buy something for my cousin and the others." Tang Qing said. Before he came, he was forced to agree to Qin Shichi that she would buy something for him to take back. She didn't say what it was. Anyway, she had to be satisfied. For this satisfaction, Tang Qing naturally knew how to do it, as long as it was expensive. Of course, he would charge the cost this time to the big shot. Anyway, he had a shield, and the reason was easy to find. "By the way, I also want to buy some for my uncle and mother. I finally caught the opportunity to spend money, but I can't waste it." "Hey, okay, I'll check it out for you when the time comes. I also want to buy something, by the way." Do Jiao said happily. "Okay, you go to bed early." Tang Qing said with a smile. "Well, good night." Do Jiao said. "P.S. Thank you to reader 141009 for the great prize. Thank you for your support. Tang Qing hung up the phone and was about to take a shower, but then the phone rang again. Ding, ding, ding. The same ringtone, but this time it was a cell phone ringing. Tang Qing took out his phone and saw it was a familiar number, a number from Qingyan City. This was a robot that he had previously redeemed specifically as a customer service. In order to avoid the emergency, the robots that were performing tasks did not have the time or conditions to notify him. So he specifically exchanged it for a basic intelligence analyst to sit in Qingyan City as a bridge between him and the command room. What's the matter? Tang Qing pressed the answer button and asked directly. The level of events that allowed the robot to call him were all relatively high. At least they were things he had specifically ordered. Because this robot was responsible for the overall coordination work outside, it was not necessarily the second uncle's business, so he was not in a hurry to enter the command room. Report to number 0 and target number 17. He met the two people at the hotel at noon. A female voice came from the opposite side, speaking concisely. That's right, that customer service robot is female, because Tang Qing thinks female voices sound better, and aren't all customer service staff female? Now the command room is full of men. In order to make it less monotonous, he plans to exchange for more female robots in the future. Number 0 is naturally what the robots outside call him. Calling him Commander-in-Chief is a bit cliquey and can easily lead to misunderstandings. When Tang Qing heard the news from his second uncle, he immediately became anxious and said, I know, I'll go into the command room right away. After that, he hung up the phone and walked to the command platform. Combat Dispatch Center, command room. Tang, how is target 17? Tang Qing asked Tang anxiously as soon as he appeared. Commander, 1 minute ago, the two people whom target number 17 met at noon came to the target room. The audio information has been synchronized and saved. Do you want to check immediately? Tang said with a salute. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing hurriedly said, Turn it out. Let me hear what they said. Yes. After finishing speaking, Tang pulled up the audio information from the meeting of several people in the room. Not only the sound, but also the synchronized text on the projection screen, it was clear at a glance that the waiter was naturally doing this work, while the analysts were doing logical proofreading. Information that analysts cross-judged to be insignificant was automatically filtered. Xiaojun, I have already contacted you. There should be no problem with your jewelry company supply. Plus some of the suppliers you have contacted before. It should be enough to last for a long time. Tang Kai said, Thank you, Uncle Tang, for asking you to come over in person. The visitor thanked him. How could I forget that you and your father took such good care of me back then? Now that Brother Xiong has passed away, I, Tang Zikai, am not an ungrateful person. I just hope that you can cheer up. I have watched you grow up. Like your father, I also hope that you can do something great. Tang Kai said sincerely. Yes, Uncle Tang, I won't say more. Just keep it in mind, I won't let you down. The man said firmly with a slight cry in his tone. By the way, Xiao Kai, why don't you return to China to develop? I heard that you still have many relatives in the country. At this time, another voice sounded, an old man's voice. Yeah, it's just don't tell them. I don't want to cause trouble for them. I used to offend people I couldn't afford to offend, but now I'm being targeted by a group of people. I don't dare to harm my family. Tang Kai said with a bitter smile. Hearing the conversation between the people inside, Tang Qing frowned even more because the two people his second uncle met turned out to be Wei Jun and the old man named Wang. What's wrong with this? He had just decided not to have any close interaction with Wei Jun, and in the blink of an eye, his second uncle had a relationship with him. From the content of the conversation, it could be heard that it was not an ordinary relationship, but one that could take risks and provide help in times of need. Depend on how to play this. If you accidentally involve yourself, you will be in big trouble. Moreover, the second uncle also said that there is someone he can't afford to offend, and now someone is targeting him. The situation is getting more and more complicated. Burn your brain and continue listening. At this time, due to the waiter's handling of the free time in the middle, he is basically monitoring synchronously. Targeting? Who is it? Is it them? Wei Jun asked in surprise, and at the same time his heart was shocked. His first reaction was that Tang Kai was retaliated by the group who robbed his own chassis. No, I'm not worthy of them to deal with it yet. A local jewelry company is jealous of my business and wants to buy it at a low price. But how could I agree? It's my life's hard work, and there are so many people who follow me to earn a living, especially when I collect the group of orphans I raised have lost the profitability of the company. No matter how much money I have, I can't just sit back and let it go. But the company is relatively powerful in the local area, and I'm a little overwhelmed. In order not to attract so much attention, I didn't even bring a bodyguard with me when I returned home this time. Tang Kai shook his head and sighed. Uncle Tang, do you want to help? Although our family has lost its territory, there are still many people who are loyal to our family. Wei Jun said quickly. His intention was very clear. Do you want me to help kill him? Although he has returned to China, some of his bandit spirit has not been eliminated. If he were an ordinary person, he might be too polite to say that, but Tang Kai took the risk to help him, and he was a good friend of his for many years. In his opinion, as long as he was truly one of his own, it was worth helping. When they left, many close friends in the family were taken to relatively safe places by them, and a lot of money was given to them. Like Tang Kai, who had adopted many orphans, his father had also been charitable and helped too many people over the years. So Wei Jun believed that as long as he was willing, there were still many people who had been favored by their family who were willing to do such dirty work. No, you can help for a while, but you can't help forever. Without this wolf, another wolf may arise to covet my property. Let me see first. If it doesn't work, I will sell the company. I haven't been back for so long. I wonder how my parents are doing at home. Tang Kai refused. Although he said this, in his heart he wanted to take this opportunity to come back and see his relatives at home, because even if he sold the jewelry company, he didn't know if that person would let him come back alive. Otherwise, Wei Jun's matter would only be a matter of phone calls, and there would be no need for him to make a trip in person. That's true, but Uncle Tang must speak up if something happens. Wei Jun nodded. In fact, he had heard about Tang Kai's situation for a long time. Tang Kai opened a relatively large jewelry company in Bangkok and got a lot of supplies from them. So he knew that someone was interested in Tang Kai's company a long time ago. That person was another local gangster with a black background. In the past, due to the intimidation of the Wei family and the fact that the gangster also got a lot of jade and jewelry from the Wei family, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. However, now that his family's power has collapsed, Tang Kai has naturally turned into a piece of fat without his protection. Okay, you must pay attention to safety in the future. If they come to the country to find you, you will be in trouble. Tang Kai warned. Uncle Tang, don't worry, this is our motherland. They don't dare to act wild, and I won't let them succeed. I'll find more bodyguards then. Wei Jun sneered. It's enough to fall down once, but he won't fall down a second time. Bodyguards are only part of it, and he also has backup plans. That's good. I'm going back to my hometown in a few days to meet my relatives, and then I'll go back to Bangkok. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Tang Kai sighed. Okay, Uncle Tang, let's leave first. Take care of yourself. If the jewelry company's affairs are really uncontrollable, it's important to save your life first, Wei Jun said. I understand. Xiaojun and Uncle Wang walked slowly. Tang Kai responded. After Wei and Jun left, the second uncle's room fell into silence again, leaving only the sound of Tang Kai smoking, one after another. At this time, Tang Qing was also sitting on the chair staring at the huge projection screen in front of him and was stunned. The amount of information he had just obtained was really quite a lot. Firstly, he understood the occupation of his second uncle. Secondly, he knew why his second uncle left back then. Thirdly, he also knew why his second uncle left in a hurry after meeting him once in his previous life. Fourthly, it was after his second uncle left. Probably dead. P.S. Chapter 2. 5 minutes later, an incident analysis report appeared in Tang Qing's hand. This report is naturally an electronic version, and the paperless office is implemented very thoroughly here. Tang Qing also had concerns before because it would be outside. No matter how advanced the technology is in a country or a special institution with strict defenses, a lot of important intelligence and data are kept and backed up on paper to avoid machine failures or hacker intrusions to cause too much damage. In Tang Qing's view, no matter how advanced the waiter is, it is just a machine, a semi-disabled machine, and it will break down. It would be tragic if it were to be restored to factory settings. He had told the system about his worries before, but the system told him that these data were not only backed up by the waiter, but also in the unopened main control program of the Comprehensive Service Center and in the system itself. Well, he was reassured when he heard that the system itself had backups. He didn't believe in the two main control programs, but he couldn't help but believe in the system. After all, if the system was destroyed, he probably wouldn't even be able to get in here, and those backups would be meaningless. Tang Qing sat on the chair and browsed through the entire analysis report on the projection. This report not only details all the contents of the conversation between the few people just now, but also contains the logical inferences of the group of analysts. The customer service robot outside has even found the name of the second uncle's company and the company that covets the second uncle's industry. However, the information is not complete yet. The customer service robot is still constantly searching the internet, including the history, news, current situation, business, and so on of the two companies. Just looking at this report, Tang Qing had more doubts in his mind. There is no doubt about the basic information and logical inferences in the reports of this group of analysts. You can know most of them from the conversation just now, and it is basically no different from what you think. But what troubled him the most was the security recommendations given by the analysts at the end. In general, analysts gave 3 suggestions. 1. In order to better protect the target, it is recommended to limit the target's activity range and not appear in uncontrollable dangerous areas. 2. If the scope of the target's activities cannot be restricted, and based on the security situation and environment of the target's frequent activity area, it is recommended to send 2 people to protect the target in the open and 3 people to hold guns secretly. 3. If the relative security of the target's frequent activity areas cannot be guaranteed, it is recommended to clear all known threats in the target activity area at the same time. The threat target has been identified. The number of people is 6. The task file has been completed, and the task has not been completed and is waiting to be assigned. Looking at the analyst's conclusions and suggestions, Tang Qing was confused. In general, either restrict the second uncle's actions or directly eliminate the threat, because the second and third items are actually the same. Tang Qing was speechless at the first suggestion. Damn, how do you ask me to restrict my second uncle's activities? I can't arrest him, right? Isn't that nonsense? The second suggestion is more expensive. It is naturally impossible to use a robot worth 1 million yuan to protect one's own relatives. The role of that kind of robot is basically positioned as logistic support or vehicle driving duties in the later period, which is not suitable for frontline combat. In terms of second-level fighters, 5 bodyguards are worth 10 million yuan, and these bodyguards are supported by at least 1 intelligence analyst, which is 12 million yuan. In addition to the activity funds, well, nearly 15 million yuan is just gone. Compared with the security expenses of relatives in China, it is 3 times higher. What a luxury! The third suggestion is simple. Compared with ordinary people, each of these second-level warriors is a harvester of life, a pure killing machine. It is economical and affordable to send just 1 person there. Tang Qing is also more inclined to the third one, but he has not yet understood the situation, and it is not easy to act rashly. It is impossible to imprison the second uncle now. It seems that in order to save money, he has to go out and try his best to persuade the second uncle to return to the country for development. If he really can't persuade him to come back, then the money will have to be spent. As for the enemies of the second uncle at home and abroad, we will ask later. Those abroad have basically been sentenced to death by Tang Qing. Second Uncle Tang, Kai, probably died in their hands in the previous life. Naturally, he will not let them go and strike first to gain advantage. The enemy in the country doesn't know what's going on, but Tang Qing is not completely unreasonable. If his second uncle is unreasonable, he can just find a way to complete whatever compensation the other party wants. But no matter who it is, Tang Kai is his second uncle at all times. If the other party dares to mess around, he can only send them to heaven. Just when Tang Qing had made the decision to go and talk to his second uncle, an emergency happened again. Tang Yi suddenly said, "Commander, it's an emergency. Someone is following target number 17. Tang Qing stood up immediately when he heard someone was following his second uncle. It was really an exciting night. Just when he thought it was over, another incident happened. So he asked Tang, "Is someone following? Call me out and take a look." Tang Yi then called up the surveillance camera, and the visual images of the two robots were displayed on the large projector. The picture was very clear, and it was not like the weak viewing angle of the human eye, but everything within the full range of viewing angles. From one viewing angle, it was a van with two people sitting on the front and passengers smoking cigarettes. From the other viewing angle, there were three people sneaking around and staring at the hotel entrance. The five people were all marked with a red outline by the waiter, which was extremely conspicuous. At the same time, all information about the five people was being collected, including height, body shape, appearance, brand of clothes they wore, what kind of cigarettes they smoked, data on their movement habits, whether they had guns, and a lot of predictions about their combat effectiveness. Although Tang Qing didn't know what the use of collecting this information was, it looked pretty good, but there was no name. "When did these people come?" Tang Qing asked. "Coming back to the commander, this car parked here 10 minutes ago." The three of them got out of the car and wandered in front of the hotel. Because they could not confirm whether the other party would pose a threat to the target, they were only used as key surveillance targets. So 5 minutes ago, a soldier placed a micro bug in the car. After listening to the other party mentioning the name of target number 17 half a minute ago, it was immediately upgraded to an emergency incident, Tang Yi said. After hearing this, Tang Qing lowered his head and thought for a moment and said, "Then let's just wait and see what their purpose is. Protect the target first. I'll send a few people out later." It seems that things are getting more and more complicated. It was a sleepless night. If he hadn't accidentally discovered his second uncle, it was very likely that his second uncle wouldn't be able to survive this month due to the butterfly effect. It was true. Fortunately, we are pig feet. Tangy, just keep a close eye here. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Tang Qing ordered. He didn't say anything about shooting in emergencies. He didn't need to give orders, because if these relatives who were listed as first-level security targets encountered life or a high probability of life threat, the robots would take action without hesitation. Understood, Commander, Tang Yi said. However, within a second, the emergency sign appeared on the big screen. Tang Yi took a look and turned around and said, "Commander, the bug in the car received the message. The purpose of those 5 people is to kidnap target number 17. Please give me instructions." Tang Yi, what do you think we should do? Tang Qing couldn't make up his mind for a moment. This was the first time he encountered this situation. If there was no one around, he would just say, "Do it, arrest them all." But now there were a lot of people around the hotel, so he simply asked the experts on the side directly. "My subordinates suggest arresting him for interrogation," Tang Yi said without thinking. Simple and crude. This is Tang Qing's only feeling, but he likes it very much. Isn't it too obvious? There are many people around. Tang Qing worried. It's not too late now. There are still many pedestrians. If we go directly to arrest people and take them away, there won't be an uproar. Don't worry, Commander. We have a complete arrest plan. Due to insufficient equipment, we can attack when they are ready to take action, and there is no surveillance in the hotel. Tang Yi said, "Well, then you should act when the time comes, and try not to let others notice." Tang Qing nodded and said, "I understand, Commander." Tang Yi said, "P.S. Thank you to the readers who love you so much and are so bored that you come here to reward me. Thank you for your support." In order to ensure everything was foolproof, Tang Qing exchanged 2 more robots for going out. There were 6 before. One of them was sent to follow Wei Jun, and the other 2, which meant that for these 5 kidnappers, there were now as many as 7 people around his second uncle. Damn it, plus 2 logistics analysts and equipment. The total is more than 18 million yuan. It is not just a luxury, it is simply a luxury. Although Tang Qing also feels that he is a little too cautious and thinks too highly of them, but still, just in case. At this moment, he felt like he was recruiting someone to reimburse him. Hey, this is a good idea. He hoped that the person behind the scenes had some strength and could blackmail him. He also wanted to be a robber for a while and eat some night grass. Except for the two outside who were responsible for guarding and monitoring the van, the other 5 bodyguards had already entered the hotel. 2 were in the corridor and 3 were in the room. The rooms next to the second uncle and opposite were already occupied, but as long as they were on the first floor, it made no difference to the bodyguards. And it is estimated that these kidnappers are also amateurs. They're always guarding the door. If you use your brain a little bit, you could get a room in a hotel. You are ignorant and a pig opponent. This is Tang Qing's evaluation of them. I really don't know if he is crazy for sending so many robots for these guys. However, more than half an hour later, it was almost 11 o'clock and there was no movement among the group of people. There were fewer and fewer people on the street, and the hotel owner also began to doze off. Tang Qing also sat bored in the command room in a daze. At 11:10, the second uncle was already asleep. Although he couldn't see it, the guys in the command room were all professionals. In addition, with the waiter's data support, they could also judge whether a person was asleep, whether he was pretending to sleep or really sleeping based on his breathing. The waiting is really tiring. You should hurry up and do it. Although we are not sleepy, the waiting is still tiring. Tang Qing complained silently. At 11:30, Tang Qing got bored and took a bag of melon seeds from the hotel and started cracking them in the command room. He carefully put away the melon seed shells, lest he left, and the system frantically deducted 1,000,000 yuan in custody fees from him. That would be such nonsense. A bag of melon seeds cost 1,000,000 yuan. Damn, he couldn't afford it. Commander, they are ready to take action. Tang Yi's voice suddenly came to mind, which made Tang Qing perk up. He finally took action. This was a downwind situation. There were robots in the group of guys who couldn't even touch the door of his second uncle's room, so there was no need to worry. Tang Qing quickly walked to the projection and looked at the 2 images. Only one person in the van was seen staying in the car. The man in the passenger seat took out a pistol from somewhere, put it on his waist, and walked toward the hotel. Although Tang Qing was surprised when he saw the other party had a gun, it was just for a moment. What could a broken gun do? Not to mention that all the robots he sent out had guns. Even without guns, these guys who looked like amateurs at first sight would not be able to defeat any robot. After reaching the second level, the prediction and reaction capabilities that are so much beyond ordinary people can make ordinary people despair. The most important thing is the support of those robots and the waiters. What is supported? Ballistic calculations and attack predictions are just like the doctor in Resident Evil 6. Under the behavioral calculations of Xiao Er's supercomputer of unknown level, these people are all scum. Normally, this group of robots would not use this kind of service because they need to make a necessary application to the waiter, but this application happens within milliseconds. Just like the 2 robots who fought Tang Qing before, there was no necessary reason. Without Tang Qing's approval, the 2 of them in the command room would not have been able to apply for the waiter's behavioral calculation support. When Tang Qing first knew about this thing, he specifically asked the waiter to open this calculation function for the 2 robots. Good guy, I will cry if I talk about it too much. He was severely tortured by the 2 of them. He was no match at all. He even had negligible resistance. He was so beaten at that time. In the end, he learned that his behavior and attack methods already existed in Xiao Er's database. With his expression and movement, the robot immediately knew how to respond. This was also the worst defeat he had ever had in a fight with those 2 robots. The most awesome thing is that without the support of calculation, he can use the pistol to beat the 2 robots who are struggling to dodge. But with the support of the calculation of the waiter, Neo, especially when he reduces the speed to the limit of the first-level gene lock, it is really difficult to hit them with a pistol unless there are many people or shooting with AK. Now, with those minions with body statistics far below 100, the robots are just like torturing chickens. And they won't even get a chance to use a gun. Back to business. After the 4 people met, they all walked into the hotel. The middle-aged boss at the front desk looked unhappy when he saw the 4 people walking in. He also felt nervous. Could it be that they were here to rob someone late at night? However, this thought just passed through my mind. I thought that he has been running a hotel for so many years, and he has never encountered such a robbery. It seems that I am too worried. MMP. Just as the boss gave up his suspicion, a gun was put to his head. Suddenly the boss became confused and twitched at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, empiricism kills people. Brothers, please spare your lives. You want money, right? I'll give it. The middle-aged boss said tremblingly in a cold sweat. Bugs were placed in the main locations of the entire hotel. Tang Qing and the others could naturally hear the sound, and coupled with the perspective of the robot opposite, they could see very clearly. Give me the key to room 307. The man with the gun said coldly. Yes. I'll look for it for you. The boss hurriedly opened the drawer and rummaged for the keys, compromising without moral integrity. There was no other way. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. Within a few seconds, the boss handed over a key with trembling hands. It was a small hotel, and it had not yet reached the card era. As for whether giving him the key will cause trouble, he has so much control now. If he doesn't give it to him, he will be in trouble. There is no surveillance here anyway. The gunman snatched it away and said with a sneer, "You know what's going on? Remember, nothing happened today. Third brother, you watch him here while we go arrest him." "Yes, boss," one of the thin men said. Well, after hearing this, Tang Qing is completely sure that this group of people are definitely amateurs. If you arrest someone and do this, you are really looking down on you. After speaking, the boss took the remaining 3 people up the stairs to the 3rd floor. But when he reached the 3rd floor, the boss stopped and looked at the dimly lit corridor. For some reason, he felt a palpitation in his heart, as if this corridor was going to bite people. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" one of them said. It's nothing," the boss said after coming back to his senses, thinking that it must be an illusion. But no matter what, the commission after doing this is 100,000, which is enough for him to live happily for a long time. Seeing that the boss said something unclear and harsh, the other 2 didn't ask much. They were working on something now, so it was better to keep the nonsense to a minimum to avoid being scolded. After the boss finished speaking, he walked towards room 307. However, he didn't notice that 2 people appeared, quietly behind him. Both robots came down from upstairs. One of them glanced at the 3 of them and walked directly downstairs. Squeak! A door opening sounded from the right front of the boss, startling several people. The boss hurriedly hid the gun behind him, and the other 2 people also tensed their bodies and looked at the door. The door of room 303 opened, and a big man who looked very strange walked out, staring at them coldly. The boss did not dare to say anything for a while, stopped, and waited for the man to leave. Several people looked at each other for 2 seconds, and the boss seemed to suddenly react and said with a smile on his face, "Brother, I'm sorry. I'm blocking your way. Please go first." After saying that, he gave way, thinking that the other party was going downstairs. The bodyguard also smiled when he saw this. This kind of person with a very low threat level is simply a small butterfly. Seeing the weird smile on the robot's face, the boss immediately realized that something was wrong and was about to draw a gun to threaten him. However, it was already too late. Without giving a few people a chance to react, the bodyguard took a step forward and slashed the boss on the neck with his backhand. The boss immediately blacked out and fainted. When the remaining 2 people had just reacted and were about to turn around and run, their eyes went dark, and the bodyguard who had been prepared rushed up from behind and knocked them unconscious. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Perfect. This is Tang Qing's evaluation of this operation, but it took a bit long. P.S. Thank you, readers, for your votes. Thank you. At this time, the battle on the 1st floor has ended, and it can't even be called a battle, because for the 2nd-level warrior, it can only be regarded as a little effort, just like a person casually breaking a flower on the roadside. This kind of thing is really not difficult for humans, but for ants and cockroaches, this is absolutely incredible. As expected of an amateur, the 3rd child didn't react at all when he saw the robot coming down. He just stared at him warily, thinking that the robot was going out, or that seeing such a strong man, he instinctively didn't want to be an enemy. After all, he didn't have a gun. So the robot just walked slowly to Lao San's side, feeling lucky, just knocking him unconscious. The whole process made Tang Qing feel like he had picked up a gourd baby when he went out. What a weak opponent. When the middle-aged boss saw that the gangster in front of him was subdued in an instant, he was also frightened. He immediately knelt down and begged, "Hero, spare your life. Please don't kill me. I was also forced. They threatened me and killed me immediately if they didn't give me the key. Woo-woo. I have an old man above me and a young one below. I have a sick wife to take care of in the middle, and the business is not good. Woo-woo." As he spoke, he burst into tears. His pants gradually became soaked, and he was obviously frightened to the point of peeing. In the boss's view, his betrayal of his customers will definitely lead to retaliation from the person in front of him. If the other party's people can come down from upstairs, then the 3 people who went up must have been subdued. He doesn't know whether they will live or die, but begging for mercy quickly is the only way he can think of. "Shut up, lie down, hold your head, and close your eyes," the robot said expressionlessly, without a single extra word. Yes, no problem. I'll lie down. I won't look and I won't open my eyes." After saying this, the middle-aged boss quickly lay down on the ground, holding his head and closing his eyes tightly. No matter whether the few people who just came up were dead or alive, he didn't want to see. If those people were alive, it would be better. If they were dead, then he would probably be silenced. He could simply be out of sight and out of mind. If the police asked him about it in the future, he could say that he didn't see anything. Otherwise, he would be bombarded with a lot of questions that he couldn't explain at all. What happened after that was simple. The gangster left behind in the van was naturally knocked unconscious and thrown into the back seat. The robot drove the van to the door of the hotel, and several people worked together to quickly throw the 4 people in. Tang Qing initially suggested that Tang Yi interrogate a few people directly in the hotel, but after Tang Yi's explanation, he found that this was indeed a bit hasty, because he still didn't know how to deal with these people. If they were released, they could be interrogated in the hotel, but if they were not released, they could be interrogated in the hotel. It doesn't fit here. Remember, nothing happened tonight. You're not allowed to call the police or disturb the guests in room 307. Do you understand? After everyone else got in the car, a robot said to the boss who was lying on the ground. Hearing this, the boss immediately understood that his life was saved, and he was relieved, but he did not dare to open his eyes and hurriedly agreed. "You know, I didn't see anything, and I won't call the police, let alone disturb that distinguished guest. Don't worry, man. Walk slowly." "Yes." After saying that, the robot got into the van and drove out of the city, leaving 3 people here to continue to protect Tang Kai, 1 outside the hotel and 2 in the room. As for whether the hotel owner would actually call the police, Tang Qing actually didn't care. Anyway, he would never suspect himself, because the participants in the whole incident were just a group of unidentified people. Listening to the sound of the car driving away, the middle-aged boss slowly opened his eyes and got up. When he saw that the bad guys were gone, he immediately slumped on the chair, completely ignoring his wet pants, with a look of surviving the disaster. However, he didn't dare to relax completely, because there was still a master staying in his hotel. Looking at the previous situation, it was obvious that there were other bodyguards and the like in the hotel. If he dared to call the police, he would definitely not end well. Then the boss quickly closed the door and also decided to find a clerk to work the night shift in the future. The night shift was too dangerous, and it was almost not worth it to save the money. Due to the quick action and it being late at night, no guests noticed anything strange, and the second Uncle Tang Kai was also asleep in the hotel. Half an hour later, the robot drove to an unfinished construction site on the edge of the city. The unfinished building had more than a dozen floors and was a frame structure. Bricklaying had not yet begun, so there were only pillars. There was no way. They were not familiar with the provincial capital, so it was not easy to find a safer place for interrogation so late at night. Although the entire construction site is dark, it does not have much impact on the robots. Although their eyes cannot see at night, as long as there is a little light, The waiters in the control room can use environmental analysis and imaging technology to provide visual coverage support for the robots, which is very convenient. After parking the car, the 5 people were carried up to the 6th floor of the unfinished building. This was mainly done to prevent the other party from escaping. None of them could escape by taking the stairs. However, in this building with transparency from all sides, it was possible to jump off the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors without any trouble, but try jumping from the 6th floor. One of the robots was on guard below, and 3 people were on guard for interrogation. For this reason, Tang Qing also gave the robot first-level interrogation authority. This is the highest level of interrogation authority. Only Tang Qing can give it. That is, no matter life or death, all means can be used. I only want information, but now the means are relatively limited. At most, I can kill 1 person. Don't think that killing someone is the most cruel method. Tang Qing asked Tang. First-level interrogation authority includes many things. All kinds of torture are light, and drugs to extract confessions are an appetizer. The most cruel thing is to use hostages to threaten them. As for who the hostages are, you can make up your own mind. If he hadn't known that this kind of gangster would be recruited after a few scares or a beating, he wouldn't have been able to grant this almost insane authority. He didn't need it anyway, just for fun. Otherwise, he would have felt like he had become a villain. If these emotionless guys start to do things that make people angry, they will really have no bottom line. Wow! A bucket of cold water was poured directly on the boss's head. The boss woke up instantly, sat up and cursed. Which king? Just when he was about to scold the bastard, he suddenly remembered that he was not sleeping at home. He had prepared to kidnap Tang Kai before, and was attacked and fainted as he approached the door. Thinking of this, the boss broke out in a cold sweat. So now, have you been arrested? By the way, where's my gun? The boss suddenly thought of his gun, and hurriedly groped for it with a glimmer of hope. However, as he expected, the gun was gone. Although there were no bullets in it, it could still be used to scare others or provide a sense of security. Just then, a dazzling bright light shone directly on the boss's face. He quickly covered his eyes with his hands, but even for just a moment, it already made his eyes swell and hurt. This is a standard equipment for bodyguards, a military-style bright flashlight. Coupled with the fact that it was still in pitch darkness before, the effect is absolutely unforgettable. What's your name? The robot holding the flashlight asked coldly. Hello, big brother. My name is Pai Chong. Pai Chong stammered. At this time, Pai Chong already knew that he and others were in trouble this time. The fighting power displayed by this group of people was definitely not ordinary. They were probably professional bodyguards. Through the light, he saw 2 such people around him, as well as several subordinates whose life and death were unknown lying not far away. He did not dare to think of escaping. Pai Chong, why did you kidnap Tang Zakai? The robot asked. Who is Tang Zakai? I don't know him. I just went to the hotel to play cards with a good friend of mine. Really, brothers, please let me go, Pai Chong defended. This was a habit he had developed over the years to shirk responsibility, and he blurted it out unconsciously. Although he regretted the reason after saying it, he could no longer take it back. Ask me again why you kidnapped Tang Zakai, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The robot said loudly again. Faced with the robot's intimidation, Pai Chong thought that there was a lot of power behind the scenes. If he dared to say nonsense, he would definitely be dead. He refused to admit it and said, Brother, is there some misunderstanding? I really don't know Tang Zakai. I'm just looking for a friend. P.S. I recommend a book by a friend called The Divine Redbud Ranch. It tells the story of an insurance salesman who works hard to get a magical plug-in space, and how he gradually establishes the world's top food group, herds horses and sheep, reaches the peak of life, and enjoys a gorgeous life. Friends who like this type of book can read it. Looking for a friend? Then how do you explain that you took the key to room 307? The robot said coldly. Me. I guess the boss gave me the wrong key. I obviously wanted the key to room 309. Yes, it's 309. The boss must have misread the number, because he was sleepy. 7 and 9 are somewhat similar. Pai Chong came up with a reason in his haste, and at the same time, he gave a big thumbs up to his wisdom. Didn't you just say you were looking for your friend? Do you need a key to enter? The robot sneered. Pai Chong rolled his eyes and said, that friend went out to buy something. I didn't want to wait, so I asked the boss for the key. He felt that the story was getting better and better at this point, and he was even a little proud. As long as those subordinates did not confess, his reasons were impeccable. And seeing that those subordinates showed no signs of being splashed with water, it was obvious that he was the first to be woken up. Extremely nervous, he was now completely immersed in the fantasy that he could get away with it. Then why did you threaten the boss with that gun? The robot asked with a half smile. There are no bullets in my gun. I was just joking with the boss. However, just as Pai Chong finished speaking, he felt a cold object pressed against his forehead. He immediately knew it was a pistol and thought it was his own, although there were no bullets in it. It was made of iron, and it would hurt if he hit himself. He hurriedly said, Brother, what I said is true. I just wanted to make a joke with the boss. You really can't cry until you see the coffin, so I want to make a joke with you. What will happen if I shoot you in the head? The robot said with a sneer. Pai Chong's expression changed after hearing this, and he was not sure what the big man in front of him meant, so he quickly said, This. Brother, I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. Do you think there are no bullets in my gun? The robot said coldly. Seeing that the big man in front of him had read through his thoughts, Pai Chong's face changed slightly, and he said awkwardly, I'm not. But before he could finish speaking, the robot turned the gun and fired a shot at Pai Chong's leg. There was a muffled sound, and then there was the sound of bullet casings falling on the cement floor, jumping happily. The pain in his leg made Pai Chong immediately realize that he had been shot. He covered the wound and wailed, Spare my life, brother. He had been cut at most before, but he had never been hit by a bullet. Pain is the only feeling he feels now. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear. Only then did Pai Chong realize that the gun in the other person's hand was not his, but that the barrel of his gun was longer than his own. Pai Chong squinted under the light of the flashlight, and what he saw almost scared him to the point of peeing. Is this a silencer? Absolutely. Otherwise, how could the sound of the gunshot be so small? And the gun does not seem to be a domestic gun. With the robot's stern face, Pai Chong felt that he had been tricked by the person behind the scenes. Is this called being alone? Were the people and guns in front of me? Hallucination? With such powerful bodyguards with guns to protect you at close range, why bother asking me to come with an empty gun? He actually tricked me like this. In his opinion, these people would definitely not be police or agents. The police would not shoot to extract a confession. If the agents directly revealed their identity, he would not dare to hide it all. He did not dare to go against the country. It was definitely the bodyguard hired by that person. Damn, who are you kidnapping? The bodyguards you hired have not only guns, but also silencers. This is domestic, not a foreign blockbuster. It's too scary. At this time, Pai Chong, who was still a little bit lucky, couldn't hold it anymore. He had a gun and dared to shoot. He couldn't afford to offend these bodyguards. If he was killed, there would be no excuse and no one could avenge him. Anyway, it was the other party who first provided false information to harm him. If you're unkind and I am unjust, he doesn't care who you are. He'll sell it first. Death will happen later, which is better than dying now. Brother, I was wrong. I confess that it was Boss Xiong who asked us to do this. He gave us a deposit of 50,000 yuan and said he would give us 100,000 yuan when the matter was completed. He said he just wanted to ask Tang Qing something and would not kill people. We are just ordinary gangsters, and we don't dare to take on the job of killing people. Pai Chong said in panic. If he didn't confess at this point, he would be really wronged if the other party shot him again, and he didn't want to become a useless person. What you said is true. The robot raised the gun in his hand and asked. Pai Chong hurriedly said, Yes, it's absolutely true. If there is a lie, you'll kill me with one shot. Tell me more about Boss Xiong's identity, your relationship, and the details of this kidnapping mission. The robot asked a few key questions. Yes. Boss Xiong is the owner of Tang Qing Jewelry Company in the provincial capital. His name is Xiong Jiang. He is worth hundreds of millions and is also the #1 figure in the provincial capital. I used to go to a nightclub to watch the scene. He is our regular customer. We got to know each other after we went there, but our friendship is not deep. However, this morning Boss Xiong came to me and asked me to help him catch a person. He gave me Tang Zikai's specific address and a deposit of 50,000 yuan, and asked me to keep it secret so that no one else would know that he was looking for me. He also asked me to find a safe place after catching Tang Zikai and hand the person over to him. I thought that this business was very simple, and Mr. Tang was not a big shot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in a hotel like this. Plus, Boss Xiong promised not to kill anyone. So I agreed and found a few brothers to ambush here at night and wait to catch people when there was no one around. You will know what happened next, and we were caught here by you, Pai Chong said briefly. Tang Qing's mind became even more confused as he listened to Pai Chong's narration in the command room. How many enemies did this second uncle have? Not to mention the previous two, but now a domestic jewelry company has appeared. Tang Qing thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking. Wouldn't everything be known if Boss Xiong was caught and interrogated? So Tang Qing ordered the robot to ask Pai Chong to call the bear boss over. As for the arrest plan and interrogation work, the analysts had to worry about it. The robot that received the instruction said to Feng Chong, "You call Boss Xiong right now and tell him that the man has been caught and ask him to come over now." Yes. Pai Chong quickly agreed. After speaking, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket with trembling hands. Remember, pay attention to your tone. If you can't scream tonight, I can only give you a bullet. The robot threatened. Pai Chong was frightened by these words and hurriedly said, "Yes, I understand, brother." Then he took a dozen deep breaths and finally relaxed his tense body. I also practiced my voice a little by the way, for fear that my life would be over if my performance was not good and my flaws would be exposed. Pai Chong took out the phone book and found Xiong Jiang's number and dialed it. Beep, beep. Every beep was like a heavy hammer hitting Pai Chong's chest, and his heart was getting more and more stuffy, but he didn't dare to let go at the critical moment, so he could only hold on and force himself to calm down. After 3 beeps, a deep voice came from the other side. "Pai Chong, how's the matter?" This voice made Pai Chong feel as if he had let go of something, and all the stress and tension in his body had disappeared. "Boss Xiong, I have knocked him out and captured him. He's in a safe place now. When will you come over?" Pai Chong said with a smile. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, his voice was still a bit unnatural. After saying this, his heart was beating wildly, wondering if Xiong Jiang opposite would hear anything. "That's good. I'll be there right away wherever you are," Xiong Jiang said happily. Although Pai Chong's voice was a bit strange, he didn't think much about it. Maybe it was because Pai Chong was nervous about doing such a thing for the first time. As for whether Pai Chong was caught by the police, he had never thought about it. After all, he had done nothing. Pai Chong, a local snake, was not stupid. Tang Zikai had no background in China. Moreover, he had backups, so he could escape unscathed no matter what. "Okay, I'm here," Pai Chong said in a address, which was naturally told to him by the robot. "Well, okay, I'll be right away," Xiong Jiang said. He stayed up so late because he was waiting for this news. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams and complications, it was best to get this matter done tonight so that he could feel at ease. "By the way, Boss Xiong, don't forget the 50,000 yuan," Pai Chong reminded. In order to make Xiong Jiang less suspicious, he naturally said this. "Haha, don't worry, Xiong Jiang, never owe money to my friends." Xiong Jiang laughed when he heard this. "That's good. Let's see you later," Pai Chong said. "Okay," Xiong Jiang said. Pai Chong hung up the phone and looked pitifully at the robot that kept talking to him. He didn't know what would happen to him after he was taken advantage of. The most important thing was that his wound was still bleeding and hurting. He wanted to go to the hospital, live, go home, and miss his mother. He even wanted to change his ways because he found that it was too dangerous to go astray. After Xiong Jiang hung up the phone with Pai Chong, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. 5 days ago, he received a call from the chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group in Bangkok, telling him to arrest Tang Kai and sign a company transfer contract, and let Tang Kai disappear for a period of time. There was no need to kill anyone, as long as Tang Kai would not appear in Bangkok before the company transfer was completed. Xiongjiang, a group company in Bangkok, has also heard about it. It is Tang Kai's biggest competitor in Bangkok. I heard that it also has a black background. The other party could not find Tang Kai's specific whereabouts in the country, but somehow knew that Tang Kai had come to their province and his relationship with Tang Kai. So he found himself and wanted to achieve his goal by relying on his advantage as a local leader. After all, Tang Kai also had many bodyguards and black and white friends in Bangkok, and recently there were some more soldiers who escaped from Wei Jun. Otherwise, Tang Kai's jewelry company would not exist today. In the past, Tang Kai was protected by the Wei family, and no one dared to take advantage of it, because it would be useless. A jewelry company without good supply channels was meaningless. With the channels, Tang Kai could immediately open a new one even if he sold the company. However, the situation took a turn for the worse in the past 2 months, and the Wei family suddenly collapsed. Tang Kai's company could sustain it for a while due to its large inventory. The most important thing was that Wangtai Jewelry Group suddenly became one of the spokespersons of that force. With his own channels, his strength was stronger than before. At first, Xiongjiang sternly refused because Tang Kai was one of his important partners. In the past, Tang Kai had channels from Wei Jun. Many of their company's jewelry and jade were obtained from Tang Kai at very favorable prices, so his personal relationship with Tang Kai has always been good. Keep in touch. Although he felt bad, Xiongjiang had to do it in the end, because the chairman mentioned his relationship, and the meaning was self-evident. If he didn't agree, he should be careful when going out in the future. If it was done, the future price would be 10% lower than before. In this way, Xiongjiang agreed. Tang Kai had taken good care of him before, but when it came to his family, life, and interests, he had no choice. Things became simpler after that. He already had Tang Kai's phone number and planned to make an appointment to come home tomorrow on the pretext of reminiscing about old times. Tang Kai readily agreed. Xiongjiang accidentally asked him where he lived, and Tang Kai told the truth without any hesitation. At this time, Xiongjiang was also very entangled in his heart. On the one hand, the matter was about to be completed, which was a good thing for his business. But on the other hand, he had betrayed his friends and faith. He was a little unable to overcome the hurdle in his heart. Forget it, Brother Tang. I can only feel sorry for you. The battle of interests has nothing to do with right or wrong, only success or failure. Xiongjiang murmured. Anyway, as far as he knew, Tang Kai had no connections in the country. After the dust settled, he would probably compensate Tang Kai some money so that he could live a life without worries. He had even thought of a reason to excuse himself, and Tang Kai's character would make it impossible for him to retaliate against him afterwards. After Xiongjiang sighed with emotion, he drove to the unfinished building with his 3 men and the driver. These were bodyguards who had been with him for many years and could be trusted absolutely. Besides, he was not planning to kill anyone, but was just planning to imprison Tang Kai for a period of time. In his opinion, it was not considered crime. Logically speaking, he shouldn't jump out and just be a whistleblower. Letting others do the dirty work can also remove part of the responsibility from himself. But he knows very well what kind of person Tang Kai is. If torture can make him agree to sign the contract, then Tang Kai will not be where he is today. To deal with Tang Kai, he really has to take action personally. This is also the reason why the chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group came to find him. After a while, Xiongjiang's car arrived at the unfinished construction site. Seeing the familiar van at the door, Xiongjiang was relieved, but he couldn't help but complain. Couldn't you send someone to watch below? You didn't even take any precautions. Entering the construction site, the 4 people got out of the car and turned off the lights. The 3 bodyguards looked at the dark surroundings vigilantly. Firstly, because of professional habits, and secondly, because of the unknown. Darkness is always an inescapable fear for humans. As for those gangsters, they didn't pay attention at all. Xiongjiang looked at the gloomy construction site and couldn't help but frown. What was Pai Chong doing? He didn't send anyone to pick him up. He then took out his phone and dialed. After a call, the call was connected. Xiongjiang said, "Xiangzi, where are you?" Why didn't you send someone to lead the way? Just a second after finishing speaking, Xiong Jiang saw a beam of light shining down on the 6th floor. It was very dazzling, but it disappeared immediately, and Pai Chong's voice came from the phone. Boss Xiong, I am here on the 6th floor. We brought a flashlight this time. Brothers are afraid of the dark, so they are all here waiting for Boss Xiong. That's it. But why do you want to go to the 6th floor? Isn't it better on the 1st floor? Xiong Jiang asked again doubtfully. Boss Xiong, the number 6 is auspicious. Today we did something like this to get some luck. We also stood high and saw far away to avoid any accidents. Pai Chong said with a smile on the phone. Xiong Jiang no longer had any doubts after hearing this. These guys are usually a bit sensitive to these frivolous things and like to get lucky. Just like when they want a private room, they don't have to bring 6 or 9. It's not unusual. Okay, you guys bring me the people down. I want to take them away. This is the remaining 50,000 yuan. Xiong Jiang raised the paper bag in his hand and said. Pai Chong said, Okay, Boss Xiong, please wait a moment. I'll be down right away. After that, Xiong Jiang and others saw a few lights flashing from time to time in the dark, unfinished building. It was obviously Pai Chong and the others who were going downstairs, but the speed was a bit slow. But when they thought of taking someone downstairs, the slow speed was reasonable. After a while, Pai Chong came down, walking with a limp, followed by a big man that Xiong Jiang didn't recognize. However, Xiong Jiang didn't know Pai Chong's younger brothers, so he didn't find it strange. Seeing that Tang Qing was not brought down, Xiong Jiang was unhappy, which obviously meant that he didn't believe in himself. No wonder he was walking so slowly just now. It turned out to be because he was injured. It was just the look in the eyes of the big man next to him that made him feel a little nervous because it was so calm as if he was lifeless. Xiong Jiang was not too alert, but the 3 bodyguards were not vegetarians. They immediately realized that something was wrong, the person was wrong, and the thing was wrong, so they quickly protected Xiong Jiang in the middle. Although they could not feel how powerful the robot in front of them was, they knew that this kind of look would never appear on ordinary people. Needless to say, seeing his bodyguard so nervous, Xiong Jiang also noticed something was wrong and frowned tightly. Pai Chong was injured, and none of the strange men were brought down. Things were extremely weird. At this time, Pai Chong's wound was also bandaged by the robot. The bullet was taken out and medicine was applied. These things were naturally from the mall, and the battlefield first aid kit was naturally included in the individual soldier equipment. It was transmitted through the black ball of the transmission node carried by one of the robots. The black ball was handed over to one of them after he finally redeemed the 2 robots, in case an accident occurred and required support, and to facilitate the next task. After all, if some big men in camouflage always came out of the hotel, they would attract attention. For this reason, he also planned to destroy the surveillance data in the corridor when leaving the hotel to avoid leaving hidden dangers. Xiao Chong, what's wrong with your leg? And where is Tang Qing? I told you that I brought the money, but you still can't believe me? Xiong Jiang asked calmly despite being worried. However, Pai Chong did not answer the question, and there was no need to act anymore, because the robot script ended here. Well, Boss Xiong, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to do this. Pai Chong apologized with a wry smile. Xiong Jiang's heart tightened upon hearing this, and bad premonitions flooded his brain, and he asked, Pai Chong, what are you talking about? What's the last resort? Pai Chong didn't speak this time. The robot next to Pai Chong stepped forward and asked coldly, You're the Boss Xiong who ordered Pai Chong to kidnap Tang Qing, right? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more robots suddenly jumped out from behind the piles of materials on both sides, and the 3 of them formed a triangle around Xiong Jiang. Seeing 2 more big men who didn't look weak at all jumped out, each of Xiong Jiang's bodyguards suddenly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They immediately took out daggers from their waists and started fighting. They all carried these things with them. As for guns, they did not dare to bring them with them. Who are you? Xiong Jiang said loudly. Tang Qing had no connections in the country. In his opinion, these people were most likely bodyguards that Tang Qing found. But the chairman didn't know that Tang Qing didn't bring bodyguards. Moreover, These people looked completely different from the people in Southeast Asia. They looked like domestic people at first glance. You don't have to worry about who we are. If I ask again, you're a boss bear, right? The robot took another step forward and said with a smile. Xiongjiang felt nothing at this step, but the three bodyguards seemed to feel that a big mountain wanted to move over, and they all took a step back. Definitely a master. This was the only feeling the three bodyguards felt at this time. The three of them couldn't help but hold the dagger tighter. Although the wind was colder at night, the three bodyguards were sweating on their foreheads. It looked like it would definitely not be easy to be ambushed tonight. It's me, what do you want to do? Xiongjiang said, pretending to be calm. He scolded the chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group countless times in his heart. At this time, his heart was the same as Pai Chong's before. What about being alone as promised? Are these people ghosts? Nothing, I just want to ask you why you kidnapped Tang Zikai today. The robot stopped smiling and said seriously. According to the normal procedure, all the people should be subdued and then interrogated. However, Tang Qing wanted to see a show, a bloody show. After confirming that it was Tang Kai from the robot's mouth, Xiongjiang took a deep breath and asked, I want to know what is the relationship between you and Tang Kai. He had to find out the relationship between the other party before he could speak, and he even hoped that the other party would tell him that the other party's target was also Tang Kai. Don't worry about it, and explain the problem honestly. Otherwise, you'll be just like him. The robot conjured a pistol and pointed it at Xiongjiang, while pouting at Pai Chong. Xiongjiang was not a fool. Looking at Pai Chong's silly look and forced smile, he immediately understood that Pai Chong had been dishonest before and was given a bullet. Looking at the gun in the robot's hand and the one with the silencer, the three bodyguards holding knives immediately shrank their protective rings around Xiongjiang, preparing to protect him to the death. After so many years, Xiongjiang didn't need to bribe hundreds of people, just a few. It would not be difficult to think of more ways to make them follow him wholeheartedly. Don't use too many means. I actually have a gun. Who are you? Xiongjiang stuttered. Yes, he was scared. The robot did not answer the question, but said coldly, Tell me, Boss Xiong, why did you kidnap Tang Zikai? I'll count 3 times. Once 3 times, I can no longer guarantee your safety. 1. At this time, Xiongjiang was also confused. It was not that he was confused about whether to say it or not. Looking at today's situation, it was decided. MMP, the intelligence was inaccurate, and he was also very angry. What he was confused about was whether he could escape from this matter. Although the group in front of him was most likely to be Tang Kai's helper, there was a certain probability that Tang Kai was the target like him, but the owner was different. But no matter the former or the latter, he will lose miserably this time. 2. The robot read. Without waiting for words, Xiongjiang said quickly, I told you not to kill us. I can give you money. Then it depends on whether what you say is important. The robot lowered its gun head and said with a smile. Now Xiongjiang could only gamble. If someone else was the banker, no matter whether it was right or wrong, he had to put money on the table. So Xiongjiang took a deep breath and explained the whole process. You really don't plan to kill Tang Zikai? The robot asked. This is Tang Qing's problem, and it is also a key condition for whether Xiongjiang can survive tonight. I really don't plan to kill him. He and I are old friends. At most, we will let him go after we obtain the ownership of the company. Xiongjiang said quickly. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether the other party is with Tang Kai or not. Besides, he had no intention of killing Tang Kai in the first place. After listening to Xiongjiang's entire narrative, Tang Qing also fell into deep thought in the command room. Xiongjiang's entire explanation process was watched by a waiter. Coupled with the joint observation and analysis by several analysts with professional expression analysis skills, Xiongjiang did not lie. Xiongjiang was ready to let his second uncle go. Tang Qing previously thought that his second uncle was hunted down by this person in his previous life, but now it seems that his previous inference was wrong. Instead, in his previous life, his second uncle should have been released by Xiongjiang after he handed over the company. But where were he hiding at that time? It's really getting more and more confusing. Even having a group of sub-analysts is of no use. There are too many possibilities. Mud, there is insufficient information and all inferences are unsupported. Intelligence work is really difficult to do. Damn it, when the communication server is built, he will have to recruit more analysts to collect intelligence all over the world. Otherwise, one analysis report will produce more than a dozen results, which will be useless. While Tang Qing was thinking, the robot would naturally not stand there motionless. According to the process, the robot asked Xiong Jiang's company and his development over the years in detail, as well as the information about Tang Kai and Wangtai Jewelry Group. After thinking for a while, Tang Qing had made a decision. It seemed that Xiong Jiang could not be killed. He was not that bloodthirsty yet, but it would be too cheap to let him go directly. This trip sent so many people and spent tens of millions of yuan to exchange for robots. This money would have to be reimbursed by Xiong Jiang. Although the robots exchanged can be used all the time. He just wanted to eat some night grass. P.S. I'm sorry. This is the big chapter today. I'm too lazy to split it into 2 chapters. I want to hit the wall with my mouse without saving the manuscript. Boss Xiong, last question. Just tell me how much money you want to spend to settle today's matter, the robot asked with a smile. After hearing this, Xiong Jiang immediately understood that he was going to lose money. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He really lost everything today. If this matter fails, the big boss in Bangkok will definitely be angry with him, and it is impossible to send someone to take revenge, but he will never want to go to Bangkok in the future, and he may not be able to come back. Secondly, he completely offended Tang Kai. No matter how generous he was when it came to this kind of thing, Tang Kai would never do business with him again. He suddenly lost 2 important suppliers, the big boss and Tang Kai. It was a complete setback for his jewelry company. With their local relationship and influence, the future of his company was worrying. In the end, we had to spend money to eliminate disasters, which was simply 3 or 4 losses. But Xiong Jiang did not dare to refuse, and said tentatively, "Brother, I am willing to offer you 1 million yuan. How about you show your favor?" After hearing this, the robot immediately stepped forward, put a pistol on Xiong Jiang's forehead, and said in a cold voice, "Boss Xiong, do you think we are beggars? 1 million? Your life is really worthless." Feeling the coldness of the gun on his forehead, Xiong Jiang could no longer maintain his composure and said in a trembling tone, No, that's not what I meant. 5 million. I'll pay you 5 million. Brother, please calm down and be careful. There were only 3 of these bodyguards he could see. He believed there must be someone in the dark. There was probably someone staying with Tang Kai. With so many powerful bodyguards out for a visit, 1 million was really a bit of curse. It's not that he is really that stingy, it's just that he is used to doing business. When buying something, he will start with a very high price, and then bargain for a higher price gradually. When selling something, he will naturally ask for a very high price, and wait for the other party to counteroffer. In this way, since you have hundreds of millions in assets, I don't want more. How about 20 million in cash? The robot said with a smile. The money was naturally decided by Tang Qing. He also runs a company, so he naturally knows that assets and cash are 2 different things, especially for a jewelry company with an asset structure that is equivalent to a heavy asset. A lot of money is put on goods. For Xiong Jiang, 20 million in cash basically drains his company's cash flow. The company's operations are expected to be problems in the future. It's not that he can't ask for more. It's just that it will take Xiong Jiang 10 days and a half months or more to prepare. Tang Qing is not willing to wait. As long as he can recover the cost of today's action and make himself feel that he is not at a loss. There is no point in asking for an extra 10 or 20 million, which means that he can make more than 1 day's arbitrage profit, which is really a bit disdainful. Again, it is a drop in the bucket, and 20 million is just enough to not lose. When Xiong Jiang heard that 20 million yuan, his face immediately turned sad and said, "Brother, 20 million yuan is a bit too much. I can't get that much cash at the moment. So how about 10 million yuan? 20 million yuan is almost all his cash. If he gives it out, he will be very busy next. He will have to mortgage, loan, and borrow money everywhere to maintain the company. If he were to give it away like this, it wouldn't just be a drop of blood, it would be life-threatening. However, his thoughts had long been seen through by the people in the command room. His facial expressions and eyesight data during the entire exchange had been captured. It was extremely difficult for him to lie in front of the waiter's frame-by-frame facial expression analysis and the intelligence agents. The robot snorted coldly after receiving the information sent back from the command room and fired a shot at the concrete floor next to Xiong Jiang. After the muffled sound, stones flew everywhere and the bullet casings fell to the ground. Xiong Jiang jumped up in fright. 3 bodyguards also protected Xiong Jiang and took a few steps back. Boss Xiong, I know you have 20 million in cash, so this amount cannot be less. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether you will lose any limbs. The robot said with a sinister expression. This most terrifying and sinister smile, which was obtained after countless calculations, frightened the 4 of them and took another step back. A thought came into my mind at the same time. Damn, this smile looks like watching a horror movie. Should it be so scary? Is this the smile that humans should have? Most people would definitely be frightened and faint if they saw it at night. Xiong Jiang heard that the other party knew that he had so much money and that he was bound to win. A wise man is a wise man. He didn't want to suffer an unreasonable disaster like Pai Chong. So he immediately said, Hero, I will give it 20 million. You give me an account, and I will call you on Monday. I will never default on it. You are wise, but I want it now. The robot said, but it's so late now that I can't transfer the account. Xiong Jiang said, in surprise. It's past 12 o'clock now, and it's still Saturday. Oh, it's not Sunday anymore. How can I transfer it? Is there something wrong with these people's brains? You tell me your account and password, and we will have someone to operate it. The robot said. It's not that the robot is stupid or that Tang Qing is stupid, but that external bank accounts and system transfers are not restricted by the external bank's working hours and can be transferred in and out at any time. But the 2 external accounts cannot be transferred during non-working hours. The reason is very simple. The transfer between the system and external bank accounts is similar to a special channel and is not restricted by time. After all, even at night, it does not mean that the bank system is closed. All settlements and transfers in various time zones and countries around the world cannot be stopped. How is this possible? It just does not provide services to ordinary people during non-working hours. The transaction between the 2 external accounts has no transfer relationship with the system, so it is not protected by the system. It uses the normal transfer channel and is subject to the working hours of the external bank. Xiong Jiang didn't know what to say for a moment. Do you want his bank card and password? Is this a stance to take them all away? Seeing Xiong Jiang's worry, the robot said, Don't worry, Boss Xiong. We only need 20 million, and we won't take any extra cent. Xiong Jiang could only believe this. His life was in other people's hands, so what else could he think about? But I didn't even bring my car with me. I just left it at home. Xiong Jiang said again. Then we will go to your house to get it. The robot said directly. You. Hearing that this group of people were going to his home, Xiong Jiang panicked. Does this mean he wanted to recognize the door? What if someone comes to blackmail me again in the future? Reject? He wouldn't dare. Okay then, we have agreed that you won't kill us if you get the bank card and password. Xiong Jiang took a deep breath and said there was no way to save him, and he admitted it. Don't worry, as long as you don't play any tricks, we will keep our promise. The robot nodded. Then how are you going? Xiong Jiang asked again. Take your car. I'll sit in the passenger seat, and you 3 will sit in the back. The robot said matter-of-factly. You're the only one. You're not afraid of us attacking you. Xiong Jiang said doubtfully. Having said so, it was naturally impossible for him to do this. In his opinion, what happened today was not the bodyguard in front of him, but a force. If he dared to play tricks, he would definitely be the one who died. He originally thought that the other party would keep him or his bodyguards as hostages, but looking at the situation, the other party had no intention of doing so. Do these people think they are sure of him? Well, it must be, but that's fine. In your own home, the other party shouldn't be too messy. Haha, because you don't dare. The robot smiled and took out a gadget with his left hand. Since they were relatively close, Xiong Jiang and the three bodyguards could clearly see the gadget in the robot's hand. Suddenly the four of them swallowed at the same time, their eyes full of horror. What do they see? A pull tab. There's an oval thing underneath. Damn, it turns out to be Lei, your sister. Do you want to play such a big role? We're just ordinary people with a little money, so don't scare me. These guys have real guns, and this thunder obviously can't be fake. Seeing the panic in several people's eyes, the robot smiled and said, Boss Xiong, do you still have any questions? No. Xiong Jiang said the two words with difficulty, his teeth chattering. He was really scared. Where did these lunatics get the thunder from? They were so crazy. The three bodyguards also completely extinguished the idea of a savior. We will not fight with a madman. Since there is no problem, let's go. The robot smiled, put away the gun, and got directly into the passenger seat of Xiong Jiang's car, holding Lei in his hand, as if he was ready to be happy at any time. P.S. Mouse has created a book list to play. Please pay attention to it when you have time. Hearing the robot's words, Xiong Jiang and others looked at each other, but they did not dare to disobey the order and slowly got into the car. There was no way. There was a thunder in front of them. How could they be willing to sit too close to this thing? One of the bodyguards was in front of the driver, but because he was too nervous, he started the manual car with a trembling foot and stalled, which made the three people in the back seat even more nervous. Brother, don't be nervous. Take your time. The robot comforted him with a smile. That smile is as honest as a spring breeze. Yes, I am. I'm not nervous. The driver stuttered. He was feeling miserable. There was a guy holding a thunder and a gun sitting next to him. How could he not be nervous? The key is that you don't hold the thunder in your hand. You even put your index finger through the thunder ring. He was so scared when he saw it, but he didn't dare to say it clearly, so he could only start the car carefully again. This time, the engine was not turned off, and the car slowly drove out of the construction site. In order to avoid driving too fast and unable to control his trembling feet, the driver drove very slowly. He lost control a few times and braked suddenly. However, the robot beside him seemed to have a very good temper. He was always encouraging and comforting him, just like a friend, just a friend with a thunderbolt. This obviously wrong style of painting confused the three people behind. In order to avoid knowing too much and being silenced along the way, Xiong Jiang and others were stunned, but no one dared to speak. Of course, the robot was not interested in paying attention to them, and the atmosphere was very strange for a moment. The unfinished building construction site. Brother, what should I do? I have no money. Seeing the robot taking Xiong Jiang away, Pai Chong said with a cry. Xiong Jiang was blackmailed for 20 million, but he and others had no money. They were all from the Moonlight tribe. He was very worried that he and others would be silenced. Even Thunder was there, and there must be lives on his hands. He was afraid. I know you have no money, so stay here and wait until we receive Xiong Jiang's money before you can leave. Remember, nothing happened today. You're not allowed to tell anyone about what you just saw and heard, or we will look for you again. Another robot stepped forward and said, although the combat effectiveness of these robots is the same, there is always a nominal captain when performing tasks to convey the main information. The previous robot was the one who basically did all the talking. Now that he is gone, someone will naturally take over. Yes, don't worry, brother. I will never tell anyone. If you dare to reveal even a word, you will kill me. Pai Chong hurriedly swore a poisonous oath. Although he had sworn countless poisonous oaths in his life, this oath was sincere because the other party would really kill him. Thinking of this, Pai Chong was already thinking about how to cover up the matter. Anyway, the four men were not awake yet, so they would have to believe it if he made up an excuse. At the same time, he decided to stop drinking in the future, so, as not to show off after drinking and tell the story, then he would really be dead and the police would not be able to protect him. Well, I'll change my job when I go back, stay away from the city and my friends, and learn a craft. It doesn't matter if I'm tired, just stay alive. Xiong Jiang's villa. Although they were alone here, the three bodyguards did not dare to be careless in the slightest. They could not afford to offend such a force. Xiong Jiang tremblingly took out 3 bank cards from the safe. This was why he thought they would all be taken away. One card had 9.3 million, one had 6.5 million, and one had 7 million.70, a total of 23.5 million. Any two of them would not be enough to make up 20 million. If all three were given, wouldn't it be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Some of these were the payment for goods, and some were his own. Now they're all gone. He was bleeding in his heart, but he knew that he had asked for it. If he didn't go to Tang Qing to trouble him, how could anyone else come to blackmail him without what happened today? You can't do bad things. Hero, that's all. There are 23.5 million in it. Xiongjiang handed it over and said truthfully. There was also a note containing the password for online transfers. The robot didn't speak. It directly took the bank card and scanned each card. It also looked at the note, and the video information was directly transmitted back to the command room. Tang Qing hurriedly bound 3 bank cards and transferred a total of 20 million yuan into the system. Since he said he would do it, it was only a few million yuan, and his credit was not that cheap. Now, the personal banking system is level 4 and can bind 4 domestic bank cards. So he unbundled all of them except the card he used to trade with Lugon. It was of no use anyway. If needed, he could bind them back a month later. Although the transaction within the bank was completed, the transfer information did not come late at night. Naturally, Xiongjiang did not know that his money had been transferred. He only thought that the other party had memorized the account and password and would withdraw it in the future. Xiongjiang saw the robot staring at the bank card and said quickly, "Don't worry, hero. I will never report it as lost or transfer the money in it." "Well, okay. Just take it. Remember, you are not allowed to tell anyone what happened today. As for the chairman, if he calls and says that Tang Qing has run away and disappeared, you are still looking for it. Do you understand?" The machine said coldly. Yes, no problem. Xiongjiang hurriedly agreed. The chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group had already known that he had found Tang Qing. It is impossible to say that he had not found Tang Qing. He could only say that the other party ran away. At most, he was not doing things well. It was not that he was not doing things, just that the difference in results is not big. Well, I hope you will be smarter and stop causing trouble for yourself. If you dare to do something detrimental to Tang Qing next time, you won't have to waste the air in this world. The robot threatened. Now that I know the hero, I won't dare to do it anymore. Xiongjiang said in panic, knowing that his life was saved. Seeing Xiongjiang express his position, the robot nodded, and then said to the 3 bodyguards, "Okay, you 3, stop acting like you're facing a formidable enemy. Even if you don't have to fight, you can't stop me if I take action." This was naturally an order given by Tang Qing. Robots would not do such things or say such lines. Tang Qing's purpose was simple, to let Xiongjiang know more about current affairs. After all, except for Pai Chong, no one else was injured tonight. Xiongjiang didn't even lose a hair. He had to let Xiongjiang know that even without a gun, it would be easy to kill you. After hearing this, the 3 of them showed no stupid expressions of disdain. Such people would never talk nonsense and boredom, so they were all ready to fight. Even pessimistically, they thought that the other party was going to kill someone and silence them, but it was not like that. Xiongjiang on the side also became nervous, fearing that this was a prelude to silence. Seeing this, the robot smiled and said, "You guys come together." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them immediately got into fighting postures. It was obvious that the other party wanted to fight, but it was a 1 versus 3 fight. Do you think this was a movie? We really think we are paper. The robot placed Ray on the table. "I'm coming." After saying that, the robot instantly increased its speed to the extreme, which is the ultimate in 200 attributes. The bodyguard in the front was punched in the face by the robot, and his brain immediately became dizzy and he lost his ability to fight. Then the robot stepped forward again, and the second bodyguard was kicked in the chest, and the third one was hit in the shoulder and kicked away. 3 people fell to the ground at the same time. The sounds of hitting the ground coincided as if they were tightly calculated. Less than 1 second before and after, seeing the 3 bodyguards who fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight in the blink of an eye, Xiongjiang fell down on the sofa with cold sweat on his forehead, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster is this? His 3 bodyguards are afraid of both guns and thunder. It's easy to say that everyone is afraid of them. In his opinion, the combat effectiveness of this group of people is about the same as his own bodyguards, or at most stronger, but they're hard to beat with 4 hands, let alone 6 hands. But looking at this situation, his 3 bodyguards with excellent fighting ability were subdued like toys. In the blink of an eye, it was revealed here. Are his bodyguards too weak? Obviously not. He has traveled all over the country and met many masters. His bodyguards are not too strong, but they're not weak either. The fighting skills of ordinary special forces are only at the level of his own bodyguards. Then, there's only one result: the other party is too powerful. The only one who can kill 3 special forces level people in 1 second is the king of soldiers, especially since there may be more than one such monster. So who is Tang Qing? What kind of relationship does he have in the country? Is he protected by such a person? Xiong Jiang's mind was in chaos for a while. Don't worry, Boss Xiong. They're all fine. They will recover after a period of time. I just want to remind you that I can kill you without guns and thunder. In the future, you should be more open-minded and don't provoke anyone named Tang, especially those who are related to Tang Qing. Do you understand? The machine said with a smile. Xiong Jiang quickly agreed and said, Yes, I understand. I will never provoke anyone named Tang in the future. Facing this kind of opponent who can kill him at any time, Xiong Jiang really can't muster any resistance. At this time, that bullshit Chairman Wang Tai has long been forgotten by him. Tang Qing has such a person to protect him, and you can't do it? What kind of Muay Thai master, if the person in front of you is willing, then what kind of bullshit chairman turns into a corpse every minute? How can you fight with Tang Qing? Taking sides this time was really wrong. He even felt that what happened today would be the worst decision he had ever made in his life. Well, that's good. Goodbye, Boss Xiong. Thank you for your 20 million. I'll pick up your car at the construction site tomorrow. The robot picked up the grenade on the table and said, No problem. Please walk slowly. I won't send you far. Xiong Jiang quickly stood up and said, but as soon as his legs went weak, he sat on the sofa again. There was no way. He was afraid of this kind of humanoid monster. Yeah. After saying that, the robot drove away in his car, leaving behind people looking at each other. Are you okay? Xiong Jiang said to the bodyguards. His legs were too weak to stand up now, and he couldn't help him even if he wanted to. The bodyguard who was kicked in the shoulder stood up first, covered his painful shoulder, and said, Boss, I'm fine. The man has good control over his strength. The injury is not serious, but it's an embarrassment to you. Xiong Jiang waved his hands with a wry smile and said, It doesn't matter. The other party is too strong. Who do you think they are? Today, when the bodyguard stood in front of him when he was facing the gun, he was already very satisfied. Whether he can do it or not is a matter of attitude, but not being able to do it is just a matter of ability. With a correct attitude, he naturally has no resentment. Boss, I don't dare to guess anything else, but I know that I never want to face this kind of enemy. It's too strong. Boss, don't help that chairman in the future. Although I don't feel murderous intent in him, I feel that this person has never killed anyone before. Maybe he just killed too many people. The bodyguard who was kicked in the chest also recovered his breath and said with lingering fear, I know, damn it. If you dare to trick me like this, I don't care who you are. He's not in the country anyway. Humph, he offended such a person this time. Let him die. Xiong Jiang gritted his teeth. Well, the boss is right. If someone like this wants to kill anyone, it will be an absolute nightmare. The last bodyguard who was beaten and confused also woke up and said, P.S. Thank you for your generous rewards and votes. Thank you for your support. Seeing that the matter was over, Tang Qing no longer paid attention to Pai Chong, Xiong Jiang, and others. There were long-distance bugs left in Xiong Jiang's home, car, and Pai Chong's body. The people in the command room should be worried about them. They would be the monitoring targets of the command room for a long time in the future, but they were not too important. After all, these people's knowledge was limited, and it was all worthless information. Coupled with the previous intimidation and threats, they could not make a difference at all. Besides, there were no dead people, and the police would not intervene. Otherwise, Tang Qing would not only hurt people but not silence them. The next day, 4 o'clock in the morning, after Tang Qing woke up, he went directly to the hotel where his second uncle was staying. Although it was still dark, the monitoring showed that his second uncle Tang, Kai, had woken up and was washing up. Tang Qing also had something to do this morning, so he wanted to find out more about his second uncle before Do Jiao woke up so that the command room could formulate the next plan. Although there is a lot of information obtained now, it is far less than what the second uncle, a person who knows everything, can tell in person. At this time, the hotel owner hadn't woken up yet. He was asleep in his room, but he was sleeping lightly. He knew that the distinguished guest was still in the hotel, so he couldn't sleep soundly. Sudden, bang, 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 bang. The sound of the rolling shutter door rising woke up the boss. He had the key to the rolling shutter door in his hand, and his wife couldn't come so early. Who was opening the door outside? Could be the same group of people from yesterday? Thinking of this, the boss felt a sense of fear and fear. He wanted to call the police, but he didn't dare. As for the other party being able to open the door without a key, he was not surprised at all. Is it a big deal for these awesome bodyguards to open the lock? Dong dong dong. At this time, a knock on the door scared the hotel owner so much that he almost jumped up and said in a trembling tone, "Who is it?" In the next hour, you're not allowed to come out without permission, and you're not allowed to call the police, otherwise you will die. Do you understand? A cold voice came in. The boss was frightened by the murderous tone in that tone. Although he couldn't see anyone, he couldn't help but nodded and said, "Understood, good man. I will keep quiet and won't call the police. But what if someone checks out? I will do it for you," the voice said without hesitation. Then, "Thank you," the boss said carefully. Tang Qing followed the bodyguard to room 307, looked at the house number, took a deep breath, and winked at the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard who took the key immediately stepped forward and opened the door. Although the hotel was small, the facilities were not old. Although the door was wooden, there was no creaking sound after opening the door. After the door was pushed open, Tang Qing walked in directly, followed by 3 bodyguards, and the last one who entered gently closed the door. At this time, the second uncle was still taking a shower in the bathroom, so Tang Qing sat on the sofa. 2 soldiers stood behind him, one at the door to prevent the second uncle from being scared out later. They originally chose this time. If they called the door, the second uncle would probably not open the door. They couldn't break down the door and come in. In order to avoid acting like a robber, it was better to come in first. Tang Qing took a bottle of black tea in the hotel and drank it. He originally wanted to buy some breakfast to eat with his second uncle, but it was too early now. Although some breakfast shops were already open and busy, the food was not ready yet. The buns were in the steamer and the porridge was in the pot. After all, it was still more than an hour before dawn. Tang Qing really didn't expect that he and his second uncle would meet on such an occasion. Squeak! The bathroom door opened. Due to the unreasonable design of the door, it opened outwards, which happened to block the soldier at the door. After closing the door, Tang Kai didn't notice it until he turned left and saw Tang Qing on the sofa and 2 big men behind him. This scene almost scared Tang Kai to death. Several people suddenly appeared in his room and looked at him. It was so scary. "You, who are you?" Tang Kai said, taking 2 steps back and instinctively wanting to run out, but when he turned around, he saw this stern-faced warrior at the door. His cold eyes and aura directly frightened him. He also had bodyguards. He usually had more than a dozen bodyguards at home, and his fighting ability was not weak. With the eyes he had trained over the years, he could tell at a glance that this man's fighting ability was terrifying. He was by no means a rabble, or just pretending to be cool. Tang Kai was also a person who had seen the world. He only panicked for a moment before calming down. Knowing that it would not be easy for him to leave, he stopped leaving. He turned around and looked at Tang Qing, who was sitting there, and looked at him as the most important person. Although he looked at Tang Qing's kind smile, Tang Kai didn't dare to relax. He had seen a lot of smiling tigers over the years. He had a friendly face when he was called a brother in front of others, but he didn't see too many people who turned around and stabbed him with a knife. "Your name is Tang Kai, right?" Tang Qing asked a stupid question when he came up, but he had to have a reason for his words. He couldn't just introduce himself as his family name. That would be too low. "It's me, who are you?" Tang Kai said calmly, with a serious expression. It's not unusual for the other party to find him and know his name. Tang Qing did not answer, but asked another question. "What is your relationship with Tang Zhong?" In his previous life, he basically had no communication with Tang Kai, just some basic information and asking for things. The second uncle was also very considerate. His parents were also very secretive about the second uncle's information. They would not admit the wrong person. Just to avoid the embarrassing situation that the second uncle was picked up by the family, he had to ask clearly. Tang Kai's face changed suddenly when he heard the name Tang Zhong. He could no longer remain calm. He took 2 steps forward and said sternly, "Who are you? How do you know Tang Zhong? If you dare to hurt them, I will never let you go." He never mentioned the whereabouts of his parents and brothers outside, let alone their names, just to avoid putting them in danger. After all, he had an unruly enemy not far away in Bangkok. It was commonplace to threaten other people's family members. In addition, he also had enemies at home, so he did not dare to reveal information about his relatives at home. Seeing that his second uncle had such a big reaction, Tang Qing stopped testing him and put a smile on his face. Based on Tang Kai's reaction, he recognized this second uncle no matter what. Tang Qing stood up and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. How could I hurt my parents?" His words confused Tang Kai. Parents? Whose parents? Could it be the young man in front of me? Tang Kai, who seemed to have realized something, pointed at Tang Qing. His eyes were waiting, and he stammered, You. Yes, my name is Tang Qing, Tang Zhong's son, second uncle. Stop standing. Come and sit down." Before Tang Kai could finish, Tang Qing hurriedly pulled Tang Kai to sit on the sofa next to him. The bodyguard immediately went to boil water to make tea. "Are you Tang Zhong's son?" Tang Kai said in disbelief. He naturally knew that his eldest brother had a son, but he only remembered his appearance as a child. How could he recognize him when he grew up? The most important thing was what happened to these bodyguards who were not simple at first glance. He wasn't surprised how Tang Qing recognized him. He had a photo of himself at home and the strange scar on his face, which made him easily identifiable, so he figured out the whole logic. At this time, he remembered again that Tang Qing had looked at him in a daze in the hotel that day. It must have been that time when he recognized him. Haha. Yes, no replacement is guaranteed, Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Kai took a closer look at Tang Qing's appearance. He really looked a bit like his eldest brother when he was young. He was much more handsome than his eldest brother. In addition, he knew Tang Zhong's name. He no longer doubted it. He just glanced at the 3 strong bodyguards and asked, "Tang, then they are." Tang Qing's nickname was this when he was born, and he would naturally not forget it. "Second uncle, they're all subordinates of a good friend of mine. I happened to encounter you in danger today, so I asked them to help," Tang Qing explained. "Danger? What danger?" Tang Kai asked doubtfully. He was sleeping all the time. What danger could there be? And besides, in China, the security was relatively good. If it weren't for some reasons, how could he, a big boss with hundreds of millions of assets, stay in this small, shabby hotel? "Second uncle, someone wanted to kidnap you just now, but they were overpowered," Tang Qing said. Tang Kai stood up in shock and directly asked the 3 most critical questions. "Who wants to kidnap me? For what purpose? Where are the people?" "The person behind your kidnapping is the chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group in Bangkok. He first found Xiong Jiang. After Xiong Jiang got your address, he found 5 gangsters and prepared to kidnap you shortly before 12 o'clock, but they were overpowered. As for the purpose of their kidnapping, it was the transfer contract of the jewelry company in your hand," Tang Qing said briefly. After hearing this, Tang Kai fell into silence. He believed Tang Qing's words deeply. Most people couldn't understand so much. They just couldn't believe that Xiong Jiang would betray him. No one would be happy to be betrayed by someone he trusted. It was in vain that he had taken such good care of Xiong Jiang before. It seemed that Xiong Jiang felt that without the protection of the Wei family, he was just a foreigner in Bangkok, and he would definitely not be able to defeat Wangtai Group. "It's really overwhelming." Tang Kai secretly smiled bitterly, and said that he didn't blame Xiongjiang more. He just blamed this fucked up world and bloody interests. At this time, Tang Kai seemed to have remembered something and asked nervously, "By the way, Tang, were the people who kidnapped me in Xiongjiang? How are they? This is not a foreign country. If there is a murder case in the country, it is a big deal." He does not want Tang Qing to cause a big disaster on impulse. Even if Tang Qing's friend is powerful, Tang Qing will be caught in pigtails for the rest of his life. This is what he is most worried about. Xiongjiang only wanted the contract when he kidnapped you and was not planning to kill you. So I didn't embarrass him. After questioning, I let them go with a small punishment. My friend also threatened them. I believe that Xiongjiang will not dare to have contact with that chairman in the future, Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Kai was relieved when he heard this, and sighed. Well, I thought you did something to them. Although Xiongjiang was unjust to me, we have known each other for many years, and I really can't bear to touch him. As for the small punishment Tang Qing mentioned, he didn't ask, as long as he didn't kill anyone and leave this pigtail. Tang Qing's face suddenly changed, and he said seriously, "Second uncle, now I have a few questions to ask you. I hope you will tell the truth." "What question?" Tang Kai raised his head and asked. At the same time, his heart tightened. He didn't know what Tang Qing was going to ask, and the slightly majestic aura that Tang Qing exuded actually made him feel like he was facing high-ranking officials and other wealthy people. Well, it must be an illusion. The first question is, who is your enemy in China that has kept you from coming back for so many years? Second uncle, please tell the truth. This is related to your safety and is also very important to me. I asked my parents before, but they didn't tell me. We are a family, and I don't want you to lie to me. Tang Qing asked solemnly, staring at Tang Kai. He really didn't like the feeling of being confused, so he had to ask clearly about this matter today. It was not just curiosity, but also related to the safety of his parents and other relatives. If there was a threat, he must eliminate it as soon as possible to avoid anything irreversible happening. Looking at Tang Qing's resolute expression and the seriousness in his tone, Tang Kai did not speak immediately, but looked down at the teacup in his hand. Distant memories slowly came to his mind, replaying in his mind like a picture. The ups and downs, bitterness, and mixed emotions filled his mind, and his eyes couldn't help but get moist. After all, which wanderer misses home? After sighing for a while, Tang Kai also made a decision, sighed, and said, "Well, I'll tell you, this matter is not a secret. It is like this." Next, Tang Kai told the reason why he left his hometown and did not dare to come back. It turns out that when the second uncle Tang Kai was working in a neighboring city, he accidentally met the second aunt when he rescued a beauty. In the end, the two naturally liked each other and got together. However, the second aunt's family did not agree. In accordance with the tradition of parents ordering matchmakers, they insisted on letting her marry the dandy son of the director of the steel factory where the second aunt's father worked. Faced with such a scumbag who had harmed many girls, the second aunt was of course unwilling and had to follow her second Uncle Tang Kai life and death. When the factory director's son found out about Tang Kai, he brought someone to his uncle's house to teach him a lesson. The opponent was outnumbered and the second uncle was naturally unable to defeat him, so he was seriously injured. The rabbit bit him when he was anxious, let alone a human. In the end, the second uncle also got violent and chased and beat the dude, kicking him to death. Well, that's what I meant. What happened next was simple. In order to avoid being retaliated by the director of the steel plant and giving him a sympathy, the second uncle immediately said goodbye to the second aunt and ran away. He hid in the east and did not dare to go home. He became a wanted criminal. However, at that time, information was not smooth, and it was not maimed or killed, so the pursuit was not intense. Tang Qing's grandfather had to pay a lot of money for this, and the family even came to the house to make trouble. The other's mother came to the house with her abandoned son and abused them. They almost got into a fight several times, but the Tang family endured it and had no choice but to fight them. However, the other party did not come after a few visits. I heard that he was taken away for treatment. In the end, the playboy's son even said harshly that Tang Kai must be killed. If the Tang family dared to protect him, he would not let anyone go. The second uncle ran away for half a year. One day, he returned home at night and was beaten well by Tang Qing's grandfather. Then he fled to other provinces overnight with a huge sum of 2,000 yuan given by Tang's father, because it seemed that the dude had bribed several people in the village. If Tang Kai's whereabouts were discovered, he would report it immediately. If he was caught, he would be rewarded heavily. Before leaving, the second uncle also went to the second aunt's house to say goodbye. Since his son was deposed, the second aunt's father was also thrown out of his iron job by the factory director's revenge and started a small business. However, the dude seemed to have never been cured and became more and more perverted. He became a trouble every day. Tang Kai also left 1,500 yuan for this. Finally, the second aunt's father saw that his daughter was crying all day long, and Tang Kai was so affectionate and kind. So the second aunt's father asked him to take his daughter away. After that, the second uncle took the second aunt to Yun province with a vendor from the next village. The second uncle was brave and borrowed some money and started a business of reselling medicinal materials there. After 2 years, he accidentally learned that the director of the steel factory had been transferred to the deputy mayor of that city. He was so frightened that he quickly took his second aunt and newborn cousin abroad to escape. The director of the steel plant was originally at the deputy department level. It was not too difficult to transfer to deputy mayor at the same level in those days. Seeing that the other party was getting more and more powerful, it would be troublesome to find him. So the second uncle moved around several times and finally brought the second aunt to Bangkok. He also did a medicinal business for a few years. Later, he accidentally met Wei Jun and his son, who came to Bangkok to inspect the market. Although he made a lot of money outside, there was probably someone in the village who was keeping an eye on him, and he didn't know who it was. If the Tang family suddenly had a lot of money, it would be suspicious. If that person insisted that his father was protecting him, then Tang Qing and the others would be in trouble, so they never sent money to the family. Just 6 years ago, a fellow villager accidentally mentioned that the playboy's father had gone into business again, so Tang Kai had been paying attention to the news about that family over the years. With the help of his connections, the family started a steel business and then gradually added building materials, construction, real estate, transportation, energy, and other industries. Now they're among the top 3 super rich in the province, which he cannot afford to offend at all. The dude's injury has not been cured yet, so he has never given up on tracing the whereabouts of the second uncle. However, the second uncle has never contacted his family. No matter how good the confidentiality work is, none of his friends know his origin. Plus, he is abroad, so how can that person find out? After listening to it, Tang Qing had only one feeling. It was bloody. Every section was bloody. It was simply a collection of bloody jokes. It turns out there is nothing new under the sun, just like Xiong drama. No, it's more Xiong drama than Xiong drama. Then you, sir, come out here, and I promise not to beat you to death. Of course, he didn't dare to complain too much about the experiences of his second uncle and second aunt. They were both elders, so he could only listen to them. Tang Qing had never encountered any strong opponents or enemies before. They were basically friends or minions who could be beaten with a backhand. But this sudden appearance of an awesome opponent caught him by surprise. Of course, it is easy to kill the other party. Just send any bodyguard over and send them all to heaven together. But now the other party is also a victim. He can only watch and cannot move for so many years. The suffering is almost life-threatening. Fortunately, the other party is not the only child in the family and has an older brother. Otherwise, if Tang Kai had made their family desperate, the other party would not have been able to make their family stable until now. Of course, the second uncle is also a victim. He's been away from home for so many years, has suffered enough, and has experienced so many dangers outside. It's not that Tang Qing sympathizes with the dude, but he can't kill his family just because of this. He's not crazy yet. If only one person was killed, the other party's family would probably attack their family directly, because in Tang Kai's description, the Tang family was just a bait. If his son dies, this bait will have no value, so it is not necessary to confront him head-on. So confused. Are you taking the initiative to kill the other party? Or should we wait for the other party to make a move? Tang Qing was really speechless for a moment. Some things are black and white, and it is easy to make judgments. Just like in novels, good and evil are clearly defined, and anyone who goes against the protagonist deserves death. However, some things are half black and half white. Everyone has been stabbed, so it is difficult to make a decision. There is not enough reason to kill. Ma Dan, forget it. Let's send someone to investigate the other party situation first. If the other party's family members are of such bad character and are still thinking about revenge on the second uncle and their family, he won't care about any legitimate reasons. Just 4 words, shoot without mercy. Protecting your loved ones is a valid reason. Eliminating threats is also a valid reason. The most legitimate reason is to eliminate threats in order to protect your loved ones. P.S. Thank you to reader Hungyin Nishang 66 for the tip. Thank you for your support. It's Monday. Come and count your votes. After listening to the entire narration of the second uncle, Tang Qing has already made a decision. He will immediately ask the command room to make a plan. After all, if he wants to find out the other party's specific thoughts, it is not just to put a few more bugs in the other party's house. It will be as simple as that. And when does that have to wait? How can he hide the second uncle for a day if he can't listen? How is it possible? If his relatives dare not recognize each other in his own territory, it is a slap in his face. He is not afraid of being slapped in the face, but he will kill anyone who dares to slap him in the face. But deep down in his heart, Tang Qing didn't actually think that the other party could bury the hatchet without hurting his second uncle and his family. He just wanted to find a reason to take action. And it's not okay to hold a grudge. As if he suddenly remembered something, Tang Qing hurriedly asked, "By the way, second uncle, where are the second aunt and cousin? Are they in Bangkok? Isn't it too dangerous there?" Tang Qing was really happy to know that he had a younger sister, but if Tang's father and mother knew about it, Tang Qing's status in the family would probably drop one more, but never mind, it's hard to yell at his cousin, and he will be bullied if he is bullied. There are so many uncles in the family. Not all. How dare I let them stay in Bangkok at this time? I sent them to the United States last year. Your cousin Tang Yin'er is now in high school in New York. Your second aunt is taking care of her there. I also hired 2 bodyguards to protect them. They're very safe. Tang Kai shook his head and said with a smile. It's not that he had the foresight to think that Wei Jun's family would collapse this year and made plans in advance, but that the security in Bangkok is really not that good, and the chairman has a lot of criminal records and has kidnapped other people's wives and daughters. Therefore, he has long wanted to send his relatives abroad, but he has been reluctant to do so. Just like now, from last year to today, their family reunion did not last more than a week. He hurriedly sent his daughter and wife away after junior high school last year. Now it seems that this decision was the right one. Tang Qing was relieved after hearing this, but he didn't dare to relax completely. At the same time, he already had a plan in his mind, which was to send 2 bodyguards to secretly protect his cousin and mother and daughter. After all, no bodyguards were as trustworthy as his own robot bodyguards, and they were not as strong as them. New York was a mixed bag, and it was not a peaceful place. In the future, he would persuade his second uncle to take his cousin and them back to China. Because in Tang Qing's opinion, no foreign country is safe, especially Western countries, which are his main opponents in the future. They will suffer a lot in a fight. Kidnapping is just a means that is not even an appetizer. At least it makes him feel a little more controllable at home, and gangsters with AKs will not suddenly appear. The safest country in the world is by no means a boast. That's good. Second uncle, when are you going to go back to see my parents? Although they usually don't talk about you in front of me, I know they miss you too. Tang Qing nodded. I'm afraid I'll implicate you if I go back. That family won't let us go easily. Tang Kai was worried. He knew very well that a rich man of this level was not generally powerful in the province. He was definitely the master of both black and white. However, he was weak in the country and could not fight against them. Although he's not a good man in Bangkok and has the lives of a few scumbags on his hands, he is really unwilling to commit any more crimes in the country. The relationship between such people is complicated. If he really dares to send people to kill people, it will probably have the opposite effect and will not be able to end the situation. Don't worry, second uncle, it's okay. My friend's family is quite powerful. I'll ask him to find out first. If he can mediate, it will be fine. If not, let's find a way. Give me up to 5 days, and I will give you an answer. Tang Qing said confidently. 5 days were enough for the bodyguards to do a lot of things. If he really didn't get the exact information by the end of the period, he would have no choice but to ignore it. He would rather kill by mistake than waste time waiting. He didn't need to lose face, but he had to have this face. That would be great. It would be great if the mediation is successful. If they want money, just say so. I will try my best to give it to them. If it doesn't succeed, Tang Kai fell into silence after saying this. Don't worry, second uncle, it's basically fine. This friend of mine had a lot of face. Tang Qing quickly comforted him. Of course, Fist has a lot of face. Once 5 days are up, this matter must be settled. Tang Kai nodded and said softly, I hope so. By the way, Tang, what are you doing in the provincial capital this time? When will you go back? I came to attend the birthday party of my friend's elder. I will go back this afternoon. Tang Qing replied, truthfully. I see. Your friend is really very powerful. Tang Kai said with emotion. He didn't expect Tang Qing to have such a powerful friend. That family is one of the top 3 richest people in the province and has huge power. Tang Qing is naturally not a fool. He said that he was very hopeful, which meant that this friend's family power would not be worse than that person's. But he couldn't ask Tang Qing what this friend did. Well, yes, my friend has a large number of people. But second uncle, what are your plans for the future? Tang Qing asked with a smile. I will go back to Bangkok when I meet your parents. There are still many things that need me there. If there is nothing I can do in the end, I will return to China to develop. Tang Kai stopped to smile and sighed. Second uncle, it's so dangerous over there. I'm worried about your safety. Tang Qing said with a frown. He was worried not about the chairman, but about his successor and other rivals who coveted second uncle's industry. The current situation is that there are more than a dozen people eyeing second uncle's industry, but the strongest one is the Wangtai Jewelry Group, which wants to eat up second uncle's company based on its background. Even if he is killed, will his successor still be like this? Even if that successor is no longer interested, the number of people who covet the second uncle's property will instantly increase to a dozen or more, which would be troublesome. Feeling Tang Qing's concern, Tang Kai chuckled and said, Tang, don't worry. I have more than a dozen bodyguards going in and out there, and now I have added some people from Weijun. There is not a big security problem. Besides, my uncle has lived there for so many years, and there are many people and things that he can't let go of. There's so many people to support, and my uncle has adopted many orphans. They all work in my company. I can't abandon them unless I have to. Tang Qing had nothing to say after hearing this. Everyone always has some persistence in their hearts, and it is these persistence that support them to the end and survive all kinds of hardships. He couldn't persuade his second uncle to be so stubborn, but he was about to step into the muddy waters abroad again, and he couldn't let his second uncle fight there alone. Anyway, he will kill anyone who dares to attack the second uncle, and it seems that he needs to support some local forces there. Although fists are very effective, they are not as convenient as cultivating a force to serve as the protective umbrella for the second uncle. Well, it was such a happy decision. He believed that with the strength of the soldiers and the professional support of the command room, it would not be too difficult to infiltrate the underground forces in Bangkok. However, the chairman must die, because without chaos, how could the people he sent there get to the top? He didn't want his people to wait for a few years and slowly get through it. It can take as little as 1 month, and at the latest 2 months. You must make sure that your people have strong influence in the local area. If you want people to give people, if you want money, give money. The people in the command room will implement it concretely. He is waiting for the results. Isn't the money in his account used for this? If everything goes well, he will probably not only recover the cost, but also make a fortune, just like Xiong Jiang. Gee, this is another way to make a fortune, Tang Qing said happily. Okay, second uncle, I won't persuade you to go back in the future. I will ask my friend to send you 2 personal bodyguards. I don't believe in the strength of your bodyguards. As for their wages, just pay them as normal. Tang Qing stared at Tang Kai and said, as for the salary, it was just to ease the second uncle's heart. After all, this is a head-turning job, and it would be too unreasonable to send them for free. There is no need for these bodyguards. My bodyguards are very powerful, Tang Kai said with a smile. Although these bodyguards look not simple, can they be more powerful than a gun no matter how powerful they are? The most important thing is that he doesn't want Tang Qing to owe that friend a favor because favors have to be repaid, and for Tang Qing's ordinary family, even if he wants to repay such a person's favor, it will not be easy. Tang Qing pointed to the two bodyguards behind him and said firmly, "No, I'm not worried. Not only will you go back to Bangkok, but they will also follow you during this period in the country. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about me owing a favor. I did a big favor to their family before, and it's too early for him to pay it back. Would this be too troublesome for your friend?" Tang Kai whispered. "No, he has many bodyguards, and they're very professional. They're all elites who have come from the army or the battlefield. We have a good relationship. It will not be a problem to borrow two people. You will know the strength of these two bodyguards in the future. They are absolutely reliable and can be trusted," Tang Qing said with a smile. Seeing Tang Qing's insistence, he couldn't refuse the first mutual acquaintance meeting, so he said, "Okay, I will accept these two bodyguards, and I will increase their wages by 50% in China. After all, it is much more dangerous there than at home." When Tang Kai said this, he also looked at the expressions of the two bodyguards. He found that when the two bodyguards heard about the salary increase and being sent abroad, their expressions and eyes did not change at all, as if they did not care at all. Tang Kai couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. No matter what, the psychological quality of this group of people is definitely passable. As for their strength, it needs to be verified later. "Second uncle, I'll leave first. I have something to do this morning. I'll take the car home in the afternoon. If there is any progress with my friend, I will contact you and wait for my good news." Tang Qing stood up and smiled. "Okay, why don't we go have breakfast together before we leave?" Tang Kai suggested. Tang Qing patted his head when he heard this. How could he forget this? He was basically not hungry, and then he remembered that Tang Kai didn't eat breakfast. He said, "Oh, I forgot. Let's go and have breakfast together first." The breakfast in the hotel is not satisfying. I don't know why it looks the same as the restaurant outside, but it doesn't taste like that. Yes, I feel the same way. I always feel like something is missing when I eat. Tang Kai laughed. "Okay, let's go," Tang Qing said. After that, Tang Qing and his second uncle walked downstairs together. At this time, someone was already checking out. Looking at the missing boss Tang Qing, he smiled, winked at the robot at the front desk who was checking out, and retreated. He locked up the boss just because he didn't want him to know his appearance. It wasn't because he was afraid of anyone, but he just tried to avoid some troubles if he could. After Tang Qing and his party left, the bodyguard knocked on the boss's door to let him out. After leaving the hotel, only two bodyguards followed behind, the two assigned to the second uncle. The other two did not leave, but became covert protectors. After all, in such a dangerous place in Bangkok, one or two bodyguards were not enough. So they simply gave the second uncle two in the light and two in the dark, ready to support at any time. He will re-exchange other robots used to infiltrate underground forces in Bangkok. As for how many robots he will need to exchange in the end and how much it will cost, he still needs to make a plan from the command room. Anyway, it is indispensable. With the new soldiers and intelligence support and activity funds added to this plan, it is estimated that Xiongjiang's 20 million will have to be filled in again, and it may not even be enough. He only hopes that the chairman's deposit can give him a little surprise. Tang Kai, who was wary himself, naturally noticed something strange. The person who handled the formalities at the front desk was obviously a subordinate of Tang Qing's friend. The hotel owner must have been locked up. It was a bit audacious to do such a blatant thing in China, but also showed the other party's strength and confidence. As for the two bodyguards who disappeared, he thought they had gone back. After all, he was not a big shot, so it would be good to send him two bodyguards. It's getting a little lighter now. Tang Qing and his second uncle left the hotel, chatting and laughing. Tang Qing also told the news about his parents and uncle. Tang Kai was very excited when he heard that, especially knowing that Qin Yugong had achieved this and was going to be promoted to half a level next month. After all, he couldn't help much at home except for money, and all his connections were abroad. Now with Qin Yugong's protection, his brother and sister-in-law would not be bullied when doing business. Boss, 40 cages of Xiaolong Baozi, 10 bowls of chaos, and 40 fried eggs. Tang Qing and his group walked into a breakfast shop and said loudly, "Okay, wait a minute, I'll be here soon." Seeing that such a big business had just been done, the boss quickly agreed happily. The proprietress also quickly brought 20 cages of steamed buns twice and placed them on 2 tables. It was not that Tang Qing was playing a big role, but that the tables in the breakfast shop were relatively small and could not seat 4 people. Robots are humans too, so they also need to eat. However, their special digestive system allows them to eat a lot of food in one meal, and the energy can be stored in the cells for a long time. Then they do not need to eat for several days and only need to drink a small amount of water. After all, they are designed for war, and their endurance and adaptability are hard indicators. Tang Dang, have you finished ordering so much? Tang Kai said, looking at the tall basket. After hearing this, Tang Qing laughed and said, "Don't worry, second uncle. I can eat 10 cages by myself. They all do physical work and have big appetites. 10 cages are just full. I'm afraid it's not enough." "Ah, that's right," Tang Kai said with a smile. His bodyguards also had big appetites and ate very ferociously. P.S. Thank you, readers, for the rewards from Running Pegasus and everyone's votes. We don't have enough time, so we still can't divide it into chapters. Seeing Tang Qing wolfing down one small steamed bun after another, Tang Kai had a thick smile on his face. In his opinion, it was a blessing for his children to eat, and it was a good thing for a boy to have a good appetite, especially at Tang Qing's age. But this is only for his own family, because he's also a well-known Chinese rich man in Bangkok, and his requirements and vision for the quality of his children have also increased. If young talents from other families eat like this in front of him, he must feel vulgar, uneducated, impolite, etc. Even if his daughter looks ugly, he will say something, but when it comes to Tang Qing, his nephew, he is very pleased with her. After all, Tang Qing is the only male of their generation in the Tang family. Tang Tang, eat slowly, don't choke, this bun is still a little hot, Tang Kai said with concern with a smile. Tang Qing swallowed a bun, pushed the bun towards Tang Kai, and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm used to it. By the way, uncle, you can eat it too. I see you haven't moved much." The Xiaolong bao he usually bought in the morning was 1 bite at a time, and he was very happy eating it. "Haha, you eat. My second uncle is not very hungry. He is usually influenced by your sisters and others, so he always eats slowly. In addition, he doesn't exercise much, so he can't eat much." Tang Kai said, "Well, uncle, you must be full. The fillings of the buns here are good, and the meat is very fresh," Tang Qing said with a smile. He had heard before that many shady bun shop owners mashed up the rotten meat and stuffed it together, and sprinkled thick spices to cover up the taste. Tang Qing had encountered it in this life. It was at another bun shop on his way to school. With his perverted taste buds, he spit it out as soon as he took a bite, threw it on the ground in front of the shop, and left angrily. It's not that he doesn't respect the sanitation workers, but he did it to show to those who queued up to buy steamed buns. He had to go to school at the time and had no time to argue with the boss about refunding the money, so he just fed the dog. He wanted to use his actions to show those who queued up. People who understand will understand, but there is nothing he can do if he doesn't understand. After all, Chinese people are very enthusiastic about food. Many people know that hot pot is dirty, but they still eat it. After having breakfast with his second uncle, the two separated. Tang Kai heard that Tang Qing wanted to buy something for Qin Shiqi and the others and forced him to give him 10,000 yuan. He also said that he would make up for it as a meeting gift later. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Tang Qing didn't bother to be pretentious and just took it. After all, it was his second uncle who was pushing and pushing around on the street for 10,000 yuan with a billionaire. Tang Kai still has work to deal with in the next few days. The company in Bangkok has a lot of things going on, especially in the past month. Many stores have been frequently stolen and robbed. The losses are not big, but it is also disgusting. In the past 2 days, he had to worry about Wei Jun's affairs, so he completed 2 days of work ahead of schedule. But now things have happened again. Tang Qing couldn't help but shook his head sympathetically. It was better to be a hands-off boss. Except for signing and giving money, someone would do everything. The people below could supervise independently. Even if the boat took on water, it would not sink so fast. He would have plenty of opportunities to make up for the water inlet. It was nearly 7 o'clock when Tang Qing returned to the hotel. He locked the door and entered the command room in a flash. The system was watching. If someone knocked on the door, the system would prompt him, so he was not worried at all. Command platform. Commander. Tang, he saluted. Well, Tang, I think you should know what's going on. You should make 2 plans immediately. One is to investigate everything about Lei Peng, the chairman of Pengyun Group in the province, including his company, family, relatives, social relations, etc. I want the character of everyone in their immediate family. Analyze the report, especially his son Lei Yang. No matter what method you use, you must find out what he thinks about our family within 5 days. If you don't find out within 5 days, let them all have an accident. There is no upper limit on the cost of this plan. Tang Qing ordered slowly. Lei Peng was the director of the steel plant, and Lei Yang was the one who was deposed by his second uncle. The reason for investigating Lei Peng's company was to know their family's influence and whether he could get some benefits. After all, every action has a cost, and he also tasted the sweetness from Xiongjiang. Every time he takes action, he wants people to pay for it. Alas, he also feels that he has no bottom line. He wants to kill people and still cares about their money. This road always feels weird. Although the 5 days are a bit tight, he believes that the robots will complete it. Because the constraints are there, the mission plan will definitely be made in a direction that can be completed. Basically, as long as you follow the steps, the completion success rate will be at least 80%. The accident he mentioned was just a last resort. As soon as Tang Qing finished speaking, he said, I understand, Commander, the main task has been filed. The subsidiary clearing plan has been filed. Number 6793, the plan formulation task has been assigned, and it is expected to be completed in 20 minutes. Tang Qing was very satisfied with their efficiency, nodded and said, well, very good. The second one is a plan to infiltrate the underground forces in Bangkok. Without having much impact, it can take as little as 1 month or 2 months at the latest. I hope that our strength there will be enough to protect my second uncle's property and personal safety. Remember, the chairman must die. You can include it in this plan. There is no upper limit on the cost. Understood, Commander. The main task has been archived. The subsidiary clearing plan has been archived. Number 6794, the plan formulation task has been assigned and is expected to be completed in 40 minutes, Tang said. Apparently the 2 plans were developed by the same people. Well, then you go ahead and get busy. Once you've made the plan, I'll have someone call me to inform me of the things I need to prepare, and then I'll grant you redemption rights. Tang Qing nodded and said, the exchange authorization means that he can directly grant Tang the authority to redeem robots and mall equipment through the system without entering the command room, and limits the upper limit of the amount, allowing Tang to redeem according to his needs. Tang Qing feels that this function is very convenient. He doesn't have to keep an eye on it in real time. After all, a task often does not require all the items to be exchanged at once. Different stages require different people, different equipment, and emergency exchanges. If it is not troublesome to ask him to exchange it every time, it may cause problems. He didn't know when Do Jiao would come over later. If she didn't come, he could come over and have a look. If she did, he would have to call for authorization first. In short, the sooner these 2 plans are implemented, the better. After giving the instructions, Tang Qing teleported back to the hotel suite, washed himself up, changed his clothes, and looked at himself in the mirror. Tang Qing felt that one word was handsome. It's so lonely as snow. Dong dong dong. The door of the suite rang. Tang Qing knew the person outside was Do Jiao without looking, because everyone has a habit of knocking on the door. Some people knock quickly, some gently, some like to knock 3 times, some like 5 times, and the severity is also very different. He listened to Do Jiao's knocking method twice and got it right. The first time was to confirm that it was her, and the second time was to confirm her habit. Tang Qing opened the door and saw Do Jiao standing at his door, dressed neatly, and even her makeup was done. After looking up and down, Tang Qing couldn't help but nodded. With this outfit, she looked like a fly-catching beauty when she went out. Usually Do Jiao wore light makeup and no lipstick at work. She just carried a lip balm with her. Today, she put on a complete set, which directly added 5 points to Do Jiao, who had previously scored 85 points. Sister Jiao Jiao, why are you so early today? Tang Qing greeted with a smile. The Do Jiao in front of him surprised him. He was not surprised that Do Jiao was beautiful. After all, there were so many beautiful women, and it was not like he had never seen them before. He was just surprised that it was less than 7:30, and Do Jiao actually got up and tidied up. This was a twist of human nature. Why is it early? It's getting late. It's already dawn. Hurry up and eat. Let's go shopping. Do Jiao rolled her eyes at him and said. Tang Qing was speechless. You also know that it is already dawn at this point, so what happened yesterday? In order to go shopping, it was like taking a chicken blood injection. P.S. Thank you for your votes. Thank you for your support. Please subscribe for genuine subscription. Facing Do Jiao, who was stimulated by shopping, Tang Qing said helplessly, Okay, I'll be fine in a minute. Why are you in a hurry? The mall won't run away. The mall won't run away, but what if the things I like are gone? Today is Sunday, and there are many people there on weekends. Do Jiao said dissatisfiedly with her hands on her hips. But who goes shopping in the early morning? Tang Qing said with a wry smile. This place is different from the city. There are people here very early on weekends, especially Sundays. I don't care. Anyway, you should get dressed quickly. I haven't gone shopping for a long time because of this acquisition. Do Jiao kept tapping her little feet and said, looking anxious. Tang Qing was speechless and then turned around and entered the suite. He packed it up in less than 2 minutes and called Sun Chao, who had gotten up early, to go down for dinner. After hurriedly eating breakfast at Do Jiao's urging, Tang Qing and the others arrived at the city center of the provincial capital. The 2 Tianyin employees were supposed to go to work normally, but the boss and the second child both went on strike, so Tang Qing simply gave them half a day off and went to work again in the afternoon. It's not that Tang Qing, a vampire, wants to forcefully occupy other people's weekends, but that Tianyin's work content is different from other companies. In fact, if you are busy, you will be busy for a while, so they have formulated a very humane rule that is for all weekend overtime work. You can choose to double the salary or exchange 1 day of vacation. For this reason, many Tianyin employees are working more overtime in YY and try to save up for a 2-month-long vacation at the end of the year plus annual leave. In order to prevent someone from dying suddenly while working overtime, Tang Qing also stipulated that the monthly holiday exchange should not exceed 2 days. Otherwise, there will always be crazy people who want to work crazy. If something happens, Tang Qing will be guilty. City center. It's true as Do Jiao said, there are so many people coming to the mall to shop so early. Tang Qing felt as he looked at the crowded city center. How unscientific. Let me tell you, it's a big weekend. There must be a lot of people here. Do Jiao said proudly when she saw Tang Qing looking like he was eating a turtle. Tang Qing said silently, I don't accept it. Don't you guys sleep on the weekend? Then who is it, the director? Send these extras home quickly. Really, extras are human beings too. It's unethical to call them in so early. Hey, little boss, how about you treat your employees well today? Do Jiao stepped forward and held Tang Qing's hand and said with a smile. Do Jiao insisted on holding his hand from the moment she got off the car. Tang Qing could only express her narcissism. Do Jiao wanted to rub off on his warmth. There's no way. He's too handsome and the rate of turning heads is too high. In his previous life, every time he came back to go shopping with his cousins, they would hold his hand. There was no other intention. Maybe it was a habit. Didn't I promise you that you can pick up the group's jewelry as you like? What kind of reward do you want? Tang Qing curled his lips and said, Mengyun Group has no clothes to sell. Do Jiao said confidently. As soon as Do Jiao finished speaking, Tang Qing seemed to have seen something, and he immediately agreed with a happy expression. Well, okay. As an employee, you shouldn't support the boss's work, yeah. Do Jiao didn't know what Tang Qing meant and stared at him and said, It's the employee's obligation to promote the company and maintain a positive image. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yeah. Do Jiao thought for a while and found nothing wrong. That's good, Sister Jiao Jiao. Look, our Shangtang store is right in front. You could choose whatever you want, and I'll pay the bill. Tang Qing pointed to the huge curtain in the shopping mall in the distance and said happily. It was Shangtang's store in the provincial capital, and it was also Shangtang's first store. It was of great significance. With Lu Qian's full preparations and smooth relations, he quickly signed a contract for this store. After rapid modular decoration, it had a grand opening a few days ago, on March 7th. The clothes Tang Qing is wearing now are actually produced by his own company. He still remembered that Shangtang Clothing had a lot of clothes specially tailored for him. This was also his request. His own company's products were already good, so why should he wear other people's clothes? It was also an advertisement for his own company. After learning that the clothes were custom-made for Tang Qing, the girls in the company were like taking a shot. Qi Yin was not far behind. She called him several times to ask for his opinion and inquire about his preferences. However, Tang Qing did not go to the company to try on clothes during this period. However, the news from Qi Yin was that the clothes customized for him could fill a wardrobe. Tang Qing immediately called a halt after learning about it. How long will it take for him to wear this wardrobe of clothes? Following the direction of Tang Qing's finger, Do Jiao was dumbfounded when she saw an advertisement for Shangtang Clothing. At this time, she also remembered that this happened. After all, she had all the weekly reports and plans of Shangtang. She originally wanted to come here to support the store on the day it opened, but she was busy with the acquisition of Mengyun Group during this period and forgot about it. But is this considered the company's business? Do Jiao said with a cat face and a pout. Of course, forget it. Have you forgotten Tianyin's year-end bonus? 1 to 5% of the company's profit is your bonus. If the company's performance is good, your bonus will be more. Tang Qing said matter-of-factly. That seems to be the case. Do Jiao also remembered that it happened, but there was no dividend at all last year, and she was also a little dark under the lights. However, judging from the situation, the dividends of Shangtang and Mengyun Group this year are estimated to be quite large, 1 to 5%. She knows Tang Qing's character. As long as there is no trouble in Tianyin, he will definitely give Tianyin more than 3% of the profit. The 1% is just a warning. According to Tianyin's review and forecast, Shangtang's profits this year are likely to exceed 50 million. This is because Tang Qing's capital injection plan is unclear. Of course, this is completely excluded from Tang Qing's capital injection, and it is also Tang Qing's request. Otherwise, according to the rate of return of these two companies, Tianyin may not get a penny of year-end dividends in previous years. Don't worry, Sister Jiao Jiao. You have to believe that the designers in our company will produce good things. Tang Qing said with confidence. Although he owns a clothing company, he still doesn't understand what avant-garde fashion is and what colors, styles are popular this year. He only knows that it looks good on people, it suits them, and they like it. It doesn't matter whether it's fashionable or not. Just like those fashion shows, are many works meant to be worn? That's for viewing. Although Tang Qing has not yet reached the level of playing capital. But we also know a truth, that is, capital is changing and influencing people's thinking all the time. As long as capital is willing, it is very simple to decide which colors, styles are popular in the global clothing industry this year. Spend money and you will get it. When all kinds of media and professionals from all walks of life are touting something, people can only follow them. Ordinary people will brag as capital wants to brag, especially those consumers who are chasing the trend. In order to prove that they are right, there are also all kinds of calf protectors. They are not allowed to be criticized by others, and they have to publicize their correctness everywhere. This is the world of capital. Most of ordinary people's consumption concepts are the result of capital installation. Tang Qing wants to be a person who controls capital and direction, not an ignorant consumer. He is naturally cautious about all the things that others say are good. Are Picasso's paintings good? Are Van Gogh's paintings good? Anyway, he didn't realize that, just like the ghost painting charms, none of our country's landscape paintings are as beautiful as our country's landscape paintings. If no one sets the price, 100 of these paintings would be too expensive for him. Abstract? Ha ha. Besides, the clothes produced by our family look good. Okay. Dou Jiao nodded and agreed. In fact, when she saw the promotional poster of Shengtang clothing, she had already decided not to buy clothes from other brands today. She knew everything about Shengtang, and there was no need to talk about quality control. Moreover, the design department's weekly report contained many drafts of clothing design or fashion analysis, and sometimes there were pictures of models. She was itching to see many design plans, but she had no place to buy them before. Shengtang didn't even know the existence of Tianyan, so she had no reason to try on clothes. Let's go. If you really don't like to change to another company, but I hope you will abandon the popularity thing first and look at the problem. Even facing Dou Jiao, he still had to stand up for his own things. Seeing that Tang Qing was so serious, Dou Jiao also understood what was going on. After all, everyone thought that their child was the best. She hugged Tang Qing's hand and said softly, "I know, my stingy little boss brother." Tang Qing was speechless. He had another long title. P.S. La la la. The second chapter is here. Coding is so hard. Woo woo woo. After a while, Tang Qing and his party walked into the shopping mall where Shengtang's store was located. This shopping mall is not very high, only 6 floors, but occupies a very large area. It is oval-shaped when viewed from above, with an empty middle. It has a tempered glass roof that goes from the bottom to the top. There are also some taller trees, flowers and plants planted inside, as well as some chairs for people to rest. Although the entire layout seems a bit low in Tang Qing's eyes, it is also an extremely fashionable and avant-garde design in this era. As soon as they entered the revolving door of the mall, several people saw Shengtang's advertising banner again. The content was exactly the same as the big one outside, but the size was much smaller. If it weren't for the mall's management regulations, Tang Qing estimated that people from the company would have sent flyers directly at the door. This was not a joke, because this is an important part of the company's plan. However, the management here is relatively strict. There are property security guards inside the mall and urban management guards outside the mall. Therefore, the people handing out flyers from Shengtang have moved to a farther place. "Little boss, look, where's Shengtang's store?" Dou Jiao, who had just entered the door with sharp eyes, pointed to the second floor and said loudly. Tang Qing looked at it. "Good guy, the location is really conspicuous. It is opposite the entrance of a shopping mall. You can see it at a glance when you enter." Tang Qing couldn't help but guess how much face Lu Qian had to use to get this place. It's neither high nor low. It's on the second floor. What Tang Qing didn't know was that in order to befriend him, Lu Qian had to put in a lot of effort to take down this store and even use some dishonorable means. After all, this was the first store of Tang Qing's company, which was of great significance. In the future, when Shengtang became bigger and stronger, Tang Qing remembered that this was his help, and this favor was not small. "Come on, let's go up and have a look." Seeing his store, Tang Qing felt excited. After all, this is his company's first store, not counting the cooperation with Li Jiangguo. He doesn't have a majority of the shares. He is just a small shareholder. He has 95% of the shares in Shengtang. Although Shengtang is not a core industry like Tianyan, it can be considered a direct descendant. They did not take the elevator, but walked directly up the spiral staircase. The second floor was only a few steps away, and they were not that lazy. In fact, neither Tang Qing nor Sun Chao like to take elevators, because as practitioners, they are somewhat sensitive to this feeling of weightlessness. This feeling of not being in control of life makes people very uncomfortable, especially those elevators with dozens of floors. Although the probability of falling is extremely low, it is not impossible. What if you win a lottery? Once on the elevator, the brains of people like them will transmit an uneasy emotion, a feeling that life is out of control, which even Tang Qing cannot avoid when he reaches level 2. Standing at the door of the store, Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. The entire store area is about more than 200 square meters, which can be said to be very huge in a shopping mall. The decoration is quite satisfactory. After all, the time is a bit tight, and there are so many big brands in the shopping mall. Compared with the decoration, it may not be able to compare with others. At most, they are evenly matched, but Tang Qing thinks it is about the same. It is a relatively people-friendly brand. If it is too luxurious, won't it deter buyers? Although there are pictures of this place in the weekly newspaper, there is no way to see it with your own eyes. At this time, there are already many customers in the store choosing clothes, and salespeople in uniforms are busy going back and forth. Today is still during the opening bonus period, and it is the weekend. There is also a conspicuous banner hanging at the door, offering discounts of 50% off for purchases over 200, 80% off for purchases over 300, membership card recharges with discounts, discount cards, and other activities. Many people still come here with flyers. It's not surprising that business is good, but I don't know how long it will last. We can only see the subsequent publicity effect. Anyway, Tang Qing has already planned to use money to smash the sky. He is afraid that if he can't beat you, I can buy you. Although funds are tight now, it can't stop Tang Qing's willfulness. Brother Xiao Tang, it looks pretty good. Let's go in. Do Jiao instinctively looked at the entire store and nodded. Yes, Tang Qing agreed. Although Tianyan has no affiliation with Shangtang, Do Jiao thinks that Shangtang is just like her adopted child. She is very happy to see Shangtang getting better and better, and now it seems that Shangtang's products are very good and the styles are also very novel. As for the quality, she is completely assured. She knows the quality standards of Shangtang. Yang Kai and the others have combined the quality standards of many major international clothing brands. Even if there is something below the standard, it is very special. After that, the group of people walked into the store. It was like a supermarket in the ordinary clothing area. You could just try what you like. If you have any questions, ask the salesperson, so no one came to receive them. In this way, Tang Qing felt pretty good, but if someone really came to receive them, it would feel weird. I would try what I like and decide whether it looks good or not. I don't care what fashion is popular. What I like is fashion. Do Jiao did not go to the ordinary clothing area, but went straight to the high-end clothing area. The entire Shangtang brand has not yet been classified, so they all use the brand name Shangtang. The high-end clothing area will be separated in the future. These are limited edition works by designers. Each piece will only produce 5 to 20 pieces according to certain standards. In addition to the exquisite workmanship and materials, the price is relatively high. The cheapest ones are 800 to 900, and more are thousands faster. Since the company's designers are not yet well known, most of these prices are spent on labor and materials, which are relatively affordable. If the Tang dynasty grows in the future and the designer's reputation increases, the price of the same thing may double or even more. Do Jiao rushed into the sea of clothes like a runaway horse, running around happily. Tang Qing even thought with some evil taste of what kind of youth Do Jiao had experienced. She didn't look like a girl with a good background at all. Is it necessary to be so happy when seeing beautiful clothes? But who cares? Do Jiao is a bit eccentric. There are emperors who like to be carpenters, so it's not unusual for a rich family to have a loser. This is a high-end clothing area, so naturally there are dedicated clerks watching over it. After all, these clothes are expensive. Originally, the two female shop assistants wanted to introduce her, but Do Jiao refused. She is also the same kind of person. I just like her. I have my own ability to judge. Little boss, does this look good? Do Jiao took out a piece of clothing to compare with and smiled at Tang Qing. Tang Qing immediately nodded and said, "It looks good, it looks good." He knew that Do Jiao was not asking for his opinion when asking him, but looking for approval. Anyone who could be picked up by Do Jiao had naturally passed her level. What about this one? Do Jiao picked up another piece of clothing and said, "It's also very good looking." Tang Qing still looked very good looking and pretended to look up and down in appreciation. Next, Do Jiao tried on a few more clothes, but Tang Qing had the same attitude because he really didn't understand women's clothing or even men's clothing, so he could only be a yes man. Anyway, he was just a clothes hanger. He was handsome and looked good in anything he wore. Besides, their clothes in the Tang dynasty were already very good looking. It's a bit funny to think about Tang Qing. A person who runs a clothing company doesn't understand clothing. If outsiders find out about this, passersby will immediately turn negative. Why do you say everything looks good? Seeing Tang Qing's formulaic answer, Do Jiao was not satisfied. I don't understand anyway. And of course the clothes made by myself are good looking. Tang Qing said matter-of-factly, but after saying that, he regretted it and quickly covered his mouth. Dizzy, how could he tell the truth? Do Jiao's face froze after hearing this. She felt that Tang Qing had been talking about clothes, which had nothing to do with her. She felt angry and funny at the same time. This brother's focus was indeed different from ordinary people, but this was too shocking. She said with an evil smile, "Brother Xiao Tang, what did you just say?" Sister Jiao Jiao is so beautiful. She looked good in anything she wears." Tang Qing quickly compensated. "Are you really not praising the clothes?" Do Jiao said with a snort, but she was very satisfied with the answer. "Of course it is true. Conscience of heaven and earth, I am definitely not just praising the clothes." Tang Qing raised his hand and swore, "We can't say that our clothes are not good without conscience." "That's not bad. You are looking for a fight." Do Jiao immediately realized that her feelings were only with her clothes, so she stepped forward and chased Tang Qing to start a fight. "Forgive me." After a while, Do Jiao began to try on various clothes. Tang Qing and Sun Chao watched boredly outside, making comments from time to time, but anyway, there were only a few words. "Not bad, good looking, suits you very well." Do Jiao is always a dresser and can wear anything. It's almost the same. Tang Qing doesn't feel anything about it anyway. Just praise it, that's right. Seeing Do Jiao trying it on randomly, the clerk wanted to stop him, but he stopped when he saw the logo on Tang Qing's coat. Being able to sell these limited edition clothes here, they must be discerning and they must know their own clothes. One of the clerks saw the golden symbol on Tang Qing's collar at a glance, which is a logo on all limited edition products of the Tang dynasty. The limited edition products in the store will use silver thread to embroider the unique symbols of each designer with independent design rights in the Tang dynasty on the collar, and the only customized products are made of gold thread. Seeing that Tang Qing was wearing a customized product that represented the company and the logo of the company's vice president Qi Yin, the two shop assistants immediately stepped aside respectfully. The person wearing this kind of clothes is obviously a distinguished customer of the company, and there is no way he can't afford the clothes here. They just sit back and wait for it to happen. At this time, several more customers came here to try on clothes, and two clerks rushed to receive them, but they left after trying on a few items. Some were quite satisfied, but left immediately after seeing the price. Well, at this moment, Tang Qing, the boss of the company, once again acted shamelessly and became a type of person that many people hate. It's really the "but" that determines the head and the stance that determines the attitude. Look at those who only try but don't buy. Tang Qing was also unhappy. He finally understood why the store clerks of big brands were so arrogant. They had to wait and see if they wanted to try it on. This was because the items were expensive and damage was a trivial matter, and they could still find the owner. The biggest fear was that after trying on a piece of clothing for a long time, no one would want it. This was a limited quantity, and many of those international brands only had one of the same style in the store. Don't talk about layman's words like "just wash it and it'll be fine." It doesn't hurt to talk while standing. You can still find someone to sell your steamed buns if someone bites them. But if you are still interested in buying a steamed bun that has been touched by 10 or 20 people, you will be damned. Damn, Tang Qing was taken aback by his meticulous logic, but this is an inevitable problem in doing business. Generally, cheap clothes are just tried on, and the store can afford the loss, but those limited edition items are not a matter of whether to bear it, but okay, no more washing the floor. Little boss, let me try on this dress. Do Jiao handed over a dress, interrupting Tang Qing's thoughts. Tang Qing raised his head and waved his hands and smiled. I don't need it. The company still has a closet of my clothes. I'm worried about how I will wear them all. It seems I have to find a way to give them away. After hearing this, Do Jiao said with envy, I also want endless clothes. After saying this, she winked at Tang Qing, with a look like it's up to you. In fact, if she is willing, it is not difficult to achieve this wish. It can even be said to be a simple mess. She only relies on her family or her future husband, so there is no point in blackmailing Tang Qing. Then you go work as a model for the company. Tang Qing said with an unkind look on his face. Does being a model mean that you have to post photos on Taobao? Do Jiao said with a worried look. If she dared to do this, her family would have to give her a good beating if they found out. After all, her family also wanted to save face. Her family would not say anything about other jobs, but the reputation of models at home and abroad is not very good. No, they usually find someone to try it on after they design it. Usually they try on themselves or find colleagues. You can also go there then. Anyway, those sample clothes are not for sale, and there are still a lot of them in the company warehouse. Tang Qing explained. Then when will you let Sheng Tang know about the existence of Sky? Do Jiao asked again. Tang Qing thought about it and said, well, we'll just have to wait and see as soon as the second batch of capital injection arrives. It could be early June or at most the end of June. By then, the Tianyin headquarters will be almost completed. Sooner or later, Tianyin will be disclosed to Shengtang, because like Mengyun Group, special accounting personnel will be sent in. Mengyun Group is better. Tianyin was involved at the beginning of the acquisition, so there will be no bad ideas. Shengtang is a little troublesome, but Tang Qing believes that the management of Shengtang will understand. It is just a parallel organization that does nothing. Besides, Shengtang can also save a lot of information consulting fees for this. Tianyin is professional. Okay, then I'll wear all kinds of nice clothes for free. Do Jiao said with a longing look on her face after hearing this. Sister Jiao, pay attention to your image. Your mouth is watering. P.S. Today is a big chapter. Time. Please God, give me time. In this way, Tang Qing and Sun Chao watched Do Jiao changing various clothes. If they liked it, they asked the clerk to fold it up. They looked at the clothes piled higher and higher, and the total price that made people more and more frightened. If it weren't for Tang Qing's Qi Yin custom logo, they would have thought that Do Jiao was here to cause trouble. After all, who would buy so many clothes in the same store like selling cabbage? If it were another clothing store, even a rich man like Tang Qing wouldn't be able to choose so many for Do Jiao at once. 1 or 2 items would be enough at most. After all, the money is really spent. She is not so ignorant, but Sheng Tang is different. This is Tang Qing's company. Even spending money is equivalent to injecting capital into the company. But there are 2 more beneficiaries. One is Tang Qing, and the other is her. After more than an hour, Do Jiao finally finished her selection. Looking at the pieces of clothing, Do Jiao's eyes were shining as if she were seeing harvested crops. Of course, Do Jiao doesn't just choose the more expensive ones. There are also many good products in the general clothing section. Checkout counter. Sun Chao and Tang Qing handed a large pile of clothes to the girls at the front desk. The 2 clerks were supposed to bring them over, but a lot of customers came just now, so Tang Qing asked them to greet them. After all, those are not cheap goods. You can touch them as much as you like and pull them as much as you like, and some of them will really break. Looking at these dozens of clothes, the girl at the cashier said in surprise, Sir, are these what you want? This is not a wholesale market, and you can get dozens of items at a time. It seems that half of these clothes are limited edition products from the high-end clothing area, and they are expensive. Unless you're an extremely loyal customer or give them away. How can you buy so many? However, the Shengtang brand has only been around for a long time, so how can it have such loyal fans? Well, it's all ours. Please settle the account. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After receiving Tang Qing's confirmation, The girl at the cashier quickly asked the clerk to scan the QR code and pack it together. In order to make it easier to carry it later, Tang Qing directly requested that a bag can be filled with as many items as it would otherwise take up too much space. Although it felt a bit low, Do Jiao was not here anyway, so he filled it up first. After a while, the entire price was calculated. "Hello, sir, there are 28 items, totaling 23,200 yuan. Our opening offer is a 30% discount for items with a total price over 10,000 yuan. If you then erase the fractions, the total is 16,200 yuan. Please pay by card or cash." The cashier looked at Tang Qing carefully and said, "This price is a huge sum in this era. Swipe your card." After speaking, Tang Qing handed over a bank card. At present, Shengtang does not have any Supreme membership cards. Currently, it only has some ordinary membership cards, shopping cards, and the like. High-level membership cards will not be issued until Shengtang stores are fully rolled out next month. However, he does have a diamond-like card from Mengyun Group, which Lu Gan gave him yesterday. This card is not free of charge like the one Lu Gan gave before. It only allows you to purchase all the group's products at cost price. There is no upper limit. It will be deducted from a year-end dividend at the end of the year. If the deduction is not enough this year, Lu Gan will probably not ask him for money and will deduct it again the next year. It's not that Lu Gan is stingy, but that the previous card was to make friends with Tang Qing. Lu Gan will pay for all the bad debts of the company, but Mengyun Group is a cooperation between the two, and Tang Qing is also the company's major shareholder, so he will naturally have to bear the bad debts of the group. The cashier handed it to Tang Qing after a few operations, and Tang Qing entered the password. The transaction is completed. Seeing that the transaction was successful without maxing out the card, the cashier breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling safe. "Thank you for your patronage. Please wait a moment. We will give gifts and membership cards to customers who spend more than 10,000 yuan. Our store manager will be here soon," the cashier girl said enthusiastically. At this time, store manager Li Meng also received news that a big customer was coming. According to company regulations, she had to come out to receive them in person. Li Meng walked out of the office area quickly and immediately saw the tall and handsome Tang Qing standing at the cashier. His expression changed, and he walked forward with enthusiasm. Li Meng came to Tang Qing's side, bowed slightly, and said, "Hello, Chairman, welcome to visit." "Oh, do you know me?" Tang Qing said in surprise. He had never seen this person before. With his excellent memory, there was almost no one in the company who he couldn't name by name. Every time he went to the company and met an employee in the yard, he would sometimes call him or her by name. Seeing the flattered look on his face, Tang Qing felt that this method was too shameless and deceived the employee's feelings. "Yes, Chairman, I have seen your photo during the company's pre-job training before," Li Meng said respectfully. After working in the service industry for so many years, she has a deep understanding of the truth that she must be able to recognize people. If you don't even know the company's chairman and senior management, do you still want to work? She was the leader in this batch of store manager training classes. She stood out from dozens of store managers in the class and became the store manager of Shengtang's first and flagship store in the provincial capital. How could she become a winner if she didn't do her homework well? Tang Qing nodded after hearing this. He seemed to remember that the company had this rule. Those at the deputy store manager level and above needed to go to Shengtang headquarters for training. As for the training content, he had not paid attention to it. You have a good memory. Work hard. The future of the company will depend on you." Tang Qing shamelessly said cliches again. He couldn't help it. Sometimes he got used to it once he said it and couldn't stop at all. In his previous life, he felt that the cliches spoken by company leaders were so fake and artificial. But in this life, he felt that the boss must say this. It was really not good for anyone if he was too cold and cold. "Yes, Chairman, what are you doing?" Li Meng asked carefully after seeing Tang Qing spending so much money. "I couldn't help but wonder if Tang Qing was here for a secret investigation and experience. Oh, I bought these as gift for my friends. The stuff from our company is really good, and my friend also likes it, and I can't just take it for nothing." Tang Qing explained. What the chairman said is true. The quality of our company's products is undeniable. Apart from its reputation, the quality and style are no worse than those of big brands. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although he had done nothing wrong, leadership inspections are always a stressful matter. The company has regulations that those above the vice president can keep accounts here, and the company will deduct the cost price from their wages. Of course, except for the company's shopping cart. As for the chairman, just take it casually. She can't control Tang Qing's left hand and right hand now. How is business these days? Are there any difficulties? Tang Qing asked with a smile. Li Ming hurriedly said, business has been very good since the opening. The sales on the first day exceeded 80,000. Although it has dropped a bit since then, it has remained at around 50,000. After all, this is the central business district of the provincial capital, and the flow of people and consumption levels have always been very good. In addition, the company's clothing of different grades and styles is complete and of good quality, so it is still very popular with customers. After hearing the encouragement, Tang Qing said, that's good. Work hard, and I will send you a big red envelope at the end of the year if the performance is good. Thank you, Chairman. Li Ming said happily. If someone in their 50s or 60s said this, she might not expect it so much because those old fritters are the best at drawing big cakes. She has seen many people who say good things but then turn around and refuse to admit it. However, people of Tang Qing's age care about face very much and usually do what they say. Ah, that's right. I'll leave first then. You guys can get busy. Tang Qing said immediately when he saw Dou Jiao coming back from a distance. Chairman, let me help you get it. Li Ming stepped forward and said. She was not just saying it politely, but started to get it directly. However, Tang Qing snatched it away and said, no, this thing is not heavy, and I'm afraid it will tire us two gentlemen. Okay, Chairman, go slowly. Li Ming couldn't resist Tang Qing and had to give up and said respectfully. Okay. After Tang Qing said that, he and Sun Chao left Shengtang's flagship store. After that, Tang Qing and the others went back to the parking lot to put down their things. He also wanted to go shopping for his cousin and the others, and it was inconvenient to carry so many things. After Tang Qing left, the cashier who had been in a state of anxiety asked cautiously, Sister Meng, he is the boss of our company? He is too young. Li Ming looked back, smiled and nodded and said, yes, he is the chairman of our Shengtang clothing, Tang Qing. She also knew that Tang Qing was still in the third year of high school, which was not a secret within Shengtang, but there was no need to help Tang Qing pretend to be in this competition. At that time, I learned that my boss was still in the third year of high school. The store managers who were being trained were all dimmed and felt that their future was gloomy. They thought that this company was just a toy for the second generation of rich people who might get tired of playing with it and throw it away or give random orders at any time. But looking at the mental state of the employees at the Shengtang company headquarters, it is obvious that this is not the case. They really identify with the company and support the boss. It is difficult for them to meet the boss. This support does not seem to be because of money. Little did she know that at the last Shengtang company annual meeting, Tang Qing had conquered everyone in the company. That song, that body of muscles, that handsome and sunny smile, and that unfathomable financial resources were all so dazzling, so everyone was very motivated. Although Tang Qing is rarely in the company, his influence has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, Li Ming has no personal experience. Even when people at the headquarters talk about it, they think it is a bit exaggerated. However, the financial resources are real. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions will be poured into the company. This trench feeling can provide them with enough hope and confidence. Our boss is really handsome and rich. By the way, Sister Meng, do you know what the chairman's family does? The cashier said with emotion. The clerk next to him, who just filled the bags, also looked at Li Ming expectantly. Not because he had any ideas, but because he wanted to gossip. I don't know about that anymore. Li Ming shook his head and said, how could the boss information be easily betrayed? Besides, she really didn't know. In the past, she thought that Tang Qing was just an ordinary second generation who didn't care about anything. But today, when she met him, she finally understood why Tang Qing was so highly regarded within the company. He was young, rich, not arrogant, calm, and friendly. Although they got along for a short time, she still felt that convincing feeling. After putting away their things, the three of them returned to the mall and started shopping again. Dou Jiao was satisfied with having bought a lot of clothes, and it was getting late, so she didn't go around trying on clothes anymore, but followed Tang Qing to pick out gifts for his family. Only then did Tang Qing realize that choosing gifts was the most troublesome. It couldn't be too expensive or too cheap. It would be nonsense to say that it only cost 1,000 yuan to buy something that cost millions, and someone who knew the goods bought it for 2,300 yuan or asked him to buy it on his behalf. That would be nonsense. How about buying clothes for the ants and the others? Not good. What about skincare products? This is a good choice. Okay, you choose. Little boss, look at that watch. It's really nice. Sister, please look at the price. It's hundreds of thousands. There are cheap ones over there, just a few thousand yuan, and there are also ladies' ones. Okay, give me 3. Look, there's a big bear in there. But it's too big. It can't even fit in my car. You can pay for the shipping cost and let them send it back. If I buy this back, my sister won't be able to sleep in the bed. Hee hee. Yes, there are smaller ones here. Well, that's okay. By 3, I think my back seat will be full. Hey, there's a stationery store here. Let's buy some school supplies for your cousin. This brand is very good. We use it in our company for office work. Forget about clothes and so on, and I don't know the size. No matter how high-end the school supplies are, it would be weird if Qin Shiqi didn't hold it in her ears and talk about it for hours or even days. It would be an absolute nightmare. Therefore, I had to buy some all-purpose gifts such as those that can be worn on the body or stuffed toys. The skincare products belong to the 3 female elders. Qin Shiqi and Lin Jiaxue don't use them. Qin Shiqi can only buy some lipstick and eyebrow pencil to entertain herself from time to time. From time to time, she also entertains her poor sister Qin Xiu. As for Lin Jiaxue, not to mention, Tang Qing remembers that until now, she only uses one universal cosmetic, Debao, SOD honey. Anyway, Lin Jiaxue is naturally beautiful, and Tang Qing, who is used to seeing her without makeup, doesn't like to see her with makeup, or it won't be too late to wait until she wakes up to makeup awareness before buying her. After that, they went to Mengyun Group's jewelry store in the mall to pick out some jewelry. They didn't buy anything too expensive. The total cost was only 1,000 yuan. The 2 cousins and Lin Jiaxue each chose one. They were all chosen by Dou Jiao. They were all silver bracelets with different styles, but they were all pretty. Seeing that Tang Qing and his party were all picking cheap ones, the salesman couldn't help but secretly curl his lips, but he didn't show it clearly because now the group has just changed owners, and the personnel adjustment has only completed the group headquarters and branch leaders. If it is due to the customer's complaint affected the store manager's evaluation, and he definitely didn't get any good results. It wasn't until he saw Tang Qing's black car at the checkout that he couldn't help but feel grateful that he hadn't been rude just now. Seeing the humble and respectful look of his store manager, he broke out in a cold sweat. Little boss, what should we eat for lunch? Seeing that all the gifts were bought, Dou Jiao's foodie nature came out. Whatever, Tang Qing replied. How about eating Western food? Dou Jiao asked again. I don't like it. Japanese food? I don't like it. Korean barbecue? I don't like it. Then what do you want to eat? Chinese food. 2 words popped out of Tang Qing's mouth. It's not like he hasn't eaten those things in his previous life. It's not as good as the kebabs on the street. Sprinkle cumin on them, and he can eat 100 skewers per person, which is not too much. TSK. He suddenly wanted to eat barbecue. Dou Jiao stared at Tang Qing speechless. Didn't you say casually? Hey, there's a chicken restaurant over there. Come on, let's go eat. There should be kebabs. Just when Tang Qing wanted to eat kebabs, a chicken restaurant suddenly appeared in front of him with the word halal written on it. Tang Qing quickly took Dou Jiao's arm and walked forward. In his previous life, he had also been to New Zealand and was very impressed by the large plate chicken there, especially the one from Sean. Thinking about the taste still makes him drool a little. When I think of the juicy mutton kebabs paired with cumin and pepper especially the fatty part of the mutton kebabs. When I bite into it, the mutton fat explodes in my mouth. It is so delicious. Seeing that Tang Qing was so active, Do Jiao was reluctantly dragged over. As soon as he entered the store, Tang Qing couldn't wait to say, "Boss, no, 2 large portions of chicken, 10 plates of leather noodles, and 50 skewers of barbecue. That's all." "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment," the waiter wearing a hat said with a smile. "Yes." After saying that, Tang Qing found a place to sit down. It was not mealtime yet, so there were not many people. He was too lazy to bother the waiter and poured 3 cups of tea himself. Has the little boss ever eaten chicken on a large plate before? Seeing that Tang Qing was so familiar with it, Do Jiao asked. She knew that it was Tang Qing's first time coming to the provincial capital, and there was no specialized shop like this in Qingyan City. At least she had never heard of one. "I've had it once before," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Oh, but you really know your stuff. This big plate chicken has been open for several years. I've eaten here before, and it tastes very good." Do Jiao nodded and said, as a foodie, she is naturally familiar with the delicacies of each province, and something as famous as chicken is no exception. Nearly 20 minutes later, 2 large plates of chicken were served. Several people smelled the aroma and started eating immediately. Do Jiao unceremoniously put a piece of chicken leg in the bowl and ate it happily. The chicken was stewed over high heat. The meat was soft and not greasy. The chicken was also made from larger and fatter chickens and was cut into larger pieces, otherwise the result would taste unpleasant. After more than half an hour, they finally finished everything on the table, not even the green onions on the plate. Do Jiao lay on her back on the chair without caring about her appearance, touched her belly, and shouted, "Lose weight." After finishing the entire table of food, Do Jiao sat on a chair with her back against the wall, her other foot on the chair next to her, her mouth slightly opened, her eyes rolling as if she had lost a lot of blood, and she began to moan carelessly. "I can't move anymore, little boss. What should I do? Who told you to eat so much?" This was the 4th time she asked, and Tang Qing said angrily. This guy saw that Tang Qing, a big eater, and Sun Chao were eating happily and started to grab for food. In the end, he was full, but when he saw Tang Qing munching on the noodles with soup and starting to stuff them into his stomach, he couldn't persuade him. Do Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at Tang Qing with resentment and said, "Isn't it all your fault? If I hadn't seen you eating so fiercely, I would have had an appetite and ate as hard as I could. And I haven't eaten this for a long time. By the way, don't your stomachs get bloated after eating so much? It's my fault. Just get used to it. You could develop it slowly," Tang Qing said while drinking tea. The whole large plate of chicken was stewed to death, and there was no sign of stuffy teeth after eating. Not to mention that our teeth are good in this life. Stuffy teeth? La, it doesn't exist. When Do Jiao heard this, she pouted and stroked her belly and said, "But if you eat too much, you'll get fat. What will you do if no one wants you?" "It's okay. Sister Jiao Jiao is naturally beautiful. I guess she would be prettier and more charming if she was fatter. The most important thing is that it has nothing to do with me anyway. That will be a headache for my future brother-in-law," Tang Qing said with a smile. The first sentence made Do Jiao very satisfied, but the next sentence made her laugh in anger and said angrily, "You are looking for a beating? Oops, no. I have to rest for a while." Do Jiao just wanted to stand up and pretend to teach Tang Qing a lesson, but her unsatisfactory stomach forced her back to her seat, holding her stomach and breathing heavily. "Sister Jiao Jiao, you have to pay attention to your image. If you don't know, you might think you are about to give birth." Tang Qing said this sarcastically from aside. This is not like his usual self. He is usually bullied by Do Jiao, but now that Do Jiao is blessed with a weak buff, he also wants to be arrogant and regain some face. Although this kind of face is worthless, it is still face. "You are about to give birth. I can't give birth to a child. I curse you to have a beer belly in the future. I was just trying to gain some weight. So many abdominal muscles. TSK. I'm so worried about the content. How can those buttery little boys live? Alas, sin. See if I can take care of you after I recover later. Come on. If I don't run away, I won't be your brother." The two of them bickered lively here for a while. Tang Qing completely avenged the bullying he had suffered in the past. Dou Jiao was not angry and just treated it as a brother and sister bickering. Sun Xiao was watching the excitement from the side. The two bosses were bickering, but he couldn't get in the way. Since Tang Qing had eaten enough for 2 tables, the waiter saw that Dou Jiao was so full that they didn't come to chase her away. An hour later, after sending Dou Jiao to the door of the hotel, Tang Qing and Sun Xiao set off on their way home. Before leaving the city, Tang Qing called Lu Gan and said that he was going back now. Naturally, they had to say goodbye before leaving. Although they would meet again in a few days, they still had to be polite. The car slowly left the provincial capital and drove towards Qingyan City. For some reason, Tang Qing felt very emotional every time he got in the car. He didn't know if it was the familiar farewell or the novelty of changing places. Anyway, he could always understand some so-called truths in the car. But at this time, Tang Qing was not thinking about these things, but was thinking about the tasks assigned to the command room in the morning. The 2 tasks had been planned when Dou Jiao was changing clothes and the customer service robot informed him by phone. Regarding number 6793, the plan of the Liang family is not complicated at all. It is nothing more than eavesdropping and prying, and at the same time, it cannot arouse the other party's alert. They are not afraid of telling lies. After all, in front of the waiter's frame-level expression analysis system, professional agents may not be able to deceive the waiter. Why is it not certain? It is not that the waiter's expression analysis system is defective, but that some agents have fully integrated into the role and a lot of information has been internalized or hypnotized. The facial expressions may not necessarily be absolutely accurate. Plan 6793 is very simple. The first step is to send someone into the other party's home to put some eavesdropping equipment. The purpose of these gadgets in the plan is to collect some unimportant information, and there is no hope. The second step was to find a way to contact all members of the other party's family and make excuses. What Tang Qing didn't expect was that the entire plan included 47 supplementary plans, such as a knife robbery on the street, a fight against injustice, disguised interrogation, a hero's rescue of the beauty, kidnapping and inducement of confessions, etc. All the family members of the other party were simply included in the calculation. Part of the information about these family members was obtained from the second uncle, and part was obtained from Tianyin, because at the beginning of Tianyin's establishment, Tang Qing requested to collect the directory of enterprises above designated size across the country, especially in the province, and the basic information of those large companies and groups was still very comprehensive. As for the home address, it was checked internally through the public security system and 3-party intelligence sources. Otherwise, this family information investigation alone may take several days. The final threat level evaluation is based on a comprehensive evaluation based on the information obtained from all members. It is impossible to just listen to the party side of the story. When I saw the plan and the judgment criteria, the judgment conditions were too harsh, not to mention other people. Tang Qing was a little confused when he saw this condition, but if he thought about it carefully, it was not wrong. It was better to go to a mental hospital. Well, Tang Qing didn't bother anymore. The so-called kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Tang Qing didn't want to do it, but he had to do it. Even if Lei Peng's family were all good people, if his son was a threat, this kind of person would have a strong motive and ability to retaliate against Tang Qing and his family. Whether this person went to jail, became an idiot, or died, their family still had a strong motive and ability to retaliate. After all, when the other parents saw that their son had died or become an idiot, their sympathy overflowed. What the hell? Tang Qing was not interested in waiting for the other party to take revenge on him. So Tang Qing finally came to the conclusion, let go. No matter good or bad, for the safety of his family, he had to do it. So what if he was an executioner once? He didn't want to leave a lifetime of regrets, so he could only make others regret. This is just like a dispute of interests. It has nothing to do with morality or right or wrong, only the results and reasons. It is the nature of capital to pursue profits. and it is also the nature of capital to protect family members. At this time, the first plan has begun to take action, and the upper limit of 50 million yuan has been authorized. However, just 1 minute after the authorization, Tang, he spent 40 million yuan on him, which made him feel a little bit in his heart. He really couldn't help but spend this money. Fortunately, there was a harvest part in the plan, otherwise the 50 million yuan would really make him feel bad. At the same time, the second plan has begun to be implemented. This guy in the system is really capable of manipulating the Federal Reserve's currency registration. Identity information is a trivial matter, and passports are free, but only for those robots. For this reason, Tang Qing also complained that robots have passports, and I, the boss, don't get this treatment. But complaining is useless, and the system ignores him. Compared with Plan 6793, Plan 6794 is a little more complicated. Although it is nothing more than infiltration and expansion, in the early stage, some robots will be sent to join various forces as their younger brothers, and then they will spy on intelligence, assassinate, frame people, fish in troubled waters, make money, create chaos, extort, etc. It is a long list of plans. And this is not the final plan. After all, the command room still does not know the composition of the forces in Bangkok. It will need to adapt to various situations when the time comes. New people, new things, emergencies, follow-up supplementary plans simply do not need too many. These plans with more than 200,000 words are just catalogs. If the entire plan is implemented, the plans and files alone will have at least tens of millions of words, or even more. Well, Tang Qing felt that he had taken it for granted before. He thought it was just fighting and killing to seize territory. He didn't expect that there were so many ways in it. When he heard this kind of precise targeting and all-out calculations to achieve the goal, it really made him feel a little numb. Fortunately, these were his own people. If they were enemies, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. A huge plan naturally requires huge expenses. The second plan directly costs up to 200 million yuan. In this report alone, the people involved, both covertly and covertly, need at least 30 soldiers, plus 10 intelligence analysts. The cost of the robot alone is close to 100 million yuan. Including other expenses and later emergency exchanges, 200 million is really not much, but it is expensive. So at this time, Tang Qing was sitting in the car, looking at the scenery outside the window, silently crying in his heart. 250 million was lost like this. This was just incredible. For hours later, Tang Qing and son Chao returned to Qingyan City. At the same time, the personnel of the Bangkok project had already transferred from Yin province and boarded the plane to Bangkok. They only redeemed one of them. At first, Tang Qing was still thinking about how to let the robot carry this thing. It was big and conspicuous, so he asked the system if there was any way to do it. Then, this thing turned into a ping-pong ball. Yes, it was a ping-pong ball. When Tang Qing saw the black ball in the robot's hand, it was instantly confused. How could you play like this? System. Finally, after a systematic explanation, Tang Qing understood why. Simply put, the relative transmission node device is a system-like existence between existence and non-existence, without size and weight, and is even an infinitely small point in a geometric sense. After hearing this, Tang Qing was stunned. No wonder it is called a node. It is just a point. The outer layer of this space node device is made of a special material. Its main function is to isolate and position the point and to limit the transferred objects and size constants. That is, the shell is equivalent to the chassis of that space node, and the operating system itself is a field force in that material. This field force is attached to that material and can change the microscopic particle shape of the material. In general, this thing can become any closed thing, but the size cannot exceed the previous black ball. The system said a lot, but Tang Qing didn't understand it very well. Okay, system, you won. Tang Qing was confused by this explanation. It was just 6 o'clock in the morning when he couldn't obtain the manufacturing technology. Seeing that it was late, Tang Qing went directly back to his uncle's house. He planned to send the gifts to the Lin family and his parents in 2 days, because the day after tomorrow was the birthday of his second cousin Qin Shiqi. The last time they had a dinner, Tang's mother said that they would celebrate it well this time. In the past, Tang's father and mother were doing business in the county. Every time Qin Shiyu passed away, they could only talk on the phone, saying that they would make up for it this time. This is why Tang Qing bought so many things for everyone this time. If he only bought them for Qin Shiyu, Qin Shiqi would probably want them all without saying anything. So he just bought them all equally. After getting off the car outside the community, Tang Qing asked son Chao to go back and went upstairs carrying 3 big stuffed teddy bears and big bags of gifts. Tang Qing opened the door of his uncle's house. He saw a dark figure rushing up immediately, hugging one of the stuffed toys and not letting go, rubbing his face hard. This person was not Qin Shiqi. All the robots were still on guard around them, so it was naturally impossible for bad guys to come in. What surprised Tang Qing was that Qin Shiyu was also standing at the door, looking at the big white bear in his hand. This kind of bear came in 3 colors, white, pink, and light blue. The one Qin Shiqi was holding was naturally pink. Qin Shiqi liked pink the most. Qin Shiyu, a slight mysophobia patient with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, liked white. As for Lin Jiaxue, he liked them all. There is actually a gray and brown one, but they are not suitable for girls, so he had to choose a light blue one. From the looks of the 2 of them, they were waiting for each other at the door. P.S. There's only one big chapter with 4,000 words. Please save it if you like it. Healing, poisoning, invisibility, summoning skeletons. If you want to know what wonderful changes will happen to these skills in the game, please pay attention to Legendary System City Tour, written by Fan Zayden for 800 years. Half a minute passed. Seeing Qin Shiqi holding the pink bear and not letting go, Tang Qing couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. At least let me in. Shiqi, that's enough. Let me in quickly. This bear can't run away. Tang Qing pushed the pink bear Qin Shiqi was holding and said, "But why is this sentence so familiar? No, I want to hold her for a while." Qin Shiqi hugged the pink bear tightly, squinting her eyes and looking happy. All she needed now was a happy background music. Tang Qing didn't care. He released the 2 fingers holding the pink bear bag and walked in sideways. "I'll wait for you to hold me for a while." "You think so? Not to mention how stupid it is. Your sister is still looking at me longingly." After entering, Tang Qing handed the white bear over and said, "Shiyu, it's yours." "Thank you, cousin." After saying that, Qin Shiyu took the white bear from Tang Qing's hand, adhering to Qin Shiyu's usual style. Even though she was very satisfied, her movements were slow and slow. If it weren't for that happy expression, Tang Qing would have thought she didn't like it. She was such a worrying sister. What would she do if she was bullied by her mother's family in the future? "You're welcome. Shiyu is still good, unlike some people," Tang Qing said with a smile, and after speaking, he glanced at Qin Shiqi who was glaring at him outside the door. "Oh, what's wrong with me?" Qin Shiqi hugged the bear and stared back at him. "You're doing well, right?" Tang Qing said angrily. "That's pretty much it. Since I'm very satisfied with the gift you bought, I won't argue with you. Otherwise, I'll complain to my aunt and say you bullied me." Qin Shiqi walked into the door and said, closing the door, "Can we change the topic? By the way, brother, what are those you mentioned?" Qin Shiqi seemed to have found a new target as she walked into the door and took a quick look at another bag in Tang Qing's hand. "It's nothing. They're all gifts for your parents," Tang Qing said casually. Qin Shiqi's birthday gift was naturally given on her birthday, and it was a bit early to give it now. "You're lying. You've all seen it. Just tell me the truth, brother." Qin Shiqi pointed at the bag he was carrying in his left hand and raised an eyebrow, with a look of joy in his eyes. "What did you see?" Tang Qing asked doubtfully. He put his watches and jewelry down there, and there were only some high-end skincare products and belt lighters on top. "Here." Qin Shiqi squatted down and pointed at the clear watch bag inside the white clinker bag. The icon on it was obviously not for a middle-aged woman. Your eyes, forget it. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, so I'll give it to you now." Tang Qing saw it and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the side that showed the appearance of the watch leaked out after bumping and bumping along the way. It's all because of this watch manufacturer. It costs thousands of dollars anyway. Isn't it low to put such a beautiful picture on the box? It's also my fault that I didn't think carefully when I got out of the car to load my things, and just stuffed them underneath without stacking them neatly. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Tang Qing stopped hiding it and took out the things inside one by one. The two cousins were also looking at it with big round eyes. Tang Qing took out 4 boxes and handed them over and said, "Here, these are for you too. Take them. I originally wanted to give them to Shiyu on her birthday, but now the surprise is gone. Shichi, it's all your fault." Tang Qing shook off the blame. "Oh, when will it be different? Now we are very surprised. Don't you think so, sister?" Qin Shichi rubbed her hands and said expectantly. Qin Shiyu's face was full of confusion. Both of them were right. For a moment, I didn't know how to side with her. Qin Shichi took the box and opened it eagerly, but Qin Shiyu didn't move. Anyway, it seemed that these gifts were exactly the same. Just look at Qin Shichi's. Tang Qing on the side knew that Qin Shiyu liked to see unopened packaging and did not like to unpack things. He felt that it would not be perfect if it was unpacked. He only learned about this strange thought later, especially when he later saw Qin Shiyu unpacking a courier with a look of helplessness and reluctance. Tang Qing became confused on the spot. In the end, Qin Shiyu seemed to have made a major decision, with a distressed expression on his face, and used a small blade to cut the sealant bit by bit. Tang Qing was thinking at that time, is this considered a disability? Qin Shichi took out the bracelets and watches that looked expensive and exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you are too generous this time, buying us such expensive things." Although she didn't know how much these 2 things cost, they couldn't be bought for a few hundred yuan. Although she didn't recognize the brand, she still knew the product. "It's a rare occasion to buy it once. It's not expensive," Tang Qing said with a smile. "It doesn't even add up to 10,000 yuan. In his opinion, it really doesn't count as money. Hundreds of millions are spent every day. Does 10,000 yuan count as money?" He didn't even want to pick it up if it fell on the ground, because he had to pick it up 200 times to redeem it for a robot, and he was really not interested. "Hee, since you are so sensible, I won't talk about you anymore," Qin Shichi said excitedly, took out the watch and quickly put it on. He is wearing a watch on his left hand and a bracelet on his right hand, and the pink bear is hugging him and not letting go. It seems that this gift is the right one. Seeing Qin Shichi's excited face, and Qin Shiyu, who was beside him, also liked it, Tang Qing was also very happy. It would be great if his relatives could be happy. These watches were all of the same style, and he didn't know what kind of watches many people liked. In order to prevent someone from liking all 3, he just bought the same watch. Only the straps are different. 2 are white and 1 is pink, because other than that there are only black and gray ones. "By the way, where are Aunt and the others?" Tang Qing asked. "They went shopping for groceries, and my dad, who was bored, also went with them," Qin Shichi said, while putting on a watch and bracelet for her sister. "Oh, you go back to your room and play. It's troublesome to hold a bear," Tang Qing said. "That's right, sister. Let's go back to the room." After saying that, Qin Shichi took Qin Shiyu back to the room and even closed the door. Tang Qing immediately knew that she was going to find clothes to match these 2 things. Well, when he thought about Qin Shichi's post-photo obsessed appearance in later generations, he didn't feel strange. There was never a comment or update on Qin Shiyu's WeChat and Penguin account, but Qin Shichi posted all kinds of things every day and had to force Tang Qing to like it and step on her space, such shameful things. With such a cousin, Tang Qing was a little helpless. After that, Tang Qing left the things for his uncle and aunt on the coffee table in the living room and put the other things back in his room. He would send them out after they came in a few days. After a while, Qin Yugong and his wife also came back. Qin Shichi waved the things Tang Qing bought for her in front of her uncle and aunt like a treasure. Naturally, her aunt said to Tang Qing that he shouldn't waste so much, but she was still very happy to see these skincare products. The woman didn't like this. She also asked how much Tang Qing spent today. Qin Yugong is a policeman. He doesn't know the prices of many items, but he is very familiar with them. After all, he has been dealing with these criminals before and now. There are naturally some valuables in the stolen goods, so he has also developed some discernment. Therefore, Tang Qing did not hide anything and revealed a rough total price. This was one of the reasons why he had not dared to buy expensive things before, for fear of being discovered by Qin Yugong. However, it would be easier to wait for the second uncle to come back in a few days. With the second uncle's huge assets as a cover, he could be blamed for any extravagant spending. Hearing that these things cost nearly 10,000, Qin Yugong and his aunt felt distressed, but it was hard to say anything. If Tang Qing had bought them for their family, they would have complained about returning them. However, Tang Qing also bought them for his parents and Lin Jiaxue's family. In addition, Tang Qing did have the financial resources, so they didn't say much. Anyway, it was given to the elders by the younger generation. After thinking about it, they happily accepted it. Bangkok Don Mueang International Airport. Don Mueang International Airport is currently the only international airport in Bangkok, about 25 kilometers away from the center of Bangkok. Another new airport will not be put into use until next year. Dear passengers, please note that Flight XX from Bangkok to Singapore is about to take off. The English Thai bilingual broadcast continued to broadcast flight information. At this time, walking out of Terminal 1 of the airport was a young man in his 20s who was dressed in simple clothes. He had an average appearance and was the type that would not be easy to find in a crowd. He had no expression on his face and looked at everything around him indifferently. He looked at everyone as if they were looking at flowers, plants, and trees without any emotion. Many people around him were looking at him, but they couldn't help it because this man didn't bring any luggage, not even a bag, and just had his hands empty. He was very strange in the crowd, like a rich young man on vacation, but looking at his clothes, he didn't look like him at all. This person was sent to Bangkok to spearhead the robot attack. With a sweep of the robot's eyes, information about people, billboards, and cars in the entire field of view flooded into the database of the waiter in the command room. The direct result was that the number of intelligence collection plans soared, almost 6 or 7 per second. Secondly, the 3D modeling of the architectural terrain of all the buildings in the field of view was completed in the command room. The same is true in Qingyan City. After changing shifts, some robots have basically traveled to all corners of Qingyan City. The 3D model of the entire Qingyan City can be viewed at will in the command room, which is convenient for formulating protection plans. These processed pictures are exceptionally clear, and the field of view is much better than the Dunyang map of later generations. So far, basically every corner of Qingyan City has been explored. The same goes for the town and village in my hometown. An update will be completed every 10 days. If it is used in conjunction with military satellites in the future, well, Tang Qing couldn't think of any other uses for a while. After leaving the terminal, the robot took a taxi at random. Bangkok City. After getting into the car, the robot said calmly to the driver, "Okay, are you going to give someone away?" The driver turned around and glanced at the robot in the back seat. His fluent Thai language made him instinctively think that it was a local, and he didn't bring anything with him. According to his probability judgment, 80 or 90% of the time, he was giving someone away. Yes, the robot responded calmly, while looking left and right at the scenery, modeling frantically in the command room. "Are you sending a friend or a relative?" the middle-aged driver asked again. Talkativeness is a skill common to taxi drivers all over the world. In many cases, it's not necessary to get close, but it's easy to get sleepy if you sit with the car on all day, and talking can help refresh you. "Don't ask any more questions." The robot said 4 words coldly. He was not interested in chatting with the driver. The planned method of obtaining intelligence was amplified more efficiently. When the driver saw the unkind-looking robot saying this, he immediately apologized and said, "I'm sorry." Then the car fell into silence. Whether to refresh himself or to ease the awkward atmosphere, the driver took out a cigarette and started smoking. The robot sits in the back seat and turns its head repeatedly, constantly collecting traffic information and environmental information. Although it is useless, it is a necessary process. Any plan requires a lot of auxiliary information for reference. Sometimes seemingly useless information can often play a key role. This is the core rule of the entire command room intelligence collection plan. All information is valuable, and if it is currently of no value, leave it alone until it becomes valuable. In just over 20 minutes, the taxi arrived in downtown Bangkok. "Where are you going?" As we approached the city, the middle-aged driver asked. Just now, the robot only said that it was in the city and did not give a specific address. "Take me around the city," the robot said without thinking. "That's okay," the driver agreed. After that, the driver took the robot around downtown Bangkok, and it was already dark. When the driver drove to a residential area with less traffic, "Stop the car," the robot said. Then the driver stopped the car and turned around and said, 400 baht. "I didn't bring Thai baht today, so here it is for you. You don't have to change it." The robot handed over 100 yuan RMB note. The system did not have the function of exchanging Thai baht, nor did it have the function of exchanging change, so they were all 100 yuan notes. As a neighboring country, Thailand also recognizes RMB. Although exchanging currency was troublesome, the driver swallowed his words when he looked at the robot's cold eyes. This guy is not easy to mess with. This is the driver's only feeling now. After so many years of meeting countless people who don't talk much are the real wolves that can bite. It's getting dark now, and many shops have closed. The reason why the robot chose this place is that there are few people and there are shops. Firstly, it can find a relatively safe place for the newly released robot, and secondly, it doesn't have to worry about clothes. It stands to reason that Tang Qing can actually buy clothes and have the command room teleport there. But how dare the command room bother Tang Qing for such a trivial matter when the command room is making plans? Because another core rule of planning is, apart from financial resources, try not to involve the host in any plan. This is a kind of protection. The robot walked around the street twice and then rushed into an alley. There's a store selling miscellaneous clothing in this small alley, and it has closed. It is not a bustling business district, and there is no surveillance around. It is a good choice. The robot took out the key from his waist and opened the lock with 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2. It was just a lock-picking skill. Although it was not a soldier's own skill, with the help of the command room, opening this kind of mechanical lock was not easy at all. After entering, the robot closed the door and turned on the light. This is a house of nearly 40 to 50 square meters. The robot first cleared an open area to ensure a certain amount of space, then took out a ping-pong ball from his pocket and placed it on the ground. He stepped back a few steps, and the soldiers who had been waiting for a long time in the teleportation area appeared one after another in the store. Due to limited space, only 4 people can be teleported at one time. The teleported robots immediately began to change their clothes. After the first batch of 4 robots finished changing, they walked out and stood guard outside. Each of them had a pistol and 2 attached full magazines attached to their waist to deal with emergencies. 36 soldiers were needed for this plan, and it took 10 times to teleport them. The last time was to teleport back the clothes they changed. After all, these are domestic camouflage uniforms. Isn't it troublesome to leave them here? After all the soldiers were released, under the command of the 10 newly exchanged basic intelligence analysts and the 2 temporarily transferred reinforcements, they carried out their respective tasks 1 to 3. Received their respective tasks. These 36 robots immediately spread out to execute. As for the other robot holding the teleportation black ball, he is preparing to lurk. He does not need to participate in specific tasks. He is only used as a logistics personnel for the entire operation and at the same time protects the teleportation nodes. Tonight is destined to be an unusual night. P.S. A 4,000-word chapter. Please vote. 12 o'clock in the evening. Lakeside Villa area in the provincial capital. This villa area is the most high-end villa area currently developed by Pangyun Group. It is located in the southwest corner of the provincial capital, next to a mountain forest scenic spot, and the terrain is quite good. Under the hype of Pangyun Group, this high-end villa area and the adjacent scenic spot that the group's affiliated tourism company took over the operating rights and spent huge sums of money to renovate. Nearby, housing prices have also skyrocketed, and many developers have also taken land to build houses nearby. However, Pangyun Group did not participate in it this time. The so-called benefits are equally shared. Pinyin Group has already taken a lead. There is no need to compete with others. Who does not have some background in real estate development? Many of them are friends for many years. Giving up some benefits can make Pinyin Group's position in the province more stable. As a developer, Lei Peng naturally reserved the biggest and best villa for himself. The entire villa is surrounded by high walls, covered with barbed protective nets. There are security guards patrolling the villa area 24 hours a day, and there's an all-round surveillance system to protect the personal safety of these rich people. Logically speaking, it is impossible for anyone to sneak into this place with such protection. However, there was an exception today. The reason why the entire villa area is called Lakeside Home is because there is an artificial river running through the villa area. The entrance and exit are covered by fine and high-strength barbed wire. Because the barbed wire is relatively dense, people are often sent to clean up the garbage. The upper reaches of the river is a large stream in the mountain next to the villa area. It used to be close to the edge of the mountain, but that obviously cannot level the mountain. So Pinyin Group spent a lot of money to change its channel and flow into the villa area. The stream flows out of the villa area and then flows back to the original river. Although the flow is not large, there's still some farmlands downstream that need this water to irrigate. Today, a guest came to the entrance of the river, which is usually rarely visited by people. In the darkness, a figure dived from upstream to the bottom of the entrance, used pliers to quickly cut a hole that can allow people to pass through, and then turn around to seal the hole. Because this barbed wire fence is designed not to allow leaves and dead branches upstream to pass through. If there are dead branches coming down, it is obvious that the barbed wire fence is broken. How could such a tail command room be left in place? The soldiers slowly dived and swam toward the villa. As a war machine, it was naturally impossible to treat it according to common sense. These second-level warriors could hold their breath underwater for nearly 20 minutes at a time, but they couldn't do it any longer. After all, they were not real machines and were still limited by cells and organs. And this group of rich people were really good at playing. They built a large lake and tributary canals in the villa. The villa was built along the lake and canals, not to mention the greening. Lei Peng's villa is right next to the lake. Currently, there is insufficient equipment and time. Sneaking from the river is the fastest solution that the command room thinks. The security on the ground is relatively too strong. The communication server has not been set up yet. It will take some time to get monitoring and power through technical means. After the plan was formulated in the morning and Tang Qing completed the authorization, the execution efficiency of the entire command room was extremely fast. In the afternoon, people were sent to determine the locations of Lei Peng's family members. Lei Peng and his wife lived in this villa area, and his eldest son Lei Liang and his daughter-in-law lived in a villa area on the other side of the city because it was close to where Lei Liang worked. Lei Liang now also opened a logistics and a real estate company. As for Lei Yang, he has no fixed address. He lives with Lei Peng in name, but in fact he basically lives in hotels and rarely goes home. From the moment Lei Yang's whereabouts were discovered, the command room determined that Lei Yang was taking prohibited substances, and it had been for many years. Now the hotel rooms where Lei Yang usually lives have been bugged. In the afternoon, the robot used the intelligent military telescopic identification equipment Tang bought from the mall to complete the modeling of the entire villa area on the hilltop near the villa area. At this time, under the observation of several infrared telescopes on the scenic mountain, the patrolling security guards were not worried. What they were afraid of was the surveillance. However, they did not sneak in from land but underwater. However, it was still a bit difficult to sneak into the villa and put some listening devices. Because there are bodyguards in the villa, Lei Peng is not a small businessman, so he is naturally protected by bodyguards, and there are many of them, but it's just a little difficult, and it's not a problem for second-level warriors at all. This group of robots designed specifically for war was originally intended to serve the battlefield. They can infiltrate, secretly send out, disguise, etc. on the battlefield. No matter how awesome these bodyguards are, Are they real killing robot cows that always maintain extreme vigilance to avoid losing their lives accidentally? Joke! This kind of human robot can even sneak behind enemy lines on the battlefield, let alone a place like this. How can these bodyguards have the high vigilance to face the threat of death? Even if they do, it is useless. Humans cannot defeat machines. Besides, this is only one of the plans. Each plan has several contingency plans for failure, so it is basically difficult for the entire plan to fail after it is formulated. There were 12 Lei Peng and his wife for bodyguards, for servants, and 2 chefs in the entire villa, but they were all asleep now. It must have been that nothing had happened in so many years, and everyone had lost their vigilance. Although all the doors and windows on the first floor were closed, the door to the veranda on the second floor was not closed. The robot didn't even sit down in the starting position. It jumped on the spot and grabbed the handrail of the second floor corridor. It bent its arms and raised its legs. It easily went up to the second floor and got in through a door. 10 minutes later, the robot that sneaked into the villa had completed the placement of bugs in the main rooms and locations. Bugs and trackers were also placed in every car in the underground garage. There was no surveillance in the villa. It seems that Lei Peng was extremely confident in the security of the villa area. Otherwise, tonight's task would be very difficult. The robot that completed the task returned along the original route and cleared away the traces. Finally, the barbed wire fence used some small steel wires to fix the hole. Although it could not be restored to its original state, it was okay. No one will notice anytime soon. Just as operations began in Bangkok and the provincial capital, Tang Qing did not enter the command room all night, but practiced calligraphy in his house. The next day, Tang Qing woke up early in the morning and paid attention to the progress of the 2 plans. There was no new progress at Lei Peng's place. After all, it was still dark, and the second step of the plan had not yet been implemented. However, the progress in Bangkok was beyond his expectation. The robots that dispersed last night all went to the most chaotic and complex areas of Bangkok. Those soldiers specially found some gangsters to ask them some things. For some, the soldiers would give them money, and for some, the soldiers would put guns on their heads. Naturally, they would tell them everything they knew. In addition, some fighters have sneaked into the police station in Bangkok to query a large number of information and population files on local forces. Through mutual verification and the information obtained by the Bangkok Police Department, basically in one night, the entire underground forces in Bangkok have been exposed, and all kinds of information are clear at a glance in the command room. Near morning, this information was placed in front of Tang Qing. If I want to be so efficient, I'm not ready yet. Tang Qing smiled bitterly in his heart while looking at the information. This was not a pretense or a preparation, but a psychological preparation. Looking at the distribution and number of underground forces in Bangkok and the information obtained from the police archives, he wanted to say, "These scum deserve to die." In the past, he had only heard about what those underground forces were doing, but when he actually saw it, he felt panicked. Basically, all the inhumane bad things he can think of can be found here, and many people are still getting away with it. But that's okay. Before, he thought that the plan drawn up by the command room would kill a lot of people, which was a bit too cruel. But after seeing these information, his heart hardened, and he had no psychological burden when he took action next. After seeing those information, many people who were not included in the plan were also included in another plan by Tang Qing, the garbage cleanup plan. This is a plan to eliminate all the heinous sinners under all the forces he controls in the future. This group of people pollutes the world while they are alive. He is not the Holy Mother, but he cannot tolerate the presence of people under his command who make him unhappy. One word is dry. Tang Qing came to school early in the morning. The students have become accustomed to seeing Tang Qing enter the classroom without even carrying a school bag. This is also a habit that Tang Qing developed last week. Carrying a school bag is very troublesome. Anyway, he doesn't read when he goes back. When he comes home, he either practices calligraphy in the room, or reads extracurricular books or TV, and sometimes helps his sisters with lectures. Now my aunt and the others no longer care about Tang Qing. Being number one for so long and getting close to a perfect score every time is a sign of strength. They still spend most of the day in school, so they don't say anything. This makes Qin Shiqi extremely envious. She is also about to take the high school entrance examination, and she is not the first in grade. Therefore, she was stared at by her aunt all day long. In order to drag Tang Qing into trouble, she often asked him various questions, while Tang Qing patiently explained to her. Qin Shiqi was not unreasonable. She found questions that she was not sure about or wanted to ask if she had any other ideas. Here, this is the sweet scented osmanthus cake my mother made yesterday. I can't finish it. You can try it. As soon as Tang Qing sat down, Wang Yin handed over a plastic box and said, looking at the osmanthus cake in the box, Tang Qing couldn't help but recall that in his previous life, Wang Yin often made him osmanthus cake. The style was exactly the same as this one, and he obviously learned it from her mother. I miss you so much. Tang Qing picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, feeling a familiar taste. It's delicious, Tang Qing said with a thumbs up. Wang Yin smiled and said, as long as it's delicious, by the way. Tang Qing, what did you do 2 days ago? Went to the provincial capital. Tang Qing said truthfully. Provincial capital? What are you doing there? Wang Yin asked. A person I know passed away. Tang Qing said. When he was buying gifts yesterday, he was thinking about whether to buy one for Wang Yin, but he kept hesitating in his heart. Firstly, what was the reason for giving it? And secondly, whether it was appropriate to give it away. He just hesitated and hesitated until noon and finally gave up. But now I feel very guilty. Whenever Wang Yin has delicious food at home, she will bring him some, but he has never given her anything. He even hesitated to go out to buy something. Thinking of this, Tang Qing felt a little depressed. Oh, Wang Yin said. How's your dad's company doing? Tang Qing asked, looking for a topic. It's good. Everything is going well. Now the buildings have been built to the 3rd floor and more than 40% of the houses have been sold. I believe they will all be sold out in a month or 2. Wang Yin stroked her hair and smiled. That's good. Uncle will definitely make this money, Tang Qing said with a smile. This project should be the starting point for Wang Yan's father's career to take off. In the end, it gradually reached a scale of tens of billions of yuan. Existences that could only be looked up to in the previous life are within easy reach in this life. The drama of life is impermanent. By the way, where is your company? Wang Yin asked again. It's good. The first store in the provincial capital has opened, and the business is not bad. Stores across the province will open one after another within this month. Tang Qing said. That's great. How about I only wear your company's clothes from now on? Wang Yin said happily. Okay, with your image, you're more than enough to be the spokesperson of our company. Tang Qing said. Wang Yan's image is naturally nothing to say, and her dressing up will definitely enchant a large number of people. Really? But your company should have a spokesperson, Wang Yin said with eyes shining. Yes, she is a popular TV drama heroine this year. Tang Qing nodded and said, is the endorsement fee expensive? Wang Yin asked curiously. It seems to be 2 million, and it was only signed for 1 year. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, it's so expensive. If I had 500,000 a year, I would be very happy. Wang Yin said in surprise. Okay, I'll sign you when her contract expires. Don't you want to be a star? This year or next, I will pay to make you famous, Tang Qing said with a smile. His logic is very simple. Pay to make Wang Yin famous, and then replace the spokesperson, so that there will be no more words inside Shengtang. I like singing, not acting, Wang Yin corrected. She and her father can still discuss singing, but her father will never agree to acting. Then I'll make an album for you, Tang Qing said. He actually didn't want Wang Yin to act. The main reason was that it was too tiring and dangerous. He knew how tiring filming was. He once went to Hengdian to work as a group actor. Those days were really sour. The danger did not come from any unspoken rules, but that many scenes require the use of wire harnesses and various props. Even if someone said it was absolutely safe, he would not want Wang Yin to try it. This is what you said. Wang Yin stared at Tang Qing and said seriously. Of course I said it. It's always valid. Tang Qing said with a smile. That's great. I will tell my dad when I get back today. I told him before, and he said that I would definitely not be popular. Now that someone is supporting me, let's see what else he has to say. Wang Yan smiled happily. Tang Qing estimated that Wang Yan's father would hate him to death, but now that he had said it out loud, and seeing that Wang Yan was so happy, Tang Qing couldn't bear to go back on his word. Besides, he had said before that he would support Wang Yan's music career. I believe her father will gradually understand and support her, and with his overt and covert protection, she doesn't have to worry about anyone in the entertainment industry who dares to seduce her. Let's just make up for the guilt I felt towards Wang Yan in my previous life. Others gave up their dreams, gave up their reserve, and still loved him openly and secretly for so long. He also broke their hearts, so it's just a little compensation. At this moment, Li Kai slowly walked into the classroom, humming a little tune. With his sharp eyes, he saw the sweet-scented osmanthus cake on Tang Qing's table and walked over quickly with a happy face. Is this an osmanthus cake? It looks delicious. After speaking, Li Kai went straight to the side of the osmanthus cake and looked at it without any shame. The meaning was obvious. I'm so cowardly. Why don't you give me a piece? This guy would do this every time he wanted to eat something Wang Yan brought. After all, it was Wang Yan's thing, and he was embarrassed to take it directly. If it were Tang Qing, he wouldn't be so polite. Here you go. Come so close. What are you looking at? Tang Qing handed the plastic box over and said with an annoyed smile, while Wang Yan also giggled happily. Hey, since you kindly invited me, I will not be respectful. After Li Kai said this, he was not polite. He grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth and ate it deliciously. He was also very measured. If Tang Qing bought it, he could eat it all. Anyway, Tang Qing was a rich man, but this was Wang Yan's. No matter how delicious it was, he just wanted to taste it. Although Tang Qing and Wang Yan wouldn't say anything after eating too much, he was not such an ignorant person. Li Kai felt the fragrance in his mouth, squinted his eyes, and nodded quickly and said, It's so delicious. Why don't I get such treatment? Don't you have a table mate too? I'll ask you to sit at the same table. Tang Qing said with a half smile. Li Kai had a crush on her classmate for so many years, but she didn't dare to say it. Although she was reborn, Tang Qing didn't know what to say. Knowing Li Kai's thoughts, he didn't dare to mess with things. If he encouraged Li Kai to pursue his classmate, it would probably have the opposite effect. After all, secret love is often a beautiful memory. He didn't know whether he should destroy this pure land in Li Kai's heart. We're not that familiar yet, Li Kai said with an embarrassed look on his face. Wouldn't we be more familiar if we chat more? Tang Qing said with a smile. Li Kai's secret love is a real secret love. He doesn't talk much, just like Wang Yan before. Sometimes it's just such nonsense. When you care about someone, you are very cautious in what you say and do, or very reserved. But when a man just wants to try a woman, he will be very liberal, teasing when he should, and acting like a rogue when he should, because anyway, they firmly believe that there will be countless women waiting for him. And if they fail, they will fail, and they will treat it as gaining experience. And this kind of indifferent initiative is a weapon that allows them to truly ride the horse and gallop. Because women are emotional animals, if one is dull and the other is good at talking and may engage in a little ambiguity, they will be happy to accept it even if it is a lie. This world is such nonsense, but it is also in line with human nature. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. It's just a different perspective. From the perspective of the spare tire, I naturally feel extremely angry. I have made countless efforts, but still suffer harm. But from the perspective of bad men, they also have legitimate reasons. I just want to find a truly suitable spouse. Even if I ride a horse hundreds of times, it is just for the persistence of love in my heart. So love is a mess. A small part of it is rational, but most of it is unjust. Those who have not eaten meat beat their chests and feet, hating those bad men, complaining that they hurt the goddess in their hearts again and again, while those who have eaten meat despise the cowardice of those good men. This chain of mutual contempt will probably continue until the extinction of mankind. Well, forget it. I'll go back first. Li Kai touched his nose and smiled narrowly. After that, he quickly returned to his seat. He didn't want to talk about this topic. He was still conflicted in his heart. What's the matter? Is there something going on between him and Chulan? Seeing Li Kai leaving, Wang Yin asked curiously. Smart, but you have to keep a secret. That guy is having a hard time. Tang Qing. Li Kai told him in his previous life that he decided not to pursue Chulan before the college entrance examination, saying that he only wanted to leave a memory in his heart. From then on, although he liked her very much, Li Kai never contacted Chulan and stopped paying attention to her information, just like a passerby. Speaking of which, Li Kai and Wang Yin are the same kind of people. They both only have a secret love, but don't express it, and they don't even care about it. Maybe Wang Yin and Li Kai had the same idea in their previous life. They regard their secret love as a kind of beautiful memory and will not destroy it. If Lin Jiaxue had not had an accident and Wang Yan's sympathy was overflowing, it is probably impossible to confess to Tang Qing. Okay. Wang Yin nodded in agreement. Thinking of Li Kai, she couldn't help but think of herself. She knew that if she continued like this, she would definitely be a moth flying into the flame, but she couldn't control it. Maybe this is life. Seeing Tang Qing and Wang Yin whispering to each other and the sweet scented osmanthus cake that looked delicious, many people went crazy with envy, but no one dared to say anything sarcastic, even in private. It's not just Tang Qing's grades, but I heard someone gossiping behind his back before. Suzy Wang had a meal with that person right after school. Tang Qing also knew about this. Although this kind of behavior was a bit bullying, it was still a matter of but in head, just like people like gossip, but they don't like being the target of gossip. Seeing Suzy Wang's flattering look, Tang Qing's attitude towards him became much better. He was flexible, knew how to seize opportunities, and was able to make things happen. Even if his character was a little bad, he could use it to deal with other people with bad character. 7:30 p.m. Tang Qing practiced calligraphy in his bedroom after dinner. He didn't want to go to the command room these days, especially the archives he saw this morning. He learned about some of the deepest evils in this society. He felt very unhappy, so practicing calligraphy could ease his mood. Ding ding. At this moment, Tang Qing's phone rang suddenly, causing him to write incorrectly. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Tang Qing didn't bother to think about who it was, so he pressed the answer button and said, Hello. Hello, Xiao Tang. I am Wang Yan's father. Have you eaten? The loud voice of Wang Yan's father, Wang Sheng, came from the phone. Tang Qing felt strange when Wang Sheng called him. Judging from Wang Yan's excitement today, he must have been confessed to him, but it still felt strange to start with the sentence, Have you eaten? Hello, Uncle Wang. I've already eaten. Where are you? Tang Qing said with a smile. We haven't done it yet, but your aunt sure will have it done soon. How is your company doing recently? I heard from my daughter that Shengtang stores are almost opening all over the province. Congratulations. Wang Sheng said with a smile. Thank you, that's it. Uncle Wang, if you have anything to say, just say it. Tang Qing said with a bitter smile. Now that everyone knows what the request is, it is better to go straight to the point. Going around and around is a bit hypocritical. Wang Sheng laughed loudly after hearing this, and did not think Tang Qing was rude. If Tang Qing was like a little fox, talking to him about things, then he would not be happy. He talks about things when he wants to, and he has a good character. It would be great if Tang Qing was his son-in-law, but it is a pity. In that case, let me tell you straight. When I got home just now, I heard my daughter say that you support her learning music. Not only that, but you also said that you promised to release an album for her. Is that true? Wang Sheng asked. Well, yes, I heard her say that she likes music. Before. We're all friends, so I just want to show support. Tang Qing said truthfully. Then I'd like to thank you first. I used to find reasons to block her, but now I, as a father, can't help it anymore. Wang Sheng sighed. Of course he wants his daughter to do what she likes, but subconsciously he doesn't like those celebrities. Wang Yin can be a music teacher, but he can't accept celebrities for a while. Do you have any thoughts about our Wang Yin? As soon as Wang Sheng finished speaking, another question suddenly popped up that made Tang Qing almost jump in fright. This? I think Uncle may have misunderstood. I just want to help her. Besides, if she becomes famous, I could save a lot of advertising fees, haha. Uncle, don't blame me for taking advantage of Wang Yan. Tang Qing quickly thought of a reason to explain that he might be hesitant about this matter. Do you have time these days? Come to our house and let's have a good chat. Wang Sheng paused and stopped asking. Many things couldn't be explained over the phone, so it was better to talk in person because he had too many doubts and worries in his heart. If there were any bad signs, he had to stop them quickly. He didn't want his daughter to get deeper into it. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "How about the night after tomorrow? Okay, you study hard, and you come to my house the night after tomorrow, and we'll have a good chat." Wang Sheng said, "Okay." Then the two ended the call, and Tang Qing did not continue practicing calligraphy, but lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. He naturally understood what Wang Sheng wanted to say to him the day after tomorrow. Now, Wang Sheng probably had too many questions in his heart. The biggest question was why Tang Qing promised to spend so much money to help Wang Yan. Wang Sheng knew the existence of Lin Jiaxue. At best, Tang Qing's behavior was called helping his classmates, but at worst, it was too much kindness, which made people doubt Tang Qing's motives. Therefore, he had to find a way to give this motive to Yuan Shang. Although the reason he said on the phone just now was true, it would be a ghost if a veteran like Wang Sheng believed it. The second is that Wang Sheng should refuse his help. After all, their family is not without money, and they will not accept Tang Qing's love for no reason. A businessman like him may take advantage of this in business, but it will definitely be difficult to accept when it comes to his daughter. Therefore, Tang Qing has to convince Wang Sheng to agree to pay for it himself. Otherwise, the money may not be spent. Forget it. Think about it tomorrow. There are just too many things to worry about in the past 2 days. Then Tang Qing started practicing calligraphy again. He had been practicing official script before and even practiced a seal script. However, the seal script was too old and looked weird. He threw the remaining seal script aside and did not practice it. He will practice again this month. After finishing the remaining imitations of Song Dynasty and European regular script, he planned to learn ink painting. He practiced calligraphy just to calm down and pay attention to taking his time, stroke by stroke. He did not learn continuous calligraphy because it would make him feel more anxious when writing. Early the next morning, seeing Tang Qing's tone, Wang Yan asked in a low voice with a hint of anxiety, "What did my dad call you last night?" and say something. She knew that her father called Tang Qing last night, but Wang Sheng did not say the content of the call. He only said that Tang Qing would come to the house for dinner tonight. Wang Yan was happy but also slightly worried. She was afraid that her father and Tang Qing would have serious differences or even verbal conflicts tomorrow night. "Does your dad still disagree?" Tang Qing chuckled. "That's not true. It's much better than before. I'm just still hesitating. I'm sorry to cause trouble to you, or I won't learn music," Wang Yan said softly. She was really afraid that Tang Qing would think she was trouble. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing said with a serious face, "No, you must learn. Firstly, this is your ideal. Secondly, I am waiting to make you popular and become the spokesperson of my company." In a previous life, Wang Yan gave up her dream because of his words. In this life, he will never allow this to happen again. "Oh," Wang Yan said softly, lowering her head and playing with the pencil case. But she was extremely happy in her heart. She only knew that Tang Qing supported her ideal, but she automatically ignored the last sentence. 7 p.m. Today is Qin Shiyu's birthday, and the three families are gathered at Qin Yugong's place again. This time, Tang Qing does not need to buy food because Tang's mother, aunt, and Lin's mother are cooking this meal. The kitchen is so small that there is no place for him to slap his face. The three heads of the family were watching TV and chatting in the living room, while the two cousins were doing homework in their room. Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue into his room and closed the door. Lin Jiaxue also knew what the invitation was because as soon as she entered the door, Qin Shiqi showed off the gift Tang Qing bought her in front of Lin Jiaxue, so she naturally got a share. Letting Lin Jiaxue sit on his bed, Tang Qing took out 2 boxes from the drawer, opened them, and put them in front of Lin Jiaxue, and said, "Jiaxue, see if you like it." Lin Jiaxue only glanced at them and smiled softly, Yes, I like them. It didn't matter what Tang Qing gave them, nor how much they were worth, as long as it was from Tang Qing. Then let me put it on for you. Tang Qing said. Okay. Lin Jiaxue said. After that, Tang Qing personally helped Lin Jiaxue put on the bracelet and watch. He grabbed Lin Jiaxue's hand and brought it closer to look at it carefully and said, "Well, it's really beautiful." After that, they both kissed it. Lin Jiaxue didn't speak or flinch. She just looked at Tang Qing tenderly. "You have to wear it often from now on, you know." "Yes. Wear it even when going to school." "Okay." "Jiaxue. What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just feel my mouth is a little dry." The two of them stayed in Tang Qing's room for a while, before they were interrupted by Qin Shiqi, who had finished her homework and snatched Lin Jiaxue over, completely ignoring Tang Qing's look of a grudge woman. We must kiss enough next time." Just after Lin Jiaxue was called out by Qin Shiqi, Tang's mother walked into Tang Qing's room. "Mom, what's the matter with you?" "Tang Qing smai nao win li." "Why do you have the nerve to ask me? Tell me quickly, where did your money come from?" "I only gave you 3,000. In addition, your own private money is at most 5,000, and the bank card where the dividends are stored is still with me. You can't go to the provincial capital without spending a penny, and you spent nearly 10,000 yuan on gifts this time. I'm not saying you shouldn't spend it, but where did your money come from, and did you ask others to borrow money?" Mrs. Tang said a lot, but her voice was suppressed to avoid being heard by outsiders. Her tone was full of worry. When she was cooking just now, her aunt accidentally told Tang Qing the true cost of these things, which shocked her. Her first reaction was that Tang Qing asked someone to borrow money again, and she couldn't help but feel a little angry. It wasn't that she felt sorry for the money, but that Tang Qing didn't listen to her and asked someone to borrow money again. Tang Qing was a little frightened by Tang's mother's glare. He had no choice but to be scared even if other unrelated people's eyes popped out. But this was his mother. This was not fear, but respect. "I didn't borrow the money. As for the origin of the money, you will know in a few days. It is a legitimate origin," Tang Qing said with a smile. "When the second uncle, a rich man, comes, he will have a huge shield. Especially with the second uncle's name, he can find a way to help his parents with money and let them do some easier business. The same goes for Lin's father and Lin's mother. Although he and Lin Jiaxue were not married yet, so it was not appropriate to contribute money to their family like this. But Tang Qing had already regarded Lin Jiaxue as his own wife, and no one could let go of the other in this life, so he didn't care so much. How many days will it take?" "What do you mean?" Tang's mother asked doubtfully. "Mom, it's a good thing, so don't ask. You will still praise me when the time comes," Tang Qing said with a smile. "You kid." Mother Tang was helpless when she saw that Tang Qing was determined not to say anything, but she was relieved. Since Tang Qing had said it for a few days, it was obvious that the reason could convince her, as long as it was not borrowed, so her expression gradually softened. "Okay, I'll give you a surprise in a few days," Tang Qing said. "It's a surprise, as long as you don't scare me," Tang's mother said angrily. "Hey, how could it be?" Tang Qing said with a smile. At this time, Uncle Qin Yugong's voice came from outside. "Yuzhen, come out for dinner soon." Then Tang Qing and Tang's mother left the room, and all the family members served the table. 2 days ago, my aunt bought a large folding table, so it was not as crowded as before when 10 people sat down. It was also the first time for Qin Shiyu that so many people had given birth to her, and her face was a little nervous. Like last time, Tang Qing ordered a big cake early, and the shop owner delivered it to her door in person, arriving home earlier than Tang Qing. Therefore, Qin Shiqi shamelessly stole a piece of cake. In order to reduce the guilt, she took Qin Shiyu to eat with her. However, the adults didn't say anything. It was meant for children to eat, and it didn't matter whether it was eaten early or late, as long as they were happy. Qin Shiqi also strongly begged Tang Qing to give her a bigger cake than this on her 18th birthday. For this reason, she diligently served Tang Qing with vegetables and peeled shrimps, which made the adults laugh. The next few families finished the meal in a lively manner. Only Tang Qing knew that they would gather again in a few days. His second uncle Tang Kai was back, and Tang Qing had eliminated all worries. There would definitely be a big banquet by then. The next day, as soon as school is over in the afternoon, Tang Qing followed Wang Yin to her home. Tang Qing didn't buy anything valuable this time. It was his first visit last time, so he naturally needed to be more polite. This time, he just went to the elder's house to have a meal and buy some fruits. At this time, Wang Sheng was already waiting for Tang Qing at home. Now that his real estate company is on the right track, the relationships that need to be sorted out have been sorted out in the early stage. Now they only need to be maintained occasionally. In addition, the developer is at the top of the entire industry chain. The construction unit, design unit, supervision unit, survey unit, and various building material suppliers are all his subordinates. Therefore, he has much more time than before. Unlike before, he had to treat people to dinner everywhere. Wang Xing didn't go to the company this afternoon and had been watching TV, smoking, and drinking tea in the house. At this time, Wang Yan's mother Shirlan was busy alone in the kitchen making the last turtle soup, muttering a few words from time to time, criticizing Wang Sheng's old stubbornness, to which Wang Sheng could only smile bitterly. Now there are two camps in their family. Wang Yin is on the same side as her mother and agrees that her daughter can become a star. She also dreams of becoming a celebrity like her mother, but Wang Sheng is hesitant. After all, this is related to his daughter's future, and he has to treat it with caution. He hasn't told his father about this yet, but he knows that if he does, his father will definitely stand by his granddaughter. Even if it comes to Wang Yan, her uncle will probably agree, because with Wang Yan's coquettish skills, no one in their family can resist him except him, and then he will really be alone and helpless. Wang Yan was also very sensible and did not ask her grandfather for help because she hoped that her father would sincerely support her. But Wang Sheng just couldn't overcome the hurdle in his heart. That's not all. Tang Qing's motives were what he was most worried about. He was young, energetic, handsome, and wealthy. If he had bad thoughts about his daughter, he didn't believe that his daughter could resist it. At this time, the sound of unlocking the door sounded. Wang Sheng immediately knew that Tang Qing was coming and quickly put out his cigarette butt and stood up. Tang Qing is not a childish boy, but the chairman of a large company. In terms of assets, he is a bit inferior to him, but he believes that as long as his company is on the right track, it will not be easy to surpass Tang Qing's clothing company. But facing Tang Qing, a reborn person who had cheated, his wish could only come to nothing. "Hello, Uncle Wang." Tang Qing saw Wang Sheng standing up to greet him and nodded politely. "Aha, Xiao Tang, you are here. The food is ready. Come on, let's serve it," Wang Sheng said with a smile. "Okay." After saying that, Tang Qing followed Wang Sheng and sat at the dining table. Wang Yin went back to her room to put her school bag. She was not as cool as Tang Qing and didn't bring anything with her. During this period, she had never relaxed in order to catch up with Tang Qing's results. Tang Qing had just sat down for a while, the last soup was ready, and everyone was on the table. The Queen Mother greeted Tang Qing warmly, while Wang Yin lowered her head and ate the vegetables. She knew that the protagonists today were her father and Tang Qing, and she felt extremely nervous. This time, it was the same reason as last time. Wang Sheng directly poured a large glass of white wine for Tang Qing, causing both mother and daughter to look at him dissatisfied. Wang Sheng also smiled bitterly at this. He was losing more and more status in the family. Alas, girls are outgoing, and even his own wife turned against him. "Xiao Tang, I won't beat around the bush. I want to know what you think about Yinzi wanting to be a star." Wang Sheng directly asked a huge question before he had taken a few bites. Shirlan and Wang Yin also looked at him nervously. Logically speaking, this is their family matter, and Tang Qing, an outsider, has no say. However, the situation is very complicated now, and Tang Qing plays an important role in the whole matter. Tang Qing sorted out his thoughts and said, "Uncle Wang, this is what I think. Regarding Wang Yan's future, I think as long as Wang Yan likes it, nothing else matters. Although we, as parents or friends, have no right to interfere, she can choose her own life. We just need to provide some support and help behind the scenes. After all, what we all want is for her to be happy. I also know what my uncle is worried about. I also know that the circle is not peaceful, and there are many disputes. Or maybe my uncle is biased against certain stars and does not want Wang Yin to get involved in that field. But this is not the reason for us to limit her dreams. I believe that with my uncle's protection, Wang Yin will not be wronged. The worst is if Wang Yin can't stand it. She will quit. What do you think? Wang Sheng fell into silence after listening to Tang Qing's words. Tang Qing was right in every word. These were his concerns. Firstly, he was afraid that his daughter would be wronged and affected by the bad atmosphere in the circle. Secondly, it was his own face. He always felt embarrassed when he went out to say that his daughter was a singer. But Tang Qing was right. Firstly, he could quit at any time. Secondly, his own face was not as important as his daughter's dream. Wang Sheng saw the expectant look in his daughter's eyes, and he didn't want to disappoint her. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Okay, I agree. After you finish the college entrance examination, I will send you directly to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music." Wang Yin had said before that she would go to this school. Although he didn't know the reason, he already had some guesses in his heart, but he just hadn't confirmed it yet. As for the art exams and so on, he simply forgot about it. Whether it was spending money or relying on the relationship with Wang Yan's uncle or even his old classmates, it was not too difficult to do this. He still wanted his daughter to go through high school and complete the rest. He would do his best to help. When Wang Yin heard that her father agreed, she said with joy, "Dad, thank you. You are so kind. As long as you like it. If you get tired of it, you won't do it anymore. There is no shortage of your stuttering at home." Wang Sheng said lovingly. "Well, understand, Dad." Wang Yin said happily. Being able to do what she likes, follow the people she likes, and have a loving family in front of her, Wang Yin feels like the happiest person in the world at this moment. "Yeah, Yinzi, you have to work hard, and I will follow you to hold concerts all over the world." Sherlan, who was a bit nervous, also said excitedly. His mind kept thinking about his daughter singing in front of everyone's attention, and his face became more and more excited. "If you leave with your daughter, what will I do?" Wang Sheng glared at his wife angrily and said. Sherlan thought for a moment and said, "That's right. At worst, I'll take you with me too." Faced with his wife's weird and illogical thinking, Wang Sheng didn't even want to answer the question. "What do you mean by taking me with you? It's like I'm a burden." But even though he said this, he agreed with his wife's behavior in his heart. He felt relieved to have his wife watching from the side. Alas, having a daughter is really worrying, and having a beautiful daughter who is also a celebrity is even more heartbreaking. Tang Qing and Wang Yin were snickering from the sidelines. "By the way, Xiao Tang, you said before that you would release an album for Yinzi. Don't mention it again. Since I have agreed, how can I bother you with this matter?" Wang Sheng turned to Tang Qing and said, "That's okay. Then Wang Yin will be the first to be the spokesperson of my company." Tang Qing nodded and smiled. He did not continue to insist. He had been thinking about how to make Wang Sheng agree to his support without feeling uncomfortable in his heart. However, now that he thinks about it, he has not come up with any good excuses. Because he is showing courtesy for nothing, Wang Sheng will never believe that he has no intention when he helps Wang Yin. "Haha, no problem. I make the decision, but the endorsement fee must not be small." Wang Sheng laughed and said, "Of course, it's just money, a small matter." Tang Qing said, "Xiao Tang is really wealthy." Wang Sheng joked, "Haha, that's it. It's just a little savings." Tang Qing, who was a little carried away, said embarrassedly. The atmosphere of the meal became harmonious after that, because everyone had solved a problem in their hearts. Wang Sheng and Tang Qing also kept chatting about the company. Although Tang Qing did not really participate in the daily operations of his company, the weekly report was very clear. Therefore, Tang Qing could talk about all the data of the prosperous Tang dynasty. In addition, some management experience learned in the past and present life, and the prediction and analysis of the future economy made the chat with Wang Sheng extremely lively. Watching Tang Qing and his father talking, many things and ideas can make people's eyes shine. Coupled with Tang Qing's confident look, Wang Yin stared at Tang Qing unabashedly throughout the dinner, and her eyes became more and more gentle. Wang Sheng, who was chatting and drinking, didn't notice it, But Sherlon took it seriously, but didn't think it was a big deal. Excellent men are indeed worthy of women's attention. His daughter is also Huaichun's age, so it's better to be sparse. As long as she keeps an eye on her in the future and meets more outstanding people, her daughter will come out. Intervening now may have the opposite effect. After eating, Tang Qing took a taxi home. At 10 o'clock in the evening, my uncle and aunt had all gone to bed. After all, they were quite busy at work, and they didn't have mobile phones to play with every day, so they all went to bed very early. After Tang Qing washed up and practiced calligraphy for a while, he received a call from the customer service robot saying that Project 6793 had the results. He quickly ducked into the command room. Commander, based on the contact with Lei Yang in the past 2 days, we have completely determined that the other party has mental problems, is sensitive and fragile, has a twisted psychology, and has a very deep resentment towards your second uncle. He has fully met the standards for executing the elimination plan. The execution soldiers of the elimination plan are on standby, and it is expected to be completed in 3 hours. Tang, he said. This was what Tang Qing had explained before. In order to avoid the embarrassing situation where the other party was completely destroyed without even knowing it, he asked the command room to inform him before taking action. Many times people are like this. They originally planned well, but when faced with doing it, there will be a lot of hesitation. Tang Qing fell into such a situation. Now, as long as he gives the order, several lives will be ended at the hands of those cold-blooded warriors. It's not that he had any sympathy for his enemies? Just kidding. Tang Qing is not crazy yet. It's just like procrastination. It's hard to make up his mind to do something immediately until the moment is close. Besides, this was the first time he personally ordered a killing. In the past, he had left it to the command room. Tang Qing hesitated for a while, and eventually procrastination took over. Well, let them live for 2 more days, because even if there was more procrastination, he would not be able to push back the entire plan. Then he asked again, what is the situation of the other people in their family? Tang, he immediately said, coming back to the commander-in-chief, except for Lei Yang's mother, no one else has any aggressive tendencies. From the investigation, we learned that their family is a reorganized family. Lei Liang was born to Lei Peng's ex-wife. When he gave birth to Lei Liang, his ex-wife suffered from postpartum hemorrhage due to poor medical conditions at the time. He married his current wife in the 3rd year after the death of Lei Peng's ex-wife, and Lei Yang was born to his current wife. Since my current wife had completely different attitudes towards Lei Yang and Lei Liang since she was a child, the relationship between them has always been very bad. In addition, Lei Yang's personality suddenly changed, and the conflict became increasingly serious. Therefore, Lei Liang moved out on his own after graduating from college. With Lei Peng's support, he also started a real estate business. In addition, he also has several small companies, has a son, and goes to Lei Peng's place for dinner every half-month. Tang Qing did not ask when he heard this, but just looked at Tang Yi. Tang Yi continued. According to the information we received, Lei Yang learned from some source that your second uncle had returned to the country and arrived in the province. He was already planning to arrange for people to track down and arrest him, intending to torture and kill your second uncle. At the same time, he was also preparing to retaliate against your family later. Hearing this, Tang Qing's face suddenly became solemn. Revenge against his second uncle was not unusual, but revenge against his own family could not be calm. He asked in a deep voice, retaliation? What kind of revenge? Commander, he hasn't decided whether it's a car accident or home invasion and murder, Tang Yi said respectfully. Tang Qing was shocked and asked, what? Car accident? Yes, Commander, Tang Yi replied. Hearing this, Tang Qing's heart was filled with huge waves. Lei Yang actually planned to send a car accident to his family. Considering what happened in the previous life in the next few months, the car accident was probably planned by Lei Yang. He didn't know why Lei Yang didn't choose other methods and insisted on using a car accident. However, it was basically determined that the car accident in the previous life was inseparable from Lei Yang. But there was a doubt. Why didn't Lei Yang kill himself? Is Lei Yang planning to kill everyone in our family? Tang Qing asked with a frown. Yes. Tang Yi replied. Did you say anything else? For example, leaving one alive? Tang Qing confirmed again. No, his plan is to leave no one behind. Tang Yi shook his head and said. After hearing this, Tang Qing fell silent again. Things were a bit complicated now, and he couldn't figure out many things. Since he was planning to kill his family, why was he still alive? Later, I didn't see the right person coming to punish me. Could it be that the guy's conscience discovered it? Obviously, it's impossible. That kind of person has become mentally ill. Even if he is allowed to live, he will never live as comfortable as he did in his previous life. As if something suddenly occurred to him, Tang Qing quickly asked, Does Lei Peng have any opponents? I mean relatively strong opponents. Because he suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, he seemed to have heard that a rich man jumped to his death in July this year. His parents were still surnamed Lei. His parents had just passed away at that time, so he was naturally not interested in paying attention to various news. However, on the way back to the village when he went to the town to buy vegetables, he heard someone say that a big boss named Lei in the provincial capital had died, and everyone else in his family had been arrested. Tang Qing didn't know what the specific matter was, but because the most important people died suddenly at that time, the news was quite impressive. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, Lei Peng has too many opponents and enemies. After all, the cake is so big. If he eats it, others can't eat it. Therefore, there are at least 10 powerful opponents in the province, and there are countless others. Tang, he said. After hearing this, Tang Qing frowned, thought for a moment, and ordered, Tang Yi, add a subsidiary plan to Plan 6793, comprehensively investigate all information about Lei Peng's family's opponents, and most importantly, try to find for me the person or force who leaked information to Lei Yang, and focus on Lei Yang. If necessary, Yang Ping's contacts and good friends can interrogate all those who know the news. The execution of the purge plan is suspended. When I order, the entire number 6793 plan will be extended for another 2 days, and the authorized fund limit will be increased by 50 million yuan. Is there any problem? No problem, Commander. Tang nodded and agreed. It's not that Tang Yi has it all, but that the setting is like this. As long as the plan is not too outrageous, with basically no restrictions on means and funds, it is not difficult for those soldiers to complete it in a short time. Besides, Tang Qing also said that he would try his best, but did not say for sure, otherwise he would not be so sure about this logical cause and effect judgment. Well, that's fine. If there's any progress, let me know. Tang Qing nodded. Combining all the information currently known, Tang Qing always felt very strange, or that there was a huge conspiracy inside, who revealed the whereabouts of his second uncle to Lei Yang. Why was it leaked? Is it for money or other purposes? If it is for money, it is easy to say. If there are other purposes, then this person cannot be let go, because everything that happened in the next few months in the previous life is probably a trap set by that person. The purpose is to use his own family as a bait to trap the entire Lei family. As for why Lei Yang chose to use a car accident to retaliate against his own family, considering the consequences of the Lei family in the later period, it seems that the planners wanted to make the matter bigger. After all, finding a scapegoat for 3 people to die could suppress it, but there were so many innocent people in the car at that time, and no one in the province could cover such a thing. And this person who can influence Lei Yang's decision-making must be his ordinary acquaintance. Otherwise, Lei Yang is not a fool, and there is no need to kill so many people. Now Tang Qing can only wait. Damn it, if you dare to use your own family as bait, no matter who you are, just be a companion with the Lei family. Thinking no more, Tang Qing asked again, Tang Yi, where are the soldiers who went to the United States? At 8 o'clock this morning, 6 soldiers who went to New York to protect their cousin had set off from Bangkok. It was naturally impossible to bring weapons. They could just buy them there. The teleportation node was left in Bangkok. After all, the mission in Bangkok was urgent, so these soldiers just took a bank card and set off on the road. After they arrive, they will set up a security company to provide cover. On the one hand, there will be 4 people taking turns to protect their cousins secretly, and the other 2 will serve as intelligence agents to inquire about the situation there. If possible, it would be a good idea to have an eye on the United States, but I'm not in a hurry now. I still have a long time to prepare. Coming back to the commander, they are currently over the Atlantic Ocean and are expected to arrive in New York in about 6 hours. Tang, he said. How was the progress in Bangkok? Tang Qing asked again. Coming back to the commander-in-chief. All the soldiers have joined various local forces as planned. Some soldiers have become small bosses because of their strength. However, since they're all new joiners, they only have a dozen or so subordinates at most. Tang, he said. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Although their starting point was not high, it didn't matter. They were not planning to develop step by step. It didn't matter whether they had subordinates or not. They were all weak and novices anyway. They could only make up the number of people, build up the momentum, and see the scene. It was better to forget about expecting them to play a key role. It would be good if they didn't drag down those soldiers. Moreover, what comes next is the focus of the entire Project 6793. P.S. Chapter 1. The whole point of Plan 6793 is to create some chaos first and fish in troubled waters. When the time comes, with the iron-blooded skills and explosive combat power of those soldiers, it will not be difficult to become the boss. Whether it is with money, fists, or even conspiracy, they can convince the crowd. This group of professional war machines, coupled with the group of professional conspiracy makers in the command room, no one can stop their rise. By the way, Tang Yi, I remember that the plan for the chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group should be implemented tonight, right? Tang Qing thought for a moment and asked. Yes, the second phase of the plan is officially implemented at 11:30, and the soldiers are ready. In addition, plans for other key figures of the forces will also be implemented tonight. Tang nodded and said, Well, that's fine. You guys can do whatever you want. I'll leave first and let me know if there's an emergency. Tang Qing said. Although these people were committing heinous crimes, he still didn't want to see the action, lest he wouldn't be able to eat in the next few days. In his previous life, every time after watching news or movies about his blood type, he would find some cartoons to watch. When he was most bored, he would watch Teletubbies, Joyous, and Bears, etc. to relieve his mood. Maybe it was because he had watched too many cartoons, and his heart has never developed in the direction of a domineering president. He and Qi Yin and Do Jiao both maintained the role of being bullied. Age was one aspect, and one of the purposes was to make his mentality more relaxed. Yes, Commander. Tang, he said. After saying that, Tang Qing left the command room, leaving dozens of busy intelligence analysts in the command room busy in shifts. In the past, Tang Qing thought that the entire command room was too huge, with too many seats, and could not accommodate many people. However, he discovered from these small tasks that there was a shortage of people. Every task required people. Some were short-term tasks, and some were long-term tasks that required dedicated people to keep an eye on them at all times. In the future, his demand for robots will become increasingly huge. Especially since the communication server will be released in a few days, he had previously asked Tang Yi to formulate an intelligence collection and monitoring plan for external internet information. At that time, Tang Yi directly gave him a number. If he wanted to monitor the entire external internet and collect real-time and effective intelligence, he would need at least 2,000 analysts. Yes, it was 2,000. This was after taking into account the upgrade of those robots in the future. If the upgrade costs are included, this will require a huge amount of funds in the order of at least tens of billions. Hell, this is just an internet surveillance plan. If you want to build a deep intelligence network all over the world, how many people are needed? Tang Yi gave another number that is too scary to kill. He still doesn't want to think of it, because it requires not only soldiers, intelligence agents, commanders, but also agents. Adding maintenance funds, reserve funds, activity funds, and upgrade costs, the total cost exceeds 1 trillion yuan. Okay, system, you win. He doesn't have that much money, not even a fraction of it. It seems that he can only take his time as needed in the future. This is more than 1 trillion yuan. Damn, even though we have a system, you can't cheat me like this. But he can't refute the clearly stated price. At that time, he wanted to call the system out and scold him, but the system doesn't care about him at all. Forget it, practice calligraphy. He only hoped that the gains from Lei Peng in Bangkok would make him happy. 12 o'clock in the evening, suburbs of Bangkok. In a luxurious villa, Bong was sitting alone on the sofa, with his legs crossed and his fingers flicking on his knees. His face was gloomy and his pupils were out of focus. He was obviously thinking about something difficult. He is the chairman of Wang Tai Jewelry Group. Xiong Jiang's phone calls have been unreachable in the past few days, which makes him very anxious. He used coercion and inducement to get Xiong Jiang to agree to help him catch Tang Kai and let him sign the company transfer contract. He thought it was a sure thing. Just when he was about to celebrate, Xiong Jiang's phone suddenly became unreachable the next day and was turned off on the third day. This made him feel extremely bad in an instant. He didn't believe that Xiong Jiang dared to swallow up Tang Kai's company, because under his nose, it was impossible for a foreigner Xiong Jiang to take over Tang Kai's company. It was obvious that Xiong Jiang was threatened by other forces. This made him a little sleepy. The first thing he thought of was Wei Jun, because although Wei Jun lost his power, he still had some people. If Wei Jun intervened, Xiong Jiang would definitely not help him anymore. After all, there were people on both sides who could kill him. The best way for Xiong Jiang was not to help either. It seems that we can only wait for Tang Kai to come back and then think of a solution. I heard that his daughter is in New York, USA. This is a good breakthrough. Bazong murmured that he has done too many things like this. In the past, it was just because Tang Kai was protected by Wei Jun that he did not dare to do it. Now he believes that he can find Tang Yin with a lot of effort. Will he still be afraid that Tang Kai will not obey? Hello, Mr. Bong. An emotionless voice sounded from behind Bong, scaring him so much that he sat up. This was his bedroom, and no one would dare to come in without his orders. Now that someone he didn't know suddenly appeared, he instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. Bong turned around and saw that the other person was not just one person, but two big men in black clothes wearing masks. Clearly the visitor was ill-intentioned. Bong took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. For the other party to reach this point, it seemed that the more than 20 bodyguards all over the villa had lost their effect. Whether they were bribed or killed by the group of people in front of him, he couldn't calm down. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Bong asked calmly. The main purpose is to kill you, and the secondary purpose is to get your savings. One of the soldiers said without hesitation. If Tang Qing knew about the line design, he would definitely cover his face. It was too direct. When he heard that they were coming to kill him, Bong couldn't calm down anymore and said in panic, Who wants to kill me? I can give you double the money. Can you please leave? No, the soldier replied coldly. Bong laughed angrily at what the soldier in front of him said, and said, Since everything is dead, why should I give you my money? Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you want to threaten me with something? Let me tell you, I have no father, no mother, no wife, no children, so you can't threaten me. Of course we won't threaten you, we just want to ask you. The soldier said lightly, Ask? Even if you torture me, I won't tell you. Bazong moved 2 steps to the left and said loudly. Although the 2 people in front of him sounded like crazy people, he couldn't sit still and wait for death. He placed a gun under the cushion of the sofa next to him, just to deal with emergencies. Phew! The warrior who spoke fired shot directly at Basong's left hand. I know there is a gun under the mat. Please don't make any unnecessary resistance. The soldier said another weird line. You just kill me. You won't even get a cent of the money. Bong said while covering his wound and enduring the pain. He looked at the person who fired the gun with a sinister look in his eyes, but his eyes couldn't kill a person. He was still a robot. The soldier walked up to Bong, took off his mask, revealed a strange face, and said, Now I ask you tell. The soldier walked up to Basong, took off his mask, revealed a strange face, and said, Now I ask you tell. Looking at the strange smile under the mask, Bong felt a chill in his heart. That strange smile, the cold eyes without emotion, and the tone that was so indifferent that it chilled the heart. It was so terrifying that for the first time in his life, he felt like he was not being treated as a human being. Even though he had killed many people with his own hands, he was still a little worried. Which enemy sent this killer? He couldn't guess for a while, because there were so many people with both motives and abilities. Say what? Bong asked unconsciously. The soldier smiled and said, Mr. Bong, how much liquidity do you have on hand? Bong was a little confused when he heard the soldier ask so directly without using any threats. The script shouldn't be like this. What about torture to extract a confession? What about holding a gun to your head as promised? It's not that he's being mean, but isn't this the same process in reality and in movies? This person seems to really have a brain problem. Bong didn't answer. He just looked at the soldier with a sneer. Since he was going to die anyway, he would not give the money anyway. As for torture, haha, being able to feel the feeling of being alive for the last time before death, no matter how painful it is something to be thankful for. He has met many such people, and they're not like those shown on TV. After being tortured in various ways, many of them cherish the last feeling day in their lives. But there are only a few people who have such enlightenment, after all, and he is one of them. Come on, I'll take any tricks. It hurts. What a wonderful thing it is for the last life. Bong even sneered to himself in a crazy way. But then Bong didn't see any movement from the man opposite him. He seemed to be talking to himself naturally. More than 3 billion baht? 25 to 3 billion? 20 to 25 billion? Okay. Hearing the person in front of him talking to himself, Bong had a puzzled look on his face. He couldn't figure out what the other person was doing for a while, but it wasn't over yet. The man in front of him changed the topic and said, Okay, next question. How much cash is this money? More than 1 billion? 900 million? 800 million? Bong was still listening to the soliloquy of the madman in front of him, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. So, Mr. Bong, where's your cash stored? In this villa? A bank safe? A company safe? Number 673 in the central area? That villa opposite you. The soldier continued, speaking very fast, without giving Bong a chance to answer. At this time, Basong's mouth was already open. He seemed to understand what the man in front of him was doing, but was that something a human could do? He couldn't believe it for a moment, and he didn't want to believe it. The soldier then smiled and said, Thank you for your cooperation. Where are most of the other transferable bank cards or account numbers stored? Along with the cash? In a house? A company? A bank? This villa? It seems to be inside the villa. Your bedroom? This room? Let me take a look. Yeah, it's clear under the lamp. As soon as he finished speaking, another soldier directly moved a chair, took out a tool, and took off the cover on it. After a few rummagings, he took out a bank card from inside. At this time, Bong finally knew what the other party was doing. He used to feel cold, but now he's going crazy. It's like the other party has the ability to read minds. He can know everything without him opening his mouth. Is this really a killer? At this moment, the other party's words came to his ears again. Mr. Bong, what is the secret of this bank card? Bong took a deep breath and said in a trembling tone, Who are you? Haha, please answer the question. The soldier smiled. This time, he didn't laugh very weirdly, but Basong felt even more terrifying now than before. Although he had heard of this interrogation method for a long time, it was impossible to reach the level of the person in front of him. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the interrogation expert who was proficient in psychology was, it was impossible to determine the emotional reflection of this battle-hardened veteran in such a short period of time. Has the other party carefully investigated him? Bong guessed. Well, for sure, he must have been following him for a long time. He really didn't want to believe that the other party didn't even know what he did just now. Bong, who thought he knew the truth, forced himself to calm down and sneered. I forgot, and you can't guess it yourself? At the same time, Bong closed his eyes and decided not to open them no matter what. Nor did he show any expression. He didn't believe that there really were such terrifying people in the world. If there were, such people would be absolute treasures in any country and would be in need of anything, let alone become a killer. That was all a joke. But as soon as Bong finished speaking, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his right wrist. The soldier squeezed his wrist hard. Bong didn't struggle. He still closed his eyes tightly and controlled his expression. 10 seconds later. Your birthday is... You have 3 fingers. Your house number is XXX. 3 plus 1 equals 9. The first digit of this bank card is 76. The second digit is 48. The third digit is 29. The sixth digit is 10. Is this the login password for online banking? The transfer password is, "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Bong." After another round of guessing numbers, the man stopped talking to himself. You can't even hope to get the password. Bong opened his mouth and said sternly, "The combination of all the last digits that the man just said is not the password of this bank card. It seems that the other party is just bluffing. The information is probably obtained by following him." However, the warrior's slap in the face came so quickly. U.S. Citibank card. Password 356,940. Total funds in it are 32 million US dollars. The soldier stood up and said slowly, then smiled and looked at Basong, who was completely stupid, and continued, "Am I right, Mr. Basong?" At this time, Bong was already confused. Looking at the smile in front of him, he only had one feeling in his heart. Devil. This person is definitely a devil. How can there be such a person in the world? Everything else is easy to investigate, but only he knows the password of his bank card. He has never used this password on other bank cards and has never withdrawn money, but the other party can trap him. He knew that he had really provoked an opponent he couldn't afford to offend. Who could invite such a person? It was terrifying. "Okay, Mr. Basong, you should know about our abilities. We can know a lot of things even if you don't speak. I ask you to cooperate next. And please don't do anything else, otherwise the last time will be very unpleasant." The soldier's words brought Bong back to reality. His face was uncertain, but he seemed to have made a decision within 10 seconds. He was relieved and his tense body softened. He smiled bitterly and said, "That's it. I admit defeat. Just ask what you want to know. I will tell you what I can. But before I die, I want to know who sent you. I don't want to die in the dark. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, we can meet this request." The soldier agreed with a smile. The next thing was simple. Bong told all the other places where money and items were hidden, as well as some other bank cards with money. Of course, this is not over yet. Even if he wants to kill someone, the command room has to squeeze out the last of his value. In line with the principle of gathering intelligence, the soldiers inquired about all the information about the local forces controlled by Bong, and also inquired about the situation of other forces with XINME to facilitate the next actions and provide some information support for other actions tonight. At the same time, I also asked about all the forces that occupied Wei Jun's territory, as well as the connections in Bangkok that Bong had bought over the years. Bong also told everything he knew, especially the affairs of other forces. He was very enthusiastic and detailed, because depending on the situation, this group of people would also come to trouble them. If someone could die together, why not do it? 2 hours later, the interrogation against Bong is over. At this time, Bong also felt relieved. There was no sinister look on his face, but a smile. This conversation allowed him to recall his sinful life. He also felt that he deserved to die. Although he still wanted to live, he knew that this was impossible. Now that he could die with a smile, he was content. "Mr. Bong, thank you for your cooperation." The soldier smiled. At this time, the smile was not so scary in Basong's eyes. Bong sighed and asked, "Now you can tell me, who asked you to kill me?" The soldier did not break his promise, leaned over, whispered a word in Basong's ear, and then ended Basong's life without even making a surprised expression. After taking care of Bong, the two soldiers quickly left the villa without stopping to get the cash and other belongings left by Bong. While Bong was taking action, similar things happened to the bosses of several key underground forces in Bangkok. The entire operation plus wrap-up lasted nearly 4 hours. And those soldiers who completed their missions also went back to prepare and wait for the implementation of the third phase of the plan. The next day, in other words, an hour later, at around 5 o'clock in the morning, Tang informed Tang Qing, who had already woken up. The mission was over and a lot had been gained. Tang Qing was so excited by the news that he quickly entered the command room. Tang Qing couldn't wait to ask, "Tang, how much money did we get this time?" Coming back to the commander-in-chief, the account funds obtained this time are equivalent to 1.256 billion renminbi. Cash is 153 million yuan, and other items worth 960 million yuan. Tang, he concluded. What? More than 1 billion? Tang Qing said in shock. Tang Qing almost jumped up when he heard that he had directly gained more than 1 billion yuan. He had no burden for this kind of ill-gotten wealth. This was more than 1 billion yuan, equivalent to 3 months of his arbitrage income. He got all at once. These guys must be too fat. Yes, Commander, the funds have been transferred to a specific account, and all cash and items have been moved to a safe place. Tang Yi replied. Tang Qing nodded and asked, By the way, what are the items you mentioned? They are so valuable. Commander, they are mainly gold, gems, jade, finished jewelry, securities, artworks, luxury goods, antiques, and other things that are easy to cash. Tang, he said. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, Well, let's keep all these things first. After a while, wait until the situation there stabilizes before selling them. You can keep the cash as working capital. How many foreign currencies are there in the account besides Thai baht? Coming back to the commander, there are 370 million yuan worth of Thai baht, 490 million yuan worth of US dollars, 120 million euros, 130 million yen, 110 million yuan, 30 million Hong Kong dollars, and 10 million Australian dollars. Tang, he said. Tang Qing felt it after hearing this. It's so complicated, I didn't remember it, but whatever, it's all money. At the same time, his heart became hot. He did not expect that the harvest this time would be so rich, so his previous thoughts were a bit conservative. The insurance fund of 500 million yuan was enough. It seemed that he would greatly increase the upper limit of arbitrage next. Mada is rich again, but Tang Qing doesn't dare to be happy too early. He was too complacent before. After upgrading, he almost returned to before liberation overnight. Even if he got so much money this time, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. After all, there will probably be more places to spend money in the future. The command room is a bottomless pit. If the next level opens up more money-burning things, he will probably have to ask the system for help. After all, this is just a one-time transaction. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, In this way, you will keep all the Thai baht in these account funds as the later maintenance funds and guarantee funds a plan. 2794, and convert the rest into Japanese yen. Yes, Commander. Tang, he said. He knew that the plan in Bangkok included the maintenance part of the entire force in the later period. Whether it was to feed the people below or find a protective umbrella, funds were needed. As for other things, it was better to settle down first. Now, the number of bound accounts in US dollars and euros was full and could not be used. The domestic bound accounts were also full, and none of the accounts with only Japanese yen were used. Someone must have noticed those arbitrage trading accounts, so he will not take the risk of transferring money to accounts in the United States and Germany. The system can cover up the flow of funds directly exchanged with it, but it cannot cover up transactions between other accounts. If he uses it, it will definitely be locked on those soldiers in Bangkok. That's trouble. By the way, how did you interrogate their funds and be so obedient? Let me see the video. If it's too violent, don't show it to me. Tang Qing asked curiously. He thought it would be good to get back the original cost of this operation. There was also a lot of hope for a small profit, but what he didn't expect was a big profit. He was curious how those who were about to die could be so honest. Yes, Tang Yi replied. After that, Tang Qing watched Basong's entire interrogation video, and his mouth opened wider and wider. Even as the master of those soldiers, he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. The waiter's expression analysis ability could still be used like this. Later, through the waiter's explanation, he truly understood the terrifying aspect of the waiter's expression analysis system. It first obtained the target's facial expressions, eyes, habits, and other data through a large number of conversations and observations, plus the human behavior and habit model carried by the waiter. Basically, as long as the data was complete, interrogating the information was not too simple. The last soldier who grabbed Basong's hand directly told Basong's bank card password through his microsecond heartbeat data and the basic model formed by the first dozen questions. In order not to arouse alarm, when asking for the password, the soldier would say each digit once every time he asked for the number. Firstly, it was to confuse Bong, and secondly, It was to collect and verify more nerve and heartbeat information. In the end, Bong basically became a transparent person, but this was also because Bong was untrained and too panicked. In addition, he only had such an accurate prediction based on luck. It would not be so simple for a professionally trained agent. Really scary. This is the power of big data. But luckily they are my subordinates. If they're enemies, TSK. Let me have 3 minutes of silence for you. By the way, why didn't you use this method when you interrogated Pai Chong last time? I really don't know if you can still do it like this. Tang Qing asked again, coming back to the commander-in-chief. What we needed to know last time was the whole incident and the information about the mastermind behind it. The amount of information was huge, and this method was too cumbersome. However, the main purpose of this interrogation is a few identified locations and numbers. So, this interrogation is the simplest. Tang, he explained. So that's it, hey? Wouldn't this kind of technology be very powerful when used on a gambling table? Tang Qing suddenly thought of another way to make a fortune. The most powerful skill on the gambling table is mathematical probability. If coupled with the waiter's powerful data, computing capabilities, and facial micro-expression recognition analysis, as long as the opponent is not out of luck, who in the world is the opponent of this group of robots? Commander, yes. Tang, he said. Tang Qing hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, let's not get into trouble for now. Let's talk about the lack of money later. Now that there is no shortage of money in a short period of time, it is better to take it easy. It is not so easy to get money in the casino. We will talk about it later when we are really sure of money. At least he knew another way to make a lot of money. Now, even if the arbitrage business goes bad, he will still have enough confidence to face future emergencies. At worst, I will send people to sweep the casinos around the world. Where there is money, there are people. Just when Tang Qing was in a good mood, Tang Yi suddenly made a suggestion. Commander, regarding Project 6794, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Tang Qing asked. This was Tang Yi's initiative. In the past, he had asked Tang Yi to answer. Tang Yi said respectfully. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, since we now have sufficient funds, I suggest expanding the scope of Project 6794. P.S. I feel like this kind of chapter is so well written, After listening to Tang Yi's suggestion, Tang Qing's face was full of doubts. Expand the scope of Project 6794? What's the meaning? Why expand? How to expand? Could it be that Tang Yi wanted to send people to infiltrate the underground forces in Thailand? But this is not necessary. Unless he is short of money, it is impossible for Tang Qing to do that. After all, so many bosses have been killed, and the rise of so many new forces and new faces is like a bright light in the darkness. It would be strange if it does not attract the attention of the big bosses from all sides. This is too crazy and too conspicuous, and it may not be possible to stop it later. Tang Qing immediately asked the question in his heart. Tang Yi explained respectfully, coming back to the commander-in-chief. The original purpose of Plan 6794 was to eliminate the local forces that threaten your second uncle and protect your second uncle's local industry. However, at present, my subordinates have discovered that even if Plan 6794 is completed, it will only be able to initially provide protection for your second uncle. There are still many threats from other places. For example, those officials in Thailand and other economic groups. And even according to our analysis, the forces that seize Wei Jun's territory also have strong motives to pose a direct threat to your second uncle. Tang Qing nodded while listening. Tang Yi was right. Even if Plan 6794 was completed now, it would only solve the threat of the underground forces. If other opponents in Thailand used legal means to deal with his second uncle, such as official power, then he would have nothing to do. He even heard that Thailand's military and military forces were also very powerful. Although he felt that the scale of his uncle's business could not match the official power, this could be considered one of the sources of threats. Once there is a fierce conflict between the two parties, you can't let someone kill him. It's simply impossible. He's not crazy yet. It's simply breaking the rules of the game. If he does that, his second uncle is likely to become the target of public criticism. He will be feared by everyone and may also cause huge official trouble. In particular, Tang Qing thought of one more thing, and that was his own interests. Yes, it's his benefit. The previous purpose of this plan was to protect the safety and interests of the second uncle. However, this is different from the past. Since so many soldiers were stationed there, what was theirs was theirs. When they grew stronger, most of the money they earned would have to be handed over to themselves. So, don't you have interests there that you need to protect? Even if it was to protect his own interests, he still felt that Tang Yi was right. Having made his decision, Tang Qing asked seriously, Tang, what do you think should be done? Back to the commander-in-chief, my subordinates suggested sending a large number of soldiers and intelligence agents into various power agencies in the country. The main purpose is not to control anything, as long as it can serve as an early warning at critical times. Tang Yi said. Tang Qing agreed after hearing this. He is not crazy enough to control a country, at least not yet. As long as those robots can protect their family's interests in Thailand, they can at least serve as an auxiliary early warning. Anyway, now that I have money, I can just throw money into it. Tang Qing thought for a while, and then ordered, Tang Yi, from now on, all plans in Thailand will belong to Plan 6794. There will be no new plan numbers for operations in this area. The core purpose of this plan is to protect the interests and security of me and my family throughout Thailand. I will only give you an authorization limit of 500 million yuan. You can make corresponding plans based on this limit. The money will be given to you when the yen arrives. In order to make it easier to classify in the future, it is naturally necessary to merge the plans. Originally, he wanted to give this huge plan a Chinese name. Even if it didn't work out, he could call it the Thai plan, but it didn't sound good, so it would be better to express it with numbers. 500 million yuan was just spread out like this. It wasn't that Tang Qing, who was rich, felt that 500 million was a lot. On the contrary, it was that it was less. After all, this plan involved the whole of Thailand, and the situation was much more complicated than before. In his opinion, if the command room had made a plan first, it would have been possible for more than 10 to 2 billion yuan. Yes, Commander, what should we do about the forces that seize Wei Jun's territory? Should they be monitored or eliminated? Tang, he asked again. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, you should keep an eye on him first. Send 5 soldiers over there. Once it is confirmed that he has a tendency to retaliate against my second uncle, just like he did with Bong. Although he made a lot of ill-gotten wealth today, he was not so hot-headed that he pounced on food when he saw it, unless absolutely necessary. By the way, when will the Japanese yen arrive? Tang Qing asked excitedly. Now that the operation is over, he just waits for the Japanese yen to be exchanged. Gee, that's a lot of money. Go back to the commander-in-chief. It will take 30 minutes for everything to arrive. Tang Yi glanced at the projection and said, yes. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. After speaking, Tang Qing asked for the Japanese yen account information and directly asked the system to bind it. Then he waited restlessly in the command room. The money was transferred from dozens of accounts, not at the same time. Therefore, Tang Qing had already bound the Japanese yen account and received transfer notifications of various sizes one after another. Listening to the notifications of the arrival of the money, Tang Qing sat on the chair and smiled from ear to ear. It was just like picking up money, but in millions. Half an hour later, more than 882 million yuan were all entered into the system, saving more than 2 million yuan in handling fees and exchange losses. But it's all small money. Tang Qing doesn't care. Tang Qing then asked the system to transfer 500 million yuan to the waiter. In order to avoid confusion between his available funds and the mission authorization funds, Tang Qing could deposit these funds to the waiter first, or he could choose not to deposit them. Of course, since it is a deposit, it can still be withdrawn. As long as Tang Yi has not spent all the funds, he can withdraw them at any time, which is a very useful function. While Tang Qing was counting money, an expanded version of Plan 6794 had been formulated. The plan is also very simple It is just a limited penetration into the country's politics, military, and economy. There is nothing much to say about the first two. Let some intelligence analysts go to Thailand to work as officers, soldiers, and soldiers. The plan is to send 50 people out. Those who enter the government agencies are all intelligence analysts. Anyway, there is no need to fight and kill. Most of the people who enter Thailand's army and team are also intelligence analysts. After all, in peacetime, it is difficult for individuals to climb very high in terms of combat effectiveness. The economy is very simple. It mainly involves doing business. It is definitely impossible to open a store. Tang Qing originally wanted to cut off the economic plan because it had little to do with the goal of the entire number 6794 plan. He did not want to make money, but after thinking about it, he might as well add it. Unexpectedly, his domestic properties only have 2 or 3 kittens, and they are all soy sauce. It would be good to own some properties abroad. Otherwise, only the underground forces in the plan can produce blood. Later operation and maintenance is really a bit expensive. He does not want to keep so many oil bottles. But now, it just forms a complete ecological chain, the relationship between the 4 corners. One party works hard to make money, and the other. 3 parties provide protection. People with black and white protection provide one more channel for making money. This gives me a lot more confidence. Well, it's very good. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction after looking at the plan. It's just too expensive. 50 people are in politics, 50 are in the military, and 60 are in business. In addition to the 40 analysts newly exchanged in the command room, there are a total of 200 people. Another 400 million yuan has been spent directly, leaving only 100 million in emergency funds. Fortunately, there are plans to retain finance and cash worth more than $1 billion. Otherwise, Tang Qing will definitely have to spend money again. That's fine. In the future, Thailand won't have to pay a penny, and they can maintain it by borrowing from each other internally. I just feel a little bit shortchanged. In total, the entire plan has now received 882 million yuan. After deducting the 500 million given to Tang E, there's still 382 million yuan left. However, he originally invested 250 million yuan in this plan. So, in total, I only earned over 130 million, which is just over 50% return rate. Thinking of this, Tang Qing's excitement suddenly subsided a lot. Never mind. Go to school. Just make some money. So Tang Qing hurried out to have breakfast and went to school humming a little tune in a good mood. The underground forces in Bangkok are in chaos. While Tang Qing was happily eating burritos and drinking red bean milk, the underground forces in Bangkok had completely exploded. After Bong was the first to be found dead, the bosses of several factions were also found dead in their residences or entertainment venues one after another. The methods were similar. The fatal injuries were not swords and guns, but the neck. The command room had no intention of deliberately concealing what happened at the same time. After all, it was useless to cover up what happened at the same time. It didn't take a brain to know that it must be the work of the same group of people. As soon as the bosses died, the subordinates who had some strength suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. After all, who doesn't want to be in the top position? However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they guarded their own land and watched the changes, guarding against everyone, thinking about countermeasures, and at the same time restraining their subordinates to try not to misfire. Because what happened was so weird, they didn't even hold a memorial service. This eerie tranquility directly led to the improvement of social security in Bangkok this morning. People who know the inside story feel that there is a tense atmosphere in the air. Everyone knows that this is the calm before the storm. Although they don't know who the murderer is, everyone knows one thing. That is, once there's a trigger, strength is the basis for advancement. So everyone is making preparations secretly, and some even want to play a big game. But how could the command room give them time to prepare? Just when they all reached a tacit agreement to remain restrained, the fuse was lit. The small leader of one of the forces got into a fight with the people of the other force on impulse and killed the other leader, which directly led to a larger-scale conflict between the two groups. 4 or 5 more people died, but they were suppressed by their big leader, and then, of course, It is impossible to start a full-scale war directly. That would be too obvious. The entire plan is planned for 1 month, and there are hundreds of plots and tricks waiting to be implemented. One link after another. This is just the beginning. They never imagined what a sophisticated and terrifying calculation they would face. Tang Qing walked briskly into the campus and once again sighed that it was great to go to school. If he missed his school days because he experienced too much intrigue before, now he likes it because he has seen too many conspiracies and violence. After all, who can still have a calm mind after seeing the plans formulated by the command room that calculated people to the core and did not take human lives seriously at all? At least he couldn't. Old Tang, why are you so happy? A voice remembered next to Tang Qing. It was Li Kai chasing after him from behind. Tang Qing came back to his senses and joked. It's nothing. I picked up money on the way here today. He wasn't lying. What happened today was that he picked up a lot of money. It came and went quickly. Tang Yi was cheated out of 500 million in a short time. Thailand could not give him a blood transfusion in a short period of time. But the money was well spent because when the ecosystem over there is established, the rewards will be huge. Pick up money? How much? Take it out and show it to me, Li Kai said in surprise. It's very unscientific. Tang Qing, a rich man, must have picked up how much money to be so happy. Let me show you what I'm doing, Tang Qing said angrily. Of course you'll get half of it when we meet, Li Kai said matter-of-factly. You have the nerve to say such things? Tang Qing said in a dumbfounded voice. Hey, what are you sorry for? What's the relationship between the two of us? Li Kai put his arm on Tang Qing's shoulder and smiled. Tang Qing curled his lips and said, What else does it matter if we are classmates? Are we friends or buddies? Li Kai said with a serious face. Maybe, or not necessarily not. Tang Qing said with a smile. Li Kai didn't react for a while and figured out the logic inside. Seeing this, Tang Qing couldn't help laughing. Li Kai, who had calmed down, was not annoyed and asked with a straight face. Okay, no more joking. Old Tang, are you free at noon? What do you want to do? Tang Qing asked. Come with me to buy something. I have decided that I want to pursue Chulan. Li Kai came over and whispered. What? How is it possible? Oh no, I mean why? Tang Qing said with surprise on his face. The butterfly effect is really becoming more and more frequent. In his previous life, Li Kai was not prepared to chase after his desk mate. What is going on? Of course I like it, Li Kai said. But, you? Tang Qing didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't say that you didn't intend to chase him. Seeing Tang Qing hesitating, Li Kai smiled and said, Are you surprised? Tang Qing kept nodding and said nothing, waiting for Li Kai's answer. Li Kai smiled and said slowly, Haha, actually was also surprised. I didn't plan to pursue you originally, but I saw you and Wang Yan. I originally planned to start by chatting or confessing after the college entrance examination, but after thinking about it, I still feel that to avoid long nights and dreams, I want to take a seat first. So, Old Tang, I'm not stupid. Although you and Wang Yan have nothing, I can't tell what Wang Yan is thinking. She has a crush on you. She used to hide it deeply, but now. After Li Kai finished speaking, he looked at Tang Qing with a half smile. Don't talk nonsense about this. Tang Qing quickly covered it up. Okay, I know Wang Yan's character. She just has a crush on you. Her self-esteem does not allow her to get involved in the relationship between you and your childhood sweetheart. So now I feel that all the good memories are nonsense. She, who has no chance, can face it calmly. What can I do if I have the chance? Li Kai stopped as he looked at the teaching building in the distance. Tang Qing nodded suddenly. In the previous life, Wang Yan never showed such closeness during high school. But in this life, Wang Yan became more and more open-minded. Unexpectedly, this gave Li Kai a great influence and motivation, making him determined to pursue his classmate. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't speak, Li Kai explained with a smile, It's because you have a girlfriend, so I asked you to help me buy something at noon. I brought all my personal money with me. If I don't have enough, I'll wait for your support. Oh, you made a careless friend. Tang Qing pretended to shake his head and sighed. Screw you. Don't forget, you can buy it with me after lunch, Li Kai said. Are you in such a hurry? Can't you do it on the weekend? Tang Qing said. It's not that he didn't wanna, it's not a big deal, he just asked instinctively. No, I'm afraid I will hesitate again. Li Kai shook his head and said. Tang Qing was speechless. What a valid reason. What a powerful logic. P.S. The following is free. Thank you, readers, for the rewards of Show Magic Rabbit Dies and Running Pegasus. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask them in the suggestion building in the book review area. I will answer them as soon as possible. I said I generally don't read this chapter, so I apologize if I don't reply to you. Regarding the update issue, the author would like to explain that due to the limited time for writing a book every day, the mouse has not saved even one chapter so far. It relies entirely on the current code. Therefore, 2 chapters a day is the limit of the mouse. The time is usually posted in the afternoon. Readers who follow up on the update are recommended to read it before going to bed or the next day. Thank you again for your support. Thank you very much. New York, USA. 3 hours ago, 6 fighters arrived at JFK. Naturally, not all of the soldiers sent this time have Asian faces. To facilitate future operations, the nationality of all the soldiers is American. Among them, 2 men and 2 women, a total of 4 Western faces with different age information. The younger one is in his 20s and the older one is in his 30s. Their identity information shows that they are from different states. After getting off the plane, they dispersed as planned. 2 male Western-looking soldiers were first responsible for collecting information from all over New York City. The method was similar to that in Bangkok, either with money, guns, or making friends. They could also improve the information through the internet, the police station, and other government or non-governmental agencies. But the most important thing is not these. After all, they have no intention of implementing the Bangkok method here. They are just providing data support for the other 4 bodyguards' future security operations. These 2 soldiers have 2 main tasks. The first is to collect information about various regions in the entire United States, including terrain, environment, people's livelihood, economy, politics, law, etc., and all potentially valuable information. After all, what is true and false online may not be complete. The second main purpose is the major libraries in the United States. Yes, it is a library. It is not to obtain any scientific research materials, but many important things and historical documents, secrets, and gossip are archived on paper and cannot be found online. Therefore, this task is very difficult. It requires robots to go to various libraries or museums in the United States to read books and improve the database of the command room. To be honest, Tang Qing also considered whether the above 2 purposes were necessary at the time. But thinking about knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. He didn't believe the information on the internet at all, because even if he didn't have much power now, he could already create the truth, let alone the things on the internet. But Tang Qing is different. As a future opponent, if you can know everything about them from the internet, it is not just nonsense, it is simply nonsense. Even after the communication server is established, he plans to partially implement Tang Yi's previous internet monitoring plan. In the future, except for the information he wants the general public to know, he will not let the public participate in the discussion and exposure of any speculation that comes into contact with the secrets. For example, these forces in Bangkok will have people invade and delete the relevant information immediately as long as such speculation or news appears online in the future. Of course, this cannot completely close the loophole. So in the future, he may find ways to intervene in information dissemination channels, such as television, radio, newspapers, etc., but the methods are different. He doesn't know the specific methods now. Anyway, there is a command room to make plans, so he is too lazy to think about these conspiracies. The reason is simple. He doesn't want his parents and wife to know that his hands are indirectly stained with blood. He would rather his parents and Lin Jiaxue know that he is a big businessman, even the richest man in the world. He would rather live his life as an older brother who is bullied by his sister, a younger brother who is bullied by his sister, and a boss who is molested by his employees. However, he does not want them to know that so many people have died under his orders. Showing such authority in front of his family is not domineering, but will make them more worried. The other 4 bodyguards began to enter their roles. They quickly found the residence of their cousin Tang Nian based on the address information provided by Tang Qing's second uncle. They visited the location first and purchased weapons and the like after the security company was established. Originally, Tang Qing was not prepared to let the security company recruit outsiders, but he couldn't use all of these soldiers to perform tasks in the future. He still needed some outsiders to make his power look normal. It would be strange if they all had household registrations, passports, customized educational backgrounds, and life histories, but they only had files, and the reality was that nothing had happened. It would be strange not to attract people's attention. This is also a shortcoming of the identity information exchanged by the system. You can forge and record any information, but you cannot change other people's thoughts. If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. So in order to make his subordinates less obtrusive in the future, it is better to recruit outsiders. Firstly, it can be used as a cover. Secondly, it can also enhance the strength. If there is an emergency, at least some people can be mobilized urgently. After all, the number of transmission nodes is limited. However, those outsiders were only qualified to perform ordinary tasks, and it was absolutely impossible for them to participate in important tasks. Tang Qing did not completely trust them. A civilian area in southern Bangkok. A large clothing store. This clothing store was bought by a Chinese 2 days ago and has been hanging a sign that it is temporarily closed. The nearby merchants scolded him behind his back for being stupid. This clothing store has all the items and can be opened after buying it. If it is closed for 1 day, it will lose a day. However, the Chinese didn't seem to be in a hurry at all and didn't even come, let alone open. This store was bought by the warrior holding the teleportation node to teleport warriors and supplies. The main reason for purchasing this clothing store is not that there are a lot of clothes. After all, it is enough to find a residential house or an abandoned factory to pull a cart of clothes, but that this clothing store has a large basement to store logistics materials. The back door is also directly connected to a huge underground parking lot. Although it is not superior in terms of space, location, or concealment, it has the highest overall score. In the past 2 days, the soldiers holding the teleportation node did not go out. Instead, they stayed in the basement cleaning, arranging the environment, and preparing for the next plan. 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the entire basement has been sorted out with all kinds of clothes on one side and a tall pile of Thai baht on the other, with a total value equivalent to tens of millions of yuan. In addition, there are some weapons and ammunition racks, but there are no weapons and ammunition on them at this time because the soldiers have already equipped their weapons in the teleportation area of the dispatch center. The racks here are reserved for ammunition storage when teleportation nodes are needed elsewhere in the future. The soldier took out the ping-pong ball from his pocket, placed it on the ground, and took a few steps back. There were no other abnormalities, and the transmission nodes started transmitting at a transmission rate of 10 every 10 minutes. After a while, some people appeared here one after another, including men and women of different ages. After changing their clothes and taking what they should bring, they hurriedly left, hiding among the crowd, rushing to their respective destinations and performing their respective tasks. After one batch was packed up and left, the next batch was transferred over. It took nearly 3 hours for all 160 people to get out. No one knows, not even Tang Qing, how powerful these plans will make him in the future. P.S. There is one more chapter. I will try my best to code it out today. Come on. Various plans abroad are proceeding in an orderly manner. The initiator of these incidents was attending classes honestly in the classroom, reading books, and being a good student who liked to skip classes. After school in the afternoon, as soon as he walked out of the classroom, Tang Qing hurriedly rushed to Li Kai's side and asked curiously, "Tell me, how is it?" Did she agree? Gossip is human nature, and Tang Qing is naturally not immune to it. At noon, he accompanied Li Kai to buy gifts, but in the end they couldn't pick anything that seemed suitable because they both had difficulty choosing at the same time. Tang Qing said, "Yes, not bad," to everything he saw. The same is true for Li Kai, but Tang Qing's attitude is that anything will do, while Li Kai's attitude is to choose the best. Finally, when he saw that he was almost late for class, Li Kai was heartbroken and decided to buy a necklace so that he wouldn't have to make a decision. At that time, Li Kai's behavior directly made Tang Qing complain all the way. "How good would you have thought like this and brought me here?" In response, Li Kai spread his hands and said, "It's my fault. It's not that fast. She ignored me all afternoon, and we pushed the gifts back and forth all afternoon." Li Kai rolled his eyes at Tang Qing and said with a smile, "Then why are you so happy that you touched someone's hand while pushing?" "Oh no," Tang Qing said with contempt. Upon hearing this, Li Kai said with a smile, "Don't you understand, you innocent little boy? This is just one of them. What's more important is that I have taken the first step. Besides, even if she doesn't agree now, at least I have occupied a position in her heart first. It will be easier in the future. Let me tell you, preconceptions are very important when it comes to love. The first one can only eat meat, the second one can only drink soup, and the third one can only be a backup or takeover. When did you, a beast, become a love saint?" Tang Qing said with a smile. Li Kai said with an enigmatic expression, "There are experts who can give me guidance. Do you know her? Aren't you afraid that you two are not suitable?" Tang Qing asked again, "Why should you be afraid? It would be best if we get along well with each other in the future. If we don't get along well, it would be best if we separate. I just do what I should do and do my best to obey fate. At least I have done it before. Besides, there is no such thing as inappropriateness in the emotional world. Unless there are serious differences in three views, all inappropriateness is just an excuse to get rid of the other person. Everyone is just looking for a more civilized word to make things worse." Li Kai said matter-of-factly. Tang Qing didn't know how to answer after hearing this. He suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have an extremely developed emotional brain. In his previous life, Li Kai was the kind of playboy who could really deceive others' feelings and bodies. He had a variety of skills, and he couldn't compare to him anyway. He didn't have much experience in love. He and Lin Jiaxue were just babies, so he didn't need to play with skills. In his previous life, Wang Yin took the initiative to pursue him. He understood human nature, but he really didn't have this kind of experience. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's right or not. I don't need it. We're all being soaked." 10 p.m. Tang Qing, who was having dinner, received a notice from Tang that regarding the car accident at their family's previous life, the person who was behind the chess game was found. Although Tang Qing gave Tang an extension of 2 days, how could Tang actually wait 2 days to complete the matter? That was definitely an act of dereliction of duty. So he caught Lei Yang's think tank this afternoon, and after some friendly communication, he got clues about the person behind the scenes. Tang Qing hurriedly entered the command room after hearing this. He couldn't calm down at all. He hated this person who caused him countless regrets. "Who is it?" Tang Qing asked with a gloomy face. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, "He is the chairman of the provincial capital Fuke Group." "Tang," he said. "Gynecology group?" Tang Qing murmured. Although the name of the group definitely does not contain these two characters, the name sounds like a villain with such an improper name. "Yes, Commander. This group is a Japanese-owned enterprise. The chairman, Tamahisa Ide, holds 60% of the group's shares. The other shareholders are currently unknown. The group mainly operates electronics, real estate, precision equipment, tourism, pharmaceuticals, and other industries. The group's market value ranks among the top 20 companies in the province." After interrogating the planner next to Lei Yang, according to his account, it was Ide Tamahisa who found him to approach Lei Yang and pass the news. "The purpose is currently unknown," Tang explained. When Tang Qing heard that he was from the island country, he became furious and said, "Maid, your almost miserable life in the previous life was actually plotted like this by an island countryman. It's really embarrassing. Tang, don't engage in eavesdropping. Just catch him for interrogation and quickly find out what his motive is, whether it is profit or something else." Although Tang Qing wanted to order the killing of Ide Tamahisa directly, but he still wanted to know why the other party would do this. "Yes, Commander, our people are already following him. I immediately ordered them to take action. Now that the puller and executor are in our hands, Commander, what should we do? Tang, he asked. Tang Qing thought for a moment and smiled strangely. It might be useful to keep him alive. Of course, he couldn't let such a person live, but he still needed to use some of his spare energy. Tang Qing did not go back to sleep after that, because the Operation Tang he mentioned had already begun. He was very eager to find out the reason, so he watched the operation in the command room. Provincial capital. On the Beltway, a Mercedes-Benz car was driving slowly on the road. This was Tamahiza's habit. He liked to slowly look at the scenery outside the car window. Although he also wanted to ride in a domestically produced car, he also knew that when in the country, do as the Romans do. After so many years of understanding, he deeply felt that in this country, riding a Mercedes-Benz and riding a Nissan are two different concepts. He has not yet reached the point where he can completely brush his face. Seeing that his plan to destroy the Pinyin group was about to be completed, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. As for the death of those innocent people, it didn't matter to him. Anyway, it was not him who died. That's when a second-hand Honda accelerated and drove in front of the Mercedes-Benz. It came to a sudden stop, and the driver, Tamahiza, was unable to brake in time. Clang! Rear-end collision. This situation shocked the three people in the car. They couldn't help but feel lucky that they were driving at a low speed. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Go out and take a look, Tamahiza said to the two bodyguards in front of him. In this country, Tamahiza felt more at ease than in his own country. He had not encountered any robbers in so many years, and he had already let down his guard. Yes, the two bodyguards sitting in front got out of the car. At this time, they saw a young man getting out of the car in front with a steady pace and a calm face. It was obviously not like the look of an ordinary citizen after crashing into a luxury car. It's not that robots like facial paralysis, but the command room feels that it is unnecessary. If it is other special infiltration missions, acting is still required. However, this kind of action with basically no variables has always been straightforward, without even an extra expression. Who are you? Stop. Seeing the young man in front of him getting closer, the bodyguard immediately realized something was wrong and took a defensive posture. The driver also stopped and looked at the young man. At this time, another person walked out from the front passenger seat. There's less traffic in this place, and there is no flow of people. Therefore, other cars thought it was an ordinary car accident and did not stop. No one stopped to take pictures or record driving, so the soldiers performing the mission did not need cover such as masks. The two warriors paid no attention to the two bodyguards of Tamahiza. Just when Tamahiza's bodyguard was about to shout a warning, the two warriors moved without warning, one each, punching them at extremely fast speeds, knocking them unconscious in an instant. This made Tamahiza in the car stunned. He was also a half-trainer. The speed of the two warriors in front of him made him unable to see clearly. His two elite bodyguards who had been on the battlefield were knocked to the ground without any resistance. Their life and death were unknown, which made him think he was dreaming. Just when he came back to his senses and wanted to lock the window, it was already too late. The front door of the bulletproof Mercedes-Benz was opened directly. His hand had already reached to the front driver's seat. He only saw an afterimage coming towards him, and he fainted immediately. The whole process lasted no more than 3 seconds. The action is over. The soldier quickly loaded the two bodyguards into the car, one for each, and drove towards a distance. P.S. The second chapter is here. I will try to control this kind of watery plot in the future, but sometimes I really like to read it, hee. An hour later, Tang Qing watched the entire interrogation video of Tamahiza, and suddenly there was something empty in his heart that he didn't know whether to say. The whole story is very cliché. According to Tamahiza's explanation, Tang Qing has completely determined that their family's car accident in the previous life was a game that Tamahiza used to destroy Pinyin Group. The reason was the business conflict between him and Lei Peng. It turned out that the villa area where Lei Peng now lived was originally a site that Tamahiza was optimistic about, and even the plan was almost completed. However, due to leaks from his subordinates, Lei Peng took action in advance and relied on his deep connections in the province to quickly win the lot. He almost copied Aide's development and operation plan. This made Aide Tomohiro mad, and it was no secret in the province. He was filled with hatred. However, he was not strong enough. He could not defeat Lei Peng in a head-to-head confrontation, either overtly or covertly. Although he wanted to send a killer to kill Lei Peng, but once he did, he would probably get rid of it. After all, he and Lei Peng had the deepest grudge at the moment. If he did that, even if the police could not find evidence, he would not be able to hang around in the province in the future. So Aide Tomohisa thought about starting from other aspects of Lei Peng, and has been secretly investigating and collecting ways to take revenge. Hard work paid off, and Lei Yang slowly came into his sight. This abandoned man had been self-destructing and abandoning himself for many years. All he needed was a little fire to ignite him. So he sent people to get close to Lei Yang, with the purpose of making him do something crazy, and then there was a series of his plans. At the same time, Tang Qing also heard an even more outrageous thing. Lei Yang was not Lei Peng's biological son. As for whose it is, Tomohisa doesn't know. Anyway, the test report shows that the two are not related by blood, and even Lei Peng's wife is not Lei Yang's biological mother. Tomohisa Aide's plan was to package the whole thing into a story. A panicked Lei Yang asked Lei Peng for help. Since the matter was too big, Lei Peng would definitely persuade Lei Yang to surrender. But Lei Yang already knew his life experience, so he went out of his way to kill Lei Peng. After that, Lei Yang was imprisoned, and then the Lei family would be involved in a fight for property. Then, Lei Peng's wife and Lei Liang had a quarrel over property distribution. Finally, one of Lei Peng's bodyguards, the guardian, was so angry that he accidentally killed Lei Liang, and then framed Lei Peng's wife. Finally, Pinyin Group fell apart. In order not to attract people's attention, although he couldn't get a dime from the Pinyin Group cake, he was already very happy and just took revenge. He likes this feeling of strategizing. Of course, there are a lot of calculations involved to make the whole thing move in this direction. Listen to Aide Tomohisa's entire plan. Tang Qing was speechless. It was another messy story of grudges between wealthy families. Their family's death was just a pawn. Now many things have been figured out, including the cause of death of his parents in a car accident in his previous life, and why Lei Yang did not come to take revenge later. Moreover, Lei Peng and his wife obviously knew that Lei Yang was not their biological son, otherwise they would not have caused any trouble to their family for so many years. Without the support of Lei Peng and his wife, Lei Yang would not be able to do anything to get revenge. If it were not for the support of Tomohisa Aide during these times, Lei Yang would not even have enough money to go out and play. As for the news about his second uncle, it turned out to be just a lie for Aide Tomohisa. The purpose was to arouse Lei Yang's anger and make him lose his mind and agree to this crazy car accident. After hearing this, Tang Qing felt dizzy instantly. So brain-burning. How to deal with this? Tomohisa Aide, the culprit, must be dealt with. Tang Qing will not forgive his hatred until he dies. But what will happen to Lei Peng's family? Damn it. Why did God make the relationship between this family so complicated? Why aren't they all bad guys and villains? Making people so confused now. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, Aide Tomohisa is just like Bong. After squeezing out some useful information, sent him on his way. Lei Yang also asked him to have an accident. But as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yi's voice rang out. Commander, there is new news. What news? I just learned from Lei Peng and his wife that they knew Lei Yang was not their biological son 15 years ago. The hospital made a mistake. As for who the biological son is, they have also found out, but they haven't recognized each other yet, Tang Yi said. What? Tang Qing stood up in surprise and said. This scene made him feel embarrassed. Commander, the new news is that the family deliberately colluded with the nurse to give the baby the wrong baby, in order to let their child live a good life. Tang, he said again. What? This time Tang Qing was so surprised that she shouted out. Tang Yi repeated. Tang Qing leaned on the chair and rubbed his head, wondering if the development of this matter should be so bloody. Really? The Lei Peng family has suffered a lot. They have raised their son for more than 30 years for others, and now they have failed to raise him. Now no one else is willing to give it back. Are they planning to never recognize each other? Tang Qing said weakly. No. I plan to get to know each other at the end of the year and pay the other party a sum of money. Tang Yi said. Aren't you afraid of Lei Yang's revenge? Tang Qing asked curiously. Tang Yi replied. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, Lei Peng just said that if Lei Yang acts randomly, he is likely to have an accident. You mean Lei Peng is likely to kill Lei Yang? Tang Qing said in shock. But it's normal to think about it. Lei Peng's business can be so big. It's definitely not a good thing. Anyone who wants to do something to his own son, even Lei Yang, he won't show mercy. No, let him be sentenced to life imprisonment at most. Tang Yi said. Poor Lei Yang. Tang Qing gently rubbed his temples. Isn't it? He is ready to kill him, and Lei Peng is always ready to send him in. His biological parents probably don't want such a son. Such poor Lei Yang. He felt a little soft-hearted. Forget it, just help Lei Peng. No matter how pitiful Lei Yang is, wasn't he not pitiful in his previous life? Besides, even if Lei Yang had not been kicked out by his second uncle before, people like Lei Peng would never allow Lei Yang to stay in their family and divide the family property. The final outcome would not be the same. Fortunately, Lei Yang was kicked out. Lei Peng and his wife sympathized with him. If Lei Yang had lived a good life for so many years, a ruthless person like Lei Peng might even make Lei Yang and his biological parents disappear. Tang Yi, let Lei Yang become an idiot. He probably only has resentment left in his heart. It would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Tang Qing decided to say, sympathy is sympathy, but this potential threat still needs to be eliminated. Just like the protagonists in the novel clearly know that what they make in the stock market is the money of those poor investors who use their hard-earned money to speculate in stocks, but they still count the money afterwards happily? Are they wrong? Of course that's true. Just like looking for a job, I can't just give you my position just because you're fired. Human society itself is just like the animal world. It can have sympathy, but cannot be kind. Yes, Commander. After saying that, Tang Yi began to carry out the action against Lei Yang, where he had already prepared it. He completed the task in only 5 minutes. Lei Yang's spine and brainstem were injured, and he would basically be in a vegetative state from now on. 10 minutes later, Lei Peng received a call saying that Lei Yang got into an argument while drunk and was seriously injured and fell in a coma. Half an hour later, Lei Yang, who was rushed to the hospital, was determined to be in a vegetative state. Seeing the situation in front of them, Lei Peng and his wife didn't know whether they should be happy or sad, but they were definitely more happy than sad. After all, they were not their biological sons, so they had nothing to do with them. If they hadn't been together for so many years, they wouldn't even feel a little sad. In other words, they have been psychologically alienated from Lei Yang since they learned that Lei Yang was not their couple's son 15 years ago. Now, their feelings towards Lei Yang are at best acquaintances. Husband, what should I do? What else can we do? Let's pay someone to take care of him for the rest of his life. Now I'm afraid that if the family doesn't want to, the lion will definitely open his mouth. Humph, when you dared to plot against me, I didn't settle the accounts for them, but I was already giving them face. Damn it. Can you bully them casually if you're not your own son? That child was beaten a lot when he was a child. If it weren't for their sake that he raised my son, I would definitely kill them. That kid is really suffering. I see that he still has an obvious scar on his face. He has to hand over 3,000 monthly salary to his mother. You can give their department more benefits next month. Well, I understand. Let's go. Go back and find a way to get your son home early. Tang Qing didn't know what to say after listening to the conversation between the two couples in the command room. From his own standpoint, actually, everyone is pitiful. Tang Yi, continue to keep an eye on the couple. The time limit is 1 year. If there is no threat, we will cancel Project 6793. Yes, Commander. P.S. This plot is over. The next day, as soon as Tang Qing woke up, he received the bank account and password that he had obtained from Tamahiza Ide, and obtained a total of 330 million yuan in funds. It was not that Tamahisa I'd only had so much money, but that many of the funds were in the company's account, and some were placed in the island country without knowing the account number. However, Tang Qing is not very interested in Tamahisa's other money. At this point, an extra 120 million won't be of much use to him. In the past, there was only arbitrage income. As for the income from exchanging US dollars with Lugan, it could be completely ignored. Now there are a lot of funds retained in various plans, as well as cash and property retained in Bangkok. The channels for incoming money have also undergone tremendous changes, such as increasing the arbitrage limit, letting robots go to casinos to make money, and even implementing an expanded version of Plan 6794. He can solve part of the fund problem in a short time. And he didn't hold back the 330 million yuan and gave it directly to Tang E because the communication server would be released in a few days, and he planned to partially implement the internet monitoring plan. A large number of analysts would definitely be needed by then. The main task of these robots in the early stage was not actually monitoring. After all, the stall was small now, and there was nothing to monitor but some intelligence gathering work. At that time, the Sky I will be just one of the small gates in his industry, and the final review work will be placed in the command room to ensure that the Sky I will not mess up. He trusts Do Jiao, but he does not trust the employees with ulterior motives under the increasingly powerful Tianyin in the future. Generally speaking, this plan is actually useless in the short term, and it may even be just a small effort within a few years, but the prospects are huge. After breakfast, Tang Qing and his two cousins left the community together and then walked away. Qin Shiqi was robbed of 100 yuan, by the way. Although she was curious about why Tang Qing always gave her brand new tickets that she didn't want to spend, she asked several times, and Tang Qing just talked nonsense, and she stopped asking. After walking a few steps, Tang Qing took out his mobile phone and made a call. After a while, the happy voice of his second Uncle Tang, Kai, came from the phone. Tang, what's going on so early? Second uncle, when will you have time to come back? Tang Qing asked with a smile. The situation is very clear now. No one at home or abroad can threaten the second uncle, so naturally he has to report this good news to Tang Kai. How are things over there? What do they say? Tang Kai asked cautiously. Don't worry, it's okay. They won't trouble you again. Tang Qing said. Really? Do you have any requirements? Do you need me to apologize? Tang Kai asked eagerly. There is no request, and there is no need to apologize because as far as I know, Lei Yang is not Lei Peng's biological son, so he will not attack us for such a person. Tang Qing said. That's it. That's great. I'll go back tonight. Tang Kai said excitedly. Having been away from home for many years, he could finally go back. If nothing happened, he would have wanted to run back now. Okay, I'll make a reservation first, and we'll have dinner together in the evening. Tang Qing said. How can I let you make a reservation? I'll do it. Tang Kai said quickly. Okay, second uncle, why are you being polite to me? I'm going to class first. I'll call everyone in our family when the time comes. My uncle and Uncle Lin's family will also come back. Don't forget to prepare gifts. There are a lot of people. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay, the gifts must not be less. I guarantee that they will be satisfied. Then I will call you when I get there. Tang Kai laughed and said, okay. After that, Tang Kai hung up the phone. Tang Kai sat in the hotel and fell into thinking. He was always paying attention to Lei Peng's information. He also knew that Tang Qing tried his best to cover up just now, but he really didn't expect that Tang Qing's friend was so powerful. He investigated the matter so quickly and sent Lei Yang to the hospital. Yes, he already knew the news that Lei Yang became a vegetative state last night, but he still couldn't believe that it had something to do with Tang Qing's friends. Now as soon as Lei Yang entered, Tang Qing called and said it was okay before seeing a ghost. Looking at the two bodyguards behind him who were always clueless, he couldn't help but start to make up his mind. Tang Qing's friends found out through investigation that Lei Yang was not Lei Peng's son, so they directly turned Lei Yang into a vegetable. So direct, so violent. This is what he thinks is most likely. Although he is Tang Qing's second uncle, Tang Qing's assist this time made him a little uneasy. How can I pay back the favor my nephew owes me? Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. He still has a lot of things to do today. He will just find a way to return the favor later. Then Tang Kai hurried out to buy gifts. As a billionaire, he couldn't give away ordinary things, so he had to buy them. After meeting with Tang's father and Tang's mother, he had to go back early. But he heard that there was chaos in Bangkok. Basong and several elder brothers died almost at the same time. The younger brothers below were ready to make a move. He had to go back and think of ways to stabilize the company. Tang Qing hung up the phone with his second uncle and called his mother again. 5 seconds later, the call was connected. "You brat, you brought your cell phone to class again. Tell me, what's going on?" Mother Tang said loudly on the other end. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Qing's grades had basically no room for improvement, she would definitely not let Tang Qing bring a mobile phone. It's a 6,000 yuan mobile phone. It makes her heart ache just thinking about it. "Mom, you don't have to cook tonight. We're eating outside and there's a treat," Tang Qing said with a smile. "A treat? Who are you?" "Your uncle and the others." Mother Tang asked doubtfully. The only people she knew here were the Qin Yugong family, and the rest were the Lin family. But the Lin family was not far away, so there was no need for Tang Qing to inform them. "Of course we know each other. We're very familiar with him. This guy is also very familiar with Uncle and Uncle Lin, so I called you all up tonight," Tang Qing said. "Who the hell is that brat?" Mother Tang laughed and scolded. "Hey, I won't say it yet. You will know by then. This is the person I said 2 days ago who gave me money." Tang Qing did not say anything about Tang Kai, so as not to keep his parents waiting anxiously all day. It would be nice to have a surprise in the evening. "What? I give you money and you still eat from others." Tang Yu's voice raised a few points. "These are all acquaintances. What's the point of being embarrassed? Let's stop talking. You can inform Uncle Lin and the others later, and I won't call them." Tang Qing said at a loss for words. Mother Tang began to teach her. "It's mysterious. No matter how familiar you are, you can't ask for money from others. I will bring them money and return it to them when the time comes." "No." "Okay, then you can take it with you." Tang Qing originally wanted to refuse, but in order to avoid his mother asking questions again, he thought about it and agreed. Anyway, how could his mother actually give money to his second uncle when she saw him? After a few more instructions, Mrs. Tang hung up the phone. "What's going on?" Tang's father, who was tallying goods at the side, asked curiously. "My son said that someone invited our family to dinner in the evening. He said that we all know him, and he was also the person who gave Tang money a few days ago." Tang's mother frowned and said, "No? Okay, bring the money and return it to them when the time comes." Tang's father thought about it carefully, but couldn't figure out who it was. "I know, I don't need you to tell me. School is over in the afternoon." Tang Qing didn't go back to his uncle because his second uncle came to pick him up from school. When he went back for dinner at noon, he had already told his uncle and the others, and they were very surprised who was treating him because they didn't know many acquaintances, and if they did, they must be from their hometown. After all, Tang's father and mother had been here only a few days, but they just refused to tell Tang Qing no matter how they asked. They didn't think about Tang Kai, who had been away from home for so many years and whose life or death was uncertain. Qin Shiqi's eyes widened when she heard about the luxurious dinner that night. She didn't care who was treating her. Tang Qing, Li Kai, and Wang Yin walked out of the school gate laughing and talking. He immediately saw his second uncle standing at the school gate. Today, his second uncle had changed into casual clothes, had his hair cut, and looked much more energetic than before. The most eye-catching thing is a bodyguard in a suit standing behind him. The soldier's clothes were obviously bought by his second uncle. Their previous attire was very casual. They used to be secretly protected. Isn't it too obvious to dress like agents? Many teachers and students stopped and looked curiously at the two people at the school gate, especially a bodyguard wearing the same clothes standing next to a Mercedes-Benz on the roadside. He looked particularly domineering. It is now 2005, and he must be a big shot to have such an appearance. Some pointed in a low voice and talked about it with excitement. Anyway, the central idea is, I will be so domineering in the future. Tang Qing immediately walked up quickly and shouted happily, "Second uncle, you are here." Tang Kai looked up and down Tang Qing's student uniform with a smile, his eyes full of praise, nodded and said, Tang, it's not bad. The student uniform is also very handsome. I don't know how many girls I will be attracted to in the future. After hearing this, Tang Qing laughed and said, Second uncle, I don't need to charm anyone. He really has no interest in charming anyone, as long as he can charm Lin Jiaxue. At this time, Li Kai and Wang Yan also came up, looking curiously at Tang Kai, who looked very complicated. Tang Qing quickly introduced, This is Li Kai and Wang Yan, who are my very good friends. This is my second uncle, Tang Kai. When they heard that it was Tang Qing's second uncle, the two of them quickly greeted, Hello, uncle. Li Kai was not too surprised in his heart, but nodded a little suddenly. Tang Qing's second uncle was so excited when he saw it. No wonder there was so much money lent to their family and money to buy a factory. It seemed that the money must have been given by Tang Qing's second uncle. He instantly felt like the mystery had finally been revealed. But now that they had just met, it was hard for him to ask what Tang Qing's second uncle did. Wang Yan was a little nervous and looked a little reserved, as if meeting her parents. As a wealthy businessman, how could Tang Kai fail to see Wang Yan's little thoughts? It's not that he is proficient in the relationship between men and women, but that social sciences such as business have developed to the deepest level and fall into the category of psychology. Psychology is the core of social sciences. Only by understanding people's hearts can we achieve success. He knew that Tang Qing had Lin Jiaxue as his fiancée, but Tang Kai didn't think anything of it. He was also a person who had seen the world. As a young man, it was normal for him to fall in love with a good man or woman. What's more, for what he knew, Tang Qing was still so good, and he was the only child of the Tang family. It would be okay to have two boats at that time. Just don't mess around. He believed in Tang Qing. Judging from his contacts during this period, Tang Qing was by no means the kind of person who would spend the rest of his life thinking, How are you guys? I haven't been back for more than 10 years. Thank you for taking care of our Tang. I will treat you to dinner next time I have the opportunity, Tang Kai said with a smile. Seeing that Tang Qing was obviously busy, Li Kai didn't waste his time and said, Thank you, uncle. I'll go home first. I'm leaving too. See you, Uncle Tang. Wang Yan also realized that it was time to leave and said quickly, Goodbye. Tang Kai waved and smiled. It's great to go to school, but it's a pity that I can only envy it. Then Tang Qing and his second uncle got in the car, and the two bodyguards also fully entered their roles. However, Tang Qing was not used to having to open and close the door without someone else doing it. He still liked to do it himself. It was not that he couldn't adapt or that he was pretending to be stupid. It's obsessive-compulsive disorder. Isn't it interesting the moment you open and close the door? Second uncle, did you buy the car? Tang Qing asked after looking at the decoration inside the car, but it looked like he had bought it, and the rented one would not be so new. Tang Kai nodded and said, Yes, I just bought it yesterday. I'm going out with the two bodyguards you introduced. You can't always take a taxi. It's very inconvenient. How about? It's not bad. Let me drive it and try it. Tang Qing suddenly thought that he had never driven this Mercedes-Benz before. In his previous life, he had only driven sports cars and off-road vehicles made by Li Kai. Li Jianguo also had a car like this, but he was too embarrassed to try it. You know how to drive? Tang Kai said in surprise. Of course, I'm kidding. My hands are itchy today, and I've had a lot of fun. After Tang Qing got out of the car, he changed positions with the soldier in the cab. It was just an automatic car, so it was very easy to drive. When Tang Kai saw it, he wasn't worried that Tang Qing would lie to him or act recklessly. It didn't matter if Tang Qing's skills were inferior. If it crashed, it would crash. It was just a car, as long as Tang Qing was happy. Then Tang Qing skillfully drove the new Mercedes-Benz to Tianfu Hotel. That's right, he wanted to go to Lu Gan's meal again. This kind of occasion was not suitable to go to Li Jianguo's. Other restaurants had to pay for it, so he might as well come here to have a better meal for free. Anyway, he only came here to eat occasionally, and Lu Gan would not care about the money with him. Besides, Lu Qian and his second uncle may still have a cooperative relationship in the future, because as far as he knows, Many of the jade and gemstones of the Mengyan group were obtained from his second uncle, but they were not directly connected, but transferred to some second-level dealers such as Wei Jun 10 minutes later. Tang Qing drove the car and rushed to the Tianfu Hotel. To be honest, the car was not very pleasant to drive. He had no love for the car after driving it once. He planned to buy a better off-road vehicle and drive it after the college entrance examination, and then buy a big villa. As for the Audi A6, he would leave it to Shang Tang. Thinking of this, Tang Qing suddenly remembered that when Tianyan's headquarters was built, he would probably buy some cars for Tianyan's leadership, because now that he had money, he planned to invest in some industries later. The main purpose was not to make money. The physical industry was basically not profitable in his opinion now. He did not value these hard-earned money, but lay out. Now, everything is basically on the right track, and the channels for incoming money have begun to diversify. He is no longer as worried about funding issues as before. With money, he naturally needs to slowly purchase raw materials for his banking empire. Banking is the core industry of a banker, but many other core pillars are needed to support this building. Military industry, pharmaceuticals, precision machinery manufacturing, minerals, energy, food, scientific research, etc. are the core pillars of this building. As for the rest, they are just for fun. And these core pillar industries have one of the most important characteristics, that is, they have the right to speak with the top leaders of other countries, have political influence on other countries, and have the confidence to negotiate with them and make them endure pain and cut off their flesh without daring to talk too much. Otherwise, they cannot be called core pillar industries. For example, Tang Qing's current Shangtang and Mengyan group, and even Lu Qian's Tianqian group, no matter what if they were number one in the world, if it weren't for money, no one would be interested in him abroad. This kind of influence must be brought about by something other than money to qualify as a core pillar industry. Military industry represents war and fists. Pharmaceuticals represent life. Precision machinery manufacturing represents the most cutting-edge industry, because industry is the most important foundation for a country's strength, bar none. Minerals, energy, and food represent supply. Scientific research represents the future. These are standard features for a top banker. Of course, these have to be top-notch to have that kind of influence. A factory that produces military cans, a rice processing factory, a pharmaceutical company that produces cold medicine, or a research institution that studies the circumstances under which cats eat poop are naturally not included in this list. In fact, even the entire internet is not a pillar industry, because information has national boundaries. It can generate value, very huge value, earn a lot of money, and has strong private influence in media channels, but it cannot produce real influence on the upper levels of various countries. Not to mention, using the internet to control public opinion is awesome, and others will not let you in to control it. But as long as it is operated properly, no country can prevent the penetration and kidnapping of the above core pillar industries. At this time, Wu Zhengfeng, the manager of Tianfu Hotel, was waiting anxiously at the door of the hotel. After receiving a call from Tang Qing at noon, he immediately started to prepare for the reception. The Qingquan pavilion was also carefully decorated. If Tang Qing was the boss's distinguished guest before, then Lu Qian's phone call at noon raised Tang Qing to a point where he was even more important than him. There was no way. Ever since Lu Gan straightened out Tang Qing's relationship network, he was determined to have a good relationship with Tang Qing, even if he was shameless. This was not because he wanted to be popular, but because it was the way to survive. Only by living and living well could he be qualified to talk about face. Although Wu Zhengfeng was puzzled by this, he didn't dare to ask, so he could only do everything possible to satisfy Tang Qing. This is the peak time for the hotel to entertain guests, and many people have already sat down to eat. After all, the only people who can come here to eat are rich and powerful people. Naturally, there will be no one to clock them in and out, unless they are entertaining those leaders who are punctual to and from get-off work. It is normal to eat early. Many bosses who knew Wu Zhengfeng were surprised when they saw him standing at the door. The person who allowed Wu Zhengfeng to stand at the door to greet him was either a rich man or a high-ranking official, because Wu Zhengfeng was backed by Lu Gan. Recently, I heard that Lu Gan was on a super second-generation line, which was very popular. Many people were curious about who was qualified to welcome him in person. Manager Wu, what are you doing here? Boss Song, welcome. I'm waiting for someone here. Please come in. Who are you? You won't even show me a few steps. Ah, guest. Many people greeted Wu Zhengfeng, but Wu Zhengfeng was like that. He didn't even let them in. Some people were still dissatisfied, but this was Lu Gan's territory, and no one dared to act wild. They were just big local businessmen. Lu Gan was from the provincial capital, and they didn't want to provoke Lu Gan for this matter. However, what happened next surprised many people even more. When the deputy mayor came, he did not personally welcome him in. At most, he was sent to the door. Xiao Wu, who are you waiting for? Mayor Du, I'm waiting for an important friend of our boss. Please forgive me for being rude. It's okay, what friend? I'm not sure about that. The boss asked me to wait at the door until the other person comes. Okay, I'll go in first. Mayor Du, go slowly. I'll toast you later and apologize. Haha, it's okay. 3 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door, but Wu Zhengfeng didn't even look at it. There was no shortage of luxury cars here. He remembered that Tang Qing came by taxi last time. Although he was curious that such an awesome person would take a taxi, it was none of his business. Just be yourself. However, Wu Zhengfeng stepped up from the driver's seat and walked up with a smile on his face. Mr. Tang, long time no see. Welcome. It turns out to be Manager Wu. Are you waiting for me specifically? Tang Qing said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Liu personally ordered that I personally greet you at the door. Wu Zhengfeng said quickly. This kind of favor naturally needs to be given by Liu Qian. He is not qualified and does not dare to do so. Then thank Mr. Liu for me. Let's go in first. Tang Qing said. Yes, please follow me. Wu Zhengfeng made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Welcome. The 8 beauties said in unison as soon as they entered the door. The ground was still the same as last time, with a bright red blanket spread on it. There were 4 more than last time. Although 8 beauties welcomed him so respectfully, Tang Qing didn't feel very refreshed. It still felt a bit strange. It stands to reason that hotels of this level are relatively low-key and rarely look like entertainment venues. It seems that domestic businessmen are too ideal, and it will take some years to completely get rid of this situation. However, if Lin Jiaxue saw this treatment, it would be very bad. Tang Qing said to Wu Zhengfeng, who was walking in front. Manager Wu, can you give these greeting ladies a break? The people coming to eat today are all my elders, which seems inappropriate. He believed that Wu Zhengfeng would agree to this small request, and it would not affect the hotel's business. As expected, Wu Zhengfeng immediately agreed upon hearing it. Yes, Mr. Tang, I understand. I will do it immediately. After speaking, Wu Zhengfeng quickly called the beautiful lobby manager over and gave the instructions in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing said again, Sorry, we don't need the waiters today. Just these 2 bodyguards are here. Let's have a family dinner. He didn't want a group of waiters to stand aside while he was having a family dinner with his family. Yes, Mr. Tang, I understand. Wu Zhengfeng quickly agreed. So far, he didn't dare to ask Tang Kai's identity, but he must be a relative of Tang Qing. He even had bodyguards, drove a Mercedes, and had a temperament that was definitely not that of small roll. So he became even more cautious. Wu Zhengfeng led the 2 of them to the huge box of Qingquan Pavilion. Although Tang Kai was surprised that Wu Zhengfeng called him Mr. Tang, he didn't ask. He felt that such a thing could be figured out by relying on his imagination. He knew very well what was going on with Tang Qing's parents now, and it must have been brought about by Tang Qing's powerful friend in the provincial capital. Although Tang Kai is well informed, he can't help but admire the luxurious decoration here. It must be expensive to have a meal here, but he doesn't care. No matter how expensive it is, it will make a billionaire like him poor. Just kidding. After that, Tang Qing and his second uncle were sitting in the oversized box chatting. One of the 2 bodyguards was standing outside the door, and the other was standing inside. It looked like it was like that. There was a feeling of I am a big boss. There were many gifts on the huge coffee table. Tang Qing didn't know what they were. They must not be cheap. Only 10 minutes after drinking tea, Tang Qing's phone rang. Tang, we're almost there. Which box are you in? Mother's voice came from the phone. I'll come down directly to pick you up. Tang Qing said. That's okay. After speaking, Tang Qing hung up the phone. I'll go down too, Tang Kai said nervously. Tang Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, Second uncle, you're not going in. You should think about how to give gifts later. I'm waiting. If Tang Kai goes down, it won't be appropriate for everyone to block the door and stage a long reunion drama. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Tang Kai nodded and said. After that, Tang Qing went downstairs alone. At this time, all the beautiful women greeting guests at the door had left, leaving no one behind, which surprised many guests. There were usually 2 here, and sometimes there were 4. It had never stopped since the opening, but now there was no one left. At this time, no one had come. Tang Qing was standing at the door of the hotel, waiting with his hands in his pockets. The doorman on the side was a little nervous when he saw this young man who looked like a big shot standing nearby. Tang Qing couldn't help but smile when he saw it, and nodded kindly to him, which made him feel more relaxed. After a while, a taxi drove over, and Tang Qing saw from a distance that it was his aunt and the others from the passenger seat. At the same time, they were followed by 4 bodyguards, lurking in the nearby crowds and buildings. What a conscientious person. Before the car stopped, Qin Shiqi opened the car door and rushed out. She looked up at the hotel, standing at the door, and couldn't see the end of the hotel, and said in surprise, Brother, who is treating us? It's so generous. I knew it right away. Why are you in a hurry? Tang Qing said with a smile. As soon as Qin Shiqi heard that Tang Qing was still trying to keep things in check, she immediately stepped forward and pinched his neck with both hands, shaking him back and forth, and said viciously, Don't tell me if you say so. You won't tell me if you kill him. Tang Qing was determined not to surrender. Shiqi, let go of your brother. Such a big girl has a bit of an image. Annie criticized Qin Shiqi as soon as she got out of the car. That's right. Tang Qing nodded and said. Seeing her mother speak, Qin Shiqi stuck out her tongue and let go of Tang Qing. She ran to her sister and played with her hair. Oh, poor Qin Shiyu. Where are your mother and the others? Qin Yugong looked around and asked. We'll be there soon. Look, we're here. As soon as Tang Qing finished speaking, he saw 2 taxis drive into the door of the hotel again, and Tang's father, Tang's mother, and members of the Lin family got out of the car. Knowing that he was going to come here to eat, he dressed very formally, especially Lin Jiaxue, who was dressed in white and charming. Tang Qing couldn't help but giggle. Being watched by so many people, Lin Jiaxue couldn't help but blush and lowered her head. The adults also showed kind smiles. But when Qin Shiqi saw Tang Qing's stupidity, she immediately quit. She had to win the game, so when she saw Lin Jiaxue, she immediately rushed over and started chattering nonstop. Anyway, Tang Qing was not allowed to interrupt in order to avenge the killing just now. Tang's mother asked several times who it was, but Tang Qing didn't say anything. She just said that she would know later, which made Tang's mother angry. But Tang's father seemed to have thought of something and kept his head down. Instead of looking at Tang Qing also noticed something strange about Tang's father. It seemed that Tang's father had already made a guess in his mind, but he was just not sure. Tang Qing ignored the inquiring eyes and led the way. Then several people came to the Qinquan Pavilion on the 9th floor. Looking at the bodyguard standing at the door, several families stopped talking in their hearts. This guy was definitely not a waiter dressed like this. This bodyguard is by no means simple. Qin Yugong commented secretly. Although Qin Yugong couldn't see any strong aura on him, he felt like he was facing a lurking giant beast, and he couldn't tell the depth at all. Although I don't know who the other party is, he must be a rich man who didn't run away, otherwise there would be no bodyguards. Seeing the group of people arriving, the soldier slowly opened the huge door that looked like a courtyard door. Come in, Dad, don't get excited. After saying that, Tang Qing walked directly in. Tang's father was not stupid and immediately understood what Tang Qing meant. He couldn't hide the look of surprise on his face. He hadn't seen his biological brother for so long, and his life and death were unknown. How could he not be excited? Mother Tang was not that smart. Only Qin Yugong seemed to have thought of something, but she just couldn't believe it. Tang's father quickly followed and walked in. When he saw the figure and the familiar face inside, he said excitedly, "Xiao Kai, brother." Tang Kai also walked over quickly, and the two brothers hugged each other. It took a while before the two separated. Several juniors looked at the second uncle who suddenly appeared in front of them with curious expressions and said nothing. When Tang Kai left, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue could not speak yet. Naturally, Lin Jiaxue had no impression of this second uncle. She only remembered seeing it in the family photo taken by Tang Qing's family. It seemed right. It took a while for the two of them to stop their emotions and relax. They looked carefully at each other's somewhat old face, with traces of frosty white hair on the temples. They couldn't help but sigh that time is not forgiving. They haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and when they reach middle age, everyone is no longer young. Tang's father took a deep breath, stopped his trembling voice, and said with concern, "Xiao Kai, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but you are suffering." Tang Kai sighed and said, "From Tang Qing." He knew that Tang's father and Tang's mother had had a hard time in recent years. Grandpa Tang Qing's illness almost wiped out the family savings. The two of them worked early and late to open a shop and do business for Tang Qing. Their health must not be as good as before. When he thought of this, he felt sour in his heart, but he was worthy of being a man who had experienced the world. He had already controlled his mind in a few seconds. A grown man, he wanted to shed tears in his heart, but he couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes at all. There is no need to suffer. Our family is doing well now. Tang Tang has grown up, his grades are very good, and his business is also quite good. We are very satisfied, Tang's father said with a smile. Now everything in their family is developing in a good direction, and Tang Qing naturally does not have to worry about college tuition. With the shared dividends from Li Jiangguo Hotel and the money earned by the couple, if they save for a few more years, it won't be a big problem to pay a down payment for buying a house in Shanghai. By then, their family will pay for the house, and if their children want a car, their parents will definitely provide something. With their son so good, they believe that Tang Qing will be very promising in the future. Okay, just be nice. Tang Kai nodded after hearing this. Although Tang's father's assets were pitifully small, he would still be there in the future. With him around, the Tang Qing family would slowly get better. Then he turned to greet Qin Yugong and Father Lin's family, and exchanged pleasantries for a while. Tang Qing saw that they were still standing at the door and chatting, and said quickly, "Dad, second uncle, sit down and chat. Don't stand there. Haha, it's my fault. I forgot about it. Come in and sit down," Tang Kai said with a smile. Then they took their seats one after another. The three grown men were holding hands with each other, while the women were listening happily. As for Tang Qing, she was so entangled with Lin Jiaxue that she didn't want to let go of their hands. When he learned about Tang Kai's experience, it felt like a dream. Tang's father did not expect that his second brother would go through so many hardships after he escaped. As for Tang Kai's status as a billionaire, although he was shocked, it was secondary. The family did not care about the rich or not. After talking for a while, Tang Kai stood up, took the gift bag, and said, "By the way, brother, this is what I bought for you." "What are you buying?" "It's a waste of money," Tang's father complained. If an outsider said this, it would be polite, but Tang Kai was a member of his own family, and his words were true. Even if his second brother was a billionaire, he had no intention of taking advantage. "Hey, it's just a small thing. I haven't seen you for a long time. I haven't given any decent gifts before. Let's make up for it this time. Besides, money is for spending," Tang Kai said with a smile. Then he gave 2 boxes to several grown men. Regardless of their relative or distance, they all contained a valuable watch and a belt. Although Tang Qing didn't know the price would definitely not be low. There's no way, he really has no interest in luxury brands. It is very simple, because he knows that when your status reaches a certain level, it is fashionable for you to wear a straw ring. There is no need to wear it, but it is okay to give it to others. Anyway, he is casual, and wearing a digital watch does not feel inferior to others wearing a Vacheron Constantine. It is very simple. If I pull out the hair, it is thicker than your thigh. I draw a watch by hand and call it art. You have to give me this logic. This is strength. The gifts for women are simple. They all have a pair of jade bracelets. The gifts for the three children are more simple and crude. The cheap ones cannot be given away, and the expensive ones are not suitable for this age. After all, it is very dangerous for children to take out things worth more than 10 or 200,000. So each person has a bank card, and Tang Qing also has a share. In addition, there are some tobacco, wine, skincare products, etc. that have not been brought over and cannot be placed on the table. Xiao Kai, your gift is too heavy. The total of these two items is estimated to be more than 300,000 yuan. Looking at the two things in his hand, Qin Yugong smiled bitterly. He is a person who knows the goods. The police station should not be exposed to too much dirt. These two things must be real. What? More than 300,000? Tang's father said in surprise, and everyone at the table looked at Qin Yugong, waiting for the answer. Yes, the watch is from Patek Philippe. We saw the theft case some time ago, and it contained this watch. It is this model, with a market value of 316,000. This Gucci one is worth several thousand. Your bracelets should not be cheap, at least hundreds of thousands for a pair. Qin Yugong explained. Just when Qin Yugong was joking and Father Tang was about to speak again, Tang Kai quickly stopped him and said, "Brothers and sisters-in-law, it's just a small gift. The most important thing is friendship. It doesn't matter whether it's expensive or not. Yes, it's Xiao Kai's gift anyway, so don't refuse. He's a rich man. Why don't you let him not contact me for so long? You deserve some blood." Tang's father also said helpfully after hearing this. Just like Tang Qing's gift last time, if it was just for their family, he would still refuse vigorously. But there are Qin Yugong and Lin's family here, so it is obviously inappropriate to say anything else at this time. Might as well agree graciously. That's right, Uncle, Aunt, and Uncle Lin, just accept it. The gift given by the second uncle will not be taken back. Tang Qing also said in support. Seeing that Tang Qing had said it all, the few of them no longer had any psychological burden, but they could not calm down no matter what. They got something worth 4 to 5 million yuan or more in total, which was more than their family's total assets. It felt like a dream. Xiao Kai, how much money do you give the children in the card? Tang's father asked again. It's not much. Each person only has 50,000 yuan of pocket money, so they can buy whatever they want. Tang Kai admitted after hesitating. So much. Tang Kai said in surprise. After being shocked by hundreds of thousands just now, tens of thousands is nothing now, but it also depends on who it is given to. A child will be given 50,000 pocket money. It's a small thing. I met Tang in the provincial capital a few days ago. I knew he wanted to buy you something, so I gave him 10,000 yuan in pocket money. Tang Kai mentioned it as Tang Qing asked. You brat. I asked him for a long time, but he just didn't answer. Father Tang laughed and scolded. Haha, I told you that you might not be able to sleep well for a few days. Tang Qing said with a smile. You are still reasonable. Tang's mother answered. Of course, I'm thinking about your sleep. You brat, you're also thinking about me. If you weren't sitting far away, I would make you look good. By the way, Joshua, take care of him. Joshua is reluctant to let go. Tang Qing said proudly. Since the preparations were almost complete in advance, the dishes were served in a short while, and the situation was special today. Wu Zhengfeng did not dare to come to propose a toast. He just came in and greeted him warmly, saying that he had something to eat and drink before going out. At the same time, Wu Zhengfeng also told the 6 waiters waiting at the door to be in high spirits. Any requests from the guests inside must be fulfilled immediately. If anyone neglects, they will just pack up and leave regardless of whether the guests inside blame them. This was Tang Qing's family dinner, and it was a matter of Tang Qing's face. Wu Zhengfeng didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. This kind of invisible flattering and details were also the most direct reason why he was able to achieve this position. The next few families started to eat. Looking at the dishes on the table, even Tang Kai, who was well informed, couldn't help but smack his lips. Not that they felt they were expensive. How could he care about whether it was expensive or not when he was at this point? Mainland rich people really know how to eat. Although there are many Chinese restaurants in Bangkok, they are not as broad and profound as those in the mainland. You can eat anything and make all kinds of tricks. Seeing the exquisite dishes that only a few people knew at this table, in such a luxurious private room, except for Tang Qing and Tang Kai, everyone else ate a little cautiously, except of course Qin Shiqi, a foodie who ate anything they had never eaten before and stuffed it into their mouths. Seeing that Qin Shiqi was so unladylike, her aunt patted her shoulder and said, "Shiqi, eat slowly, and no one is competing with you. There's still many dishes here, and we will definitely eat them all. If we can't finish it, we'll pack it all." Qin Shiqi said vaguely with various things in her mouth. "You kid, you just know how to eat." Aunt said with a wry smile. "I even know how to drink it." "Ha ha. Joshua, this is delicious. Try it quickly." Tang Qing gave Lin Joshua a piece of something that he couldn't recognize. He had eaten this last time. Anyway, the name was very literary, but he didn't know what it was made of, so he didn't ask, as long as it was delicious. "Yeah. How is it? Is it delicious?" "It's delicious." "That's good. This is also delicious. Come and try it." "I can't eat anymore." "It's okay. Just take one bite of each and taste it." "That's such a waste." "Don't waste it. You take a small bite and leave the rest to me." This, what do we two have to be shy about? Isn't it something we didn't do often before? Come, let me feed you. It's rare to eat together, so I just want to feed you. Open your mouth, Lin Joshua blushed and opened her mouth. Tang Qing acted like a child. Lin Joshua took a bite of the food that Tang Qing had left, looking like she was enjoying it. The adults at the table couldn't help but laugh when they saw how greasy Tang Qing and Lin Joshua were. Even Qin Shiqi joined the ranks, making Lin Joshua so embarrassed that she lowered her head and silently ate the food Tang Qing fed. Tang Qing didn't feel embarrassed at all. As for feeding his future wife-in-law, he liked to feed Lin Joshua. "Xiao Kai, do you want to go back to Bangkok?" Tang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, brother. I will go back to pay homage to my parents these days, and then I will rush back to Bangkok. There are a lot of things going on there, and it's a bit urgent." Now that his rival Bong is dead, many other underground forces are in chaos again, and conflicts occur every day. He is afraid that the newly rising forces will attack his company, so he must go back and prepare. But what makes him a little strange is that the bosses who died this time all had issues with him, either because of business conflicts like Bosong, or because they had robbed or extorted him. For this reason, he paid a lot of protection fees every year. This time he went back to find a way to discuss the protection fees with the new bosses of those forces. There was no way. It was not easy for the Chinese to survive outside, and when they got bigger, they attracted flies like delicious food. Although they generally wouldn't eat people, they could ruin your business every 3 days. After hearing this, Tang's father sighed and said, "Oh, I really don't know what that family is thinking now." He thought that Tang Kai didn't dare to come back because of the Lei Peng family. They were among the top richest people in the province, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Tang Kai glanced meaningfully at Tang Qing, who was tenderly feeding Lin Joshua, and smiled at Tang's father and said, "Don't worry, brother, the family's matter has been resolved." "Resolved? What do you mean?" Tang's father asked after hearing this. Several people who knew the inside story were staring at Tang Kai. This was no small festival. Others were not short of money. How could they solve it? "Nothing. I just heard that Lei Yang is not Lei Peng's biological son, and Lei Yang has become a vegetative state." Tang Kai explained. Today, every time he thought of Tang Qing's friend's decisiveness and strength, he couldn't help but sigh. This person is really ruthless. Facing a wealthy man like Lei Peng, the adopted son he had raised for so many years was just abandoned without considering the consequences. Even if it was not good, the family still had feelings. I really don't know how Tang Qing made such a friend. It's not his fault for having such worries, because Tang Qing has never explained other internal problems of the Lei Peng family. "What? How do you know this?" Father Tang asked in surprise. "I dragged one of Tang's friends in the provincial capital to find out what he learned. It's definitely not wrong," Tang Kai said with a smile. "If he could kill Lei Yang without any scruples, this information must be true." After hearing this, Father Tang breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, "That's good. Otherwise, we can't afford that kind of family. Will you return to China to develop in the future? Yes, the domestic economy is developing so well now. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely be willing to invest in the country. It's just that the time may be postponed. I need to establish a foothold there first before opening up the inland market. Tang Qing nodded and said. He had been coveting the inland market for a long time, but he didn't dare to set foot in it before. Now, his inner circle has fallen to the ground inexplicably. He almost won, and he also had the courage to enter the inland market. That's good. Please come back often in the future. You have to bring our siblings and niece back for the Chinese New Year this year. Tang's father said with a smile. That's for sure. By the way, brother, why don't you do the jewelry business in the future? This will be easier. Tang Qing changed the topic and said. He thought about this for several days, and finally found that it was most suitable for his eldest brother to do the jewelry business. He didn't understand other businesses. Apart from money, he really couldn't help. After all, we're used to buying clothes and not selling jewelry. Father Tang said worriedly. Although he was a little moved, he did not dare to step directly into an unfamiliar field. Haha, brother, why is this so difficult? Don't forget that your brother and I are in the jewelry business. Although you don't know how, I have many experts here. With my connections in the jewelry industry at home and abroad, it's very simple. You just need to sell goods. Tang Qing laughed. Father Tang was still a little hesitant. As if he knew what Tang's father was thinking, Tang Qing said quickly, Don't worry, if I lend you money, you will definitely not ask for it. In this way, you're responsible for finding the store and decorating it, and I will give you the goods on credit. How about settling the accounts once a year? In order to take care of Tang's father's face, he did not dare to borrow money in person. In the future, when he checks out, he will give it if he has it, and if he doesn't, he will just hold it off. After speaking, Tang's father looked at the real head of the family, Tang's mother. What's this? To be honest, your clothing store doesn't make much in a year. My younger brother won't hurt you. Tang Qing said again. Seeing Tang's mother nodding, Tang's father agreed and said, Okay. That's right. Don't worry. Judging from the situation in recent years, the mainland's jewelry market will become more and more popular. You will definitely not lose money. Moreover, there are fewer procedures to buy from me, and the profit is higher. Once a store is built, it will not be a big problem to make millions a year. Tang Qing said. So much. Tang's father said in surprise when he heard that he was making millions a year, and Tang's mother's eyes also shone a little. Since Tang Qing said it was possible, it was definitely achievable. Millions, something that had never been thought of before. Yes, by the way, Brother Lin, you can also do this business. It's very simple. You just need to sell goods. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he said to Father Lin, We could do it too. Lin's father said in surprise. Even if he came to help Tang's father, he also came to help their family. They didn't think that the business couldn't be done. This kind of rich man with a net worth of hundreds of millions was well informed. Forget about other businesses, but the jewelry business was Tang Qing's specialty. If he could earn it, he would definitely earn that much. Of course, Jia Xue is the future daughter-in-law of our Tang family. We are naturally a family, Tang Qing said with a smile. After that, he looked at Tang Qing, who never took his eyes off Lin Jiaxue. These two people would never want to be separated in this life. Father Lin glanced at his wife for approval and then nodded and said, Thank you, Xiao Kai. I will also give you a ride. The next few families happily had a big meal. They didn't leave after eating. Since this box had singing equipment, Qin Shichi wouldn't let go when he caught her. However, the room was already big, so as long as she didn't yell too loudly, the sound wasn't too noisy. The adults were sitting and chatting together, mainly discussing the opening of a jewelry store. As for the previous business, they were too lazy to do it. As people move up to higher places, they will naturally not let go of the opportunity to earn millions. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were sitting by the window sill, eating dessert. Lin Jiaxue was holding a book and reading. Tang Qing just looked at her quietly. It felt so good. Hearing Tang's mother and the others start talking about the location of the store, Tang Qing quickly interrupted. Mom, leave the location to me. How do you solve it? Who can you find to solve it? Tang's mother turned around and said in disbelief. Others also looked at Tang Qing with surprise in their eyes. Only Tang Kai believed in Tang Qing's words. If Tang Qing and others said they could, then they could. Of course you don't know him, but my uncle knows him. He is the former chairman of Tianjin Group, Lu Qian. I also met him when I went to the provincial capital this time. After chatting for a while, he even said that he would treat us to dinner in the next few days to make amends. Tang Qing said slowly. At this time, Qin Yigong also thought of Lu Gan and nodded. As long as Lu Gan came forward, it would not be difficult to get a good location. There were many stores, but not many good locations. It was possible to get a good location by spending a lot of money, but neither family could afford the cost. If you open a jewelry store in an ordinary place, others will first question your authenticity, so the location is very important. Apologize? What do you mean? Tang's mother asked in question. Didn't he say that he wanted to treat his uncle's family to dinner last year? But he was so busy that he forgot about it. Tang Qing said with a smile. It's not a good idea to trouble others. Tang's father said softly. Although he didn't know how big a boss Lu Qian was, he could be called the chairman of the group and had assets of at least hundreds of millions. Otherwise, the word group would not be included in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. It's okay. I'll ask first. If it can be done, it's okay if it can't be done. There's no loss. It's too late today. I'll ask tomorrow. Tang Qing said. It's just 2 shops in better locations. He believes Lu Gan can definitely handle it. Even if Tang Qing doesn't have it, there are other ways, but it's an emergency plan. Okay. Seeing that the store's problems were almost over, Tang Kai then shared the entire process, precautions, and some store opening experiences with the 3 families. Although Qin Yugong was not ready to go to sea, he listened carefully. There is no harm in being well-informed, and it has nothing to do with career. The conversation didn't end until after 10 o'clock. Xiao Kai, how much did this meal cost? Father Tang asked. It's not expensive, not much. Tang Kai shook his head and said. The place Tang Qing booked said that the meal was free. He didn't know what the relationship between Tang Qing and Lu Gan was. He just felt that this nephew was getting more and more mysterious. At the same time, he became more and more worried. Having been in business for many years, he knew that there is no love without reason. Tang Qing must rely on mystery to be worthy of Lu Gan's treatment. That's good. I want to eat at home next time. The meal just now feels like it cost me a year's income. Tang's father said. Seeing that Tang Kai didn't say anything, he stopped asking for details. He was also afraid that he would not be able to sleep after he found out. Haha, okay, I'll eat at home next time, Tang Kai said with a smile. After that, the second uncle stayed at the Tianfu Hotel. The bodyguard sent Lin Jiaxue and the others back first. Seeing that they could still play, Qin Shiqi started singing 2 more songs. After returning home, Brother, when will we come next time? Qin Shiqi couldn't hide her excitement and said, Today she ate too many things that she had never eaten before and saw too many fun things. She couldn't calm down at all. Tang Qing estimated that Qin Shiqi would show off everywhere in class next week. Next time, I'll probably wipe out your parents' salary for a year this time. Before Tang Qing could speak, his aunt said angrily from the side. It's so expensive. Qin Shiqi said in surprise, How much is a year's salary? Isn't that enough food to feed their family for 2 years, and they just gave it to them in this one meal? It's too expensive. What do you think? What we eat today is not food, it's all money. My aunt said with emotion. This thing is so dramatic. A billionaire suddenly appeared among her relatives. Pretty good. After Qin Shiqi was surprised, she rolled her eyes and said coquettishly to her aunt, Mom, I want to discuss something with you. Don't talk about bank cards. How could her aunt not know what her daughter was thinking? Then it'll be fine. Qin Shiqi lowered her face and said with a frustrated look. Tang Qing couldn't help laughing when he saw it. Why are you laughing? Your aunt took it. Away. Qin Shiqi glanced at Tang Qing and said, La, I'm happy. Tang Qing started to make trouble again. I want you to be happy. I want you to be happy. Qin Shiqi, who had been hit hard by several blows, ignored her and chased after Tang Qing to scratch his itch regardless of her appearance. The next day, weekend, Auntie and the others still got up early as usual and picked up Qin Shiqi, who wanted to sleep in. After experiencing the great joy and tragedy last night, Qin Shiqi looked depressed early in the morning. When she thought about tens of thousands of dollars just slipping away from her hands, her face was filled with resentment. Tang Qing estimated that she would be depressed for a while, but the cute Qin Shiyu looked indifferent. She had no love for money. Anyway, all her money was with Qin Shiqi, and she didn't have any money in her hands, so she got up early and put it away carefully. By the way, she wiped every leaf of the 6 potted plants she raised with a smile on her face. She was such an extremely quiet girl. During breakfast, Qin Shiqi finished eating quickly, walked to her aunt, gently tugged on her clothes, looked at her aunt pitifully, and whispered softly, "Mom, money." The 2 words were lingering for a long time. Her big eyes were full of longing, and her tone was full of prayer, and she almost shed 2 tears. The aunt also looked at her eldest daughter's money-obsessed look with both laughter and tears, and said angrily, "Money is money. You can't live without money. Look at your cousin. Learn more." Qin Shiqi pouted and said coquettishly, "It's different. If he doesn't have money, he can ask his aunt or his second uncle for it. Can't I just ask you for it?" By the way, she glared at Tang Qing, who was watching the show with relish. "You have no money again? Didn't I just give you 50 yuan yesterday, and you spent all the pocket money of the 2 sisters for a week?" My aunt said with a straight face. Of course she knew her daughter's little tricks, but she couldn't let her develop the bad habit of spending money indiscriminately. Although Qin Shiqi had been very measured so far and had never spent money indiscriminately, she had to bargain with merchants for a long time to buy anything. She felt a little ashamed of her bargaining skills. However, this kind of thing is a long-term job, and she cannot relax when educating her children. Qin Shiqi quickly explained, "No, I just saw a nice dress on the way back 2 days ago. I plan to buy one for my sister and me, and I still have a little money." Her idea is very simple. Get the money first, and then, as for the clothes, just buy some of the same clothes so that she will have a few more tickets in her small coffers. When she thinks of the more and more red tickets, Qin Shiqi's heart is filled with happiness. "How much is the difference?" asked the aunt. The sister of his cheating girl had already dragged Qin Shiyu into it, so she couldn't say much. It would be unreasonable if Tang Kai gave so much money and didn't spend any of it with her daughter. Qin Shiqi thought for a while and said, "Well, 3, not 500 yuan should be enough." 500 is already a lot of money in her opinion. More than 2 months of pocket money is the fruits of labor that can only be obtained by blackmailing Tang Qing 5 times. Her current small treasury is only over 1,000 yuan. "Are you sure?" My aunt smiled helplessly when she heard that it was 500 yuan. When Qin Shiqi saw that she was about to get the money, she nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, Yeah, I'm sure." At the same time, she kept thinking about how much money she would have left with this huge sum. She could buy 2 pieces of clothes, up to more than 200 yuan, and she could still have 2 or 3 red tickets left. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. "I really can't do anything to you. I'll give it to you later," my aunt said helplessly. When Qin Shiqi heard that she seemed to be resurrected on the spot, she instantly became energetic. She kissed her aunt directly and said excitedly, "Hee, thank you, my dear, beautiful, kind, and good mother." After breakfast, Tang Qing returned to the room and called Lu Gan about his parents' shop. If the Tang dynasty needed a shop, he would not bother Lu Gan anymore, but this was what his parents and mother-in-law wanted, and he had to handle the things he took over. Apart from money, Lu Gan was the best one to use the good shops in Qingyan City. "Xiao Tang, what's going on? Do you have a day off today?" Lu Gan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Full of energy, Tang Qing knew that Lu Gan had the habit of getting up early. At this point, he would have finished breakfast and morning exercises. Otherwise, he would not be so ignorant to wake people up so early in the morning. "Yeah, I have something to trouble Uncle Lu again." Tang Qing didn't bother to say anything and directly stated his purpose. "No matter what trouble it is, your business is my business. If you have any questions, just say it." Lu Gan said immediately when he heard that Tang Qing had something to do with him. Tang Qing's strength and power were beyond doubt. He was willing to do anything that could bring him closer to Tang Qing. It's not a big deal. I just want to find 2 shops with good locations in Qingyan City. They don't need to be next to each other. They could be further apart, and the rent will be more affordable. Tang Qing briefly stated the requirements. Although he said that they will basically be a family in the future, they're also traveling together. It is not good to be too close. To avoid any possible future conflicts, there is certainly nothing wrong with staying far away. There are not enough shops in Xingtang. That's okay, no problem. Lu Qian automatically thought that there were not enough shops in Xingtang. That's not true. My parents want to open a store to sell jewelry. Tang Qing et lai. Your parents? Selling jewelry? So you are so kind. Do you want to use Mengyan Group's brand and channels? Lu Gan said happily. He thought Tang Qing's purpose was to use the group's channels, because Mengyan Group's model had already included franchises before, but Lu Gan stopped new franchise plans after taking over and planned to do all direct sales in the future. Those franchisees will no longer be authorized after their expiration. However, Tang Qing, the major shareholder, said that there are exceptions to all rules. That's not necessary. I have channels and brands here. To be honest, my second uncle is also in the jewelry business, but he is abroad. Tang Qing explained that in order to avoid Lu Gan misunderstanding, this kind of thing still needs to be mentioned. Your second uncle? Well, when will he have time? Then I will come back and have a meal together. I still owe you a meal, Lu Gan said in surprise. Of course he knew that Tang Qing had a second uncle, but he was only missing. He didn't know about the grudges with the Lei Peng family. Otherwise, the previous cooperation with Tang Qing might not have been so harmonious. Lei Peng was not someone he was willing to resist head-on. Well, okay, how about the day after tomorrow? Tang Qing thought for a moment and agreed. The second uncle will go back to pay homage to his grandparents in the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow is the day to come back. In the future, the second uncle is likely to enter the inland market. Letting him and Lu Gan get to know each other will also help the second uncle's career development in the province in the future. At present, Tang Qing can only provide various protections secretly. He can also solve the money problem, but he can't get involved in official matters and other competition and cooperation matters. You can't compete with my second uncle, and I will kill you. He is not that stupid. He is unwilling to use violence in normal business order. However, with the help of Lu Gan, a local snake, the second uncle's return to China will be much easier. Then the day after tomorrow, as agreed, come to my house for dinner, and I'll arrange the store for you within 3 days, Lu Gan said. Although it was a bit ahead of schedule to go back, there was nothing wrong with being able to get familiar with Tang Qing's family. Especially Tang Qing's second uncle caught his attention. Like Li Kai, he unconsciously made up the illusion that the person behind Tang Qing's scenes was his second uncle. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Tang Qing said gratefully. I'll tell people to take care of small things right away. Lu Gan said, this kind of thing is indeed a small matter, and he doesn't have to come forward at all. His name is a golden sign in Qingyan City, and few people dare not to give face. After saying a few more words, Tang Qing hung up the phone. Lu Gan said it would be done in 3 days, because Lu Gan was a face-saving person. Later, Tang Qing told his parents and Father Lin the news. At this time, Father Tang and Mother Tang had already put up a sign for the transfer of the store, which surprised the people around them. It had only been open for a few days before it was transferred again. Many people came to ask the reason. Father Tang and Mother Tang did not hide the news, saying that they were going to open a jewelry store because these small business owners were all potential customers. The neighbor wholesalers were only envious after hearing this. They had a rich younger brother, which was beyond envy. Many people even came to inquire about the business model and wanted franchise discounts, but they didn't even open their own stores. How could Tang's father and Tang's mother tell the second uncle's year-end plan? He only said that he would need a lot of money to buy goods. Although everyone knew that Tang's mother didn't tell the truth, they didn't blame her. That's other people's business experience. Why should I tell you? After Tang Qing made the announcement, he went out and arrived at Tianfu Hotel. At this time, Tang Kai's Mercedes-Benz was already waiting at the door of the hotel. Seeing Tang Qing coming, a soldier immediately got out of the car and opened the door for Tang Qing. Next, Tang Qingdu accompanied his second uncle on a tour of tourist attractions near Qingyan City, feeling the changes in his hometown. Tang Kai was also filled with emotions. Tang Qing and his second uncle stood in the pavilion on the top of Duanqing Mountain, the highest mountain in Qingyan City. There were two big men in suits standing behind them. One was following not far away, and the other was watching the car at the bottom of the mountain. Since it was the weekend, many people came to climb the mountain. Although they were dissatisfied with the 4 people occupying the pavilion, they didn't dare to come up and say anything as they were not easy to mess with. Even the scenic area service staff on one side stood at a distance. Tang Qing once again felt that privilege was really a fucking thing sometimes. Some people scolded others if they didn't have it. When people had it, their stance changed instantly. She felt it was great. People's thoughts are completely determined by their butts and heads. Tang, you will take the college entrance examination in 3 months, right? Tang Kai suddenly asked in silence. Tang Qing nodded and said, "Yeah, what's wrong, second uncle?" After speaking, he looked at Tang Kai in confusion. "What are your plans for the future?" Tang Kai turned to look at Tang Qing and asked. "Go to school." Tang Qing said without hesitation, what would a student do if he didn't go to school? Although he now has billions of assets, he has no interest in entering society. It's not that he has never been in society. What is there to do in society? He has no expectations for that kind of life. "Do you want to be the boss?" Tang Kai asked again. "I don't want to. I'm too tired." Tang Qing smiled directly from his head. "I added in my mind, if you're not the right boss, if you want to be the boss, just be the boss who quits. Don't you want to be rich?" Tang Kai asked with a smile. Tang Qing was very satisfied with this answer. It was not a good thing for a student to think about money all day long. "No. Then what do you want to be?" Tang Kai asked again. Tang Qing looked at the unobstructed view of Qingyan City and the vast world in the distance, thought for a moment, and said quietly, "Maybe he is a teacher." "Oh, why?" Tang Kai asked in surprise. Isn't this a question that primary school students in China should answer? The corner of Tang Qing's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking of. He said softly, "Because it's calm, and there's not so much intrigue." This idea came to him suddenly, maybe on a whim, maybe because he really thought so. In fact, he couldn't figure out that the banker was the target given to him by the system, not his. He had seen too many people in his 2 lives, and he really wanted to have a truly clean place to stay while issuing various killing orders, so as not to make his heart become colder and darker. Maybe it was the campus, maybe it would be somewhere else in the future, he couldn't tell. Tang Kai felt the loneliness and emotion in Tang Qing's temperament. For a moment, he felt like he had met an adult who had gone through many vicissitudes of life, but he was surprised for just a second. He did not feel naive about Tang Qing's childhood dream. The word teacher has been throughout human history and carries the inheritance of civilization. Most people only see them teaching students one by one in an assembly line, but at this point in his life, he understands the true meaning of a teacher. Tang Kai smiled and said, "Hee, no matter what you study, I will support you. Money is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. Pursuing it will make people lose themselves." Yeah. For the next 10 minutes, the 2 of them did not chat anymore, but looked at the scenery in front of them, each thinking about their own thoughts. The families did not get together again that night. Tang Qing and his second uncle had dinner at Tianfu Hotel before going home. At the same time, Tang Qing also told Lu Gan that he was going to treat him to dinner. Tang Kai naturally had no objection. He was naturally very happy to be able to make friends with a local dragon like Lu Gan. The next day, Tang Qing came to school. Tang's father and Tang's mother also set off back to the village with their second uncle early in the morning. After the first class, Li Kai ran over and asked curiously in a low voice, "Old Tang, what does your second uncle do? He is so rich. He drives a Mercedes-Benz and has bodyguards." "In the jewelry business," Tang Qing said. "It must be a big deal. Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" Li Kai said enviously, "Of course you haven't heard of him doing business in a foreign country. Tang Qing said. Li Kai changed the subject and asked, "Tell me, did your second uncle give you the money?" I can't help you think that way, Tang Qing said, showing his hands. It's better to have a misunderstanding about this kind of thing and not be able to explain it clearly. After hearing this, Li Kai said with an expression of, I'll just say it, humph. It must be otherwise your face can still be exchanged for money. What's wrong with my face? Pretty face. You are jealous. No, you are just jealous. You? If you tell me again, I will go for plastic surgery. P.S. The following is free. That's it for today. Oops. My hands feel like they're almost useless. Thank you to readers of Pig Travels, Flying to Duanqing, and Arc 555 for your monthly votes and rewards. Thank you for your support. Mouse will continue to work hard. And other readers who voted, without your support, this book would not be what it is today. I hope to continue to support this book and the Mouse in the future. Thank you. Wednesday, Tang Qing received a call from Lu Qian in the morning, saying that the store affairs have been settled, and he also sent him 2 addresses and the contact information of the person in charge there. He took time out to check out the 2 shops in the afternoon and was very satisfied. Because these 2 shops were previously opened as jewelry stores, they could save money on decoration and could open with a little tidying up. The 2 places are relatively prosperous, separated by more than a kilometer, and have similar conditions in all aspects. This is fine. It will be the same for both families no matter where they choose. There is no question of who is better and who is worse. However, what Tang Qing didn't expect was that one of them was a Mengyan jewelry store. I heard that it was open for business 2 days ago. Yesterday, it suddenly said that it was going to move. They didn't know where to move. They said it was to be put into storage first. Standing at the door of the store and looking at the employees of Mengyan Group who were still cleaning up, Tang Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard the complaints coming from time to time. Is this considered poaching oneself? Lu Gan really knows how to do things. He also had to praise Lu Gan for a job well done. Thursday, Tang's father, Tang's mother, and his second uncle came back from worshiping this morning. By the way, they also settled the lease of the store with the Lin family. Next, they will decorate and recruit some people, and they're just waiting for the goods to arrive from their second uncle. Night, Tang Qing's family and his uncle's family came to Lu Qian's villa. After some pleasantries and introductions, everyone began to take their seats. At this time, the dishes had not yet been served, and several people on the table were chatting and deepening their feelings. Where does Mr. Tang do business? Lu Gan asked curiously. This was his biggest doubt during today's dinner. He had heard that Tang Qing's second uncle was doing jewelry business abroad, so he instinctively linked the foreign exchange to this mysterious second uncle. Otherwise, many things cannot be explained at all. Tang Qing, a high school student, dared to intervene in the reversal business so carefully. Then Tang Qing and the people behind him definitely have no ordinary relationship. I'm in the jewelry business in Bangkok, and I'm going to enter the domestic market in a while. I hope Mr. Lu will take care of me then. Tang Kai said politely. Oh, I don't know what company it is. Maybe I still know it. Lu Gan asked again. Haha, it's just a small company. Its name is Bangkok Kaihua Jewelry Group. Tang Kai said with a smile. Lu Qian was shocked when he heard this and said, Kaihua Jewelry Group? Mr. Lu also knows? Tang Kai asked. He and Lu Qian have no business dealings now. Lu Gan smiled bitterly and said, Of course I know, Thailand's 3rd largest jade jewelry wholesaler. Many of our group suppliers get their goods from you. He did not expect that Tang Qing's second uncle turned out to be the owner of Kaihua Jewelry Group. Although Tang Kai's assets were definitely not as much as his, he was at least the overlord of one party. He had heard about the background of this company, but he only knew that there was a large armed force covering it, and he did not know that it was the Wei family that was driven away. I didn't expect that Mr. Lu also runs this business. It seems that we can cooperate well in the future. Tang Kai laughed. Yes. Lu Gan nodded and said, integrating Mengyan Group supply chain was what he had to do next. Now that he has Tang Kai's relationship, the next step will be much easier. After a few minutes, all the dishes were served and the group came to the table. 4 waiters transferred by Lu Gan from the Tianfu Hotel were waiting carefully on the side, without even changing their clothes. As bodyguards, Monkey, Gongzi, and the two warriors had finished their meal early and were on guard. However, Monkey and Gongzi were not as vigilant as the two warriors. To Monkey and the Tang Qing family, there was basically no threat, and it was impossible to cause trouble here. However, for the two warriors, no matter when and where, in addition to protecting the target, everyone else was a potential threat and needed to be alert at all times. The two warriors neither chatted nor rested. Naturally, Monkey and Gongzi were too embarrassed to sit on the sofa nearby. This is a silent competition. Seeing the monkey aiming hard at the two warriors, Gongzi walked over and asked curiously, "Monkey, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with the two of them?" "It's not that something is wrong, but something very wrong. Those two people are so strong," the monkey said in a solemn tone. Although the two warriors were expressionless, the indifference and extremely calm look in their eyes made him very uncomfortable, especially the occasional glances at each other, which always made him feel like he was being targeted by prey. After hearing this, Gongzi looked at the two warriors carefully and said strangely, "So strong? Why didn't I see it? He is tall, but his muscles are not as strong as mine." Monkey glared at him and said with contempt, "I can't communicate with you anymore." Gongzi was not annoyed after hearing this, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, "Do you want to fight him?" "I do, but this occasion is not suitable, and I heard that they will leave tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Monkey nodded and admitted, "It's a bit inappropriate to compete with other people's bodyguards in this situation." But his hands were very itchy, and he didn't know when he would meet the other person again after he left. "What's the problem? Go up and say hello, make friends, and then invite them to the side room to compete," Gongzi said in a relaxed tone. "I thought to myself that this monkey is really a martial arts fanatic. I just need to express what I want to do. Can I wait for the opportunity?" "That's right." Monkey nodded, right? At least everyone gets to know each other first. He doesn't even know their names now. Then the monkey walked slowly to one of the warriors, smiled, and said, "Hello." The warrior turned to look at the monkey and said expressionlessly, "Hello. Can I ask something?" Although the warrior's words seemed polite, the monkey could still feel the feeling of rejecting people thousands of miles away, and his tone revealed a strong meaning of "don't bother me. I want to make friends with you and have a fight with you," Monkey said directly. He didn't have any grudge against the warrior's tone. It's normal for a strong man to have a temper. Isn't it the same for him? He doesn't treat those insignificant people like this. The monkey thought that the warrior would agree, but the warrior's answer was, "Sorry, not interested." "Not interested? What answer is this?" The corner of Monkey's mouth twitched. "You." The monkey was so retaliated by the soldier that he didn't know what to say, and then asked, "Why?" "This is not the scope of the mission," the soldier said calmly. Monkey was speechless. This guy is too rigid. Is he looking down on me? At the same time, I also admire the professional ethics of the soldier in front of me. At this time, Lugan also noticed what the monkey and the soldier were talking about, but the monkey looked as if he had eaten a turtle. So he asked, "Monkey, what's wrong?" Hearing Lugan's voice, the eyes of others also shifted here. The monkey was watched by everyone and quickly explained, "Mr. Lu, it's nothing. I just saw how strong this brother is. I've fallen into my old habit and want to spar with him." Lugan nodded in understanding, smiled at Tang Kai, and said, "I'm sorry, my bodyguard is like this. He is a martial arts idiot. When he meets a strong person, he can't help but want to spar. It's okay. The same goes for my bodyguard. This is good. A bodyguard has to maintain such wildness. Practicing on a sandbag all day long is not fitness," Tang Kai said with a smile. Lugan took another look at the two silent soldiers so far and asked, "Mr. Tang, where did you find this bodyguard?" "I didn't find it. This was a friend in China found it for me after I returned to China. All my original bodyguards were in Bangkok and didn't come over," Tang Kai said. Without Tang Qing's consent, he would not dare to reveal his supernaturally powerful friend. "Well, how about we let them spar? It's rare for a monkey to find an opponent to spar with. It seems like your bodyguard is really strong. You have to be merciful when the time comes, huh?" Lugan suggested after hearing this. Firstly, Monkey took the initiative to recruit people to compete with each other. As Monkey's boss, he would help as much as he could with just one sentence. Secondly, he wanted to see how strong this bodyguard he was also curious about was. Tang Kai glanced at Tang Qing, saw Tang Qing smiling and nodding and agreed. Well, okay, just stop it, don't get hurt. Seeing Tang Kai giving face like this, Lu Gan turned to the monkey and said happily, Okay, monkey, did you hear that? Mr. Tang agreed, but just stop it, do you understand? The monkey nodded happily, looking eager to try. However, the soldier still showed no expression at all, which made the monkey next to him very depressed. Stop, don't hurt anyone, Tang Kai also said. The soldier nodded, looked at Tang Kai and asked, How long will it take to defeat him? This sentence made many people present change their expressions. Everyone could hear the obvious contempt in his tone. This made Lu Gan feel a little unnatural on his face. He felt that this man was too arrogant. Strictly speaking, except for Tang Qing, everyone else felt that this warrior was too arrogant. Well, if you don't hurt anyone, you can do your best. Tang Kai also said, a little embarrassed. He didn't blame these two soldiers. After spending the past few days together, he knew that these two people really had a professional ethics. He didn't know their fighting ability, but their vigilance and work attitude in all aspects definitely surpassed those of his bodyguards in Bangkok by more than 10 blocks. This is a bodyguard who can really stop a bullet for you, even if he conflicts with others in words. Tang Qing originally wanted to stop him, but he closed his slightly open mouth because he also wanted to show off his strength in front of Lu Gan. Now he estimated that Lu Gan thought he had all the information about their family. This was not a good thing for the relationship between the two parties, and he still needed to be afraid. Then the two of them walked out, and everyone else put down their bowls and chopsticks and walked out as if they were watching a show. The two came to the open space at the door of the villa. I want to stand towards the side, 3 meters away. Please. The monkey made a free fighting stance. Can we start now? The soldier said calmly. Standing with his hands down like this, Monkey couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Was he looking down on him? He didn't even make any moves with his hands. Okay, said the monkey. As soon as he finished speaking, Monkey felt the figure in front of him blur. A pain came from his chest, and the surrounding scenes changed. Bang! The monkey flew out and landed on the lawn. So fast. This was Monkey's only feeling. Other than that, he didn't feel much pain in his chest. It was obvious that the person opposite had strong control over his strength. Such terrifying control, he thought he couldn't do it at all. The monkey took a deep breath, calmed down, stood up slowly, walked to the warrior again, and assumed the same posture as before. He would rather believe that he had just been careless and distracted. He wants to take the initiative. Hey! The monkey shouted and punched the soldier. Seeing that the soldier's face was still expressionless, Monkey felt humiliated and used more strength and faster, almost at full strength. He believed that the soldier in front of him also had to be careful with his punch. However, just when a monkey's fist was about to touch the warrior's face, a hand tightly grabbed his wrist, preventing him from moving forward. Before the monkey could react, the warrior twisted his backhand behind the monkey and grabbed his other hand. The monkey wanted to break away, but the huge force made it impossible for him to resist. The warrior raised his knee and pressed against his spine. The subdued monkey was stunned for a while. 2 seconds later, the soldier let go of his arms and took 2 steps back. The meaning was obvious. If I tried too hard, I would end up with a broken arm or broken spine and become paralyzed. The monkey who was released took a deep breath, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But of course he couldn't admit defeat like this. Come again, said the monkey loudly. After saying that, the monkey stood up and turned around, his eyes full of madness. This time it was a direct whip kick, but the soldier still did it. He caught it with his hands gently, and, at the same time, he grabbed the monkey's leg and threw it directly. The monkey lay on the lawn again. The monkey stood up and looked at the soldier's expressionless expression warily. At this time, he finally understood one thing. Others were just playing with him. The entire situation was under the control of others from beginning to end. With that kind of speed and power, it would take no more than 2 moves to kill him. 2 moves? Thinking of this, the monkey couldn't help but smile bitterly. I thought I was already quite powerful and could fight for dozens of rounds even if I met the king of soldiers. But I didn't expect that today, when I met a bodyguard, he would be able to kill me instantly. And this was just one of them. How strong the other one was, I guess it was definitely not bad. Where did this super pervert come from? How could he be a private bodyguard? The monkey's mind was confused. With this kind of strength, who is worthy of having a bodyguard at this level? Zhang Nanhai's bodyguard is probably like this. Lu Gan on the side was also shocked. Of course, he knew Monkey's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been his personal bodyguard for so many years. However, with such a strong strength, he had no resistance when facing Tang Kai's bodyguard. Even the opponent was just a simple defense until now, and there was no real attack at all. The kick at the beginning did not count. If it were an attack, he could not imagine the consequences. People who were also shocked were Tang Kai and Qin Yugong. Tang Kai was surprised that the bodyguards were so strong, while Qin Yugong was shocked that even the soldiers in the army were not that strong. He came from the army and had met many warrior kings. With his strength, those warrior kings may not be able to beat this man in front of him. I really don't know where this friend Tang Kai comes from. As for others, they just watched the excitement and found it very exciting. P.S. I recommend a book by a friend, The Gourmet Chef, which tells the story of a restaurant owner who relied on the gourmet system and his own efforts to promote Chinese cuisine and become a gourmet chef. It has more than 600,000 words and is ready to be used. This almost brutal competition had a serious impact on Monkey's outlook on life. He really couldn't believe that there could be such a powerful person in the world. The strongest person he met before was not much stronger than him. In a normal fight, although he couldn't win, he wouldn't be helpless. As long as he thought of a way, he might even be able to draw or even win. But the soldier in front of him made him realize how naive his previous thoughts were. Thinking of a way? What a joke. In the face of this kind of strength, he has no choice but to use a gun. In the past, I really looked at the sky from a well. The monkey felt very ridiculous when he thought of his previous self-righteousness. However, monkeys are also people with a strong mind. It only takes a few seconds to stabilize their mood. And with so many people standing around, it would be a bit outrageous to lie here thinking about life. The monkey stood up quickly. In addition to the loss and emotion, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes, which was the expectation to become stronger. Since someone can be so powerful, it means that he is still far from the human limit. He still had a lot of room for improvement. Although the warrior in front of him defeated him, it also gave him a goal. Walking up to the soldier, the monkey smiled and said, "I admit defeat. I am not your opponent." Concession. The soldier nodded and said politely. Tang Qing knew that this was definitely not what the soldier wanted to say, but the learning function of the command room, because there was no politeness in the minds of these war machines, only strong and weak. After all, what is there to accept in defeating an ant? Let alone one monkey, just 10 of them. For a second-level warrior, it only takes one person and 1 second. When he saw the soldier's expressionless face and cold eyes before, Monkey thought he was just showing off, but now that he saw such an expression, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It turned out that this was because he didn't look down on himself at all. In the eyes of others, he was just a weak chicken. "May I ask, where did you train?" Monkey asked curiously. Although he knew it was rude, he couldn't help but wonder how the warrior in front of him became so terrifyingly strong. "Sorry, it's confidential, no comment." The soldier responded directly. After hearing this, the monkey naturally thought that it was a national secret. Only the country could cultivate such warriors, so he did not dare to ask anymore. In the future, he would strengthen his training. With this mountain standing there, he would have unlimited motivation. Other side, "Mr. Tang, where did you find your friend's bodyguard?" The shocked Lu Gan turned to Tang Kai and asked curiously. To be honest, facing a bodyguard with the strength of a warrior, he was a little eager. "I don't know about that." Tang Kai shook his head and said. After speaking, he glanced at Tang Qing from the corner of his eye. This kind of bodyguard was lent to him almost indefinitely. Thinking that there were many such people under his friend, He became even more curious about the identity of Tang Qing's friend. I used to think that the salary for these two warriors would be 500,000 yuan each over a year, but now it seems that 1 million yuan per person is not expensive. I used to think that this kind of bodyguard was far more professional than my bodyguards in Bangkok, but I didn't expect that it was also far more professional than my bodyguards in Bangkok. If this group of soldiers were proficient in firearms, he really couldn't imagine how lethal such people could be. I really envy you, Lu Gan said with emotion. He didn't dare to ask Tang Kai's friends if they had such people under their command. He was not stupid. Anyone who could borrow bodyguards like this must have such people under his command. This kind of people must not be short of money. If he didn't have a good relationship, there would be no chance that the other party would give him face. What's the matter? Let's go in and drink. Tang Kai changed the subject. He also didn't want Lu Gan to get entangled in the issue of soldiers, because he was completely confused now and no one could solve his confusion. Haha. Okay, I won't go home until I'm drunk today. After saying this, the group walked into the villa with lots of discussion, went to the dining table, and continued eating. The two warriors still returned to their original positions and dutifully protected the target, but this time the other people looked at the two warriors differently. Their eyes were full of admiration, which was respect for the strong. Of course, except for Tang Qing. Although he can't beat such a warrior who is proficient in all soldier skills, and even if he turns on Xiao Er's auxiliary mode, he will be tortured to the point of doubting his life, but he believes that he will get stronger and stronger. A second-level warrior has a maximum attribute of only 200. These robots cannot be upgraded now. I heard from the waiter that the upgrade function of the robots will not be available until the next level. Tang Qing was a little depressed when he thought that the upgrade cost of these robots to the next level would be a lot of money. Everything about this system was good, but it always wanted money. Although the things were not expensive, and even in terms of value, it was completely cheap, but it was still money. Spending hundreds of millions of money on it for such a long time, I really don't know when it will end. Just like online games, there are always places for you to spend money, and they will find ways to cheat your money. Black-hearted system, liar system, money-hungry system. Tang Qing complained in his heart. Even if the system ignored him, he would still take a breath. Gongzi and Monkey also stood back to their original positions. Looking a little lost, Monkey Gongzi came over again and gloated. Monkey, you are still asking for a fight. Although he was shocked in his heart, he did not miss the opportunity to add insult to injury, to retaliate for being despised by the monkey. Of course, this was not really about gloating, but seeing the monkey lowering his head in thought, thinking that he had received a huge blow and wanted to change the subject to comfort him, but it was not in the effeminate, don't take it to heart way. Let's go. These two people are not simple. The monkey looked up at Gongzi and said angrily, Nonsense, I'm not blind. How could the person who beat you to the ground and find teeth everywhere be a simple person? Gongzi said with disdain. Monkey was not annoyed after hearing this. It was a fact. He said with emotion, I really don't know where they came from. This may be a height that I will never reach in my life. Although he had aroused endless hopes just now, as a practitioner, if he thought about it carefully, if he wanted to reach the level of a warrior, it was really a bit uncertain, not only in terms of methods, but also in terms of age. After all, he was not in his early 20s, but almost 30. Physically, it was not easy to break through. Okay, I've only encountered this kind of pervert once. It doesn't matter. Just don't provoke him. Gongzi comforted him. Anyway, he has no interest in martial arts training anymore. Over the years, he has been helping Lu Gan with gray business and has been exposed to too many temptations. He has long lost the enthusiasm he had in the beginning, and even if he had it, it would be in bed. Yeah, it's best not to mess with people like this. Otherwise, I'll be dead if a few more come. Monkey nodded in agreement. Well, after the warrior showed his strength, the meal became more interesting. In Lu Gan's eyes, Tang Qing's background has become mysterious again. He thought he had basically figured out Tang Qing's background before. When he learned the identity of Tang Qing's second uncle, he thought he knew the man behind Tang Qing's betrayal. But now it seems that he doesn't know enough. Everything became confusing again. As for the origins of these two, warriors, like Monkey. He also thought that they were people trained by some huge force, or even by the country, because he had also met the super second-generation personal bodyguard he had met before. When he took Monkey to visit, Monkey even played a friendly match with the opponent. At that time, Monkey fought the opponent for dozens of rounds before losing. Both sides basically used most of their strength. In the end, he heard that the man was a retired master in the Central Guard Bureau. But now, such an awesome person suddenly appeared next to Tang Qing. He killed Monkey in an instant, which it took dozens of rounds for the masters of the Central Guard Bureau to defeat. So Tang Qing's background suddenly became blurry again. Now he can't figure out how many great gods there are behind Tang Qing. So throughout the dinner, Lu Gan was inquiring about Tang Kai's information, hoping to get some clues from it. However, although Tang Kai didn't have as much money as Lu Gan, it didn't mean that he was stupider than Lu Gan. On the contrary, Tang Kai had scheming with people in foreign countries more often than Lu Gan. Therefore, Tang Kai said nothing about Lu Gan's tests. Except for the company's normal business, Lu Gan didn't get any useful information. Old fox. Lu Gan couldn't help but said depressedly, "Young man, you're still a little young." Tang Kai thought proudly. Of course, Lu Qian couldn't always chase Tang Kai and ask questions. After all, there were many people at the table, so with Lu Qian, a master at adjusting the atmosphere, the whole meal was naturally about the enjoyment of the guests and the host. After eating, taking a break, and drinking some tea, Tang Qing and his party left. The second uncle's Mercedes-Benz was carrying Tang's father and mother, and Lu Qian's Rolls-Royce Phantom was carrying Tang Qing and Qin Yugong's family. Gongzi was the driver. On the way here, Tang Qing also drove this super luxury car and had a lot of fun, but the feeling was still the same. Except that the driving experience was a little better than the second uncle's Mercedes-Benz. There was nothing special about it. After Tang Qing walked away, "Monkey, what do you think of the Tang family?" Standing at the door of the villa, Lu Gan frowned and asked softly. The monkey thought for a while and said solemnly, "You can't mess with someone who is rich, powerful, and has such a terrifying master guard. You can't be an enemy. You can only be a friend. I can't see the future of their family." "You're right, I think so too. Who do you think those bodyguards are?" Lu Gan nodded and said, "At least I'm a soldier at the level of King of War. Apart from using modern weapons, I will die with 2 moves." Monkey said in despair. Facing this kind of opponent, he really felt powerless. "Haha, that's all. Don't take it too seriously, work hard. I believe you will reach their level one day." Lu Gan patted Monkey on the shoulder and consoled him. "Well, I will try my best," Monkey said firmly. Watching Lu Gan's Rolls-Royce Phantom gradually go away, Qin Shiqi, who had been holding in for a long time, took a long breath and said, I'm finally back." Although she had met Lu Gan before, this was in someone else's home after all, and it was still such a big villa. The living room was bigger than their homes combined, so she didn't dare to be presumptuous. Therefore, during the whole dinner, she and her sister Qin Shiyu just ate the dishes quietly. From time to time, they would catch Qin Shiyu's hair and play with it. Qin Shiyu was already used to it. After she curled it, Qin Shiyu straightened it carefully, and the 2 sisters had a great time playing. She was listening to the various conversations of the adults. Not to mention, it was really interesting to listen to the conversations of the 2 shopping mall giants Tang Kai and Lu Qian. Basically can't understand. "Why, this meal is like a punishment for you. But today I see that you are quite honest. You finally look like a lady." Tang Qing joked. "I'm a lady, okay? And you're not the same. You keep your head down while eating, huh?" Qin Shiqi glared at Tang Qing and pushed her back. Tang Qing was at a loss for words. Thinking about it, he really didn't say anything during this meal. Although he and Lu Qian had cooperated a lot, he had reminded Lu Qian not to talk about the matter of Bianhui, Shangtang, Tianyin, or Mingyan Group, and then they really had nothing to say, and it was impossible for Lu Gan to praise Tang Qing for his good grades like child. Lu Gan felt embarrassed even after saying this. Therefore, like his 2 cousins, he buried his head in eating, acting like, "I'm just a quiet and good student," and honestly smiled in front of passers-by from time to time. Lu Qian actually felt strange. He didn't understand why Tang Qing didn't let him talk about these things. I couldn't say that he understood the reversal. Everything else was serious business. However, since Tang Qing asked for it, there must be a reason, so he did it. Even from the conversation, he found that Tang Kai seemed to have no knowledge of Tang Qing's properties. When it came to Minion Group, which he controlled, Tang Kai's expression did not change at all. This made Lu Qian confused for a while. Didn't Tang Qing's money come from Tang Kai? Qin Shiqi saw that Tang Qing was speechless because of her contempt. Her face was full of pride, and she turned to say with longing, I also want to live in a villa like that one day. It's really big and nice. Stinky girl, don't think about this mess. You don't have this life. Her aunt directly gave her a basin of cold water. She doesn't really think that her daughter is destined to die, but she is just worried that her daughter will go astray and there will be too many temptations when she enters the society. At least at this age, she must not let her develop a money worship mentality. Why not, When the time comes, brother, when you make a lot of money, how about you also give me such a big villa? Qin Shiqi knew that she couldn't argue with her mother, so she looked at Tang Qing next to her and said with a smile, Okay, I'm afraid you don't dare to ask for it. Tang Qing wanted to retort, but suddenly he remembered the time in his previous life when his aunt wanted to give him a house for his wedding, so he stopped talking. He had this plan since he got rich. His uncle and aunt were definitely not willing to go into business, so he had no choice but to give it away. But now is not the time. It would be better to agree first so that they would be more accepting. Tisich, if you dare to give it to me, I will take it. Qin Shiqi said, You're not old, but you have a big appetite. If you want it, just work hard to earn money to buy it. The uncle patted Qin Shiqi's head and smiled fondly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiqi said with a proud face, I'm not stupid. I can't make so much money even if I try my best. So, brother, do you hear me? I want to make good money for the villa dream of a cute, beautiful, kind, and virtuous sister like you. Remove all the adjectives or move them to Sister Shiyu. You are looking for a fight. Return to Uncle's house. Qin Shiqi jumped back to her room to take stock of today's harvest. Although she refused in every possible way, Lu Gan still gave a lot of things to her two cousins. After receiving such gifts these days, Qin Shiqi felt like a dream. She only got 500 yuan out of the 50,000 yuan given by Tang Kai, which made her very depressed. Qin Shiyu and her aunt went to wash up first. At this time, Qin Yugong suddenly asked, Tang, do you know the origin of your second uncle's bodyguard? Some friend borrowed it from him. He held back this sentence all the way just because the strength shown by the warrior just now was so amazing. If this kind of person did bad things, he would be a complete killing machine. At least among the people he knew, no one could be the opponent of that warrior in close combat. If he went up to him, he would be killed. Such a terrifying guy suddenly appeared next to Tang Kai. He was also a little frightened. If he didn't know that he was one of his own, he couldn't help but report it. I don't know what's wrong, Tang Qing said with a confused look on his face, thinking that the soldier's performance just now was a bit too much. The purpose was to show Lu Gan, but he didn't expect his uncle to be so concerned. Nothing, I just want to see if there is an opportunity for him to teach some fighting techniques to our police. Qin Yugan said, this is quite honest. He also wanted to see if he could discover the origin of the warrior from the opponent's moves. It seems that there is no chance in the short term. The second uncle is going back soon, and the two bodyguards will naturally follow him. Tang Qing shook his head and said. Qin Yugong also nodded and said, Well, it seems I can only wait until your second uncle comes back next time. This is the first time I have seen someone who is so good at close combat. Ah, that's right, Tang Qing said with a smile. You brat, I don't believe you can't tell. It's not like you haven't learned martial arts from Han Lung. Qin Yugong glared at Tang Qing and cursed with a smile. Hey. Sunday morning. The entrance of Tianfu Hotel. Tang Qing's family came here to see off Tang Kai, and Lu Gan and others were also present. He was also returning to the provincial capital today. At this time, he was talking to Wu Zhengfeng, and Wu Zhengfeng couldn't help but nodded respectfully. Brother, while I'm out of the country, I'll leave this car to you to drive. Tang Kai handed the keys to the brand new Mercedes-Benz to Father Tang. Tang's father stupidly took the key and said in surprise, "We don't know how to drive this." "Haha, you can't drive, but Tang will, so it will be more convenient for you to go out in the future." When I chatted with Mr. Liu last night, he said that he would also go back to the provincial capital this morning, so I simply took a ride. Otherwise, the car would be idle when it was driven back to the provincial capital, and there would be a storage fee. Tang Kai laughed. In fact, he had this intention when he first bought this Mercedes-Benz, buying it specifically for his eldest brother's family to drive. Otherwise, he would not have bought such an expensive top-end Mercedes-Benz. The reason he thought at the time was similar to this. Now, with Lu Gan as an assistant, he also saved a lot of words. When he and Lu Gan were drinking tea in the hotel last night, he took the initiative to talk to Lu Gan about this matter. Lu Gan happily agreed and helped Tang Kai arrange the drama. But Mr. Liu can't even fit in this car. Father Tang said, looking at Lu Qian's Rolls-Royce. "Don't worry, Mr. Liu is going back with the general manager of a branch of their group. I'll just let the bodyguard ride in their car," Tang Kai said, pointing to the Audi A6 behind the Rolls-Royce. Father Tang didn't know what to say. At this time, he had vaguely thought of his second brother's plan, but Tang Kai was right. He had to pay a storage fee when driving back to the provincial capital. Tang Kai quickly said, "Brother, what is this?" "It's not for you. It's just for you to drive. There are a lot of things to do when I go back this time. I think Tang will have finished the college entrance examination when I come back next time. I'll come back then to celebrate." After finishing speaking, Tang Kai winked at Tang Qing. Tang Qing immediately said understandingly, "Thank you, uncle. Dad, don't be too impatient." Finally a luxury car is driving. After that, he snatched the key from Father Tang's hand and put it in his pocket. "You brat, don't mess around." Tang's father lectured him with a sullen face. Seeing that it was a done deal, he couldn't say anything else. "I know, I won't mess around," Tang Qing said with a smile. At this time, Lu Gan had finished talking and came over. Father Tang said, "Okay, Xiao Kai, please be careful on the road. Mr. Liu, I'm going to trouble you again today." "Aha, Brother Tang, you're welcome. They're all friends. It's nothing." Lu Gan waved his hand and said with a smile. In the past 2 days, he used some connections to finally investigate what Tang Kai had committed back then and also understood Tang Kai's current situation, but he was frightened again. Tang Kai's enemies in the country had turned into a vegetative state in just a few days, and Lei Peng had no intention of revenge. Tang Kai's opponent abroad was also assassinated at home in the past few days. He had to think about the relationship between the two. Was it Tang Kai's doing or an accident? Lu Gan's mind was confused now. Why did the accident happen in such a special period, not even more than 1 day apart? And what if Tang Kai had done it? Lu Gan looked at the soldiers beside Tang Kai. This possibility was not small. Lu Gan was also confused. "Then I wish you a safe journey," Tang's father said. "Okay, then let's go first. Shi-Chi and Shiyu study hard. I will take you to Bangkok this summer vacation. Joshua will go too, and Tang will go after the college entrance examination." Tang Kai said, "Okay, thank you, Uncle." Walk slowly. "Thank you, Uncle." "You're welcome. Brother Qin, Brother Lin, sister-in-law, take care of yourself, and call me if you need anything. You too. Be careful over there." "Okay, bye." Lu Qian's 2 cars disappeared from sight. "Honey, what should I do with this car?" Father Tang asked, looking at the car beside him. "What should I do? Can you drive it?" Tang's mother said angrily. "No." Father Tang said with a wry smile. "That's okay. Tang, you drive the car to your uncle's place. If we need to use it, we can call you." Tang's mother said to Tang Qing, "I'm a driver." Tang Qing said, pretending to be depressed. "Why? I don't want to drive for your mother." Tang's mother glared at Tang Qing and said, "Yes, very willing." Tang Qing said with a smile, "Okay then, your Uncle Lin and I will go to the store to have a look and tidy up. The 2 stores are not far from here, so we can just walk there. You send your uncle, the others, and Joshua back, and you are not allowed to drive out for fun, you know? You don't have a driver's license yet," Mother Tang warned. "I know," Tang Qing agreed. After that, Tang Qing sent his uncle's family back first. Qin Shichi also shouted for him to go for a drive, but she was suppressed by her aunt's few words. She could only look at Tang Qing pitifully, her eyes rolling around, and she must be thinking about how to trick Tang Qing into taking her out to play. Tang Qing also found it very convenient to have an extra scooter out of thin air. He didn't have to always use the Audi A6 under the guise of borrowing a car. But he had no idea that Sun Chow was redundant, because he really doesn't like driving. P.S. The following is free. This month is over. Thanks to readers ARC 555, Loves Only, Running Pegasus for the reward, and all readers for your votes. Thank you all. Tomorrow is National Day, and it seems that it will be double. Monthly Pass Week. I hope readers who have monthly passes will support me. Thank you. After his uncle's family got off the bus, Tang Qing drove Lin Jiaxue to her house. It was a big weekend, and he would not miss the opportunity for the two of them to spend some quiet time together. Originally, Tang Qing wanted to take Lin Jiaxue out for a ride, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. He had to go out and show off his $1 million car, so he felt so damn good. The most important thing was that he probably wanted to see off his second uncle this morning, and he studied too late last night. Lin Jiaxue didn't seem to have slept enough, and her face looked a little tired, which made Tang Qing feel very distressed. After parking the car, the two walked hand in hand to Lin's house. As soon as he entered the living room, Tang Qing saw Lin Jiaxue covering her mouth and yawning, and said, "Jiaxue, go back to the room and take a nap." "I'm not sleepy," Lin Jiaxue said with a gentle smile. Although he said so, Tang Qing could see the tiredness in his expression. "I'm not blind. Don't hold on. Go and take a nap. I'll make lunch later," Tang Qing said with a deliberately straight face. "I'm really not sleepy. Sit down quickly and I'll make you tea." After Lin Jiaxue finished speaking, she was about to make tea for Tang Qing, but Tang Qing directly picked her up in a princess hug. Lin Jiaxue didn't scream. She just hugged Tang Qing's neck and looked at him tenderly. Of course, she knew what Tang Qing was going to do, and she didn't struggle, enjoying the gentle dominance of her lover. Tang Qing carried Lin Jiaxue into his room and put her on the bed. He carefully took off her shoes, socks, and coat, folded them on the bedside, and covered her with a quilt. It was only over March, and the weather had not warmed up yet, so the temperature in the room was not high. So Tang Qing covered her with a thin blanket. Squatting in front of the bed, Tang Qing looked into Lin Jiaxue's eyes and said in a domineering tone, "Sleep honestly." Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing affectionately and agreed softly. Oh, in the past, Tang Qing's personality was not strong, so although she was younger than Tang Qing, she took care of Tang Qing like a sister. However, starting from November last year, Tang Qing seemed to have suddenly awakened his masculinity. His gentleness was domineering and unquestionable, and he became more assertive. But she really liked this feeling. Feeling the love in Tang Qing's eyes, Lin Jiaxue just wanted to be a little woman and just stay by Tang Qing's side. Tang Qing gently stroked Lin Jiaxue's smooth cheek again, feeling like he couldn't put it down, and said, "Have a good sleep. I'll go shopping later. What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Whatever," Lin Jiaxue said with a smile. "How can you do it casually?" "No, you have to say something," Tang Qing said, pretending to be dissatisfied. "Then, let's eat noodles." Lin Jiaxue thought about it carefully and said. She knew that Tang Qing would get her whatever she wanted to eat, but she didn't want to trouble Tang Qing too much. She was not the kind of woman who would make various conditions when she got this opportunity. Even if she wanted to eat, she would make it herself. "What?" Tang Qing asked. "I just want to eat some noodles for lunch. Instant noodles are also fine. It seems that I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time," Lin Jiaxue said with a smile. "How can this work? How can I let you eat instant noodles with me here?" "Well, yes, I will make you soy noodles. It is absolutely nutritious and delicious." Tang Qing thought for a moment and said. She knew that Lin Jiaxue didn't want her to be in too much trouble. She used to make delicious food for herself every time she came here. "Can you?" Lin Jiaxue asked curiously. Tang Qing's cooking skills were basically taught by her, and she had never cooked anything like this. "Of course you can, but don't underestimate me. Hurry up and go to sleep. I'll get ready first," Tang Qing said proudly. "Well, okay," Lin Jiaxue said softly. Tang Qing straightened Lin Jiashua's messed up hair, straightened Lin Jiashua's quilt, got up and walked out of the room, closing the door. When she came to the living room, Tang Qing was originally going to clean up or something, but depending on the situation, it was not necessary at all. With Lin Jiashua here, how could she tolerate the existence of mess? Although she did not have the obsessive-compulsive disorder of her cousin Qin Shiyu, she also loved to be clean. Tang Qing watched the news in the living room for more than an hour. Seeing that it was getting late, Tang Qing started kneading the noodles. He was very familiar with the Lin family's kitchen. It only took 10 minutes to add water and knead the noodles. Next step, go out to buy groceries. There's a vegetable cellar at the entrance of the community, right next to the fruit cellar. Carrots, tofu, eggs, meat. Tang Qing bought them all in a short while. When he came back, he bought a lot of fruit because Lin Jiashua's family didn't have much fruit, only a few oranges and bananas were left. Tang Qing saw how this would work, so he had to buy some. There are different ways to make Saozi noodles in various places, but many places just use dried noodles without thinking. If you eat it at home, there is nothing wrong with using dried noodles, but if you open a shop and do business, it'll be a bit awkward. Anyway, then Tang Qing couldn't dare to look directly at the noodles. He had no appetite. No matter how delicious the noodles were, it couldn't save it from being a failure. In his opinion, the importance of the noodles and the noodles were almost the same. Tang Qing had eaten steamed noodles from many places in his previous life, and they all had a common feature. That is, he felt that the noodles were the real steamed noodles or the truly delicious noodles. Beat the eggs into the dough. Roll it into a large dough after mixing. Sprinkle with cornmeal to prevent the dough from sticking together when folding. Wrap the outer layer with a layer of cornmeal, and finally cut into half-centimeter wide noodles. TSK. If the sauerkraut is well made, it will taste delicious in one word. Click. Just as Tang Qing was carefully preparing the sauerkraut, the door opened and Father Lin and Mother Lin came back. Mother Lin walked to the kitchen and saw only Tang Qing and asked with a smile, Tang, you are cooking. Where is Jiashua? Looking at Tang Qing, who was wearing an apron, she became more and more satisfied with his son-in-law. If the law hadn't allowed it, she would have dragged the two of them to get the certificate. Such a perfect son-in-law. She was afraid that another bad girl would snatch him away when he went to college. She's sleeping. She probably didn't get a good rest last night. Tang Qing turned around and smiled. I see you are making noodles. Mother Lin said in surprise when she saw the noodles already cut on the chopping board. Yes, I learned it from my classmates. You could try it later. Tang Qing said. Okay, let's eat ready-made. Mother Lin said with a smile. At this moment, Lin Jiashua's door was opened, and Lin Jiashua had already dressed and walked out. Mom, you're back. Well, are you awake? I told you to get up early today, and you still read so late. Mother Lin asked with concern. I'm used to it. I'll wash my face first. Lin Jiashua said with a smile, and then entered the bathroom. After washing her face, Lin Jiashua came to help Tang Qing. After a while, the noodles were ready. It's delicious. I didn't expect you to have such skills, Tang. Father Lin praised after taking a bite, and Mother Lin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With this skill, opening a store will definitely be full of business, but she knows how Tang Qing can open a store to sell this thing. Regardless of Tang Qing's ability or Tang Kai's support, Tang Qing has a bright future. As long as it's delicious. By the way, Uncle Lin, how's the decoration of your jewelry store going? Tang Qing asked while eating. He remembered that the store the Lin family chose was the previous Mengyun Group store. It basically didn't need decoration. At most, they could just buy some glass cabinets, safes, etc., or make some small decorations as needed. Lugan was also very good at doing things. Even the landlord had negotiated the basic bargain price for the store transfer fee and gave him a very low preferential price. This kind of right and influence was what Tang Qing wanted to pursue next. After all, he couldn't ask Lu Gan or others for everything. It seems that Tianyin should set up a public relations department. The layout is almost complete and the decorations are already made. All we need to do is buy some more cabinets and recruit some people. Your second uncle will be able to open the business in a few days when the goods arrive. Father Lin said. Their original condiment shop was in a good location and had many regular customers in the past. The transfer price made Father and Mother Lin very satisfied. These jewelry pieces are sold once a year, and there is no deposit or brand usage fee. Even if they are damaged, they can take them back and exchange them for new ones. They only need to pay the shipping fee. Therefore, in addition to the almost extremely favorable rent and payment methods of the new store, they also have a lot of spare money in their hands with nothing spent. It all goes smoothly and feels like a dream. And all of this was brought about by Tang Qing. In this matter, they had to admit that they had inherited a great love from the Tang family. But thinking that they would be their own relatives in the future, the two of them accepted it easily. No matter how much money they made, it was not for their daughter in the end. Well, that's good. This way you will have an easier time than before and earn more. Tang Qing nodded and said, "Yes, if this continues, when you and Joshua get married, it should be enough to buy a larger house in Shanghai." Father Lin said, "Although houses in Shanghai are very expensive now, if it is as Tang Qing's second uncle said, if he can earn millions a year, then a house of 123 square meters is indeed a piece of cake based on the financial strength of the two families. Even Tang Qing, the only child of the Tang family, it is not impossible for a billionaire Tang Qing to directly give a house to Tang Qing. This is still a few years away. Uncle Lin, I think it would be better for you to buy a house in Qingyan City first." Tang Qing suggested. "Yes, this old building is indeed a bit old. Well, if I can earn 30,000 yuan a month, let alone 1 million, I will immediately buy a big house with a mortgage and find a place with a better environment where relatives and friends can live." Lin's father looked at the old house he rented and said, "Uncle Lin, don't worry. More than 1 million a year is definitely no problem. When you buy a house, tell me that I have a discount card from Tianqin Group, which is very favorable." Tang Qing said quickly, "He only earns 1 million, and even if he doesn't, he will make up enough for them from his own pocket. He has even decided to give the two jewelry stores a good start in the first month of opening the store, and then encourage his parents to buy a big house to live in. Now Tang's father and Tang's mother are still renting a house. This is what must be done in the next month." "It's Mr. Lu's company today, right?" Father Lin asked. "Yes, he develops real estate all over the province." Tang Qing said, "Isn't it bad to take advantage of others?" Lin's father said with a frown, "It's okay. He will also be a partner with my second uncle from now on, and he knows my uncle, so it won't be a problem." Tang Qing explained quickly, "Okay then, we can only see how the business goes then." Father Lin nodded. "Don't worry, uncle, it will be fine." After lunch, Father Lin and Mother Lin went out to visit their jewelry store again. Both of them were very enthusiastic about this new starting point for their careers. The condiment store had been transferred yesterday afternoon. The little girl who came to help them from her hometown gave her a few days off to go home to visit her relatives. In a few days, she went directly to work in the jewelry store. Otherwise, there was a big light bulb, and Tang Qing would not be so comfortable today. There's also the idea of leaving space for Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. They are not afraid of what will happen to the two of them. It has been so many years, and it has already happened. Tang Qing has too many opportunities to guard against. Besides, what if something happens to the two of them now? They don't think that Tang Qing will abandon their daughter. They believe in their own vision. So Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue watched the TV series at home all afternoon. Tang Qing put his arms around Lin Jiaxue's waist, smelled the fragrance of her hair, cuddled up to each other, and discussed and commented on the plot from time to time. When Tang Qing saw something exciting, he asked Lin Jiaxue to play a kissing game. No matter how much he played, he couldn't get enough and couldn't stop. As long as Tang Qing's hands didn't mess around, Lin Jiaxue never resisted and kept trying to cooperate. It must be said that with more kisses, Lin Jiaxue's kissing skills soared, the quality became higher and higher, and the time became longer and longer. This is what life is all about. Next time, Tang Qing wants to try the 1-hour challenge. After dinner at Lin's house in the evening, Tang Qing drove back to his uncle's house. Fortunately, there are not many private cars now. Otherwise, there would be no parking spaces in his uncle's community. After saying hello to my uncle and aunt, I returned to the room. Just sat down for a while. Qin Shichi sneaked in, closed the door, turned around and glared at Tang Qing with her hands on her waist, and asked, "Tell me the truth. Did you drive out to play behind my back?" "No way. I haven't been out today. I have been watching TV at Joshua's house," Tang Qing said with a bitter smile. Qin Shichi curled her lips and said in disbelief, "Humph, you must have gone out to play. I don't care. You will take me out to play someday. Where are you going to play? Is there any place around here that you haven't played before?" Tang Qing asked. Qin Shichi thought hard for a while and said, "Really, let me think about it. Okay, let's go to the flower base in the southern suburbs next Sunday to see how it goes. Last year I had a cold and I couldn't go. I must go this year." "Okay, you can go, but you convince your mother first," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Hee, just look at me. I have already thought of a way," Qin Shichi said with a proud face after hearing this. After speaking, he happily left Tang Qing's room, forgetting to close the door. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head, stood up and closed the door. He could think of the method Qin Shichi said with his buttocks. He must have used Qin Shiyu as an assistant to convince his uncle Qin Yugong by acting cute and coquettishly, and then the three of them went together to convince his aunt, and he would definitely be taken by her. In the evening, Tang Qing finished practicing with half a thin copybook and went to bed. Tomorrow is Monday, but he has to take half a day off because the basement of Tianyin headquarters has been capped the day before yesterday. Although the template has not been removed, this does not affect the placement of the communication server. P.S. That's it for today. I wish all my dear readers a happy holiday. Have fun on National Day and spend more time with your family. I hope our motherland will be prosperous and everyone will make money and live a good life. Come on, gentlemen. The next day, on Monday, after Tang Qing finished breakfast, he asked son Chow to pick him up and take him to the headquarters of Tianyin under construction. His second uncle's Big Ben was parked downstairs in his uncle's community. He didn't dare to drive it out during school hours. Fortunately, he had some money in his life. Otherwise, he would have been worried all day long about whether some naughty kid would hit the car. Tang Qing suddenly discovered that this was really a problem. There were not many vehicles in the community, but many of them were scarred. However, those were old cars, and they would be scratched if they were scratched. His second uncle's was a brand new Mercedes-Benz. If it was scratched, although he would not feel bad, his mother and uncle would definitely feel sad for a while. It seemed like we had to find a way to communicate with my uncle and find another place to park. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing arrived at Tianyin's new headquarters. At this time, Tianyin's new headquarters was a huge and busy construction site, with the sound of workers banging and cars roaring and various trucks constantly transporting earthwork back and forth. From the direction, Tang Qing knew that this was the earthwork of the artificial lake. Due to the rush period, Chu Army had been working continuously for construction and excavation in 3 shifts for 24 hours a while, which was why the bottom basement was capped so quickly. Fortunately, the floors are not too high. Otherwise, it would take a long time just to wait for the foundation to settle. After all, high-rise buildings are not like the small second floors in the village. You can dig a hole and build a strip foundation to build a house. Knowing that Tang Qing was coming, He Zixin, the deputy general manager of Tianyin in charge of the project here, and Chu Jun, the owner of the construction company, came to the construction site early. Today was not only the day for Tang Qing to come, but also the day for phased acceptance. However, there was nothing wrong with Tang Qing and He Zixin. As long as a representative of Party A from the construction profession was present, it could only be said that they happened to catch up. Tang Qing saw a group of people standing at the door of the construction site from a distance, with He Zixin in front and Chu Jun chatting with He Zixin from time to time. Judging from the smile on He Zixin's face, it must be a compliment. In addition, there were several other people waiting there. Except for a chief engineer from the Design Institute, Tang Qing didn't know any of the others. Seeing Tang Qing's car arriving, the group immediately stopped chatting. He Zixin also straightened her clothes and stood up straight with a folder in her arms. Tang Qing got out of the car, and He Zixin hurriedly stepped forward and greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Tang. Manager I just came to take a look. It's not a big deal. You came here specially. Don't do this next time," Tang Qing said with a smile. Although he said this, he knew in his heart that the other party would not listen at all. The domestic workplace culture is like this, and it should be said that basically the workplace culture all over the world is like this. Subordinates are based on the principle of getting closer to the boss. You can't say anything with a straight face, and you are absolutely not allowed to do it. You can't isolate yourself from the concern of the people. What fucking workplace culture? Yes, and I also want to see the progress of the project. I haven't been here for more than a week, and the changes are so big. Zixin said with a chuckle. Yeah, I really hope it will be as beautiful as the design by then. Tang Qing nodded and said, then turned to Chu Jun, who was standing respectfully, and said jokingly, Boss Chu, I see you have lost a little weight recently. Mr. Tang has really good eyesight. I have been busy with the project during this period and have lost more than 2 kilograms. Chu Jun chuckled. During this period, he also worked hard to meet the construction deadline. He was very motivated after finally receiving such a good job. As for the project that stuck him in the quagmire, it has gradually improved. With so many days of suspension, the boss is also a little anxious. The key is to buy a house in a hurry. If you don't work, you will be asked to refund the money, so he is busy on both sides now. That's good. Please ask Mr. Chu to take me around. Tang Qing said. He did not go to the water tank first, but planned to check the construction progress first. These are all planned and designed according to his wishes, and can be regarded as a small part of his works. It is also a pleasure to watch these works slowly take shape. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to come at all. Okay, Mr. Tang, brother-son, here are the helmets. Chu Jun handed Tang Qing and the two a white helmet. Others also took a safety helmet on the table at the door and put it on. Although the formwork of the main building had just emerged from the horizon, Tang Qing had no interest in violating the rule that safety helmets must be worn within the construction area of the construction site. Then Chu Jun took Tang Qing and his party around the entire headquarters. Mr. Tang, the basement on the ground floor has been capped now. We will ensure that the buildings above are built 1 floor at a time in 6 days. In another month, you will be able to see your complete office building. The cafeteria and dormitories have also begun to rise above the ground. It is estimated that the decoration will be almost complete in a month. What we have now is the earthwork of the artificial lake. This does not require building a building. We did it last. Chu Jun explained carefully all the way. In order to leave a good impression on Tang Qing, the super second generation, it was also called his company's model project. So Chu Jun knew the entire design plan well and kept an eye on the progress and quality every day. After basically finishing everything, Tang Qing was very satisfied and turned around and said, Not bad, Mr. Chu. Take me to the basement to have a look. Okay. Chu Jun quickly agreed and led the way. At this time, workers are setting up the formwork for the first floor basement. In many places, they are tying steel bars for the floor slabs, which is done in sections. Come to the second floor of the basement. At this time, the formwork has not been dismantled. The steel pipes are standing horizontally, and there are many wooden cubes and concrete blocks on the ground. It is quite inconvenient to walk, but it does not affect the use of this reservoir. A group of people came to the place where the reservoir was. Tang Qing only saw a huge circular slit and a small iron manhole cover. Chu Jun began to introduce. Mr. Tang, the entire storage tank is 6 meters in diameter and 12 meters deep. It has an independent, deep foundation, according to your requirements, to ensure that the storage tank will not settle. At the same time, the entire storage tank is separated from the main building structure, which ensures that even if it is filled with molten iron, the sinking of the storage tank will not affect the safety of the main structure of the building. The well wall is 1 meter thick, the bottom is 1.5 meters, and the top is half a meter. It uses anti-seepage concrete. Except for a manhole, the entire upper part is sealed with concrete. Chu Jun paused after the introduction and looked at Tang Qing. He thought this storage pool was used for firefighting or emergency irrigation. Open that manhole cover. Tang Qing took a flashlight from his pocket, squatted down, and took a look inside the cave. A ladder in a dark space up to 12 meters deep. It is enough to put down the entire communication server, and it can still be wide enough for 2 people to stand around. In terms of height, The highest point of the server is still 2 meters from the top. Although the server weighs 170 tons, it was originally designed to carry a weight of more than 400 tons. It is only 170 tons. Even if it is filled with water, it will not sink too much. Well, it's very good. Mr. Chu, find someone to clean it up immediately. Also, after cleaning, plug the manhole with concrete and leave a pipe for water. I will ask someone to give it a try tonight. Tang Qing said with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Chu Jun quickly agreed. Okay, Mr. Tang, no problem. I'll arrange for someone to do it later. Although he was curious about what Tang Qing wanted to do, Chu Jun didn't dare to ask. He was quite old and knew that he had some curiosity buried deep in his heart. Talking too much would annoy people. Seeing that nothing happened, Tang Qing was ready to leave. In fact, he didn't have to come this morning. He just sealed the hole and cleaned it. It was just like Zixin explained that he also wanted to see the changes here because the next time he came would probably be after it was completed. Tang Qing stood up and said, "That's all I'll see today. Let's go first, Mr. Chu. Next, we will do a good job with good quality and quantity. Money is not an issue. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. There is absolutely no problem with the quality." Chu Jun nodded quickly and assured. After saying that, the group of people walked out of the basement. Gate. Mr. He, just wait for the acceptance. I won't accompany you. Tang Qing said with a smile. Mr. Tang, go slowly. Zixin said and bowed gently. Chu Jun also said goodbye quickly. He knew that Tang Qing was still a student and should be at school today, so he did not dare to ask him to have lunch. After sending Tang Qing away, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tang Qing was young as hell, who said he was the big boss, they were just a bunch of people who just had to eat and eat without being nervous. Mr. He, do you have time at noon? Let's have dinner together. Chu Jun said enthusiastically to Zixin. After passing the inspection today, Tianyin will immediately transfer part of the project funds, which is nearly 5 million. He knows that the entire project funds have already been in Tianyin Company's account. Now that Do Jiao, who has never been masked, is not here, Zixin, the deputy general manager, naturally has the right to sign and the right to choke him. Although Tang Qing said that it is not a problem as long as he works hard with the money, it does not mean that he can neglect Zixin. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your kindness. I'm quite busy these days. You can go ahead. Zixin shook her head and said, she has no interest in socializing or anything like that. As for taking kickbacks, to be honest, she is indeed qualified to receive kickbacks in her position, but she is not this kind of person. Then, okay, Mr. He walked slowly. Chu Jun said, yes. After that, Zixin left the construction site. 10 p.m. 2 soldiers drove a Dongfeng pickup truck to the construction site. Tang Qing watched the actions of the soldiers in the command room. He did not need to go there in person. The teleportation node was also recovered by him. Enough supplies had been prepared in the basement of the clothing store in Bangkok. In fact, there were not many supplies, just some money and a little ammunition to replenish them, but not too much. After all, it was based on the close combat strength of those soldiers. There were really not many opportunities to use guns. At this time, the construction site did not work overtime all night because the work that did not fully consider the process issues was basically over. For example, digging the foundation can be done in 3 shifts around the clock, but repairing the house cannot, and it is not a steel structure or assembled. It takes time for concrete to reach a certain strength. Even if there is an accelerator, it will only speed up the early hardening, and the later strength growth will still take time. This is why it takes 6 days to build 1 floor. In fact, 5 days to build 1 floor is normal. But Chu Jun still has to leave himself some room. If there is any emergency, such as a power outage for a day, he will be dumbfounded. The gate to the construction site was slowly opened by a guard. That's right. As early as last week, Tang Qing had replaced the guard here with 2 soldiers. The working relationship was under the name of Tianyin. At the same time, no outsiders were allowed to stay at the construction site from the beginning, not even those from the construction unit. This request surprised Chu Jun, who had been working in construction for so many years. Generally, construction sites would find a place to build board houses for workers to live in. The most important thing was that these materials did not belong to Tang Qing, but to the construction unit. They also had to find someone to take care of these materials. In the end, Tang Qing offered to provide subsidies while ensuring safety before Chu Jun agreed. He only thought that Tang Qing had some kind of dramatophilia. Wong Wong, Wong Wong. As soon as the pickup truck entered the door, the big wolf dog at the door barked fiercely. At the same time, several wolf dogs in other places on the construction site also barked one after another. In order to prevent people from stealing things, construction sites usually keep dogs. If the construction site is large, it is common to have more than 10 dogs. There are 8 large wolf dogs raised at Tianyan's construction site, and they are extremely ferocious. However, due to the abnormal fighting power of the soldiers, all dogs have to keep their tails between their legs. Quiet, one of our own. The soldier who opened the door glared at the wolf dog and said. After hearing the master's scolding, the wolf dog continued to lie down whining and looked at the 2 strangers. The wolf dogs in other places also stopped barking. The 2 soldiers drove the pickup truck to the main building entrance. One of them came to the water tank, and the other cooperated with the other 2 soldiers to be on high alert nearby. At this time, the upper manhole of the storage tank has been sealed by half a meter of concrete, leaving only a water pipe with a diameter of 5 or 6 centimeters passing through it. There's a smaller pipe next to it for exhaust. Otherwise, how would the air inside be discharged when the water is discharged? Before this, Tang Qing really did not expect that the engineer should have added it. Even the water pipes have been laid, ready to let water in at any time. One of the soldiers came to the pipe, took out a glass bullet-sized bead from his pocket, and stuffed it in. Within 2 seconds, the sound of glass beads falling to the ground came from inside. That's right. Tang Qing had previously turned the outer layer of the teleportation node into glass. Seeing that the server in the teleportation area was ready, Tang Qing ordered, "Second servant, start teleportation." "Yes, Commander, teleportation plan number 657 has begun. Countdown to 10, 9, 8. Inside the reservoir. Although it is dark inside, if someone is there, you can still see the translucent shield slowly rising and expanding until it basically covers the entire space. On the one hand, this shield provides protection, and on the other hand, it detects the size of the space where it is located so as not to pass an elephant into the refrigerator. What else is there to do? The next moment, a completely black server appeared in the confined space. It looks very strange and is different from any electronic device in the outside world. It is a cone-shaped platform with flat hexagonal swords rising upwards, pointing straight to the sky, like declaring the extraordinary and power of oneself. 2 seconds later, the teleportation node disappeared instantly, and the server fell directly to the bottom of the pool. Although it was only 1 centimeter above the ground, the impact of more than 100 tons on the ground still caused the ground to tremble slightly. Except for a few wolf dogs that were barking again, no one nearby noticed the vibration. After the communications server landed, various dark red stripes like circuits slowly appeared on the dark cylinder. First, thicker trunks emerged, and then slowly branched out into various fine branches. Finally, the lines were subdivided into smaller and smaller dark red lines, and the surface became uneven. If you look at it under a microscope, you will find that all the dark red stripes are slightly higher than the dark cylinder surface, and countless components like things slowly protrude from the front and sides of the stripes, as if they are being assembled. If you look more closely, the entire change has reached the atomic level. 2 minutes later, the entire change was over. Everything is calm. There was no sound of any machine running. P.S. Daily crashes and wobbling. Dispatch Center. Command Room. Tang Qing was lying comfortably on the soft chair, eating melon seeds, while he stood upright next to him. A progress bar on the projection screen moved backwards rapidly. Half a minute later, the progress bar finally runs out. At this time, the waiter's voice sounded. "Commander, the number 1 communication server control system has been started. The connection is successful. The data exchange limit test has been completed, and everything is running normally." After hearing that everything was normal, Tang Qing was also a little excited, thinking that he could finally use the waiter in the future. Watching movies online is not a joke, but Tang Qing's true thoughts. When you're bored with practicing calligraphy at night, why not come here to watch movies online, play games for a while, and relax? The simulated sound effects in the command room are definitely no worse than in a movie theater. The communication server can access the entire external internet wirelessly and at high speed, without geographical restrictions or URL filtering and control by communication operators. It can directly access almost all internet networks in the world, except for local area networks, and is extremely concealed. With current technical means, no one can trace the real address of the viewer. At this time, Tang Qing suddenly thought of another question and asked, "Waiter, what does number 1 mean? Do you still have many such servers here?" "Yes, Commander. The dispatch center has a backup communication server. If server number 1 is damaged or abnormal, it can be replaced and upgraded, but the two cannot be used in the outside world at the same time." The waiter replied. "Why?" Tang Qing was like a curious baby. Return to the commander-in-chief, because the waiter only has one connection interface device for the communication server and cannot add more. But the interface device has no data transmission traffic limit, so the server can be upgraded when the data exchange traffic reaches saturation. The waiter explained. After hearing this, Tang Qing understood that the waiter had a device here that was specifically used to connect to the external communication server, but there was only one such device, and it could only serve one-on-one. It was true. It feels so good. The most important thing is that these special upgrades will definitely cost money. Money-hungry system. Tang Qing couldn't help but complain again. Then how fast is your communication speed? It will be upgraded soon. Tang Qing asked. It doesn't matter now. If one day he gets crazy and lets his waiter monitor the world's camera image information, then even a data center will not be able to withstand it. Commander, the two-way communication rate of the server is 1 P per second. The waiter said. AP. Tang Qing said in surprise. Yes. The waiter replied. After receiving the waiter's confirmation, Tang Qing was also shocked. In the early stage, the data transmission speed was 1 P per second. What is this concept? This means that even in more than 10 years, when he is reborn, this server will be able to bear the data exchange traffic of the entire global internet. Damn it. Do you want to be so arrogant? I wasn't even mentally prepared, and you started pretending. No, try again. Waiter, are you sure the outside traffic conversion unit is 1 P? Tang Qing confirmed again. Yes, Commander, the waiter said. Yes. Tang Qing took a breath. He used to think that this server was only capable of a few hundred or thousands of gigabytes per second. So it was 1 P this. How many gigabytes are there? More than 1 million gigabytes. Waiter, why are you so crazy? How many years and months will I be able to use up this bandwidth? This is every second, not every day, and not every hour. Hey, Tang Qing seemed to have thought of something, and his face lit up with joy. I can sell it if I don't need it all. Right. Sell. Boy, can the server receive signals from mobile communication devices? Tang Qing asked tentatively. Don't be happy too early, lest you fall too hard. Commander-in-Chief, no, the communication server only has 2 functions. The first is to provide data transmission services to all our own devices equipped with quantum communication modules. The second is to access the external internet. In addition, it cannot provide wireless communication services to third-party devices. The waiter explained. Tang Qing was speechless. To put it bluntly, this thing can only be used by yourself. He really wanted to ask the waiter, isn't it a pity that your fraudulent communication traffic is wasted like this? Wrong. Another glimmer of hope ignited in Tang Qing's heart. Boy, can the communication modules in those bugs be used to transmit images? Tang Qing asked again. Commander, no. These chips are specially designed and can only transmit specific information. The waiter said, okay, you win. Tang Qing said disappointedly. He just had an idea, an almost crazy idea, which was to replace the internet. That's right. It is to replace the internet, replace the physical transmission layer of the internet. and the core thing is the quantum communication chip. Since that server can enable two devices equipped with quantum communication chips to communicate with each other, can it be installed in devices such as mobile phones, computers, and network servers to achieve communication? And through the server, all devices equipped with chips can achieve ultra-high-speed wireless internet services. All traffic is off the existing carrier's physical lines. Copper cables, optical fibers, and the like are all eliminated. But now it seems that there is no chance because he can't get a suitable chip. The currently known types of chips can only transmit voice and text. Even if this function is built, it will only be a big brother. Even if some military computer appears in the mall later, I can deduct it from it, but how much does this cost? Sell skewers. Shower, when can we make chips? Tang Qing asked again. Commander-in-Chief, there is insufficient information to inquire, the waiter replied. After hearing this, Tang Qing no longer hesitated. If you can't, then you can't. Anyway, you don't necessarily have to make money from this, so it's okay. Just use this server as your trump card. Once it's safe, you don't have to worry about being eavesdropped when you make phone calls or surf the internet. I won't use your line. I'm just eavesdropping. It can also provide safe, high-speed, and uninterrupted network connection services for future users or companies. It's not bad to think about. Therefore, Tang Qing, who was so excited, no longer thought about making money from this. To be honest, when he was reading novels, he didn't like the fact that the protagonist would sell whatever good stuff he had. Even if he was short of money, and even if he was not short of money, he would attract a bunch of flies and mice, which would be very annoying. Therefore, in the future, except for absolutely necessary things or technologies, Tang Qing will not show them to others at all. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, Tang Qing was ready to go back. Tang Yi, I'll leave the rest to you. Tang Qing stood up and said to Tang Yi, Yes, Commander. After saying that, Tang Qing ducked back to the room. As soon as the communication server is released, according to the plan, Tang Yi will begin to partially implement the previous internet monitoring plan. It's very simple in the early days. Some people do intelligence collection work, mainly just the intelligence collection plan numbers that were set up before. These are all done by people, and the system doesn't care about these things at all. It is very cold. The waiter can only complete classification and storage work, as well as some things such as expression analysis and combat assistance. Therefore, the many tasks accumulated before can only be done slowly now. Of course, it is basically impossible to complete all of these tasks. After all, the information on the internet is not complete and many. Things require on-site inspections or sending people to go inside to understand them. It is extremely cumbersome, but it is better than nothing. Just do it for fun first. A small number of talents in this plan will do monitoring work, mainly to see if there will be any information on the internet that is harmful to Tang Qing or his interests. At the same time, they will use the traffic monitoring of the public security system to provide support for those targets that need protection. Overall, in Tang Qing's opinion, this plan will be of little use within a few years and will not generate much revenue. However, in the long run, it will play a huge role, such as monitoring global camera information to locate people. Now, let's do some chores and make preparations. There are many things to do later. P.S. The computer is broken. After Tang Qing left the command room, the soldiers on the construction site also started taking action. A soldier outside turned on the water pump and filled the hole where the server was located with water. No way, the construction site is not connected to the city's water pipe network, but uses groundwater. Because the entire reservoir is too large and the water supply capacity of the water pump is insufficient, it will be half filled by the end of the day. This is because the server base is relatively large. If it is completely filled, it will take at least 2 nights because the construction site also uses water during the day. In fact, Tang Qing thought about pouring the entire server directly with concrete, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. It was too rough to treat a high-tech equipment like this, so he had better use gentle water. The release of the communication server has also greatly eased the work of the soldiers. They no longer have to hold receivers to monitor and track. Everything goes directly to the command room. A country in Africa. in the huge villa estate of the organization that sold Tang Qing's American and German accounts. It was daytime here, but there were still big men in black coming and going, patrolling around the villa with guns and dogs. In a huge basement, dozens of people are still busy. In addition to processing the account opening information of global customers, they're also responsible for maintenance and mining, and they also operate some transfer and money laundering businesses, but the scale is not large. The two-person team that received Tang Qing last time were doing their own things. One was watching a movie, and the other was knitting. Yes, he was knitting a sweater, which looked like a scarf. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like a supervisor quickly came to the group. When the two saw the visitor, they also stopped their own entertainment activities. As long as there was nothing wrong, they could do what they liked. This is not strictly controlled within the organization. After all, in this stagnant African country, although there are various activities on a regular basis, they are far less than at home. Jack, do you remember the person who purchased 200 accounts last time? The supervisor came closer and sat on the table, folding his hands and asked. The technical guy immediately nodded and said, "Of course I remember. I purchased so many accounts from both countries at once. How could I forget? What's wrong, boss? Do you know who he is?" The supervisor asked. Jack shook his head, spread his hands, and said, "I don't know. He is using an encrypted browser. I can't see the other party's specific address information here. You can only find the browser company." It's not that the supervisor asked a stupid question. Although the information was recorded within the organization at the time, these programmers often create some gadgets and may obtain valuable clues. However, the purpose of the organization is not to track the customer's location and information, so some people will not tell them even if they obtain something or have any guesses. It has never been forced before, but this time things are really special. Well, I understand. This is the login method and monitoring permissions of that company's browser server. We received an order to find out the specific address and information of the other party. The supervisor handed over a note and said, "This kind of permission is not high. You can basically just go in and take a look. The confidentiality level is low and it will be deleted after a few days." Jack took a look at the note and said, "Oh, what's wrong with this guy? Even if he is an enemy of the U.S. government, this kind of account should not be checked. Such an order has not been issued in several years." He remembered the types of accounts opened by Tang Qing. Even if the U.S. Taxation Bureau knew that these accounts were laundering money, they would not control them, so we jointly maintain certain rules of the game. Don't ask any unnecessary questions. I heard that the transaction volume in the account was too large, which attracted the attention of a vampire. The supervisor said, "How big is it?" Jack asked curiously. "I don't know, it's big anyway." The supervisor shook his head and said with a smile. In fact, he knew how big it was, but he didn't dare to believe it or say anything nonsense. In just 2 months, that person or force transferred nearly 20 billion US dollars, and then the money disappeared. Although there's currently only one small banker paying attention to it, many big guys are already paying attention to the issue of insufficient guarantees. "Okay, no problem. What are they going to do?" Jack said, and it didn't matter if what the supervisor said was true or false. "Cut off his capital flow and wait for him to contact us. We don't care about the rest." The vampire has also sent experts to keep an eye on it. If you don't need to talk to the other party, we won't be involved in this matter at all. Then you could try to delay as much time as possible. The supervisor said, "Okay, no problem. I'll log in first and check his last online address." 3 minutes later. "Shit, it was deleted. What do you think? Otherwise, would there be any need to use this method?" "Yes." After Tang Qing woke up, he started operating arbitrage transactions as usual. Last week, with various sources of funds, he began to increase the arbitrage limit. Now it's 60 million euros a time. The total daily transaction volume is 600 million euros. The profit is more than 29 million yuan per day. To be honest, Tang Qing was really scared as he watched his funds growing at a rate of nearly 30 million every day. 30 million a day, 900 million a month, and 10.8 billion yuan a year. This is only now. If you are more courageous, 20 billion will not be a problem, but only if no one notices. But is it true that no one will take a break? Tang Qing didn't believe it all. Just like now, the daily transaction volume of 600 million euros is 18 billion euros in a month. What about a year? 26 billion euros. A fucking transaction volume of more than 2 trillion yuan. It's just crazy. It's as bright as a firefly in the dark night sky. In fact, he had thought of this risk at the beginning, but he had no choice. He had no money at that time. He had millions and tens of millions on his body, and there were many places to spend money. Even if it was dangerous, he had to take a gamble. So every time he made a transaction recently, he was mentally prepared for his account to be frozen at any time or for the funds to disappear after the transfer. He is not afraid of the former one. He can forcefully thaw it directly for 1 million, but the latter one is troublesome. Once the other party does this, just like the plan formulated by the command room, they have sufficient backup means. After issuing the transfer order, as usual, it's normal for the account not to arrive within a minute. It's okay if the account hasn't been paid in 5 minutes. It's not like it's never happened before. The account hasn't arrived in 10 minutes. Well, maybe the system is busy. Half an hour passed, and there was still no payment information. Tang Qing knew that something might have happened. An hour later, looking at the empty account, Tang Qing knew something must have happened. The other party has prepared his pocket, waiting for him to get into it. Damn, I'm really afraid of whatever comes next. Although he was prepared, Tang Qing couldn't help but become a little nervous when his money was seized. The reason for nervousness is not money. Money is a small matter, only 600 million. He doesn't care that much anymore. It's because he is afraid that the other party will suspect something and he doesn't know what the other party knows. But one thing is for sure, he needs to solve this matter immediately. Then Tang Qing ducked and entered the command room again. Damn it, my 600 million personal currency is just gone. If I don't spit it out, I'll kill you. Humph if you don't. Let me eat. Don't blame me for not letting you eat or even overturning the table for you. Enter the command room. Tang Qing kept frowning. He didn't know how things would develop today. If the negotiation breaks down, it will mean that he can no longer rely on this arbitrage method to make money in the future. This is his main source of income now. If he loses it, he will definitely feel distressed to death. If the talks are harmonious and the other party acquiesces to his transaction in the future, everyone will be happy even if there is an upper limit. But no matter what the final result is, he must show his strength to the other party so that the other party will not dare to have any evil thoughts in the future. Otherwise, nothing can be discussed. Food is not qualified to negotiate terms. They cannot even determine life or death. Take down this website. The address is Tang Qing, who had made the decision, set an address and a jump method. Yes, Commander, Tang replied. After speaking, he turned around and uploaded the task to the waiter, then dismantled it and distributed it. Although Tang understands, he is not a technician, but a commander. This kind of thing only requires words. The waiter formulates, dismantles, and distributes tasks according to the process. Tang is responsible for supervising whether the tasks are reasonable and complete. The intelligence analyst will do the rest. Otherwise, he would have to work to death on his own. In the past, special anonymous browsers were used when surfing the internet outside, but they are no longer needed from the command room. Not to mention that no one can find the address, even if it is placed in the outside world. With the strength of these analysts who are proficient in binary computers, it is not easy to trace their addresses. After receiving the task, dozens of intelligence analysts immediately turned into computer experts and jointly invaded the website. It sounded grand, but in fact it was very simple. It was nothing more than using various vulnerabilities in the web to gain permissions. In order to make it easier to have friendly access to the outside world's internet in the future, some analysts have already studied Microsoft systems and major development languages early on, constantly testing and discovering new useful vulnerabilities. Otherwise, how could we share the data and information of police stations and various agencies in several countries before? The vulnerabilities they have discovered so far are as diverse as hundreds, and these loopholes come in handy at this time. But since it's not certain which vulnerabilities will be useful, an analyst tests several. Because they're usually too well prepared, and these people are naturally gifted with this kind of information processing. Within 3 minutes, some analysts obtained administrator rights of the website server, and then a larger-scale intrusion has begun, not just on the network server, but also on the computers and various communication equipment there, such as routers, switches, and all other networked equipment. After control, all the information that can be found is extracted. Africa, in that huge basement, a bunch of people huddled together. The person in charge of the organization here and the supervisor were watching beside Jack, waiting for his good news. They knew that Tang Qing's trading time was concentrated at this point, so when the first transfer order of 60 million euros was issued, the bank intercepted the money. They were just waiting for the anxious Tang Qing to contact them, and then track Tang Qing's location to see if they could confirm the other party's information. In Jack's opinion, this kind of thing was very simple. They also considered that if Tang Qing did not want the 60 million euros and run away, this situation was not impossible. After all, a huge amount of nearly 20 billion US dollars was transferred in such a short period of time. It would not be too strange to treat 60 million euros as wasted. Of course, they were still taking a chance, betting that Tang Qing would contact them because he cared about this little money. If he really didn't care, they would have nothing to lose and still get so much money in vain. They are not afraid of anyone who dares to trouble them. Behind them are the shadows of major banks. It is not an exaggeration to say that they do dirty work for them. With the protection of this group of people, the U.S. government may not be able to touch them. But everyone still has to be decent in terms of face. You can't always hang around under people's noses, otherwise they won't come to a place like this. Just as a group of people were happily waiting for the fish to take the bait. Jack, who had been staring at the computer screen, suddenly sat up straight and shouted, "Oh, my God." His face was full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. "What's wrong with Jack? Have you found the other party's location?" The supervisor stepped forward and said happily, "Boss, we're finished," Jack said with a wry smile on his face. At the same time, he put away his hands on the keyboard and leaned on the chair a little weakly. "What do you mean? Which bank is the other party?" the supervisor said curiously. Anyway, he couldn't understand what was on the 6 newly installed screens in front of Jack. He thought he had tracked down some bank account, but he was not afraid. He just apologized if there was a misunderstanding. At the same time, he secretly scolded the instigator for meddling in his own business. But Jack's next words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Boss, what I mean is that our server here has been compromised," Jack said with an ugly face. "What, it's compromised? How is this possible? We have all kinds of security software installed here. How could it be compromised? It's only been a few minutes. It's useless even if the world's #1 hacker team comes, right?" The alarm didn't go off. The supervisor didn't believe it. This news was so shocking that he didn't believe it at all. Over the years, they had encountered countless cyber attacks, but no one could get in. They had spent a lot of money to hire many companies, experts, and even hacker teams to improve their defense system. It is much more powerful than those firewalls on the market. "Boss, that's right. I wrote an inconspicuous little software and put it in the code of servers and computers. It's of no use. It mainly counts the number and status of users with various permissions. Now all servers, routers, switches, and computers here have a new super user. Remember, it's a new one. There can only be one super user for those devices. He can forcefully add another one. This is not scientific at all," Jack explained slowly. Although he didn't want to believe it, this completely illogical thing just happened. When the supervisor heard that the situation was serious, he quickly said, "Then tell someone to cut off the internet immediately." Jack smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, "It's useless, it's too late. With the internet speed here, all the customer information in the database will be copied in just 1 minute, and it's useless to disconnect it." Then what to do? The supervisor was at a loss. It took more than a minute to run to the tightly protected computer room. Jack spread his hands and said helplessly, "Let the higher-ups know about this situation. We can't handle it. Now I probably don't have the permission to do any useful operations." Look, all our super user accounts have been deleted. All other low-level permission accounts are gone. Boss, we may have offended someone we shouldn't offend. P.S. I'm not used to coding on mobile phones. Thinking and logic, please forgive me if you feel bad. Someone you shouldn't mess with? The supervisor remained silent after hearing this. Of course, he knew that he had offended someone who was not easy to mess with. Otherwise, how could he invade and control all their devices connected to the network in minutes? He did not expect that the other party's revenge would come so fast and so sharply. All their defenses were like paper, easily torn to pieces. The sheep turned into wolves in an instant, so fast that they were unprepared. He couldn't figure out who the other party was for a while. It was possible that he was the owner of another bank. After all, Tang Qing had the ability to cover up the flow of funds, but it was also possible that he was someone from other powerful forces. Anyway, things are getting tricky. DDD. At this time, the phone in the supervisor's pocket rang, and he quickly took it out to answer it. He knew it was the call from the tracking team, who were also staring at Tang Qing. In 3 minutes, he answered 4 calls. He explained each one carefully, but their person in charge didn't say anything, turned around, and went back to his office to inform the instigator. The supervisor put down the phone and said with a wry smile, "Jack, you are right. The management privilege accounts of those they invited have all expired with us." Jack was about to speak. That's when all the monitors in front of Jack went black. The next second, a big question mark appeared on the middle display screen. Then there was a line of words written in English. "Where is my money?" Several people looked at each other. I don't know what to say. Now the other party knows almost everything about me. This word diary is also recorded. If I lie, the other party may do something drastic. They are not afraid of destroying their equipment here because they have backups, many of which are paper backups. What they fear is this kind of strength. The plan was to fool Tang Qing, but now that the other party knew about it, he could no longer fool him. Just when they were preparing to wait in silence for the person in charge to come out. Here, the speaker next to the computer made a harsh grinding sound. Everyone in the basement covered their ears. Several people instantly understood that the other party was reminding them not to pretend not to see it. Think about it. This kind of big man is angry, asks you without saying anything, and gets angry no matter who you ask. Just when Jack was about to unplug the stereo cable, a mechanical voice came from inside. "Director UC, put on your headphones." The supervisor's face was full of helplessness. The other party already knew his name and even called him by name. What else could he say if someone else had a bomb in his hand? UC carefully picked up the headphones and put them on. At this time, the voice from before came from inside. "Director UC, how can we solve this matter?" The problem was straightforward and simple. UC took a deep breath, organized his words, and said, "First of all, I apologize for our unreasonableness. I'm sorry, but we are also acting under orders. Please wait a moment for details. I'm also waiting for news from our person in charge." He didn't dare to say a word about this kind of thing, so he let the bosses worry about it. But he believed that the bosses were not stupid. There was no need to offend such people. This might even be one of the bosses. The more UC thought about it, the more likely it was. Otherwise, how could he have so seamlessly concealed the flow of funds? With so much money and such incredible invading power, the other party was definitely a very powerful force, and the possibility of it being other bankers was also very high. "Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. I want to know the result, but let me tell you, if my money is gone, you don't even think about escaping." A cold voice came from the other end of the earphone. UC didn't know how to answer the question. Neither yes nor no was good, so he could only deal with it silently, then quickly put down the headphones and walked toward the person in charge's office. For 10 minutes, he didn't dare to bet that the other party was just here to play. Since the entire villa's network was taken over and disconnected by Tang Qing's people, others also stopped their work, but no one was worried because they believed that the big guys behind it would sort it out. It was just a shock to the other party's strength that they actually took over and controlled their entire network without even realizing it. Many technical geeks have begun to admire him. They know their own defense system very well. To be honest, 100 of them would not be able to break in silently. Command room. Tang Qing watched the images in the basement on the surveillance camera. Due to Jack's obstruction, they also gave up the idea of disconnecting the internet. Anyway, they felt like they were being exposed, so they simply didn't bother to cover up. So Tang Qing asked the analyst to download the surveillance video, which was of no use except to confirm the person. The only drawback is that there is no sound. Well, he was too demanding. After this invasion, he also learned something about this organization. It was roughly the same as what he had learned before. The main business was to open money laundering accounts for people in need in various countries. Some cooperated with banks, and some cooperated with underground banks. After all, not all banks would do this kind of thing. Those banks controlled by the state generally did not do it because their interests were consistent with the country. In addition, they also control underground banks and foreign exchange black markets in many countries and help many people launder money through their powerful money laundering network, which is their biggest source of profit. There are also some messy jobs, which are all related to the illegal transfer of funds anyway. We have cooperative relationships with many countries. For example, in island countries, some of their organizational records show that people from island countries provide financial support to their overseas agents or intelligence personnel using their channels or accounts. This is what many countries around the world do. After all, some money cannot be seen. If Tang Qing hadn't transferred too much money and all the money was missing, no one would have broken the rules. Although there is information about all the banks that have opened accounts, as well as customer information that they have investigated and confirmed, there is no background information about this organization. It is just business information. At the same time, Tang Qing also determined the location of the other party. It was within about 10 kilometers of the capital of an African country. This was calculated based on the light attenuation between the two routers that existed there. It was impossible to determine accurately because the communication service operator did not have a record of the detailed address. Well, just know which country it is in and send someone to check it out. For an organization like this with connections all over the world, he doesn't dare to take it lightly. This is a battle in itself until one side completely loses the threat. Within 5 minutes, UC and their leader walked out of the office. Hughes picked up the headset and put it on and said carefully, "Are you still there? Well, tell me how to solve it." Hughes said quickly, "Hello, this is a misunderstanding. We will give you your money, but someone wants to talk to you. Ooh, one of our shareholders is also a person with great powers. Contact information. You can contact the other party through this website." After ending the call, Tang Qing fell into deep thought for a moment, because he suddenly realized that maybe this was the other party's true intention. What the other party wants is not money, but other things to come to him. Otherwise, it would only be 60 million euros, which is less than a fraction of what this organization earns every year. There is no need to break the rules at all. Haha, interesting. Tang Qing smiled. No matter what tricks you play, I will catch them all. P.S. Tang Qing asked the waiter to log in to the website given by UC. In an instant, a very clean network interface popped up. It was really clean. There were only 2 text boxes on it, input and output, just like chat rooms from long ago. It's so easy. Tang Qing couldn't help complaining. He didn't know why the other party didn't contact him directly by phone or use other communication methods, but the other party must have considered this. The dialog box is also good, just like Penguin Chat. You have enough time to think about how to answer. If you talk directly on the phone, there are too many things that can be revealed. The voice is still a small thing. The most important thing is the way of speaking, character, language habits, etc. If it were not for acting, those psychology experts can analyze a person to a close with just a few words. It is quite scary. It is much better to use this thing. Tang, keep an eye on this website. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi replied. Then the mission was issued, and the intelligence analyst became busy again. Even so, Tang Qing didn't have any expectations. Since others already know his strength in the internet, they will definitely be prepared. What useful information they can find is abnormal and cannot be trusted because there are not many ways to avoid network address tracking. When ordinary people go online, their address can be seen by the operator, but for special people, they can ask the operator not to record it, and it is useless to check the network address. 2 minutes later, The other party's server and computer were all controlled. However, this is a wild website. Apart from obtaining the network address, there is no other useful information. Although the test data shows that it is in Texas, the operator does not have any registration information for users of this network address. Okay, I knew it would be like this. Fortunately, Tang Qing didn't have any expectations. The method of tracking network IP addresses to deal with individual or small groups of hackers is not effective at all, and no purchase information was even found from the MAC address of the device. Tang Qing typed on the virtual projection keyboard on the table. "Who are you?" Of course, they were all typed in English. Wouldn't the Chinese characters be exposed? 10 seconds later, a message is displayed above. "Hello. I'm really sorry to bother you like this, but I can't help it. We don't have any contact information about you, so we made the last decision. Please forgive me." Although the other party had a good attitude, Tang Qing didn't appreciate it. This kind of person always has such a mean mouth when asking for help, and he will never be soft or hesitant when stabbing someone in the back. Tang Qing curled his lips and typed, "Please return my money to me before we talk about things. When talking about things, we must be equal. The other party is holding his own money and talking about nonsense. No problem. Your money will arrive in 1 minute. To show our sincerity, we will talk about it then." Tang Qing did not reply, but waited for his money to arrive. Sure enough, in less than a minute, he received the payment notification, but the amount was wrong. 80 million euros. An extra 20 million euros and 200 million yuan in apology fees. Is this sincerity? But what does the other party need to talk to you about? And what do you have that the other party values? Huge financial resources? It would be a bit of a trap if this were the case. The amount of money that I was transferring back and forth was not just the amount of money that was transferred by the system. What I could really take out was less than 200 million US dollars. Or is it the ability to hide one's own funds? This is also possible. The system is working, and they can find out the ghost. It is also possible to get to know yourself, the deep water predator. Forget it. I don't think about it anymore. There's no point in thinking about it. I'd better ask. Tang Qing then typed, "I received the money. It's 20 million more." "What do you mean?" "Hello. The 20 million yuan is given to you as an apology. Next, I hope that our conversation will not have any impact due to the previous misunderstanding. It is really rich to use more than 200 million yuan to eliminate the misunderstanding, but don't waste it. How can you spit it out if it goes into your mouth? Okay, I'll accept it. As long as I'm not asked to stop doing this kind of thing in the future, I think our next conversation will be very pleasant." Tang Qing said. He is not willing to give up the income of 30 million yuan a day. "Don't worry. We don't need you to stop this transaction. We just hope that your money will continue to be transferred between our banks in the future." "What do you mean?" Tang Qing asked. He immediately heard the problem. "We?" Obviously, this does not refer to all current arbitrage banks, because he is already using these channels, so there is no need to remind him. "Does the other party also have different camps?" "We don't need to know the use of your huge assets. I just hope that your money can go through our bank channels in the future." "Didn't you go through your channels before?" Tang Qing asked, pretending not to know. "Of course not. We are also divided into different camps internally. For example, the organization you just captured belongs to our side. The other camps have their own similar organizations." Well, Tang Qing immediately knew that this was coming to support him. With the advantage of first contact and channels, he was the first to win over Tang Qing, which is a bit like a bank soliciting deposits. But it would be too naive to really believe that the other party is trying to acquire wealth. "Why? What transaction fees do you want?" Tang Qing asked again, pretending to be a novice. "Not at that time. We were not interested in the transaction fee at all. As for the purpose, we keep it secret. If you want to transfer money in the future, you can directly transfer it to several accounts designated by us. We will transfer the corresponding currency to your designated account. The handling fee will also be waived for you. Everything will be converted to you according to the international exchange rate. Are there any benefits to you doing this?" Tang Qing asked curiously. From the perspective of formal business, the other party will not get any benefit. Unless, sorry, we can't tell each other about this. Tang Qing was silent. It was obvious that the other party needed his money to do some special things, such as transferring assets, laundering money, etc. Also, you can't use the bank's primary assets to launder money. Even using fake customer loans to launder money is easy. Or is there some greater benefit? Forget it. It's none of his business. Anyway, it is an internal matter in Western countries. As for wanting to harm him, haha, just kidding, no one can find him. However, it seems that he should be careful when using transfers in the future. This transaction method is so unique that he was not prepared to use a foreign bank account under his real name until he thought of a solution. And he had to start a new layout. Is there a limit? Tang Qing asked. Yes, 600 million euros a day. That's why we are looking for you so urgently. Tang Qing was speechless. He originally wanted to improve a bit and earn 100 million a day, but it seems that his dream has become real. But he is not disappointed. This amount is already very high. Making 100 million yuan a day is absolutely crazy. That means the annual transaction volume is as high as 600 to 700 billion euros. Many people will go crazy. I agree. Tang Qing agreed. At least for now, it won't cause any harm to himself or his country. If he doesn't agree, it won't be fun for others to directly cut off his arbitrage channels. Before, I thought that the other party had swallowed his money or wanted to kill him or even threatened him, but the other party did not. Then there is no need to conflict with others. He is a master who takes soft things, but not hard ones. However, even if the other party doesn't say it, he still needs to understand the other party's purpose. Otherwise, he will feel itchy. P.S. Mouse tries his best to write 2 chapters a day. Now that the computer is dead, I can only write on my mobile phone. The speed is very slow. Fortunately, Mouse can't save a single word of the manuscript. Otherwise, I would have fainted in the toilet crying. Oh, why can't I be happy? Thank you for your trust in us. In the future, you can directly transfer money into the following bank accounts. We will immediately transfer the corresponding euros into one of your frequently used accounts according to the current international exchange rate. I hope we can have a happy cooperation in the future. Then the other party sent 6 account numbers, 3 American banks, 3 German banks, and 2 of them were not the banks he used for arbitrage before. Presumably, these are all banks from the opposing camp, but they are certainly not all banks from their camp. At the same time, there was also a website sent for future contact. Just like before, this was a wild website and a wild computer, and no useful information could be found. Then the two ended their communication without much nonsense. From the beginning to the end, the other party did not inquire about Tang Qing's information, nor did he talk nonsense. He only talked about business and was very self-disciplined. However, what is certain is that the other party must have been very concerned about his information, just like Tang Qing wanted to know the other party's information. Both sides will spare no effort to investigate each other. But these things can only be done, not said, as long as everyone knows it well. Tang Qing sat on a chair, closing his eyes to relax. He always felt like he was being teased. It was late at night, and someone else blew him up with just a few moves, and then everything went according to the other person's idea. With an apology fee of 20 million euros, he couldn't get angry. What a mess. Now he's not sure who the other party is. The other party just said that it is an alliance of some banks, but there are many banks. It is completely unclear whether the other party is a shareholder of a certain bank, a professional manager, or their bank director. Maybe that person, just now, was just a little guy who was pushed to the front desk. There's so many possibilities that it gives Tang Qing a headache. He hates the feeling of not being able to control this kind of thing. Let's investigate honestly. Tang Yi, immediately make a plan to find out the specific information about this alliance and several other alliances, and find out what they use the money for. But it needs to be a little more hidden. I don't want to confront them head on. Tang Qing immediately ordered. Actions are too obvious or too radical are obviously inappropriate. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi said. Seeing Tang Yi turn around and busy, Tang Qing felt a little distressed. Not for Tang Yi, but for money, because once such a large-scale plan was involved, he would definitely have to spend money again. It's true that the more enemies you have, the more money you spend. Forget it, just spend it. If you have money, don't spend it on anything. Most of his money in the future is expected to be spent on the command room or even the comprehensive service center. However, from the current point of view, its cash return rate is much higher than that of investing in other industries. So Tang Qing is willing to spend money on it. He is not a stock expert, nor does he know how to speculate in futures or foreign exchange, nor does he remember gambling on sports events. All he can remember is the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008. Maybe he can make some money, maybe not, because he doesn't know if he will be able to make that little money by then. His path is not to be a miser trying to make money, but to gain momentum. The closer you get to the core rights of this world, the smaller the role of money. No one will look down on you just because you have a lot of things I printed. Tang Qing's desire for money is not strong, as long as it can satisfy development. With the mandatory goals of the system and the various functions currently displayed, what he wants to fight for is the right to speak in this world. At that time, it was too early to say this, and it would be foolish to think too far ahead, so just keep moving forward step by step. Half an hour later, the entire plan was freshly hatched. Tang Qing took a rough look at the catalog. It's really quite expensive. A total of 500 million yuan is needed. There were fewer intelligence analysts than he expected. Tang, he said that they were part of the people who used the surveillance plan. There was no need to add too many intelligence analysts in the command room. This time, they would be sent out on a large scale. Tang Qing looked at the contents of the plan carefully and was very surprised. Speechless, completely carrying forward the dark style of these guys. The core purpose of the plan is to find out the equity information of those banks so that we can determine who is behind the scenes this time. However, shares are not that easy to check. Layers of holdings and cross-holdings can deceive people. In addition to the announced major shareholders, he wants to check out the inconspicuous small shareholders. There are countless big families in Europe and the United States, and there are more than 10 or 20 that are familiar to ordinary people. But are these the top forces in the world? Obviously impossible. Ordinary people know very well that these big guys are so shameless, but Tang Qing doesn't completely believe it. In the information age, everything you want to know is what capital wants you to know. If you really believe it, then that's a stick. This plan is so huge that the things involved would scare the average person out of their wits. There are 4 lines in total planned. The first one is the entire history of Europe and the United States. Yes, it is such nonsense. Anyone who has read the history of Europe and the United States knows that family marriages are very common throughout Europe and the United States. For example, in those countries in Europe where life and death were fought, they basically all have some kind of kinship. If you don't investigate and study carefully, the relationship will not be clear, and you can't tell who is who. The second point is to investigate the equity information of all key companies in European and American countries. Figure out who owns whose industry first. It's the same as when he asked Sky to collect information on domestic enterprises above designated size. But this plan is more detailed and mandatory. It must be clarified, and the workload is huge. Then there is the third point, which is to obtain the equity registration information of all companies and institutions in all offshore centers around the world as a supplement to the second step. The method is very simple, both online and on the spot. On-the-spot investigation is not difficult. Just find the key people to require it. This kind of information is difficult to obtain through formal means, but as long as there is no bottom line, there are really not many secrets in this world. Otherwise, those intelligence organizations can survive just by relying on friendly negotiations. What a joke. The last point is to follow the clues from Africa and see if you can find any useful information. If it's possible, we might even break into them. If we can't, just forget it. This is not too demanding. The 4 lines are moving forward in parallel, and the methods are much milder than the Bangkok plan. There is nothing that can be done about it, because one day in the future, I will come to the forefront and be known by this group of people. If I am too messy and make too many enemies, it is very likely that an all-out war will begin within 2 episodes. That would be a bit difficult to end. To be honest, there is actually no need to build such a big battle, but Tang Qing thought about it and found that these things are very necessary. In the future, whether it is the layout of various industries or finding alliances, If the relationship is not clear, he will be sold out every minute without knowing what happened. It's just a pain for his own wallet. If he transfers the 500 million yuan to Tang, he won't have much funds to freely mobilize. Moreover, Lugan's 300 million will be repaid at the end of the month. TSK. Let's hurry up and make money honestly. Tang Qing then started a new method of arbitrage trading and deposited money into the bank account designated by the other party. Within a minute, the euro account received a credit notification. The speed is quite fast. After 9 times, Tang Qing calculated the new arbitrage profit, 36.23 million yuan a day. Gee, it feels so good to make money. By the end of the month, Lucian's loan of 300 million yuan could be repaid. P.S. I'm coding on my mobile phone, but I don't have a good sense of rhythm. I'm done dumping the blame. Hee. After completing today's making money task, Tang Qing teleported directly back to his uncle's home. He didn't have to worry about the rest of the matter. Just leave it to the group of robots. Tang will send 2 specialized warriors to escort the teleportation nodes to various places where needed according to the plan, leaving behind the warriors and equipment to perform the mission, and then move to the next location. Since there's only one transmission node and the country spans a wide area, it will take at least a week to place more than 100 people of various types. When Tang Qing thought of this, he was confused. Why was it so difficult to do something? It required so many people, so much money, and so much energy. In the end, he always felt like the system didn't care about anything, and he was completely allowed to do whatever he wanted. For example, he has basically stopped getting involved in the current loan tasks, and there is no profit in doing them. He doesn't know why the system continues to issue such tasks, and it is also the most important assessment indicator before level 10. Except for the penalty of loan tasks, the system does not have any other restrictions that can make him over. Are you reminding yourself not to forget your original intention? Or does it have other deeper meanings? Tang Qing couldn't figure out for a moment, and the system didn't pay attention to his question at all. Hey, I really envy the system that can chat with the owner and talk nonsense. Never mind. You will know sooner or later. Let's go back to sleep first and then talk about it. Although I can't sleep now, it's good to squint and stay warm in bed. Just when Tang Qing was lying in bed, counting the lambs. USA, near a remote town in Texas. Inside a farmhouse, an old man in his 60s was standing by the window and respectfully answering the phone. On the computer behind him was the web window where he was chatting with Tang Qing. Sir, as expected, the other party has agreed. The old man said humbly, well, that's good. Inform your technical teams and do their best to investigate the other party's information. I will also send people to assist you, but you must pay attention to the methods. This kind of unknown force should not be in a head-on conflict before knowing the details of the other party. A voice that was neither sad nor happy came from the other end of the phone. Yes, sir. Could the other party be some alliance doing business? After all, the transaction volume is really too big, but the method is not very similar. I have never seen such an operation method. The old man couldn't help but ask. Haha, old man, I know what you're worried about, but what does it matter? It has no impact on us at all, and we have no conflict of interest in this matter, right? The man chuckled. After hearing this, the old man nodded and said, I understand, sir. I will find out the details and purpose of the other party as soon as possible. Well, keep an eye on the X-72 project of the Bright Biological Research Center. If the second phase of the test is successful, notify me immediately. I'm useful. Yes, sir. In the next few days, Tang Qing attended school honestly, enjoying a comfortable school life during the day. After practicing calligraphy in the evening, he went to the command room to watch movies. With the perverted first-level intrusion capabilities of the analysts, it was not too easy to obtain the high-definition sources of various movie blockbusters. Coupled with the image optimization ability of the waiter, it looked much clearer than the big screen in the cinema. The sound effects were also great. Although it was loud, it would never feel harsh. Of course, these will not affect the work of other people in the command room, because their smart seats are equipped with something similar to a ring-shaped energy shield, which can selectively isolate sound and dust, and even have preliminary defense capabilities. I heard from the waiter that it can also resist the continuous shooting of ordinary firearms. If they're sold, it will definitely be very profitable. But Tang Qing is not short of money, so why should he sell it? The relevant departments will come up within minutes of taking this kind of thing out. We can just keep the good stuff to ourselves. From this thing, Tang Qing also saw a glimmer of hope for having future weapons. Why the hell is a seat holding it in its mouth like this? How can it be justified if the weapons your Y sells in the future are not powerful? But even if the system can sell large-scale vehicle-type weapons in the future, to be honest, Tang Qing will not dare to use them blatantly, because those good things are not like firearms and have a large production volume. They are registered with various countries and arms dealers. If one more one suddenly appears, those arms dealers will go crazy, even if you have a military factory. This represents a serious leak of technology, and it is definitely a relationship that will never give up until it is understood. It feels like this is forcing him to become an arms manufacturer. March 26th, sunny. Saturday. After such a long period of preparation, as of yesterday, dozens of Shengtang clothing stores in the province have all opened, and there are hot news every day. Looking at the growing sales every day, Tang Qing is very satisfied. Although he will not be able to get a cent in the short term, and he will even spend a lot of money in it in the future, this is his first company and the only one that is currently controlled and operating externally. Although according to calculations, as of the end of this year, excluding investment, Shengtang Clothing's profit was only more than 30 million yuan, which is equivalent to what he makes from arbitrage in a day. However, in this business, whether he makes money is secondary. It is a pleasure to watch it grow and expand. Anyway, Tang Qing didn't expect how much money he could earn by engaging in industry. At the same time, today is also the day when 2 jewelry stores open. Speaking of which, the preparations were a bit rushed, only taking a week, but the 2 families were a little impatient. As soon as the second uncle's goods arrived, they started to work nervously. With Lu Qian's active help, all the procedures and licenses were processed very quickly, and Tang Qing couldn't even push it away. Along with the goods came 2 Chinese people from the second uncle's company. The 2 countries are adjacent to each other. There are many Chinese people who come to Bangkok to make a living. The second uncle often gives priority to the Chinese. Tang Qing heard that the second uncle is also the vice president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce over there. Anyway, it's just a false title of little use. The main purpose of the 2 coming here is to receive short-term training on the display of goods, staff training, and some basic jewelry knowledge and business skills. They will stay for a month until the 2 families can fully afford the normal operation of the store before leaving. Early in the morning, Tang Qing took a leave of absence and drove his Mercedes-Benz and his uncle's family to the Tang family's jewelry store. Lin Jiaxue, a good student, naturally went to school. Parking the car on the side of the road, Tang Qing and his party got out of the car. There were no firecrackers, only some flower baskets placed at the door, which were sent by his second uncle and Lugon. Tang Qing did not join in the fun, because the door of the jewelry store was really not big. It was located in a bustling commercial district with people coming and going, and sometimes it was even open to traffic. The flower baskets of the 2 rich people who were not short of money had already filled up the available space. At the same time, Tang's father and Tang's mother also invited a band of elderly people to play gongs and drums at the door and later wander around the neighborhood holding advertising banners. Dong dong. Bang. Take a look. Don't miss it when you pass by big. Opening discount. Genuine products. You'll get 10 for every fake one. Dong dong. Bang. As long as 1,000 pure gold, the first 100 customers will receive a 10% discount, and there will also be premium gifts. Tang Qing felt so embarrassed listening to these slogans that could be regarded as advertising slogans. He didn't know why, maybe because it's too down to earth. In my previous life, when I was handing out business cards all over the street, what I heard the most were the slogans of various merchants. Sometimes I would stop and watch for a while when there were performances. Now that I think about it, I still miss my previous life. Damn it, whoever wants to go can go. Of course it was not Tang's father and Tang's mother who were shouting. They were not that free yet. Since their hands and feet are not as diligent as those of the young people, they both play the role of men in the store, helping wherever they are needed. Anyway, they look very weird. Tang Qing and his party walked into the store. As soon as they entered, Qin Shiqi pulled her sister around with a look of excitement on her face. At this time, there were already a lot of people crowding in to join in the fun. After all, the jewelry sold here is not just big cabbage. They are not cheap. The new year has passed, and the brand is not famous, so naturally not many people buy it. At this time, Tang's mother was sorting out the gold necklaces in the container. Tang Qing discovered that after not seeing her for a few days, his mother was also very good at watching and stealing. She matched herself with several types of jewelry, did her hair, and put on some light makeup, making her look much younger. "Mom, I'm busy." Tang Qing stepped forward and said with a smile. Hearing the familiar voice, Tang's mother immediately looked up and found her brother's family, and Tang Qing, who was skipping classes. She immediately said angrily, Tang, you brat, you skipped classes again today. Hey, it's just one morning, it's okay. Uncle and the others are going to the southern suburbs to see flowers. I'll be the driver. Mom, what about you? Do you want to go together? Tang Qing suggested. Tang's mother closed the cabinet and said, How can we have time? There are so many people today. Although there are many people wandering around, we can't ignore it. So what's going on? Is there any business? Tang Qing said curiously. When she heard about the business, Mrs. Tang's face became a little pessimistic, and she whispered, We have closed 7 orders since the opening, but there is no rush. Our early promotion was too hasty. We only sent out flyers for 2 days, and the brand awareness is not high. However, your second uncle predicted that the business will pick up in half a month. Don't rush now. Mom, don't worry. The business will definitely be good. Don't forget to buy a house then. Tang Qing said with a smile. With him here, he can make the business of the 2 jewelry stores boom. But there is no hurry now. It is only the first day of opening. Wait a few days before talking, otherwise the traces of deliberateness will be too obvious. Tang's mother felt much happier after hearing her son's words. For no reason, she just believed in her son. How could it be so fast? Your Uncle Lin said that you can get a mortgage when you can earn more than 30,000 yuan a month. That's not necessarily the case in the first month. Don't worry, Mom. It's only 30,000 yuan a month. It's nothing for a store as big as ours. Tang Qing said with a smile. If the 30,000 yuan pocket profit is included in the rent and labor costs, the monthly profit must be more than 50,000 yuan. Calculating based on the profit margin of these jewelry, it only needs about 300,000 yuan in sales a month. Hiss. So cheap. So few. It was just a fraction of what he earned in a day. No, let's round it up. 500,000. Each family spends 500,000 on jewelry every month. As for what they buy it for, he really hadn't thought about it. Forget it. Just give away later. But who should I give it to? I'm confused. Seeing Tang Qing's strange look, Tang's mother thought Tang Qing was worried about her sales target, and she felt very relieved. At this time, the 2 sisters Qin Shiqi also finished shopping and came over. Shiqi, you are here. Hurry up. Take whatever you like. My aunt will decide to give it to you. Mother Tang said with a smile on her face. She was really willing to give anything to her brother's 2 daughters, and she was not being polite. No, Aunt, I have a lot of jewelry. You don't think these are suitable for our age? Qin Shiqi shook her head quickly and said, She is really not interested in gold and silver jewelry, and it is not suitable to wear diamonds and gems. In comparison, she still likes gadgets that cost a few or 10 yuan. That's right, sister-in-law. Come and choose one, and I'll give it to you. I've looked at these things, and the price quoted by Xiao Kai is nearly 1/3 different from the average selling price here. It's quite cheap, so don't be polite to me. You're not allowed to leave until you choose one today. Mother Tang whispered. In the past few years, Tang Qing has been staying at her brother's house, and Qin Yugong's family has been very kind to her son. Compared with the importance of her son in her heart, no jewelry can pay off the gratitude in her heart. There's such a big difference, so you'll have to make more money. My aunt exclaimed in a low voice. You can only make money by selling this. Mother Tang smiled bitterly. Annie nodded, looked around, and said, "The value of the goods here seems to be a lot." Mother Tang said, "I looked at the invoice, and the total value is more than 9 million. If you sell them all, you can earn more than 3 million. If you want to make 1 million, you need to sell nearly 1/3 of these goods." 1/3? How long will it take to sell this? Qin Yugong said, looking at the full cabinets in the store. Tang's mother smiled and said, "Xiao Kai said it won't take long because his company has already begun to establish branches in the mainland. When the time comes, there will be publicity and various later activities, discounts, and word of mouth. Xiao Kai said it will not be too difficult to meet this expectation this year." "That's it, that's good. Let's go first. I wish you a prosperous business," Qin Yugong said with a smile. "Okay, you go and play, Tang Tang. You have to go to class in the afternoon, you know," Tang's mother warned. "I know, Mom. I'm leaving," Tang Qing agreed. "Drive slowly." Father Tang, who was waiting for customers, raised his head and said again, "I know." After saying that, Tang Qing took his uncle and his family to Lin's father's shop, which was more than a kilometer away. The couple was also very busy, so they just exchanged greetings and congratulations before leaving. After leaving the Lin family shop, Tang Qing took them to the flower base in the southern suburbs. There are also huge crowds of people here. Tang Qing felt that it was like a tourist attraction, but it was not surprising. Although it was a flower base, it was next to the largest park and zoo in the city. Looking at the various flowers inside, the two cousins were very excited. They looked around and found that there were no expensive flowers. The ones that could be touched were all cheap ones. They were so expensive that they were surrounded or watched by someone. Tang Qing looked at all kinds of beautiful flowers, nodding his head appreciatively, looking like an expert, but there were only a few flowers he knew. Some of them were only slightly familiar, and most of them he had never heard of. Forget it. Stop pretending. He has no feelings for these things in the first place. I still like cold technological products. P.S. The new computer has arrived. I hope this thing can last a long time. I am still used to reading on the computer. This is a big chapter today. Let's spend the remaining 11 or 2 days well. Please vote for it. Thank you. Tang Qing and her uncle and aunt walked slowly around the flower base. Qin Shiqi didn't stop wherever they went. She pulled Qin Shiyu, who looked helpless, and walked quickly. If she saw any interesting and beautiful plants, she would go over to have a look and smell them. From time to time, she would pull Qin Shiyu, who looked reluctant, to smell them together. Sometimes, she would force her to express her opinion, chattering nonstop. Well, Tang Qing once again mourned for a few seconds of silence for his future cousin-in-law. This brother-in-law will have a headache in the future. Fortunately, Lin Jiaxue is not such a person. Thinking about it, we are so happy. Not far away, Tang Qing saw two cousins standing by the flowers in front, and Qin Shiqi was waving to him vigorously. Tang Qing immediately understood and walked over quickly. This was not Qin Shiqi's kind intention to make him look at the flowers, but summoning the camera hanging around Tang Qing's neck. The camera was a gift given to him by Lu Gong before. It cost tens of thousands, but he had never used it until now. It was Qin Shiqi who used it for fun. He was not a coolie when he went out today, so Qin Shiqi hung the camera around his neck just now when he got off the car. Tang Qing's use and understanding of this gadget actually stopped at turning on and off the machine and shutter. Think about it sometimes. Is it considered a disability? Brother, come and take pictures for us. If you don't take good pictures, I want you to look good. As soon as Tang Qing approached, Qin Shiqi said loudly, with excitement on her face. As for Qin Shiyu on the side, she showed a lack of interest. She was not interested in taking pictures at all. She just smiled awkwardly and vowed to be a quiet foil. Tang Qing said helplessly, "Okay, here we go, 3, 2, 1. How about it? Not bad." He couldn't say the word eggplant because he felt so stupid. After taking the photo, Tang Qing handed the camera over. Qin Shiqi came jumping over, enlarged the picture, and said angrily, "Why am I closing my eyes?" Tang Qing spread his hands to show that it was none of my business, and said, "Who told you to blink?" I'm only responsible for taking a picture of you and the flower. Look how good my composition is. Most importantly, this flower is so beautiful. You didn't even talk about eggplant. I'm not ready yet. No, take another photo for me. I won't blink this time. Of course, Qin Shiqi quit. What's the use of beautiful flowers? People also have to be beautiful. Okay, you're the boss. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, take photos. How about this one? After saying that, Tang Qing took another photo of her. Let's not talk about the eggplant. Qin Shiqi didn't care about the difference between the eggplant and the photo. She rushed over to take a look, took a closer look, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Not bad. It's quite beautiful, but the light feels a little too dark." Feeling? Want to reshoot? No. Qin Shiqi must not be allowed to have such dangerous thoughts. It's okay. Just go back, and I'll find someone to handle it for you. Don't do it again, okay? I promise I'll handle it to your satisfaction. Tang Qing immediately assured him. Let a future selfie fiend like Qin Shiqi choose photos? What a joke. Really? Qin Shiqi stared at Tang Qing suspiciously and said, "I definitely talk more than you." Tang Qing quickly raised his hand and assured. The friend he was talking about was naturally the waiter. With Xiao Air's image analysis and modeling capabilities, optimizing a picture is not a big deal. Especially through the exchanges during the past few days while watching movies, he also discovered another powerful use of Xiao Air, which is to do special effects. Even that is far beyond the scope of today's special effects. It was a complete recreation of a movie. As long as the character's face and body information is collected, a nearly real conversation or environmental scene can be simulated in 3 dimensions. To put it bluntly, as long as there is a face, the entire movie does not require human participation, which is quite a disadvantage. However, these are currently used for military purposes. Forget about using them for making movies. However, you can consider investing in movies if you're interested in the future. Let the waiter do the special effects. It is not better than those Hollywood special effects, but it is definitely affordable. After all, those special effects that easily cost hundreds of millions, you don't have to spend a dime here with the waiter, and it is extremely fast. It is not difficult to complete the special effects for a movie in 1 day with someone's guidance. This also requires modifications to various details. Otherwise, if the waiter understands the director's true desired effect, with the waiter's abnormal computing and processing power, the special effects for a movie can be completed in less than 3 seconds. Another way to make money. It's a good idea. We can open a film company when the time comes. We also want to play movies and only make science fiction films. Forget it. No more YY. Back to reality. As soon as he finished saying that, Tang Qing took a few steps back. Sure enough, Qin Shiqi immediately realized that Tang Qing was saying that her credit was not as good as his, and of course she would not agree. What? Stop for me. I don't. Tang Qing ran forward fast. There was nothing he could do. If he really started running, any flying man would have to kneel. Don't worry, I won't scratch you. Qin Shiqi chased after her. If you don't mean what you say, then why are you chasing me? I don't believe you. Tang Qing laughed loudly. After that, he went around in a circle and returned to the same place. I'm so angry, sister, catch him. Qin Shiqi gasped. Tang Qing continued to run forward and came to Qin Shiyu. He looked at Qin Shiqi, who was still running, and said, "Look, Sister Shiyu can't bear to leave." At the same time, he made a face. "You exhausted me to death. Let's make peace." Seeing that no one was helping him, Qin Shiqi stopped chasing him. She gasped and said with her hands in her waist, "Okay, please stay 10 feet away from me and speak first." Tang Qing took 2 steps back. "You, I'm serious." "Really?" "Yes." "Then you swear." "Okay, I'll deal 4, and I'll never tickle you." "I'll do again 5. Let's do it again." The uncle and aunt watched the brother and sister playing, both watching the show and not helping each other. Many passers-by who were watching the whole process couldn't help but laugh. This family's really interesting. Of course, Tang Qing lost the battle with Qin Shiqi again. Don't believe what a woman says. Since it was a flower base, of course there were flower sellers. In the end, after being threatened by Qin Shiqi, Tang Qing spent a full 300 yuan to buy a potted plant for each of the two sisters with a distressed expression. The two sisters also had different hobbies. Qin Shiqi liked flowers of various colors, while Qin Shiyu liked non-flowering green leafy plants. The character of this second cousin makes people so anxious. Seeing Tang Qing's lost money look on his face, Qin Shiqi's face was full of pride. "Don't forget to take the photo for me. If it's not beautiful, I'll return it," Qin Shiqi said while holding the flower. "Have you given me any money to return the goods?" Tang Qing said angrily. Qin Shiqi raised her eyebrows and looked at Tang Qing with a half-smile. Tang Qing quickly changed his words and said with an apologetic smile, Yes, Master Shiqi is right. I will satisfy you until you are satisfied. That's about the same. If you're not beautiful, let me teach you a lesson. Yes, she is absolutely beautiful and miserable. By the way, brother, how about you teach me how to drive?" Qin Shiqi suddenly said. Tang Qing's face straightened up after hearing this, and he quickly shook his head and said, "No." The female driver was too dangerous, and she was still an immature kid. He wouldn't feel bad if the car crashed, but the key was people. If she hit someone, it would be troublesome. "Why?" Qin Shiqi said with an unconvinced look. At this time, Uncle Qin Yugong interrupted. "Shiqi, you are not allowed to learn to drive at your age. Although your brother is not old enough, he can drive better than me, and his mental quality is not bad. You are definitely making fun of other people's lives by driving on the road." "I know." Qin Shiqi pouted and said dissatisfied. After visiting the flower base, Qin Shiqi yelled that she wanted to go to the park to play. Finally, it was almost noon, and the morning was finally past. However, with Qin Shiqi around, happiness was inevitable. In the afternoon, Tang Qing went to class honestly. Tang Qing was stunned to get a perfect score in last week's monthly exam. There was nothing he could do. If he wanted to deduct Tang Qing's points now, he could only deduct points for his essay. But this time, the content of Tang Qing's essay was hard to say. It definitely reached the level of full marks. The paper was good before. Now that Tang Qing has practiced regular calligraphy for so long, his handwriting is quite beautiful and clean, even to the point of pleasing to the eye. Then, these papers were shamefully collected by our Principal Chu, which made all the teachers feel very distressed. But there is no way. Who calls in the principal? One level of official university is overwhelming, let alone many levels. The next day, Sunday, Tang Qing drove his second uncle's Mercedes-Benz to Lu Qian's villa. Naturally, you have to notify others first to pay back the money, let alone a busy man like Lu Qian. So last night Tang Qing called Lu Gan to agree on a repayment time. He learned that Lu Gan was going abroad for more than half a month, so he decided to repay the money today. However, there was not enough funds in the account, so he agreed to pay back the US dollars first. The US dollars that Lu Gan agreed to repay back then were worth 200 million yuan. At the exchange rate of 1 to 8.1, it was equivalent to 24.7 million US dollars. The trunk could not fit in it, and there were 2 bags in the back seat. Due to the large transaction volume, Tang Qing drove the car directly to the underground garage of the villa this time. One suitcase cost $2 million, and it took 12 large bags. For people moved it all in one go. "Xiao Tang, your pile is enough for me to use for 3 months." More than 24 million US dollars were put together to form a wall. The green wall made Lu Gan's eyes shine with excitement. Monkey and Gongzi swiped the money counter there vigorously. "That's good. If you need anything in the future, please contact me. I'll call you on the 5th of next month for the remaining 100 million yuan," Tang Qing said while drinking tea. "Okay, don't worry. By the way, Xiao Tang, I have something to ask you," Lu Qian suddenly said with a bit of embarrassment on his face. "What's the matter?" Tang Qing asked curiously. The thing that made Lu Qian talk like this was definitely not a dollar matter, but a private matter. To be honest, dealing with such an old fox, Tang Qing didn't believe the expressions on their faces. All of these people were all actors. Lu Gan pondered for a second and said, "That's it. It's about going abroad this time. I want you to ask your second uncle to lend me a bodyguard. I will pay for it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Tang Qing, waiting for his answer. When he returned to the provincial capital with Tang Qing's second uncle last time, he already knew through insinuations that Tang Qing had introduced these two warriors to his friends. After learning the news, Lu Gan was deceived again. Before, he thought that Tang Qing's second uncle was the provider of US dollars, but he found it was not the case last time at dinner, but he still held this idea. But after Tang Kai said this, he suddenly felt that Tang Kai really didn't know about Tang Qing's US dollars. Fortunately, he didn't talk nonsense. Therefore, Tang Qing's level of mystery has been raised to another level, making his mind unable to turn around now. Oh, is the place uncle is going abroad unsafe this time? Tang Qing asked. Obviously, his second uncle must have let it slip, but it was a small matter in the first place. If he let it slip, it would be leaked. It would also increase his sense of mystery, so it didn't hurt. Lu Gan shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't go to war-torn countries, but the United States. There are dangerous things and I don't have to do them. This time I went to discuss business with a friend. Although there is no chaos there, guns are not allowed after all." Tang Qing thought for a while and nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go back and ask later, and I'll give you an answer at night at the latest, but there should be no problem. It was just a bodyguard, so I borrowed it." Anyway, those who were a direct threat to the second uncle were basically sent to heaven one after another by the group of soldiers. In addition, there are two soldiers protecting him secretly, so no one can hurt his second uncle. Now that Lu Gan has spoken, he must give him this face, otherwise others are busy making friends and trying to please you. So why can't he help out? Upon hearing this, Lu Gan said happily, "Okay, I'll trouble you." He had contacted Tang Kai before about this matter. After all, if he approached Tang Qing directly, it would be a bit of relying on his elders and using his status to pressure others. Therefore, he first obtained Tang Kai's consent, and then let him talk to Tang Qing. Tang Qing said with a smile, "It's okay. It's not too dangerous. Besides, if you give me back the money, I believe my friend will be very happy. Money doesn't matter. I'll give you 2 million yuan for 2 weeks' expenses. Food, accommodation, transportation, etc. are mine. Just don't take it too little for your friend," Lu Gan said. "This is fine. I will make the decision for my friend and agree to this reward." Tang Qing said, "It doesn't matter how much you give." Although 2 million yuan for 2 weeks for this kind of bodyguard seems to be a lot, Tang Qing has no idea of letting them make money from this. It is better to keep these powerful and perverted warriors by himself. Next, the two of them chatted about each other. After counting the money, Tang Qing left. Lu Gan is no idler. Tang Qing is also busy. After putting all the money in the safe, Lu Gan went to the top floor of the villa and looked at the scenery in the distance. The monkey stood behind him with a little excitement on his face. "Monkey, I can only help you so far," Lu Gan said suddenly. He has seen Monkey training hard day and night these days, but he can also see that the gap between him and the warrior who defeated Monkey last time is still like a chasm that cannot be crossed. Although Monkey is tough-minded, but with such a big mountain standing in front of him, Monkey can't keep calm. Therefore, the matter of borrowing a bodyguard came up this time. Firstly, I hope that the monkey can recognize him. Secondly, I also hope that the other party can teach the monkey 1.5 moves. I don't want to reach that perverted level, but I don't want to be killed instantly and hit people like this. Thank you, Brother Lu. Monkey nodded solemnly, his eyes full of enthusiasm. As a martial arts practitioner, his pursuit of strength is almost endless. With this mountain, he must work hard to catch up. 2 days ago, he remembered the last time he saw Tang Qing in the provincial capital. As well as the observations of these meetings, he found that Tang Qing's strength was definitely not weak. His steps, breathing, eyes, movements in many places inadvertently revealed the aura of the Lien family. If Tang Qing could learn it, it meant that he also had the opportunity to learn it. P.S. A 4,000-word chapter is here. Thank you, readers, for your support. After leaving Lu Qian's villa, Tang Qing became a villain again. Because in order to find out Lu Qian's remittance business, the last time he came to have dinner with his uncle's family, he asked the soldiers to place a few gadgets in Lu Qian's villa, mainly in the living room, roof, and courtyard. After all, he and Lu Qian were not enemies, so there was no need to go too far. But it is basically no longer needed now, because the organization's database and the information in all network devices were obtained a few days ago, which contains a lot of intelligence collected by the organization. Among them is information about Lu Qian. It not only included Lu Gan's detailed investigation information, but also his family history, network of connections, sphere of influence, and introduction to reversal transfers over the years. Therefore, his investigation of Lu Gan was no longer so urgent. At the same time, he also knew that Lu Gan was really not involved in illegal money laundering and other activities. However, Tang Qing did not withdraw the soldiers who broke into Lu Gan's reversal transfer business. Anyway, there is no shortage of that person, and maybe he will need it one day. Lu Gan does not belong to that organization, not even a partner. Only those at the underground bank level are eligible to cooperate directly with that organization. The scale of Lu Gan's reverse transfer business and the relatively regular business content can only be regarded as that of a lower-level wild salesman. However, Lu Gan's main business is not this. So this does not mean that Lu Gan's status is low, but the transaction volume is small. At the same time, among the internal information of that organization, the command room found the URLs of other similar organizations. Then, a full-scale internet invasion begins. Only 2 days. Thanks to the efforts of that group of analysts, the entire global underground currency trading network was displayed in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing was shocked when he saw it. He was shocked by the breadth and depth of the sphere of influence of this group of people. At the same time, he was also shocked by the people who had inadvertently collected and transferred illegal funds from various organizations. There were really all kinds of people, and they dared to make any money without fear of offending any country. They are present in almost all countries. According to the calculations of the command room, the total illegal transactions of these organizations last year reached nearly 20 trillion US dollars, which is equivalent to about twice the GDP of the United States last year. They are completely like a deep-water giant fish, swimming under the slightly rippled currency lake of the world. However, although this amount of money seems to be extremely large, it is not too much after calculation. This is the transaction volume, not profit. And for example, if a person transfers 100 million yuan, the conversion into US dollars will be counted once, and the person will transfer it into euros, and it will be counted again. Anyway, as long as it is not formal and goes through their channels, it will be counted. Therefore, the scale of this transaction does not shock Tang Qing. He would not be surprised if it reaches 30 to 50 trillion US dollars in a few years. Excluding duplicates, the pure transaction volume is only about 1/10. Therefore, without the detailed transfer flow of various banks around the world, this data actually does not have much reference value. It just looks large. At that time, I looked at the report coming from the command room. Tang Qing feels more and more like a villain, stealing things everywhere. But there was nothing he could do. Apart from this method of stealing these things, it was impossible for him to get even a little bit of them. So since there is a bug in Lu Gan's villa, of course he heard the conversation between Lu Gan and Monkey just now. Although Lu Gan also had selfish motives, he also understood Monkey's thoughts. Civilization is not. The first, martial arts is not the second. People who practice martial arts will naturally pursue the scenery on the top of the mountain. He drove the car and parked on the roadside not far from the villa area. Tang Qing dialed his second uncle's phone number. At this time, Tang Kai was having a meeting in the group office. There were dozens of people sitting below, all sitting up straight and listening carefully. 2 soldiers stood behind Tang Kai, standing still, watching everyone below with vigilance. Everyone who saw the 2 warriors looking at each other felt as if they had been seen through, and there was no panic in their hearts. They all secretly sighed that the boss's new bodyguard was too scary. Ding ding. Tang Kai was naturally the only one who dared to turn on his phone at this time. When he saw his personal phone ringing, he immediately took it out. The only people who knew this phone number were his family members, and things about family members were not trivial. Taking it out, it turned out to be Tang Qing's. Tang Kai smiled slightly, gave the dozens of people sitting below a look and told them to take a rest, got up, and came outside the conference room. One of the soldiers also followed out. Tang, there is no class today. Tang Kai said with a smile. Yes, second uncle, I have something to communicate with you. Mr. Liu from Tianxin Group came to me just now and wanted me to ask you to borrow a bodyguard. Tang Qing explained the purpose directly. The news sent back through the soldiers beside Tang Kai said that second uncle was in a meeting. He didn't want to talk too much. Besides, there's so many twists and turns in a family. What do you think? Can I borrow it? Tang Kai said he couldn't sell Liu gone. Okay, after all, Mr. Liu has helped us with a lot of things. It's hard to say that he doesn't help us at all. How about it, second uncle? These bodyguards of my friends are very powerful, right? Tang Qing said. He knew a piece of news a few days ago. Those two soldiers tortured more than a dozen bodyguards under his second uncle. Muay Thai masters and experienced soldiers are all scum in the face of absolute strength. At this point, Tang Kai said with emotion, not only is he powerful, he is simply so strong that he made all my bodyguards submissive. A few days ago, I saw him bringing back two bodyguards. He was cold and shameless, and he immediately became Tang Kai's personal bodyguard. Naturally, they were very unhappy, but they were not fighting bravely. The bodyguards who had been with Tang Kai for so many years were not villains. It was just that warriors only obey the strong, so they took advantage of the morning exercise to challenge one of the warriors. Then, the results can be imagined. The first one to go up was killed instantly, the second one was killed again, and the last group of people went up, but no one could survive 2 moves by the warrior. Then, they looked at the 2 warriors as if they were gods, and did not dare to say anything more. In the end, Tang Kai came out to smooth things over and fabricated an awesome identity for the warrior. As a result, the 2 warriors transformed into an inspirational story about the 2 warriors who received strict and professional fighting training since childhood, later went to the Middle East, experienced countless wars, large and small, and finally got tired of fighting and became bodyguards. At that time, those people actually accepted the lies that Tang Kai made up on a whim. From then on, no one doubted the strength of the 2 people. And then, they come here every day to see who can persist in one more move and win. Tang Kai did not expect that the goal of his group of bodyguards has fallen to this point, but so far no one has been able to survive 3 moves in the hands of the warrior. But this also aroused their interest, and they started training even more crazily. Tang Kai was also very satisfied with the effect. That's good. Let him go with Mr. Liu then. He will give you money anyway. Tang Qing said. Tang Kai said, okay, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will contact him later. I accidentally let it slip when I went back last time. Please don't mind your friend. It's okay. Why would he mind such a trivial matter? By the way, second uncle, how are you doing there? How is the company recently? Are there any difficulties? If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Whether it's people or money, it's not a problem with my friend. Tang Qing said. Tang Kai was very pleased when he heard this. Although he had never thought of asking Tang Qing for help, Tang Qing was so sensible, so of course he was happy. This was not a promise made by an ordinary businessman, but a promise made by his own family, and they were all sincere. Haha, this friend of yours is really powerful, but don't worry, second uncle's place is pretty good, everything is normal, there are no difficulties. Tang Kai said with a smile. Don't report good news or bad news. Tang Qing said. His soldiers followed his uncle all day long, and with many other intelligent sources, he knew that his business was not very secure now, which was why he asked this question. First of all, after losing the stable supply of Wei Jun, there is not much inventory of many things. The second, uncle has been trying to contact new suppliers recently, but the results are not great. Not many people are willing to offend the person who has seized the territory of Wei Jun's family. No way. Your second uncle also knows a lot of people here. It'll be okay. Tang Kai said with a smile. He knew that Tang Qing might know something, but this was not the country. Even if Tang Qing's friends in the country were well-versed, they could not solve the problems of other countries, and it was not a matter of money. Well, okay, second uncle, you should be busy. Today is the weekend, and you can go play with Joshua later. Tang Qing didn't say anything anymore. It's useless to talk too much. It's useful to do it. Okay, then drive carefully and call your second uncle if you are short of money. Tang Kai warned. Okay, second uncle, goodbye. Then Tang Qing drove to Lin, Joshua's house. The two of them stayed there for a whole day without going out. They just watched the rented DVDs on the way here. There were no good variety shows these days, and TV series were too boring to watch consecutively. So they saw a video store on the road and went in to rent a few idle dramas and martial arts films. The two of them watched with gusto. It's not really good looking, just because there is someone I love beside me. Tang Qing returned home after dinner at Lin's house in the evening. Finished washing. Tang Qing closed the door and ducked into the command room. He took a deep breath and said, Tang, let's start taking action. In order to keep the second uncle's business unimpeded in terms of supply, he had decided to take action directly against the guy who occupied Wei Jun's territory. It's not enough to just kill that guy, but you also need to provide a stable supply of goods for the second uncle. This is not only related to the interests of the second uncle, but also the interests of his parents and himself in the Mingyun group. Sometimes I think about how much he has changed during this period, and his heart gradually hardens. If it weren't for so many lovely people in his life, his current personality would probably be affected. P.S. There is one more chapter later. At first, Tang Qing considered supporting Wei Jun to come to power. After all, he had the foundation, connections, and experience there. He would be quicker to get started. He was relatively orthodox, and his reasons were sufficient, and he would not cause too much reaction from the surrounding forces. But after thinking about it carefully, I gave up this idea. Since this place was obtained by my own people, there is no reason to give it to others. Even if Wei Jun was obedient due to his strength at first, what about in the future? People's hearts can change, and no one wants to be a puppet, so he decided not to cause trouble for himself. Instead of being defensive and falling out in the future, it would be better to let his own people take control now to ensure safety. Of course, in the plan, it is definitely impossible to kill their boss and replace him immediately. He is not a beast. He can take over directly by killing the Beast King. But the beheading plan is still necessary. Just like in Bangkok, if there is no one who can control the situation, all the monsters and snake gods below will appear one by one. In the end, it will be enough to fish in troubled waters. In order not to make it so obvious, this plan is similar to Plan 6794. The time span Tang Qing gave Tang is 1 month, making the whole thing look more reasonable and legal, and there will not be too much controversy. The plan's starting time had already been calculated a week ago. As of today, all the personnel are in place. Most of the soldiers are lurking, and a small number have already penetrated into the opponent's interior. Some have become leaders due to their strength. Once chaos breaks out, they will slowly obtain higher positions, waiting for the final sweep to take over the entire area. 10:30 in the evening. Myanmar. There is a basin in the southern mountainous area of Panbang, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and Thailand is 20 kilometers away. There is a huge estate here. Although it is said to be a manor, only the area is adequate, and other conditions can only be said to be adequate. Basically, they are wooden houses. Due to extremely inconvenient transportation and frequent rain all year round, there are only 2 brick houses, which look very uncoordinated. However, although it is located in a remote location, there are things like generators in this world, so it is not dark at night. The entire manor was surrounded by a group of men with guns on guard. It really looks like that, but the quality is a bit poor, and the work attitude is not serious. I guess I am used to living a stable life, and I think there are many people on the periphery who are on guard. As a core area, there's no need to be too cautious. There are more than a dozen people standing around 1 to 3-story brick houses, dutifully holding on to their posts. If you look closely, some of them fell asleep leaning against the wall. This is the house of Chief Naden. At this time, Nathan had finished drinking and fell asleep. For some reasons, he was not very interested in women. In his opinion, eating noodles was much more interesting than women. It was because his father had been talking about this all the time, and the conflicts and dissatisfaction gradually accumulated. Until after eating noodles, the anger in his heart suddenly burst out, and he rushed into his father's room with a gun and killed him. He also regretted it afterwards, but it was of no use. In the end, he tried every means and framed the blame to suppress the matter, and promised a lot of benefits to calm down the restlessness of his father's people before. This also caused him to be short of money, so he fell in love with the Wei Jun family's business. In the end, he made a desperate move to invite those battlefield guerrillas and purchased a lot of equipment to take over the Wei Jun family's territory in one fell swoop. During this period, after selling jade and jewelry to Bong and others, his wallet slowly bulged. He cut down the excess rice and other food crops on Wei Jun's land, killed many people, and replanted the beautiful flowers on Wei Jun's land. He learned that Bong had been killed a few days ago, but he didn't care. If a Bong dies, someone will replace him, or there may be other Bei songs. Now he is not worried at all. He controls 6 jade mines, 1 gold mine, and 2 gemstone mines, and there is no shortage of buyers. This moment, the manor looked so quiet and peaceful. However, no one in the entire manor knew that they had been targeted by death. On the top of a nearby mountain in the distance, soldiers had already bypassed various light and dark sentries and occupied high positions. 3 soldiers carrying long-range weapons and 6 observers were already in place, watching every move of those down the mountain. The entire terrain had been modeled in the command room and updated in real time. The battle plan has already been formulated. The people here are all Nathan's confidants, and they're also a group of people who enjoy the highest treatment, naturally. He is also the person who has committed numerous crimes. After these days of intelligence collection, every person here with a gun deserves to die. To this day, Tang Qing still remembers the visual images from the soldiers who broke into the opponent's interior a few days ago. Looking at the women who were imprisoned and ravaged, or even killed by them, he felt angry in his heart. Therefore, there are more than 100 enemies with guns in this manor. He won't keep any of them. All targets and shooting sequences have been planned to ensure maximum undetectability and to resolve the battle silently. 12 o'clock sharp. The action begins. 2 people stood on each of the 6 wooden guard towers. 12 in total. They were the first targets. It was late at night. Nothing had happened in many years, so everyone was not energetic. Some were chatting, and some were dozing off. Boom! Boom! An inaudible sound sounded, and all the soldiers in action tonight were equipped with silencer pendants. As soon as the shooting order from the command room was issued, 3 soldiers on the top of the mountain fired at the same time, 4 to each person, and fired crossfire. Under the strong control of the soldiers and their nearly full-view aiming, 12 people fell on the guard tower in just 4 seconds. At the same time, the soldier who fought in the manor also took action. He took a rest tonight. He sat up and looked at the dozens of people sleeping in the wooden house. He pulled out a dagger from his body. This was not over yet. There were about 20 people standing guard on the wooden fence. At this time, the 6 soldiers who were ambushing nearby also opened fire. At such a close distance, the shooting speed was much faster than that of the sniper. It was almost 3 shots per second. With the sniper in the distance, it took less than 2 seconds in total. More than 20 lives ended again. There was no suspense about the ensuing battle. The 4 warriors jumped directly and grabbed the top of the 4-meter-high wall, using their arms to climb in. The journey to eradicate evil begins. In front of a large number of elite warriors equipped with silencers. Although this group of people is considered elite, they are still in the category of human beings, and they are not enough compared to these powerful non-human warriors. At this time, the true role of the 6 observers came into play. They were like battlefield scanning equipment, monitoring the entire area without blind spots, providing combat data to the soldiers, and ensuring that the soldiers could basically win even if they walked in swaggeringly. 6 observers ensure that everyone in the entire manor can be monitored in real time. The images transmitted through infrared and low-light telescopes are then used for real-time modeling and tracking of characters in the command room. Therefore, in the eyes of each soldier, the entire field of view is different, just like opening a Crossfire plugin. The soldiers know clearly where there are people or where they are blocked. There is no sudden appearance of an individual from a corner. This is the power of technology. In this way, the entire battle ended in less than 5 minutes, including cleaning up the garbage that was still sleeping. Except before death, no one realized that an enemy had infiltrated. Except for Naden and those innocent women, all 138 of Naden's confidants went up to the sky and turned into corpses. At this time, Naden was having a sweet dream. He dreamed that he was swimming in the river and suddenly had an urgent need to urinate. He peed. A warm feeling made him break through the dream state and realize that he had wet the bed. Drinking too much again. This is where he is embarrassed. He often wets the bed and only lasts for a few seconds in bed. As a result, he has never been interested in women because it is too embarrassing. Naden opened his eyes and was about to change his pants, but what he saw made him confused. 4 armed men stood before him. One of them was about to wake him up with cold water. All the enemies were in the sky. Naden still had many valuable things in his mind. It was a pity to kill him like this. He had to recover some of the cost. Tang Qing looked at Naden, who was wetting the bed in the command room, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn, this style of painting feels so nonsense. It can only be said to be a coincidence. Who are you? Who are you? Where did they die? Naden took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall and shouted in panic, hoping to attract the attention of his people outside. He did not want to believe that all his men were dead. Naden. A soldier stepped forward and said in a cold tone. Naden lost his voice and said, "Who are you? What are you going to do? Where are my people? Have you bribed them?" The soldier's next words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Don't worry, you will accompany him later. Before that, we have something to ask you." The soldier chuckled. "What, they're all dead?" Naden's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "There were more than 100 people, and they died like this? What a joke! Who on earth has a grudge against him and sent these people in uniforms to kill him? Is it Wei Jun?" "Yeah," the soldier said calmly. The soldier's answer made Naden, a man who had killed many people, feel a chill all over his body. This was the man who truly regarded life as nothing, and he was afraid. "Who asked you to kill me? I will pay double, no, 5 times the price," Naden said loudly. The soldier shook his head and said, "No, it's useless 100 times. We just want to understand some situations and then send you to meet your men." Like Bong. How could Naden be honest since he was about to die? "No, I won't say anything." Hearing this, Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. Bong also said the same thing at the beginning. P.S. Due to regulations, many words cannot be used to avoid being harmonized. Just let everyone know. Thank you for your support. Standing in the command room, listening to the familiar lines from Naden's mouth. Although a long time has passed, Tang Qing still feels chilly in his heart every time he thinks back to the whole process of the soldier's interrogation of Bong. At this moment, technology defeated human nature, defeated human thinking and emotions, and this reminded him of the terrible scene in the future era of big data. Because when enough data about a person is collected, his or her life can basically be predicted. People will no longer have secrets or real personalities. All people are just simple data that have been seen through. When Tang Qing used to read the civilian artificial intelligence developed by the protagonists in the novels, or convenient tools such as assistants, he did not feel that they were science fiction and yearning. Instead, he felt that he was reading a horror novel. When that kind of thing has mastered all your emotions, living habits, social relationships, and family situations, you'll be as transparent to the company behind it, and all your emotions and reactions will be data, if possible. This data can be sold. Sometimes I think about whether the era of big data is really good. Tang Qing feels that it has 2 sides. It is good and useful in the fields of production and consumption, but it is not so good when used in personal artificial intelligence development. It is not something to be happy about having things around you all the time to collect and deeply mine all your information. Anyway, if someone else develops this thing in the future, Tang Qing will never use it. Even if he wants to use it, he has to make it himself. Inside the manor. At this time, the situation was very awkward. You don't need to tell us, we will know. The soldier said calmly. Nathan also looked at the few soldiers in front of him, like crazy people. His gun was on the table far away, so he didn't do anything drastic. After all, there were 4 fully armed soldiers in front of him, and there was no way he could escape anyway. There is no way you want my money, Nathan said with a sneer. He has lived a smooth life since he was a child. He is the little emperor here. Even if he is facing death, he can't lose face and beg for mercy. The soldier whispered, the cave 6 kilometers to the east, the secret door under the arsenal. Upon hearing these 2 places, Nathan said in panic, how did you know? The latter one is a warehouse, a secret warehouse at best. It's not surprising that these people know about it, but the former one is their father's treasure trove. If something unexpected happens, it is also the capital for their comeback. They haven't been there for 3 months. Could it be that these people were staring at their own people 3 months ago? The soldier did not answer Nathan's question and continued. The only thing missing is your bank account now. Just give up on this idea, I won't tell you. Nathan said bitterly. Mater, a bunch of lunatics. He felt that his death was unfair. The soldier didn't answer. He just slowly glanced around the room. 2 of the soldiers were rummaging around the room, and the last soldier was staring at Nathan. Nathan was also confused at this time and could only blame this group of people on the ranks of lunatics. 3 minutes later. Thank you. The soldier suddenly said something. While Nathan was surprised, the warrior who spoke went to the window, smashed the bamboo window, and took out the rolled paper from the thick bamboo, tentatively called the bearing. Can this damn thing be discovered? Nathan was dumbfounded for a moment. At the same time, he firmly believed that he had been stared at by this group of people for several months. He felt cold at the thought of being stared at by this group of people for several months, but he was not dejected because there were only a few accounts written in Arabic numerals, but the passwords were all encrypted text that he could only understand. If he changed them once a month, it would be of no use even if the other party got them. When Nathan saw the warrior who was speaking glance at the piece of paper, he stuffed the paper into his pocket and took out his gun at the same time. Just when Nathan thought that the other party would threaten him with a gun, Nathan, who had already prepared to rather die than surrender, heard the soldier's final farewell. Okay, you can go on your way. Wait, there is no password to see how you get the money. Nathan said quickly. He didn't want to ask for mercy, but this was too weird. He couldn't think of why the soldier didn't force him to ask for the password, and would kill him if he opened his mouth. 7-1541. Aren't there reporters here? The soldier said with a matter-of-fact expression. Listening to the numbers reported by the soldiers, Nathan looked like he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? I used my unique recording method. Nathan's eyes widened, and he spoke incoherently. Your diary has been exposed. The soldier said calmly. Nathan still didn't believe it, and said loudly, This is impossible, He knew clearly that there was no information about this kind of secret text in his notes. But before he finished speaking, the soldier pulled the trigger. Bang! Nathan. Death. Tang Qing in the command room was a little dumbfounded when he saw this video. What's going on? Didn't you even ask this time? When did the waiter become so stupid? Tang Qing, what do you know the password? Tang Qing turned around and asked curiously. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, Nathan has a habit of writing diaries. A few days ago, our soldiers sneaked in and obtained all his written information. After so many years of observation, analysis, and simulation, as well as the writing style shown in his code words, we finally determined 4 password forms and logics, and we had already tried them out when we tried the second one. Tang, he explained. Tang Qing only had 1 sentence in his mind after hearing this. Can you still play like this? It's not scientific, but this looks full of scientific elements. Forget it. I won't ask about the reason. You can quickly transfer your property. You can keep the more than $9 million in that card first. After all, this is our territory from now on, and it also needs construction and money. Tang Qing took a deep breath and said, he once again lamented that it was lucky that he was not an enemy. Otherwise, it's really a long time ago. Yes, Commander. Tang, he said. Next, the soldiers began to take out Naden's collection in the manner according to the plan and gathered them together to load them into trucks and transport them away. As for the belongings in the cave, they were moved yesterday. The items in the manor were basically cash and easily convertible valuables. The money in Naden's other bank cards was used by him to pay his last remuneration and to silence the generals under his command. Otherwise, with only over $9 million in savings, he would be very poor. Half an hour later, all the property in the manor was looted. Of course, it was impossible to take away all the valuables. Only some of the valuable jade was taken away, and all the gold, jewelry, cash, etc. were loaded into the car. The command room calculated that these things in the manor were worth nearly 300 million yuan, and the various good things in the cave were also worth 500 to 600 million yuan. Overall, the direct harvest of this mission was nearly 1 billion yuan. Although not a dime was credited to Tang Qing's account. But those things can't be realized. In order to avoid trouble, except for the cash, everything else was sunk into a nearby river. After all, it was not needed recently. It was inconvenient to take away several tons of things. They could be dug out when they were needed in the future. Tang Qing was not afraid of someone stealing it, because there were two warriors with long-range weapons on the top of the mountain in the distance. They were looking at these things worth hundreds of millions, and Tang Qing didn't want to make wedding clothes for others. After the operation, the soldiers released all the dozens of people imprisoned in the manor and gave one person some property. Those who had been imprisoned for a long time looked at the corpses on the ground around them. Some were numb, and some were crying, but they tried their best to control themselves so as not to make the group of soldiers unhappy. They knew that everyone in the entire manor must have been killed by this group of people. They looked at the soldiers with eyes full of fear and gratitude. Looking at some familiar people on the ground, many of them went up to punch and kick them, and the soldiers did not stop them. Some people even wanted to pick up their guns to take revenge, but the soldiers snatched them away. Although the soldiers were not afraid if someone fired a gun here at night, it might be difficult for them to evacuate. The soldiers explained the situation, and everyone became honest. Next, a soldier took them away from Naden's territory on a safe road. For this safe transfer road, a small outpost of more than 30 people was cleared next to it. At this point, the first phase of the plan is completed. The rest of the plan will proceed in an orderly manner. After escorting the women to evacuate, the soldiers lurked in the nearby mountains, waiting for the next action. The night is getting dark. Everything fell silent, leaving only the chirping of insects and birds decorating this frightening night. P.S. There is one more chapter. It will be later. The next day, early in the morning, people delivering food drove into Naden's manor. After passing 2 checkpoints, a simple-looking pickup truck successfully entered the guarded area of the manor. We drove more than 2 kilometers. The car arrived at the last checkpoint of the manor, which was guarded by Naden's guards. Unlike the 2 outside checkpoints, the outer defensive circle was guarded by the village masters below Naden. The driver is Lu Ci. His parents are Chinese, and they grow rice here. He is a driver under Naden's influence. His daily task is to deliver wine, meat, rice, etc. to the manor, as well as some steam buns and steam buns for the women to eat. Although he grew up here, he didn't have the slightest fondness for these pastry people. He wanted to kill all these scum, but his ambition was insufficient. He had thought about going away June's territory before, but was driven away by Naden before he could make a decision. He had no choice but to accept his fate. He had a family, and he couldn't afford to bother. When he approached the checkpoint of the manor, he saw that there was no one outside, so he didn't care. Sometimes these guys slept in or gambled together early in the morning. Beep, beep. Lu Ci honked the horn several times, but no one came to open the door. He didn't dare to move it by himself, lest he be misunderstood by those on guard for eating peanuts. Where did all the damn things go? Lu Ci frowned and cursed quietly. Then Lu Ci got out of the car, walked around the roadblock, and approached the door of the shed nearby. The door is closed. Lu Ci got closer and listened carefully, but after listening for a long time, he didn't hear any sounds of drinking, gambling, or snoring inside. Damn, Are you all sleeping to death? Lu Si cursed in his heart. Then he pushed the door open, but the scene in front of him almost scared him to death. There were 6 people lying inside, 6 dead people to be precise, with unknown wounds, as if they had been beaten to death with bare hands. The first 2 checkpoints are normal. If there's a problem here, then inside the manor. Lu Si couldn't imagine it anymore. This place is only about 200 meters away from the manor. Normally at this time, you can still hear the sounds of those in the manor doing morning exercises. Even if it's not good, there will be faint sounds. Now, it is eerily silent. The chirping of birds that I thought was so beautiful now sounds like a horror movie. Something must have happened inside, and it was something big. What do I do? Lu Si took a deep breath, and his mind was in a mess. It was definitely impossible to get in. What if he encountered a gangster and killed him? Go back. Lu Si made a decision immediately, rushed out of the shed, drove the car around a difficult turn on the narrow road, and drove outside. When he came in, he was very calm, but when he came out, Lucy's feet were soft, and he couldn't even step on the accelerator. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing that Lucy's car came back so quickly, the people at the second checkpoint quickly stopped it. This time was far from enough to unload all the goods on the car. Lu Si parked the car and jumped out, but because he was so frightened that his legs went weak, he knelt on the ground as soon as he jumped off. Why are you back? A leader asked as he was eating an apple. Lu Si quickly stood up and said with a panicked look, over there, people are dead. People are dead? What do you mean? The leader asked doubtfully. He didn't think much about it. In this place, it doesn't matter if someone dies. People die every day. Lu Si swallowed, pointed in the direction of the manor, and said, all the people in the sentry shed in front are dead. I don't know what's going on in the manor, so I don't dare to go in. Upon hearing this, the leader's expression suddenly changed, and he lost his voice and said, what? All the people in the sentry shed are dead. Lu Si did not speak, but nodded vigorously. Knowing that something was going wrong, the leader quickly threw away the apple and said loudly, everyone gather and be on alert. I'll notify Guan Kun. Hearing this, the more than 30 people in the sentry post immediately became alert. Although they didn't know what was going on, judging from the expressions of their leader and Lu Si, something big must have happened at the manor. After speaking, the leader quickly drove a broken jeep to the residence of his village owner. There was no signal tower here, so mobile phones naturally couldn't be used. Even if there was a wired phone, it was within the manor and the first line of defense. He didn't dare to go to the sentry shed inside. He didn't rush in directly because they were Guan Kun subordinates and had conflicts with the guards inside. So they didn't want to risk their lives for Nathan, who knows what was going on inside. At this time, Guan Kun, one of the 5 village masters under Nathan, had just gotten up and was washing up. Listening to the training sounds of his men around him, he felt very happy. These were all his trump cards. Nathan had nearly 1,500 men under his command. Although Nathan had reduced his men many times, Guan Kun was still the most powerful one. He had more than 400 men under him, and his combat effectiveness was also very good, and he had all kinds of weapons. At this moment, his adjutant ran over in a panic and said, brother, no, something happened at Nathan's place. Something happened? What happened? Guan Kun wiped the water from his mouth and said calmly, Nathan has loved causing trouble since he was a child, so what's the big deal if something happens to him? The adjutant then said, according to Lu Si, the food delivery man, all the people in Nathan in the sentry shed are dead. The food delivery man was too afraid to go in, saying that there was no sound of exercise inside. Hearing this, Guan Kun couldn't calm down, and his face became serious and said, what? Who else knows about this matter? It's just us now, the adjutant said. Okay, wait a moment. I will inform the other village owners that if we go in, many things will be unclear. Guan Kun thought for a moment and said, this is not the time to reap benefits. If he dares to be the first to go in, someone will dare to take a shit. When the time comes, he will not be able to explain clearly. He is no match for the cooperation of several companies. Next, Guan Kun notified the other 4 village owners and finally decided to march towards the manor together. Now that the communication with the manor has been interrupted, there must be something dangerous inside, and almost everyone has an idea. Several village owners led their own people towards the manor, fully armed, with about 1,000 people, and some with light potassium trucks. They looked quite impressive. At the same time, after counting the number of people, each village owner found that some of his hidden sentries had been removed. The closer they got to the manor, the more unlucky people they saw, the more fearful the village owners became. It was dark at night, and the other party was able to kill so many people silently. This kind of strength was simply terrifying. They came outside the manor and surrounded them. At this time, there were only the chirping of insects and birds around the manor, and there was no noise in the past. There was no one on the wall, and the gate was closed. Several village leaders took a breath of cold air one after another, and there was a faint chill in their backs. Everyone inside seemed dead. Go and open the door. Guan Kuan pointed at a subordinate and ordered. The subordinate didn't dare to talk nonsense. With so many big men watching, if he showed any timidity, Guan Kuan would probably give him a shot out of consideration for his face. He threw the AK hanging around his neck behind him, quickly came to the door, pushed hard, and found that the door was locked from the inside. So he climbed up the wall with the help of several people. As soon as he saw the situation above, the subordinate was frightened and screamed. He had no choice but to see a dead face close at hand as soon as he climbed up. Even if he was mentally prepared, it was not this kind of mental preparation. What's wrong? Guan Kuan asked quickly. The man suppressed his fear, slowly climbed up the wall and looked around, turned around, and said with a trembling voice, "They are dead. They're all dead." His legs were shaking slightly as he spoke. Everyone outside was also frightened by his imaginary scene. Guan Kuan was also a man who had experienced storms. He ordered directly, "Okay, you go in and open the door." Yes. The man climbed in and opened the door. A group of people walked inside and looked at the dead people on the ground. There were still little blood drops on the sentry tower. Everyone felt so scary, and many religious people almost knelt down. To a discerning eye, it would be a one-sided battle, with Naden's more than 100 guards not having even a chance to shoot. Guan Kuan pushed aside the wooden houses used for accommodation. It was also full of guards who had their necks wiped. Looking at the scene in front of them, several village leaders were silent, and Guan Kuan broke the silence. "Let's go and have a look at Naden's house." Entering the room, sure enough, he saw Naden lying on the bed with a peanut in his head, lifeless, his eyes wide open, as if he saw some monster. At this time, Guan Kuan's adjutant came over and said, "Brother, those women have been rescued. It seems that the other party didn't like the weapons." "Nonsense, with such a person like those weapons. Where are the things where Naden was found?" Guan Kuan said in front of several village owners. "Since Naden died, the property will naturally be ownerless. It is impossible for anyone to occupy it, so everyone can only share it. There's a cellar inside the arsenal, and there are a lot of rough stones in it. It seems that the valuable jade, precious stones, and gold have been taken away. Should we go after them?" From the direction they cleared the sentry shed, they retreated from Shakai's village master. The adjutant said, "They've all left our territory. What's the point of chasing them?" Shakai said angrily from the side. Guan Kuan was giving orders along the way, so of course he couldn't say a word. Besides, he has the greatest responsibility for those who run away from him. If a few people agree to chase them, let him chase them. He won't take this kind of job. "Yes," the adjutant said with a smile, thinking that he wanted to chase those scary guys. "In this way, let's hold a funeral for Naden and burn them all to avoid causing diseases. Then we can discuss how to proceed in the future." Another village leader class said, "I agree. I agree too." The purpose of the funeral was to end orthodoxy. The next discussion is the highlight. As for revenge, forget it. They were already very dissatisfied with Naden, the guy who killed their father. No one would think of avenging him. What's more, they didn't know who did it, so why bother provoking such a powerful enemy? Several people have their own hidden agendas. Everyone wants to take over Naden's territory and become the boss, so they all know that if the negotiation fails, they will be in big trouble. If they fight on their own, they are likely to be defeated and annexed by outsiders. At the same time, they have other things to do, which is to accept the mineral deposits. In the past, they were controlled by Naden's people. Now, they also tacitly take over the mineral deposits in their respective areas first. I will be busy next, so let's develop first and then talk slowly. But just like in Bangkok, the people in the command room were trying their best to figure it out. How could they be given too much time to sit down and talk? What they didn't expect was that all kinds of good shows would take turns to take place before they could react. Their time is over. Tang Qing listened to their conversation in the command room with a faint smile on his lips. Tang Qing found this move particularly effective today. It's a bit like the United States attacking those countries with many mineral resources. There are already many conflicts within those countries, but there's a powerful, big brother-level figure suppressing them, so they're relatively restrained and do not dare to mess up. Then the United States took action. First kill the Dingshan stone, and then cripple and disperse the main force of his men. At last, it can justifiably be said that due to reasons such as pressure from domestic public opinion, funding, or persuasion from other countries, the company left, leaving a mess behind. After that, things were simple. Without the Dingshan stone, all the monsters appeared, and the United States achieved its goal without any effort. It is simply naive to think that the United States is withdrawing its troops due to pressure from public opinion. Everything is calculated. In a war, how could public opinion not take this situation into consideration? It is just a show. Everyone is fooling each other and achieving the goal. Then people all over the world follow the United States plan to create a glorious history of, I am cheating, my protest is effective, and the powerful United States has withdrawn. Sometimes it's really boring to think about it. Therefore, Tang Qing rarely paid attention to and commented on this kind of news in his previous life, because he always felt that he was so stupid and naive to join in. There's really nothing to get involved in when someone plots it against you. Of course, it is undeniable that the effect of this method is not very good. Tang Qing has used it twice, once in Bangkok and once here. He may use it again in the future, even a lot. After all, the United States has played it over and over again, and is ready to continue playing it, looking like he is never tired of it. P.S. Please vote for me. After several village leaders dispersed, Tang Qing did not leave directly. Instead, he listened to the next plans of each village owner in the command room. As soon as they separated, they immediately ordered their subordinates to enter the highest alert state, guarding against other village owners and surrounding forces. At the same time, they stepped up the integration of internal matters in their own territory and brought people from various mines and former Naden under their command to accumulate strength for possible changes in the future. It is also humans' nature to like to form a group. Within 10 minutes, each village leader has found an ally. Guan has formed an alliance with another village owner who has more than 200 people. The other three have also formed an alliance. It's not that they are well informed, but that the village owner is related to Guan. The two of them have a natural tendency to form an alliance. Once the two form an alliance, they will be able to compete with the combined strength of the three of them. This resulted in a so-called two-legged situation. Since the soldiers had bugs placed on the cars, homes, and even bodies of the bosses of each faction, Tang Qing also learned that these village leaders were actually making two preparations. They would either discuss a plan when the time came, or they would each be king according to the current territory. The command room had already anticipated this situation. After all, those people were old and had to fight for life and death. Although they wanted to be the boss in their hearts, they also weighed the pros and cons. Fearless conflicts were not what they wanted, lest others take advantage of them. If Tang Qing hadn't participated in the next step, the command room determined that there was a 70% chance that this group of people would rule by dividing the territory, and each would guard their current territory and become the Real village masters. However, like those underground people in Bangkok, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. From information sent by the soldiers, we learned that this group of people like Naden were guilty of serious crimes and deserved to die. The same goes for many of their subordinates. In Tang Qing's values, 1/3 deserve to die. From now on, when his people rule here, these people will also get the punishment they deserve. His sphere of influence will never allow criminals to go unpunished. He is not a saint, but God has a way. If he has the ability, he will naturally act on his behalf, letting those desperate innocents know that there is still some justice in this world. Well, Tang Qing also felt that this was a bit pretentious. Including the previous annexation of Wei Jun's territory, Naden's territory now covers an area of nearly more than 3,000 square kilometers and has a population of more than 50,000. They are basically farmers and miners. There is no industry. Of course, family-style handicrafts still exist, usually making some wood products and bamboo products, as well as some hunters, herbal farmers, and the like. In the future, he plans to grow more medicinal materials and crops here, cut down all the flowers, dig more mines, and develop the local economy. Now that he has conquered this place, it is his territory, and no one can take it away. No one can take it away. As long as he has money, Tang Qing can have almost unlimited explosive troops and explosive equipment. Coupled with the strong combat power of the soldiers and the assistance of the teleportation nodes, whoever dares to take away his territory will face an endless nightmare. Even if possible and necessary, he will seek greater interests, expansion. But it's still early. There are still more than 20 days before the completion of this plan. It shouldn't be difficult to put some thought into planning the local industrial structure. After all, it's just agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and sideline fishing in the early stage. Survive first, then develop, just like running a business. As for the subsequent urban infrastructure construction and management, it will only be tens of thousands of people. So easy. Seeing that everything was running smoothly, Tang Qing no longer paid attention to Guan Kuen's affairs. Just let the soldiers follow the plan. As for how many people will die here, he can only say sorry. When making the plan, he said that he should try to reduce the number of people who should not die as much as possible. As for the accidental injuries, he can only take care of the other party's family. Tang Qing withdrew his eyes from the projection screen, thought of something again, and asked, Tang Yi, how's it going in Bangkok? Now nearly half of the planned time in Bangkok has passed, and he hasn't paid much attention to the progress. Commander, the second phase of the plan over there is almost finished. In 3 days, we will control 10% of Bangkok's underground forces. Tang, he said simply. Well, not bad. Tang Qing nodded and said, he doesn't care about the specific content of Bangkok. He only cares about the progress of the plan. The goal for the second phase is 10%, and the total plan goal is 30%. It may not seem like much, but these 30% are basically the forces in the urban area. 30% is already very large, and can even be said to cover the sky with one hand. After all, many small forces open nightclubs to guard and do not belong to any force. Such people will also be counted in the denominator position. The forces above a certain size will basically be shuffled in this reshuffle, but it will not be too obvious. The warriors sent there are not necessarily the biggest bosses. Some are just the big bosses below. Although these warriors do not control the owner and rights of the force, his subordinates are also included in the calculation. If necessary, as long as there is another opportunity, these warriors will directly take over, which is very easy. Basically, the underground forces in Bangkok are now at war with each other. New situations happen every day, and the status of each fighter is becoming more and more stable and stronger. Not surprisingly, in half a month, he will have the final say in the underground world of Bangkok. However, Tang Qing has no intention of being a big brother. What is there to be proud of being the leader of a group of gangsters? He has no interest at all. If it were not for his second uncle, he would not participate at all. What happened to the other people? Tang Qing was naturally talking about the soldiers, intelligence analysts, and business robots who were among the public servants who broke into Thailand. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, we have completed all the set goals. Tang, he said, has there been any conflict? Tang Qing asked again. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, no, it's just that some of the censorships were very strict, but we have dealt with them all without being discovered by anyone, and the tale has been solved once and for all. Tang, he said. That's good. Take your time with this subsidiary plan. Don't be too radical. Tang Qing warned. It's not that he talks too much. These guys exist for fighting and conspiracy. Many times they do whatever they can and don't care about human life at all. Therefore, he often reminds Tang that every mission that will cause more casualties, he will take a rough look at it and use gentler methods if possible. Well, it's really troublesome to have a group of subordinates who resort to drastic measures whenever they disagree, but he can't completely ban it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything until now. Yes, Commander. Tang agreed. Seeing that nothing happened here, Tang Qing teleported back to his luxurious office in Shengtang. Yes, he skipped class again. There was a lot to do this morning, and he planned to finish it all at once. All night long, he was curious about the reaction of Guan Kuan and others, and Qian had urged him several times to try on their custom-made clothes. Finally, Do Jiao would come back this morning and asked him to have dinner with him, so Tang Qing thought about it and simply finished it all in the morning. Moreover, he heard from Do Jiao that there would be a surprise. Tang Qing was not looking forward to Do Jiao's surprise at all. It's certainly not a serious surprise. Sit in the boss chair. Tang Qing didn't go directly, but played Legend for a while in the office. There were really no fun games anymore. He didn't seem to be interested in other online games in 2005, and the large-scale standalone games he liked to play basically didn't come out. I can't play games in the command room. Even if you have a computer, there is no special communication chip. Not only the communication server, but also the waiter's place does not provide wired or wireless network connections. You can log into online games on the waiter's projection, but there is no mouse. Although it can be played as a touch control, you're used to it. If I don't hold something in my hands, I always feel uncomfortable. Just like the later generations of King of Glory, it always feels awkward to play with a mobile phone, and it is not as interesting as a mouse. This time he was playing Shanda's official server, and it was very slow to upgrade. But once you have money, you can find someone to help him. In the end, Tang Qing was forced hard by the mobs, so he directly found a power leveler to help him upgrade, and he would buy equipment and other equipment later. He wants to dominate the entire server. Ahem. This is of course a delusion. It's not a journey. You can choose a country per person. Legend has a few more people with similar equipment to kill him together. After sending the game account to the other party, Tang Qing turned off the computer. Go to the second floor. As soon as he arrived at the stairs, Tang Qing heard chattering again. Every time he passed by, he felt like he had opened a fake clothing company with a group of fake designers. He turned right and came to the place where Qian usually worked. At this time, Qian was lowering his head and sorting his clothes. As soon as Tang Qing came in, the sharp-eyed Xinyan immediately stood up straight and said, "Hello, Mr. Tang." "Well, how are you two?" Tang Qing nodded and replied. Qian looked up and saw that Tang Qing was coming, with a bright smile on his face, and waved to Tang Qing. "Little boss, come here and try on the clothes. This time you have to try on these clothes before leaving. If they're not suitable, we will change them." At first, Tang Qing's clothes were ready and piled in the cabinet. After making many phone calls, Tang Qing said that he didn't have time to come. This made the company designers who wanted to see Tang Qing, or the clothes he designed, very depressed, and they kept mumbling in her ears every day. "Sister Yin, the design you designed should fit you very well. No need to try it on," Tang Qing said with a bitter smile. "There are 50 or 60 pieces of clothes in this cabinet. He is not a woman, so he really has no interest in trying on clothes." When Qian heard this, he glared at Tang Qing and said, "What's the matter? It's not about whether the clothes fit or not. You have to see whether they fit and match. You have to wear them to see. Sister Yin, I think these are very good. They will definitely look good when worn." Tang Qing stepped forward and rummaged through the clothes in the closet and praised them. Qian shook his head and said no. "Okay, today you have to try them on one by one. We have been waiting for so long. You can't just do it hastily. After you wear it, we can also accumulate design experience, and many designers are eagerly waiting for you to try on their clothes." "What?" Tang Qing was dumbfounded. Was he going to be watched again? "Huh? What's your expression? You're not going to the execution ground. Qi Yin was amused by Tang Qing's expression. He pursed his lips and said, "Behind you." "Behind you?" Tang Qing turned around in confusion and saw, good guys, a group of designers came in and looked at Tang Qing with bright eyes. "Hello, Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, you are here. All the flowers we have been waiting for have withered. Are you fighting the landlord?" Tang Qing's head was full of black lines. "Sister Yin, don't give up. I'm just trying on some clothes. Come and watch if you want," Tang Qing said helplessly to Qi Yin. "No way. It was originally designed for you. And who told you to be so good-looking with such a good figure? You are a perfect model." Qi Yin laughed and said from the side, "This," Tang Qing wanted to say, "Don't you guys work?" He also wanted to show off as the boss, but seeing so many looks of hope, excitement, or something else, Tang Qing couldn't say anything and drove them away. Being surrounded by a group of beautiful women changing clothes. How many men dream of this kind of treatment? All right, just try it. You won't lose any meat. They spent so much effort on making the clothes for me, but I haven't been here for nearly a month, so it's understandable that the designer wants to see the results. Okay, I'll try, but hurry up. I have something to do at noon. Tang Qing nodded and agreed. Seeing the designers happily looking at the pandas, Tang Qing didn't know whether he was happy or sad, but he was not angry. With such lovely employees, why should he be angry? "Don't worry, little boss. I will try it on for you before lunch. Go and change clothes," Qi Yin said, handing over the piece of clothing he was folding just now. Oh, in the next 2 hours, Tang Qing was appreciated many times by a group of designers like he was walking around. Yes, he was indeed appreciating the handsome guy. Not to mention, although the clothes fit perfectly, 1/3 of the clothes still didn't look good, and they couldn't find anything to match them with, so Qi Yin directly put them aside and refused to allow him to wear them. In her words, failed works have no value in existence. Everything else was fine. Tang Qing was indeed a dressmaker and had a good time being a model. Strike a good pose and look cool. After all, these are clothes recognized by 20 or 30 professional fashion designers, so of course they're not bad. Qi Yin also said that these clothes were specially designed for him. There is only one style, and they will not be made again. This made Tang Qing feel a little flattered. After trying on, Tang Qing carried a bunch of clothes and put them in the car. Of course, it was impossible to take all the clothes back. He put some of them in his office, some of them in the Audi car, and the remaining dozen or so items were ready to be taken home. P.S. It's a big chapter of 4,000 words. I didn't have time to type during the day. I waited for a call in the evening and started writing after 8 o'clock. I'm tired of my mouse. The front part is a bit verbose. It's also a stage summary and turning point. I'm confused and it's not up to standard. I hope I on.